About when the Israel-Hamas war will end and what things are going to look like when it does. The urgent new message the White House is sending to Israel, pushing them to scale back their attacks. What we're hearing from the president, Hallie is live for us in Haifa, as diplomatic tensions hit a new high and a grim record death toll is reached. Plus, the jury in Rudy Giuliani's defamation trial heading home with no verdict in just the last hour. We have the latest from court, including why Giuliani didn't take the stand today and how much he may have to pay up. More signs that the economy may come in for that soft landing we've been talking about. People spending more at the stores and online. And we're going to tell you why it might be getting cheaper to make one of the biggest buys of all. Then the East Coast bracing for a major storm. It's got Florida in its sights tonight with heavy rains and riptides expected. Where it's heading in the hours and days ahead. And a major airline promising friendlier skies for its passengers this holiday season. Why the Southwest CEO is saying last year's meltdown will not be repeated. Hey everybody, I'm Yasmin in for Hallie, who's on assignment in Israel. And tonight we're seeing diplomatic tensions between Israel and longtime ally, the United States, hitting new highs. As we're just learning, the White House is warning Israel to end its ground-scale attacks in Gaza and transition to a more targeted phase of its war against Hamas. Two U.S. officials familiar with the discussions telling NBC News, here's the president just in the last hour.
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives, not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
So that is a new kind of message from President Biden to Israel. As Israel faces pressure from many key players in the world stage to form some kind of ceasefire with Hamas. But right now, Israel isn't backing down from its intense military campaign inside Gaza. It's coming at the same time the White House National Security Advisor made a key trip to Israel today. He's going to meet with the Palestinian Authority president in the West Bank tomorrow. And complicating all of this, a senior Israeli diplomat saying today the country, in their words, quote, absolutely will not accept a two-state solution. Lots of questions now about what an end to this war could even look like, or if an end will ever come, as Israel again vows its bloody war with Hamas will last for several more months, saying nothing will stop it from destroying them. At the same time, concerns get bigger about the people caught in the middle of it all, with the limited images we're getting in from Gaza showing complete and utter devastation. And yet another complete internet blackout tonight as Israel launches more attacks outside Gaza and the occupied West Bank, raiding camps, carrying out mass arrests. As we're just learning, this year has been the deadliest for people in the West Bank since the UN started recording this back in 2005. And all of this as we're seeing more tension outside the region, with Denmark and Germany arresting suspected Hamas operatives over suspicion they were plotting attacks on Jewish institutions across Europe. We've got team coverage. Megan Fitzgerald for us in London. I want to start, though, with Hallie Jackson, Haifa, Israel. Hallie, good to talk to you once again. I want to start off with this divide that we're seeing emerge between the United States and Israel tonight, as we're learning about a key U.S. official meeting with the Palestinian Authority president tomorrow.
Yeah, how about that? National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan set to travel to the West Bank tomorrow to speak with the head of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, in what is going to be another significant meeting in a couple of days that have been full of them. And it comes, Yasmin, as we are just now getting the first look, the first official look, I should say, from the White House's side, from the Biden administration side, at how those meetings went. I want to read to you kind of a couple of key lines here from this, because it's interesting. They say that Jake Sullivan was briefed in detail on the state of the military campaign in Gaza, including setting conditions for shifts over time from high-intensity clearing operations to lower-intensity surgical operations against Hamas remnants. Let's break down what those words mean, right? That is, in some ways, sort of diplo speak for talking about the timeline here, because as you have noted there in the introduction to the show, multiple sources familiar with the discussions tell NBC News that the Biden administration has conveyed very clearly to the Israeli government that they want to see this shift from the high-intensity phase, the sort of constant bombing phase in Gaza of the operation, to more precise, more targeted military operations going after specifically Hamas commanders, Hamas fighters, et cetera, in Gaza. And the reason for that, of course, part of the reason for that, it's driven by what we are seeing in Gaza, this humanitarian crisis that is getting worse by the day. It is so bad that aid organizations, frankly, are having a tough time coming up with new ways to describe it. Like, how many times can they say living hell, right? Like, that's what we have heard, and that's what we have seen repeatedly from these aid organizations that are hoping to help get food and water and medicine to the people who need it. So that is the sort of context for this discussion on timeline, and that is why you are seeing some of this conversation happen now between the U.S., the Biden administration, and the Israelis. Now, the Israelis say, listen, the defense minister came out just today here in Israel and said this war, we should be prepared for it to last for several more months. The question is, what does it actually look like, right? Is that a targeted phase of the war? Is that the bombing that we've seen? The President Biden himself called indiscriminate bombing earlier in the week. The last thing I'll say is this, because it is another layer to this. We are getting some new reporting here at NBC News, according to multiple sources familiar, that nearly half of what is being dropped in Gaza, 40 to 45% of those bombs, are so-called dumb bombs or unguided munitions. They just are simply not as precise as the guided kind, which are more expensive. So, again, it is all sort of laying out the stakes and the situation and the landscape here in Israel tonight. Yasmin.
Hal, we talked about these record numbers, these record number of attacks that are happening in the West Bank as well as we're talking about Gaza. You know, this is also happening in the West Bank. Talk us through what more we are learning on that.
60-hour IDF operation, roughly, according to the Israeli military. They say multiple people were killed here in the West Bank in this operation in Jenin over the course of really the last, I guess, almost 3 days here. This has been something that we have been watching here in Israel because, as you know, so much attention has been on the south of Israel, on Gaza, on what's happening there. But there are other areas that people have been watching for weeks, holding their breath in a way, wondering, is this going to be the flame that sparks some kind of broader regional conflagration here? So if you look at this map, you see where the West Bank is there. You see where Jenin is to the north. You see above that, right, Lebanon is the next country to the north where Hezbollah is, and concerns about what could happen on the northern border. Could that explode? This is a topic that, and I'm just looking at this readout here again, came up again with Jake Sullivan expressing that U.S. leaders want to make sure that there is not some sort of broader regional conflict here that comes out of this war with Hamas, Yasmin.
Yeah, and that has been the overarching fear throughout this entire conflict so far, and obviously threats coming both from Hezbollah as well as Iran and its proxy wars as well. Hallie Jackson Forrest, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We're going to see you back here later on this hour for more of your coverage on the Israel-Hamas war. Thank you, my friend. Megan, want to go to you from here on the situation in Europe. Tell us more about why these suspected Hamas operatives were arrested.
Well, so this is what we know. Officials in Denmark say that 3 people were arrested there, 1 in the Netherlands, and the prime minister is calling this situation as serious as it gets. Now, in Germany, state prosecutors there say 4 suspected members of Hamas have been arrested, 1 in the Netherlands, 3 in Berlin. German prosecutors are saying that one of the members arrested was searching for an underground stash of weapons in Europe. They believe those weapons were intended to be taken to Berlin to then be used in a potential terrorist attack against Jewish institutions in Europe. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office releasing a statement today. I want to read part of it for you. It says Hamas strives to expand its operational capabilities around the world and in Europe in particular in order to realize its ambitions to hit Israeli, Jewish, and Western targets at any cost. We strengthen our partners in the intelligence and security bodies in Denmark for successful countermeasures that culminated today with the realization of the arrest and the extensive exposure of Hamas infrastructures on European soil. Now, of course, this is a developing story, Yasmin, that we continue to stay on top of.
Megan Fitzgerald for us. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate it. Want to go to Russia now, where Russian President Vladimir Putin is appearing defiant, saying there will be no peace in Ukraine until Russia achieves its military goals as part of his annual marathon news conference in Moscow that he notably canceled last year because of the war. And now Putin is raising more questions about where fighting could go next, almost 2 years into this war. It's happening as he claims that Russia and the United States, they're making progress in talks to get jailed Americans Paul Whelan and Evan Gershkovich out. Want to bring in Keir Simmons in Moscow. Keir, if you will, let's talk first about the significance of Putin's defiance here and what more he's saying about where Russia is going to take this fighting in Ukraine next.
Well, we don't know where Russia's going to take this fight in Ukraine next, Jasmine, because ultimately, you're right. I mean, Putin was defiant, uncompromising, unapologetic, determined not to withdraw. But what he wants to do and what he's able to do obviously aren't the same. And what he's gonna do is gonna be really difficult to tell. I mean, what he says is that his goals have not changed one iota since almost 2 years ago when he launched his full-scale invasion of Ukraine, what he calls his special military operation. He says that he still wants to see the demilitarization of Ukraine. Okay, that means no Western involvement. You can imagine kind of the Ukraine being neutral, and we're so far past that, aren't we? And I think the way to sum this up really is that President Putin says that he's interested in talks, he's prepared to talk, doesn't trust the West, but okay, talks would be fine. But what are the two sides going to talk about? Because we know, of course, that President Zelensky is just as determined that Russia will be pushed back to the 2014 internationally recognized borders of Ukraine. I think ultimately what we saw today, this defiance from President Putin, was also a message that the fighting is likely to continue for some time to come.
So as we're putting the war kind of in a bucket here as well, we're also talking about obviously the Americans that are still being held captive in Moscow, in Russia, in which Russian President Vladimir Putin referred to briefly. What do we know? Are there ongoing conversations? Are there ongoing negotiations? Where are we on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think we know there are ongoing talks because we've been told that effectively by the Americans that they made an offer and they say it was rejected. And now today we were told directly by President Putin himself that he's prepared to talk. What he was asked by a New York Times reporter, a pretty brave question, honestly, was whether it is true that that an offer was made by the US and that it was rejected by Russia. He denied that. But at the same time said we have to come to an agreement that suits both sides. And the trouble here is we don't know what offer was made by the Americans, and we don't know what demands are being made by the Russians. So where are we? Well, with Evan Gershkovich, the Wall Street Journal reporter who is accused of espionage, completely denies it, so does his newspaper. And with Paul Whelan, convicted of espionage and again utterly denies it. With both of them, perhaps there's a possibility of some kind of a trade. Perhaps the Russians are asking for more than that. Clearly there are talks taking place, but it doesn't mean, it's hopeful for their families, but it doesn't mean that we're going to see a result anytime soon.
Keir Simmons for us. Thank you, Keir. Appreciate it. All right, the Dow set another record today, ending the trading day at more than 150 points with a second straight day of gains thanks to strong economic news. I know everyone is going to want to hear this. Mortgage rates, they're now under 7% for the first time since August, steadily dropping for 7 weeks straight. And while you may not be in the market for a new house this holiday season, easing mortgage rates, they're a good thing. And then shoppers are leaning into this holiday season. They're buying more. Retail sales are up in November, 0.3%, turning around an October decline and exceeding economists' expectations. This good economic news, it's coming as inflation is easing. The Fed decision to hold interest rates and the expectation of rate drops next year. Brian Chung is joining us now with more on this. This all goes back to inflation. Why was this happening? To slow inflation. And it's happened. Right? Because inflation is now hovering around 3%. When was the highest inflation? And is this how economists predicted it would happen?
It was June 2022,
right.
9.1%. We've gotten it to 3% as of the reading that we got last week. And for what it's worth, economists at the beginning of this year, they would have told you, okay, yeah, if we could get to a 3% inflation rate by the end of this year, it might cost us the unemployment rate rising as the Fed deliberately slows the economy. And that hasn't happened either. We've got inflation coming down. Unemployment rate is essentially near over 50-year lows, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7%. It's been hovering around. That tells you that the economy, at least as of now, is not in a recession. That's the reason why the Federal Reserve, which has been raising rates, has decided to kind of pause right now and then even potentially look towards next year to begin slowly cutting rates to just kind of ease back down as they try to land this plane here. So
there's the numbers and then there's the feels.
Right.
And the feels still aren't lining up with the numbers.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I mean, you look at polling and Americans are saying, well, the economy is the biggest issue for me. It's because they're looking at prices at the store continuing to go up. We have to remember that even though the rate of inflation is going down,
still going up.
It's still going up, just at a slower rate than it was in the summer of last year. But for Americans, Americans, they're also wondering, well, I mean, my wages hadn't kept up for about 2 years during this post-pandemic period with the rate of inflation. That only recently has started to invert. So basically in the summer or so of this year is when wage growth finally, for the first time in about 2 years, started to outpace inflation. It might take time, though, for Americans to feel and recognize it.
Why do you think the Fed is going to be so aggressive with rate cuts over the next year or so?
Yeah,
Three rate cuts, right, over the next year?
Yeah. And it's because they've raised interest rates so high. So even though 3 interest rate cuts may have been more than what the market projected, it's still going to keep that interest rate, even post-cut, at a level that some economists would say would be still historically high.
Brian Chung, thank you. Appreciate it. All right now, everybody, the decision over how much money Rudy Giuliani is going to have to pay for defamatory statements he made about 2 Georgia poll workers after the 2020 election is in the hands of a jury, which has gone home tonight without a verdict. And with millions of dollars at stake, Giuliani and his team decided the former mayor would not testify on his own behalf today. That decision coming after Ruby Freeman and her daughter, Shay Moss, provided emotional testimony about how the lies spread by Giuliani damaged their reputations and upended their lives. Moss saying under oath this: "I now am very anxious. I have these non-stop anxious sweats. I have a lot of dark moments. I no longer go out. I will not be caught out anywhere alone, ever." Attorneys for Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss urged the jury today to award the women a minimum of $24 million each for Giuliani's defamatory statements. Lawyers for Giuliani said the amount should be much less. All right, tonight, Florida is bracing for a tropical-like storm to slam the state before moving up the entire eastern seaboard this weekend, bringing lots and lots and lots of rain. And you know what comes with rain? Flooding. And for now, the storm is already creating some concerns in Florida today. There's a high risk of rip currents. People at beaches told to swim near lifeguards. There's also dangerous marine conditions, especially for smaller boats in these major waves. Plus, you got strong winds. Could bring down some trees as well. You got boardwalks just empty and so windy, blowing palm trees, leaves sideways. It's all putting a wrench in people's holiday plan.
This is wild.
He wasn't liking the sand pelting him, but we're going to get through it. We're headed back now.
I've been saying for 3 days, this is going to flood.
All right, want to bring in meteorologist Bill Karen to talk more about this. By the way, if you were headed to Florida for the holiday, this is not what you were looking for, right, when it's freezing cold up here in the Northeast. So what are the expectations as we're taking a look at this path?
This is not going to be a storm that's going to, like, do a lot of damage. This isn't going to be like the tornadoes of last weekend, thankfully. This is just going to be a huge inconvenience. You know, people traveling, if you're trying to get your errands done, going to holiday parties. This is like an October storm, just a big rainy windstorm. And it shouldn't happen this time of year, but this is a very warm storm, and it's going to stay that way all the way through the holidays. So we have a little bit of rain now we're dealing with in the northern portion of the Keys around Key Largo. The light showers are popping up. It's very windy, too. It's not been enjoyable at all the last couple of days of the beaches. I mean, this is like tropical storm force, Gus. It's not going to do any damage. It's just you don't want to be out there. You get sand in your teeth from Fort Lauderdale northwards. As far as what we're going to look at as heavy rain, by the time we get to Friday afternoon, everything is dry about Miami northwards, and then it's Friday night and then all day Saturday. Watch all the heavy rain. That's the reds and the dark colors and the orange. That is the torrential downpours that are going to head throughout the state. That's 5 p.m. Saturday, so from Miami northwards. And then as we go throughout Saturday night, the storm moves right over the state, but notice how quickly on Sunday things do clear out pretty quickly. So as far as the rainfall totals go, we should be talking about 1 to 3 inches, isolated areas, especially around Miami. You have a chance for a little bit more, maybe 5 inches. Also our friends in Tallahassee, but I do not expect a lot of widespread flooding in Florida, so that's good. Inconvenience more than anything else.
So I like that. Sand in your teeth. That's what Floridians are going to be dealing with over the next couple of days.
Yeah,
what are we going to be dealing with up the East Coast?
All right, so this whole mess then, of course, has to go northwards, just like last weekend. But this one is moving very fast. So here we are, 1 p.m. Sunday. And when I was just looking, I know a lot of people have interest in the football games this weekend, too. So it looks like in Cleveland, we could have some light rain for that game. The Panthers have a home game there in Charlotte, and it could pour and be windy. That'll be something to watch on TV. And then this whole mess, this is 1 p.m. Sunday. Then by 6 p.m., notice the rain moves into all areas here from Boston, central New York, and then the heavy stuff is in the Carolinas. And then I apologize for Monday morning for that morning commute and kids at the bus stops, because the I-95 corridor into New England, it is a cold, heavy rain with windy conditions. You know, if you want to call in sick on Monday, it's the time to do it.
Good news, Bill.
Yes, bad news, Bill. Come on, you had that.
That's why I said good news, Bill. I was being sarcastic. Bill Cairns, thank you.
Good
Appreciate it. Coming up, an urgent search tonight for a possible kidnapper stalking a college campus. How police in Arizona are stepping up patrols after at least 2 assaults targeting female students. Plus, a stunning rescue in the Dominican Republic. More on that later on in The Global.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the CEO of Southwest Airlines reassuring nervous customers ahead of what's projected to be a record holiday season for air travel. Listen to what he said on CNBC earlier today.
We are ready. We are ready for winter. We've already had snow, big snow in Denver, Chicago, and we performed extraordinarily well.
So why does he think Americans need some reassuring? Probably on account of the millions of passengers his company left stranded last December. You remember these scenes, people sleeping in airports for days, disappearing baggage, holidays ruined. When it was all over, Southwest had canceled nearly 17,000 flights and affected 2 million of its passengers. The airline initially blamed it on a massive winter storm that brought freezing temps and tons of snow to several parts of the country, but later admitted a lot of the chaos had to do with a super outdated scheduling system. Southwest is going to need to be ready this year. AAA projecting that the 2023 holiday season will be the busiest ever for air travel. NBC's Emily Ikeda is following this for us. They're making promises. They're ready. They're ready to go. Obviously, just playing the CEO's sound there. How are they going to keep this promise?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's one that a lot of people are paying close attention to because we all remember the chaos from last year.
Yeah.
The CEO touting earlier today that you look at something like Thanksgiving of this year, they had snow in parts of the country, and he says that there were no cancellations system-wide. So he's touting that number earlier today. We know that airlines and airports, they have been preparing for months for this unprecedented travel season, this upcoming Christmas time. If you look at some of the specific changes that Southwest we have for you, their action plan, what they're calling it, improving winter operations. So that means like more weather equipment, think de-icing. They're adding more staff when there's extreme cold. Also something they called enhanced collaboration that deals with improving their scheduling systems, and then operational investments, upgrades to crew scheduling software, also increased phone system call capacity. So I just spoke with someone who says they're not taking any chances. They're going to be driving more than 20 hours to their destination. Take a listen here.
You're driving how long just to avoid flying?
23 hours. Because of a meltdown inside of an airline, you potentially lose, not only a vacation, but thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And it's not worth it. It's not worth the stress at the holidays.
So that's the degree of stress that he and his family faced last year.
It's really stressful to be left behind, to be stuck in an airport, to lose your baggages, to not know where you're going and when you're going to get there. So I understand it, but 23 hours, that is commitment there.
Commitment, yeah.
By the way, it's not just Southwest Airlines, it's other airlines as well, and it's other means of travel.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're heading out the door, you're getting ready to go on vacation for this holiday season, how do you prepare?
Yeah, so keep in mind the vast majority of travelers are actually getting behind the wheel. They're getting in the car. Take a look at some of the numbers here. More than 100 million people are going by car. They also have 7.5 million people expected to travel by air. That is a record, by the way, according to AAA. And then other people will take other modes of transportation, train, for instance, that 4 million people there. And then, so if you are one of the many, many tens of million people getting in the car, take a look. This is how much congestion can surge. More than 50%, Los Angeles to Bakersfield. Keep in mind, if you're among the travelers on the road, San Francisco to Sacramento, you can see an increase of 73% on the roadway. That's why we always say pack your patience. I know it's something we repeat often, but it's because you're going to be sitting in lines like this. But going back to the airline point, if you're going to be flying, a quick tip, download the airline's app because that's a really good way to get a faster mode of communication and if to quickly rebook your trip if there's a flight that's canceled.
And if you have kids, bring lots of snacks.
Snacks, entertainment.
Water, entertainment, games. Load up those iPads, load up those iPhones that you have.
Yep, absolutely.
It's occupied. Emily, Kata, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, want to get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a British teenager who disappeared 6 years ago has been found in southern France after a truck driver spotted him hitchhiking, according to police. The boy, Alex Batty, went missing when he was just 11 years old during a family trip to Spain. Police say his mother and grandfather are wanted in connection with his disappearance. Number 2, the University of Arizona is stepping up security after at least 2 women were accosted near campus this month, according to officials there. We don't know if it's the same person behind those incidents. Officials saying they're searching for a potential kidnapper. Number 3, a Navy officer has been transferred into American custody after being jailed in Japan for the past 2.5 years. Lieutenant Ridge Alconis pleaded guilty to negligent driving over a car crash that led to the death of 2 Japanese citizens. Prosecutors there say he fell asleep behind the wheel. Alconis' family today said they're encouraged by his transfer but cannot celebrate until he's reunited with them. It is unclear if he has to spend more time in jail in the United States. And number 4, General Motors' self-driving business Cruise is laying off 24% of its workforce. It comes one day after 9 key leaders were let go over the company's response to an October incident where one of their self-driving cars dragged a pedestrian 20 feet. A Cruise spokesperson saying the company will focus on more deliberate commercialization plans. And then number 5, the NBA suspended Golden State Warriors forward Draymond Green after he swung and hit a Phoenix Suns player in the face. The suspension starts immediately, and Green will be required to meet certain league and team conditions before being allowed to return. Green has apologized, saying he did not mean to hit another player. When we come back, why the Pope is calling for an international treaty to regulate AI. Plus, we're going back overseas with Hallie for a rare on-camera sit-down with our reporters on the ground in Israel, what they're saying about covering this war. Coming up next.
Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is All right, it's time to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight, our reporters on the ground in the Middle East, some of them since the Israel-Hamas war started, sitting down with each other in a rare on-camera meetup, giving us an inside look into what it looks like to cover this war. Hallie is back with us now from Israel. She spoke with Hala Garani and Raf Sanchez. Hallie. This is fascinating. A lot of folks don't necessarily know what goes into covering conflict zones like this, Hallie, so I'm so thankful that you got this inside look. Walk us through it.
Thank you so much, Yasmin. And you know this segment, right? It's something that we do a lot on the show. It's specifically a behind-the-scenes look. You said it, at how a story comes together. And so we thought, listen, we have these war correspondents who have been covering this now for months, who have covered a lot of various wars and a lot of various places here. And we thought, let's have a conversation to just look at what that's like, how we are trying to tell those stories and bring those stories to a wider audience.
It started off very intense. It's remained very intense. Yeah. It's been a human grind emotionally since the beginning. It started with a lot of human suffering up close that we could see, where we could go to these kibbutzim, we could meet the people who had lost loved ones, who had people kidnapped. And there's still so much suffering inside Israel, but now a lot of the suffering concentrated in Gaza. We're seeing it from afar.
I think the real challenge for us is to tell the Gaza story without being inside of Gaza unilaterally. So you can go on IDF embeds, you did one or two even, I think. But that's obviously imperfect in the sense that you have escorts with you all the time. At some point, I hope that we're going to be able to get in unilaterally, independently, and report, because the courageous teams on the ground who are sending us the material, without them, we couldn't tell any of the story. So at least we're getting something, but we're not getting as much of the picture as we'd like. And that's a huge challenge, because ultimately, especially TV reporting, all reporting, but TV reporting is about face-to-face access. Yeah. And you don't get the story the same way over Zoom. You just don't.
And it's even hard to do the Zooms, for example, because the comms have deteriorated so much there. So how are you communicating with people in Gaza? Explain that to an audience back home. Everybody's texting, everybody picks up the phone, and it's an instant connection. That's not the case here.
You hear from people so intermittently. They text you text them back straight away, and then it's 3 days of silence. Yeah. And you wonder, are they still alive? What's happened to them? And the reality, and a lot of times, they can't get connection, you know? You have to be super aware that as much as you want to hear everything from these people, you know, they're trying to keep their families alive, they're trying to find food.
I mean, we're seeing that with the other hat that I wear back home in Washington, this daylight here, this distance between the U.S., this very obviously close and strong ally of Israel, and what they want to see in what's next from Gaza. You referenced other conflicts you've covered, Hala. You've covered this region for decades. Explain that. What does feel different now than then?
Well, I think the extent of the damage, the displacement of 90% of the population. This is not a territory that is going to be habitable after this. It's already not habitable. When the war ends, and it will end, are the conditions that led to this conflict going to change?
One of the things that has struck me being here just for a very short period of time is how much the families of people who are still being held in captivity want to talk.
Yeah, it's so interesting. They feel like they need to humanize their loved ones. They don't want the world to forget about these now 135 or so people who are still in Gaza. But it's also just, it's somewhere for people to put their energy. They can't help their mothers, brothers, sisters who are inside Gaza. They can't go rescue them. What can they do? They can talk, and they can talk, and they can sit down with journalists, and they can answer painful questions.
The hardest thing for me to do as a journalist is speak to the family member of someone who's died. We're in kind of emergency, kind of ER room mode when we're covering the story, but then we have those quiet moments when we're actually screening the footage. And that sometimes you can really cry and break down, because this is the worst nightmare that any of us can imagine living through, and you are time and again asking it of someone else to share. And I worry about myself when I'm in autopilot and I don't cry. I worry about myself. I check myself. Like, why haven't I cried in 2 weeks? Many of my friends are foreign reporters and do the same job that I do. One of my well-known female correspondent friends said, I haven't cried yet, and it's been a month. And we kind of wonder what's going on.
Is there a story or an interview that you can't shake? Is there something that is the thing that you're thinking about in those quiet moments at night when you're not working?
There is a little boy who was kidnapped, was taken into Gaza. His name is Ohad Mundar. He was 8 years old when he was kidnapped. He turned 9 in captivity. And we sat down with his cousin, and the cousin mentioned that Ohad's father was in agony, not knowing whether his son had his glasses or not, because this little boy can't see without his glasses. And the thought of this little kid in those tunnels, afraid, not able to see. And Ohad came out on one of the first days, and he had his glasses.
It's funny because it's sometimes this most random detail that reminds you of the humanity. Eventually, not you, but eventually I'm going to go to the airport, I'm going to hop on a flight, and I'm going to go to my family, and it's going to be Christmas, and we're going to, have a nice meal and whatever. And you're going to feel this tremendous guilt that you left and the people behind remained. And that's something very difficult to explain. My brain is in the suffering of the people, and I feel guilty.
You're here, you're based here, and so when October 7th happened, you were what, at home asleep?
I was at home asleep, woke up, there's the dull thuds of rockets overhead, there's the sirens going off. I texted 2 of our bosses and I said, hey, sorry for the early morning text. There's what looks like a surprise attack, and we got to this checkpoint on one of the main highways. If you imagine I-95 or something, and there's just soldiers improvising a checkpoint using their cars. So we set up and we started doing our first live shots from one of these checkpoints, and the soldiers were so amped, they were so panicked, I would say, and they were dragging anyone who looked Palestinian out of their cars and putting them on the road. And I really thought, someone is going to get killed here in the back of our live shot. This might play out on, we were doing specials. We interrupted this program, and I just thought anything could happen here. And it was totally out of control then, and it stayed totally out of control for a long time after that.
The core of our audience at NBC News is based in the United States. How do you think about that as you're out reporting your stories through the course of the stories that you're telling?
Yeah, it's a real challenge, right? Thousands of miles away, 7 time zones, completely different context. But you do try to think about people in the U.S. and what are the reference points that are going to make sense, what needs to be explained, what's self-evident. The humanity kind of gets you through. There's a woman who's still in Gaza. She's called Noah Argamani, and everyone, even if they don't know her name, they'll know her face. She's the woman who was on the back of the motorcycle being taken away from the festival. We interviewed her father pretty early in the war. He's speaking in Hebrew, and he's speaking, and you don't need any subtitles. You know exactly what this man is saying. His daughter has just been kidnapped. It's the same when there's a mother in Gaza who is sifting with her bare hands through the rubble, trying to find her daughter's notebook because her daughter was killed in an Israeli airstrike, and the notebook is the only thing she can think of, that's sort of a reminder of her daughter's short life. That stuff cuts through.
Raf and Hala just doing such incredible work here along with the rest of our team, Richard Engel and others who've been covering the story. And obviously, Yasmin, the focus is so much beyond us. It's what the story is. It's what we're covering here, which is this war now. But given that people who watch this show know that we do this segment with other correspondents, I think you've done it with us, we thought it was an opportunity to share some of those just sort of incredibly compelling moments from those two. And we're just so grateful to them for giving up a piece of their day, a short piece of their day to talk to us.
Oh my gosh, that was so good. And I think a lot of people don't necessarily have insight into what goes into conflict reporting like that, and kind of what goes through all of our heads when we're having to report on those things and what you face. One of the things that really resonated with me was in talking about, and I'm sure for you, Hallie, as well, because, you know, you're a parachuter, right? You're here mostly, but you parachuted in for a few weeks, and then you're going to leave, and you're going to go back to your beautiful family and celebrate the holidays with them, which I know you're very excited to do. But kind of knowing what you're leaving behind and what people in both Israel and Gaza face in this never-ending, what seems to be never-ending war.
And it's a particularly poignant time because think about what's happening right now. Here in Israel, I mean, everywhere, it's Hanukkah. Christmas is coming up, and you hear that invoked, right? You hear this moment that is supposed to be a celebration of family and friends and life and peace and miracles come up as we talk about, you know, what's happening with these hostage families, the people whose loved ones have been held captive by Hamas. It comes up when you're looking at the situation and you're talking to people about what's happening in Gaza here. And I just think about, there's a woman who was at the White House just recently, back home in Washington, whose loved one is being believed to be held, still unaccounted for. And she talked about wanting a Christmas miracle, sort of hoping and praying for a Christmas miracle here. So the time too, it's a somber time for obvious reasons. And I think there is a real desire, especially when it comes to, for example, those hostage family members, a desperation to get something done. And I think when you look at what's happening in Gaza, absolute despair that there's not more from what we hear from people there that's being done for them too. Yasmin.
Hallie Jackson, I'm going to see you at the top of the next hour in your show. Hallie, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so NBC covers hundreds of other international stories each day, and because it's tough to read, to watch, or to listen to all of them, our teams have done it for you. Here are some things that they're keeping an eye on in a segment that we call The Global. On the island of St. Vincent, the leaders of Venezuela and neighboring Guyana meeting today as border tensions between those countries are rising. It's coming after Venezuela voted to claim part of Guyana that's recently been found to contain a huge amount of oil and minerals. During their meeting, Guyana's president said both sides are committed to solving the dispute peacefully. Off the Dominican Republic, the U.S. Coast Guard in a Carnival cruise ship rescued 12 people after their boat sank in bad weather. The cruise ship saved 6 people who were on a raft, and the Coast Guard picked up 6 others who were clinging to debris from their sunken boat. The Coast Guard says all of them are in good health. In the Vatican, Pope Francis is calling for an international treaty to regulate artificial intelligence. He says algorithms should be allowed to replace human values. The Pope has himself been the subject of AI controversy after computer-generated images of him in a Balenciaga-style outfit tricked some on the internet earlier on this year. All right, just in the last couple of minutes, everybody, baseball fans are getting to see history being made as generational talent and earner of the largest contract in sports history, Shohei Ohtani, was officially introduced as a Los Angeles Dodger. Here's what he had to say through his translator.
I can't wait to join the Dodgers. They share the same passion as me. They have a vision and a history all about winning, and I share the same values, so just can't wait to join the team and get it going.
So hundreds of members of the media, Dodgers staff, family, friends at Dodger Stadium for the event, the biggest media spectacle baseball's had for a while. And you've probably heard why. A record-breaking, get this, $700 million contract only made more unbelievable by the news a few days ago that Ohtani will defer almost all of it, everything, but $2 million per year until the contract is up 10 years from now. NBC's Dana Griffin is following the story for us from Los Angeles. It has happened. We just heard from him. Tell us what else we heard.
I mean, talk about the media spectacle. He looked out into the audience at one point and said, hey, I thought just the media was going to be here. That was just the media. There were rows and rows of chairs. And, you know, we got to see him put on that Dodger jersey, his blue hat. And, you know, this is one of the most talented players in the history of the game. And the Dodgers talk pretty openly about their decision to hire him. He is a huge deal to this team because he's going to generate a lot of money. They made a point to say that they want baseball fans in Japan to convert to Dodger blue. And just knowing how close LA is to Japan, they're hoping to get people to flood the area, spend their money to see this star player. You know, he even, Shohei Ohtani even mentioned, you know, he's 29 years old. He talked about the fact that he doesn't know how much more time he has left to play. A lot of people, when it comes to professional sports, they're retiring by mid-30s. So he just had the Tommy John surgery, which was an elbow surgery. So he's going to likely start hitting next year, but he won't pitch until about 2025. So it's a major gamble to spend this much money on the player. We also heard from the president of baseball operations. Listen.
Shohei is arguably the most talented player who's ever played this game. He is a player that we have long admired, and since joining Major League Baseball, he has continued to improve and sharpen his talents en route to becoming the most dynamic player in the game.
And I think one of the most important things that we learned from this presser, people have wanted to know the name of his dog since he was named for the second time as MVP with the LA Angels. We learned the dog's name is Decoy, or Dokoping in Japanese.
There you go, mystery solved. So if you're an LA Dodgers fan, you're pretty psyched about this, right? You're going to be able to see him up close and personal.
Yeah.
If you've got deep pockets.
If you've got deep pockets, and it's going to cost you. So look at the numbers from from before we heard that Ohtani was coming to the Dodgers. Ticket prices were $190. They've now skyrocketed 133% to $442. That's the resale value. But the most expensive ticket, $9,628 if you want to be in the dugout club. So he is already generating so much money, so much buzz. There's a lot of excitement for this player coming to LA.
Start saving your money. Dana Griffin, thank you. Appreciate it. Coming up, everybody, you've heard about long COVID, but can the same thing happen with the flu? We're talking what a brand new study is saying about it. Coming up next.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
All right, a new study coming out literally in just the last few minutes is giving us a look at the long-term impacts the flu can have on our bodies. You've heard about long COVID, the lingering symptoms some people have to deal with for months, sometimes years after getting COVID. Something similar can happen with the seasonal flu as well. Researchers found that once someone had the flu, their risk for things like chest pain, elevated heart rate, type 1 diabetes, and some breathing and lung issues went up months after actually getting sick. The data showing that hospital readmission and long-term impacts, though, are a lot more likely, and they're more serious when someone gets sick with COVID virus versus the flu. Dr. Natalie Azar is joining us now with more on this. Dr. Azar, as always, it's a pleasure to see you. Break down a little more for us how the flu can have long-term impacts on the body.
Yeah, Yasmin. So this was a really interesting study. It looked at tens of thousands of individuals who were hospitalized with COVID and compared them to individuals who were hospitalized with the flu. It should be noted that these were all veterans. They were all older men, again, who were sick enough to be hospitalized. And as you pointed out, they found that there were not similar rates, that there were higher rates of death as well as hospital readmission and multi-system organ involvement with COVID. But that didn't mean that individuals with flu were not spared from having lingering symptoms. And I think to all of us in the medical community, or many of us, I'm not going to speak for everybody, it's not new news to know that people can have lingering symptoms after, especially a respiratory infection like influenza, if it causes pneumonia. It can be actually quite serious for people for quite a long time.
There was actually, Dr. Azar, some research that came out a couple of months ago, I believe, out of the UK. It showed evidence of long colds as well. It seems like now we're starting to get a real understanding about conditions like chronic fatigue, for example, as well, that could have been triggered by these viral infections.
Yes, and again, I think this is something really important. I'd like for our viewers to understand that a concept of a post-viral syndrome is not new. That has existed for decades, if not centuries, if not for longer. And we sort of say colloquially chronic fatigue syndrome. The full name of that is actually something called myalgic encephalomyelitis chronic fatigue syndrome, or MECFS, which is a really debilitating post-viral fatigue syndrome that, again, because so many people were infected with coronavirus at the same time, now has a name, long COVID, given to it, but it's not a new entity. But of course, research now very much focused on the origins of this as well as treatments.
Still so much to learn there. Dr. Azar Forrest, thank you. Appreciate it. Still to come, everybody, millions of people shopping online this holiday season. And with that comes fake reviews. How you can spot scammers coming up next.
Inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, let me guess, everybody. You're doing some online shopping this season. You're probably doing it right now while you're watching. I do it all the time, multitasking. And since all of those options when you search at new toaster are a bit overwhelming, you've probably also looked at customer reviews to help you choose. One survey found 98% of U.S. read reviews before choosing a local business. But other researchers found fake reviews are a bigger problem than ever. So who do you trust? Well, in tonight's breakdown, we trust NBC's Noah Pransky for a few tips on how not to get fooled by fakes.
From stocking stuffers to the local restaurant around the corner, fake reviews are everywhere. Nearly half of every critique and rating you see online.
There are organized fraud rings out there that are trying to create fake reviews all the time.
Organized crime and fake reviews. Bet you didn't have those two items together on your holiday bingo card.
The scammers are just getting more and more sophisticated.
John Breo with the National Consumers League is sort of the Paul Revere of fake reviews, sounding alarms about bad actors illegally trying to boost sales of products and services, as well as those trying to illegally hurt a competitor's product or service. And yeah, the FTC considers posting a fake review illegal, and they're even planning to crack down on offenders next year. So how do you avoid this holiday season from getting suckered into a subpar subwoofer or sub sandwich? 5 tips. Number 1, don't just rely on star ratings. Read the text of reviews because some scammers don't take the time to add any. Especially read more of those nuanced 2, 3, and 4-star reviews. Number 2, check out the reviews on other sites too to see if you're getting the full picture. Even better, read product and restaurant reviews from established sources. Number 3, look for these red flags in online reviews. Lots of reviews published in a very short amount of time, lots of reviews published for a very new product, lots of short 1 or 2 word reviews, or lots of users posting with little history of posting anything else. Tip 4, and this is a big one, bookmark a review checker. These are sites where you can plug in the URL of an item you might be purchasing, and they'll analyze hundreds, even thousands of reviews to tell you if what you're looking at is likely real. And tip number 5, you probably shouldn't trust anything you see from an influencer online. There's a good chance that testimonial is bought and paid for.
Be especially wary of reviews you see on social media. It really is the Wild West when it comes to those reviews. Nobody is really monitoring them with any degree of security, so take those with a grain of salt.
Online reviews are still a great way to find great products, and hopefully now you can better cut through the clutter to avoid that next holiday disappointment.
And Noah is joining us now. Noah, what is an online retailer's responsibility when it comes to these fake reviews?
Thanks to Section 230 of the Federal Code, there is no responsibility basically whatsoever. You're not responsible for what a user posts on your site, but the integrity in the ratings is kind of integral to the Amazon, Walmart retail business. So Amazon, for instance, told us they remove hundreds of millions of fake reviews a year. They use technology and AI to sort them out. But it's kind of whack-a-mole, you know, you knock a few of them out of there, a few more pop up. They're doing the best they can, but at the end of the day, some of it does fall on us too.
Noah Pransky, thank you. Appreciate it. That's a wrap for this hour, everybody. Coverage picks up right now.
Tonight, breaking news, a Hamas terror plot stopped in Europe as federal agencies sound the alarm about threats on U.S. soil. Authorities in Germany and the Netherlands arresting several people they say were planning attacks on Jewish sites and institutions across Europe. Evidence suggesting some of the plans have been in the works since last spring. Federal agencies in the U.S. already on high alert, warning about the heightened terror threat at home as the war between Israel and Hamas rages on. Also tonight, a potential rift between the U.S. and Israel may be widening. Sources telling NBC News the Biden administration has told Netanyahu's government to end its large-scale ground campaign in Gaza. Border surge, thousands of migrants illegally entering the U.S. every day, and the border town of Lukeville, Arizona, now becoming the epicenter of the country's migrant crisis. A border crossing there now closed so agents can try and process the crush of migrants already there. But residents and business owners on the U.S. side say they are paying the price. Face to face, the leader of Guyana and Venezuela meeting over that disputed oil and mineral-rich region, one day after the Guyanese president told Top Story in an interview he would not give up an inch of that land despite Venezuela's much larger military. The comments from Venezuelan leader Nicolás Maduro moments before the two sat down behind closed doors. Basket brawler NBA star Draymond Green suspended indefinitely after punching a Phoenix Suns player in the face during a game. The NBA saying he has one strike too many. What it may take for him to play in the league again. Sea of Trouble, a couple who appeared on the hit reality show Below Deck, charged in an alleged prescription drug scheme. How authorities say they used the identities of the show's famous cast members to fill bogus prescriptions of oxycodone. Plus, a GoPro camera capturing the moment a skier triggered an avalanche in New Hampshire and then was caught up in it. His high elevation rescue after 4 hours. And the hiker, now dubbed Miracle Man, after he survived a 1,000-foot fall in Hawaii. How he managed to stay alive for 3 days with broken bones and no food, and how his family used one of his social media posts to eventually help find him. Top story starts right now. And good evening. We begin with breaking news. 2 terror plots stopped in Europe, both believed to be targeting Jewish communities, and one was organized by Hamas. Authorities say 3 Hamas members were arrested in Berlin and at least 1 person in Rotterdam in the Netherlands. German prosecutors accusing them of planning attacks on Jewish sites and institutions across Europe. They also say one of the suspects was taking direct orders from Hamas leaders in Lebanon, and that his efforts to find a cache of weapons may have begun in the spring. In a separate case, authorities in Denmark say they also arrested several people believed to be planning attacks against Jewish civilians across that country. However, it's unclear who was behind it. Details of these plans mirroring what federal agencies back here in the U.S. have been warning about for months. Stepped up patrols outside of synagogues in major American cities after FBI Director Christopher Wray said since October 7th, he has never seen so many elevated threats of terror against the U.S. all at the same time. But we want to get right to those terror plots overseas, and Megan Fitzgerald, who joins us now from our London bureau with the late-breaking details. Megan, a lot going on here. Walk us through what we know.
Tom, what we know is that officials in Denmark say 3 people were arrested there, 1 arrested in the Netherlands. Now, in Germany, state prosecutors there say 4 suspected members of Hamas have been arrested, 1 in the Netherlands and 3 in Berlin. German prosecutors are saying one of the members arrested was searching for this underground stash of weapons in Europe. They believe those weapons were intended to be taken to Berlin to then be used in a potential terrorist attack against Jewish institutions in Europe. Now, we are hearing from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office, who's releasing a statement today saying in part that Hamas is striving to expand its capabilities around the world and in Europe. Tom?
All right, Megan Fitzgerald on that breaking news out of Europe. Megan, we appreciate that. Israel's military leaders say they believe the war with Hamas will last several months as their assault on Gaza wages on. This as President Biden urges Israel to be more careful and international communities to call for a ceasefire. Here's NBC's Richard Engel.
As Israel's war on Hamas devastates the Gaza Strip, President Biden was asked if Israel needs to tone down its military operation.
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives, not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan meeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. 2 U.S. officials familiar with the discussion tell NBC News Sullivan told the Israeli government the administration wants Israel to end its large-scale ground campaign in Gaza and transition to a more targeted phase of its war against Hamas, but that Sullivan did not specify a timetable to do this. Israeli military officials tell NBC News tonight they anticipate a long military campaign, but recognize they are under pressure because of Palestinian casualties and the humanitarian collapse in Gaza. Our crew filmed the aftermath of Israeli strikes today and followed the victims to a hospital. This was in southern Gaza, where Palestinians have been ordered to go. Israel says its war is more than justified after Hamas massacred at least 1,200 Israelis and took 240 hostages on October 7th. A month ago, we joined the David family for a Shabbat dinner. Eli blessed the wine and prayed for his brother Evyatar, kidnapped by Hamas from a music festival and then dragged into Gaza in a headlock. Tonight, Eli was in Tel Aviv, along with other hostage families and Israel's president, lighting the menorah for for the last day of Hanukkah. Away from the crowds sat Evyatar's mother, Galia. She's crushed and can't bring herself to be around too many people.
This is my son's birthday.
Evyatar is one of dozens of young men still held hostage. Freed hostages say Hamas has been beating and torturing them. The male hostages seldom get talked about in the news.
I still hope and believe that they will come home. Evyatar will come home safe.
And a new U.S. intelligence assessment says that about 40 to 45% of the roughly 29,000 air-to-ground munitions that Israel has dropped on Gaza were unguided, so-called dumb bombs, which are far less accurate. Tom?
Richard Engel for us. We want to take an in-depth look tonight into Israeli hospitals which have been treating wounded soldiers since the war broke out. NBC's Hala Garani went inside some of them to hear their stories.
Inside the Ichilov hospital in Tel Aviv since October 7th, an entire floor is now dedicated to the rehab of wounded Israeli soldiers.
It was an open fracture in my tibia bone here, completely shattered.
Our access granted by the Israeli military brought us to a soldier named Yuval, who also spoke with Lester back in October after the initial Hamas attacks. He is still recovering and remains determined to fight.
Every soldier here in the hospitals, everybody want to get the quickest recovery they can, so to be back on the battlefield.
Every day here, choppers bring in Israeli soldiers wounded in the combat in Gaza. Dr. Eyal Hashavia says he needs to work fast. The casualties keep coming.
Ever since October 7th, we've been getting more than 500 soldiers, injured soldiers. We're getting injured, severely injured patients by the missiles.
Beyond the fighting today, some, like former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, are now sounding the alarm that there is no post-war plan.
The main problem, in my mind, is not in the fighting. There we are fighting to the extreme heroic way we can. Problem is that Israel has no vision, no thinking, no planning as to what's then.
And despite international pressure to scale back the intensity of the fighting in Gaza, polls here show that Israelis remain overwhelmingly in favor of the war. Tom?
Hala, thank you. As this conflict presses on with no end in sight, Palestinian children continue to be caught in the crosshairs of this war. The Gaza Health Ministry reporting that 70% of the victims in Gaza are women and children, with the death toll rising every day. For more on this crisis, I'm joined tonight by Dr. Yara Asi. She's a fellow at the Arab Center in Washington, D.C., and an assistant professor at the University of Central Florida, focusing on global health and human rights. Doctor, thank you for joining Top Story tonight. We see these pictures. We talk about this war. And when you look at what's happening in Gaza, it's horrific. You don't know how anyone has survived, and yet some children have survived.
Absolutely.
What are the stories you're hearing from Gaza, and how are you helping those Palestinians?
So the stories are horrific, as you've said. The videos, the images, we know that there's around at least 8,000 children that are dead, hundreds, if not thousands more, trapped under rubble. We've heard about 25,000 children have lost either one or both parents. And in some of these cases, they have lost their entire extended family. They are the last surviving child. Every child is out of school. There is no stability. The best case scenario for a child right now is that they are in one of these very crowded, very underserved shelters, hopefully with some surviving family left.
Which aid groups are running those shelters or trying to help these children out?
So the main aid group on the ground right now is UNRWA, which is the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees. They provide most of the services in terms of health and education, but even they are saying that in these conditions, they're hardly able to do even basic triage, provide food, water, even bathroom access to these people.
What is sort of the therapy for those children, as you mentioned, that have lost two parents? Does that therapy even start now, or is it just pure survival and they can't even get to that point yet?
Yeah, I think at this point it's pure survival, especially without a ceasefire at this point. We are seeing some efforts by humanitarian workers on the ground to offer puppet shows and painting classes for some of the surviving children, but with bombs falling all around, with such uncertainty, lack of food, we're hearing of children starving. It's very difficult to see a way out.
What type of training prepares you for this, right? Because how do you answer a child when they ask, what happened to my parents?
There is no training. What we're hearing from a lot of health workers is that they are, especially if it's a child pulled from rubble, they are simply not telling them yet that their family has not survived. We are seeing humanitarian workers themselves breaking down because of what they've seen. And let's remember, they too have been living this for 2 months, dealing with the same physical and mental stressors, worrying about their own children. So they are really in survival mode, just trying to make it through the day.
What is the one thing that those children need the most right now?
What they need is a ceasefire and an end to the violence. And even humanitarian agencies have told us we cannot even provide the most basic aid until there's a cessation of hostilities. We can't navigate the roads. Our trucks are not safe. People are too scared to leave their homes.
Is there, I know this is a very complicated question. I know you're not a politician. I know you do not work for the military. Is there, I'd like to say a grassroots effort, or at least some type of conversation that's happening organically? And I understand it's during the type of war that we just, whoever has the hostages, whether it be Hamas, another militant group, because we know they've split up, another terrorist group that is holding these innocent Israelis. Has there been any talk from Palestinians to say, can we just end this? Can we let people go? Let's try to get to a ceasefire. Let's try to stop the bombing. Does that happen from the Palestinian side, or is that an impossible conversation to have?
Well, I think, again, they're kind of in survival mode. They are, let's remember that these almost 10,000 children that have been killed don't have anything to do with this. And what we are seeing is that they are, in these videos, as we're bearing witness to this tragedy, they are calling on us, the world, to help them. They feel entirely powerless. And I think they would do anything to stop the bombing and to try to get back to some semblance of normalcy that they had just 3 months ago.
You know, I don't want to say the children have been ignored in this conversation, but when you think about those stats that you're saying, and you think about all the children who have lost parents, why do you think the world has not spoken more about this, or at least had this conversation?
So I do see, you know, a lot of the humanitarian efforts that have moved forward are focusing on children. But I think right now we're kind of caught in these political conversations, and we've lost sight of the humanity of the people that are left behind. Seeing children wailing for their dead parents, seeing parents wailing for their children. I think these images, after a while, especially now as the death toll has risen, unfortunately can become normalized, and we get caught up in these other conversations, and we lose sight of what is needed on the ground right now, which is an end of violence and unimpeded access to aid.
Dr. Yara Asi, we thank you so much for joining Top Story tonight.
Thank you, Tom.
We want to turn now to the Americas and the new developments coming out of the high-stakes meeting between Venezuela and Guyana. Guyana's president meeting for the first time with Venezuela's leader Nicolás Maduro face-to-face, hoping to resolve growing tensions over Maduro's threats to take over part of Guyana, an oil-rich region that both countries say belongs to them. NBC's Juan Venegas explains.
Tonight, two South American leaders meeting face-to-face after weeks of escalation over an oil-rich territory in South America. The president of Guyana, Mohamed Irfan Ali, arriving in St. Vincent early Thursday for a high-stakes conversation, followed by Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro.
Vamos a aprovecharlo al máximo en función de que nuestra América Latina y el Caribe siga siendo una zona de paz.
That peace threatened by a dispute over the Essequibo region, a stretch of land making up more than half of Guyana that Venezuela argues belongs to them. Today, both leaders agreeing to meet on neutral ground. President Ali making an important announcement after the meeting as talks are expected to continue.
The region remains a zone of peace.
The meeting attended by other South American leaders hoping for a peaceful solution to the dispute.
What's your overall expectation after this meeting today?
I don't think we'll see the matter resolved today. I don't think either side is going to unilaterally back down this. I don't think Guyana is going to give up.
Just before the historic meeting, President Ali speaking with Tom, calling Maduro's moves reckless.
He shows that he's an outlaw, and any move by Venezuela to occupy any space within Essequibo that belongs to Guyana will be illegal, illegitimate, and against international law.
Would you be willing even to give up an inch of land in the Essequibo region?
Not a single inch. Essequibo belongs to Guyana. We are not giving up a single inch.
Guyana's president also emphasizing the importance of the international court in the matter.
The controversy must be resolved at the ICJ.
The meeting comes weeks after threats from Maduro, who is seeking to annex the Essequibo.
Ultimately, Nicolás Maduro in Venezuela is doing this largely for domestic reasons. I think he's mostly done it to distract from the fact that the Venezuelan opposition, the democratic opposition in Venezuela, has been gaining force, has been organizing, unifying, and was looking increasingly likely to really give him a run for his money in 2024 elections.
The United States military holding exercises in Guyana amid rising tensions.
We don't want to see this come to blows. There's no reason for it to, and our diplomats are engaged in real time on this.
A diplomatic challenge with both countries standing their ground.
And so many in the region watching to see what happens with this meeting. Guad joins us now live from Miami. Guad, both parties have emphasized they intend to find a peaceful solution. But yesterday, President Ali made it very clear to me that Guyana was not the aggressor in the situation. For weeks, Maduro has been saying the region belongs to Venezuela. Was there any agreement to who can claim the region as their owner? What did we learn today?
So, Tom, there's a few things to keep in mind. One is that Guyana considers the Essequibo to be part of its territory. And although Maduro says it wants to annex it, today President Ali of Guyana said that they have the right to control investments, also to issue licenses and concessions to extract natural resources in that region. We know that it's a very rich in oil. And also, we have to keep in mind, Tom, that technically Venezuela has not taken any action inside of that territory to attempt to take over. Tom?
Okay. Guad Venegas first. Guad, thank you. We want to head over to Russia, and the war continues between Russia and Ukraine. Vladimir Putin holding a marathon press conference promising victory to his people despite mounting battlefield losses. But are the Russians standing behind him in this war? Keir Simmons in Moscow speaking with the man who says he'll run against Putin next year.
Russian President Vladimir Putin uncompromising today at a rare 4-hour question and answer session, declaring victory in Ukraine will be ours. There will be peace when we achieve our goals, he said. While tonight, Ukraine's President Zelensky claiming a victory, a surprise agreement on Ukraine's entry to the European Union. But Zelensky's failure so far to gain billions more in aid during his trip to Washington was noticed in Moscow. These freebies may end someday, and apparently they are ending little by little, Putin said. Though Russia's leader of 23 years did see some dissent on the text messages appearing on screens behind him. You said in 2004, a man may go crazy after 7 years in power. This message read, "How's your health?" Tonight, a veteran lawmaker who says the Ukraine conflict is at a dead end tells us he plans to run against Putin in next year's presidential election. He doesn't think he'll win.
After I have said that we should elect other president, not Putin, I was blocked on Russian TV.
Russia is on a war footing. An ice rink outside Moscow features a fighter jet and a former Soviet rocket. Millions visiting a Russian expo that includes the history of the Soviet nuclear program. This, a model of Russia's first atom bomb.
We're proud of it. It's our history. We are a great country.
Putin also said that a deal is possible, though not easy, for detained U.S. nationals Paul Whelan and Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, who the U.S. says are both wrongfully accused of espionage. Tom?
We hope that's true. Okay, thank you so much, Keir. Let's head to the U.S. southern border and the migrant crisis there. Authorities stretch past their limits as thousands of migrants a day cross the border illegally. A key border crossing in Arizona now closed, and residents in surrounding towns on the U.S. side are feeling the effects. Julia Ainsley is there tonight.
Tonight, this is the new epicenter of the border crisis, tiny Lukeville, Arizona, where the number of migrants is pushing Border Patrol past capacity. More than 9,000 illegal crossings along the southern border just yesterday, nearly 3,000 of them in this area. Behind me, there's a group of about 40 migrants, including young children, that were just brought in by Border Patrol after they called 911 because they were stranded in the desert. Border agents so backed up, they're taking migrants to Tucson, where they're processed and most are released into the U.S. The Lukeville International crossing now closed for 11 days due to overwhelming demand on border agents from migrants. Business owners say they're paying a price.
Last week we had made $5,000, which is what we usually would make within an 8-hour shift.
We find places along the border wall where smugglers cut holes for migrants. Yesterday, cutting through 16 times. They mark the dates here where they fix the breaches, and you can see this one was just fixed recently. U.S. and Mexican officials tell NBC News one reason for the rise, Mexico's Border Patrol equivalent is running low on funds and stopping fewer migrants. But Republicans blame President Biden's border policies for encouraging migrants to come and are demanding changes before they'll pass more funding for Ukraine. This tonight from the Border Patrol Union.
What we need to see from this administration is that they're serious about border security, because when you're allowing so many individuals to come across the border, that preoccupies a lot of agents.
President Biden calls GOP proposals extreme. Migrants tell us they're desperate. We are tired. I had to carry my daughter so we could keep going, said Jacqueline from Ecuador. And this man said, we knew this was going to be hard. We do it for our families. Tom, just while I've been here today at Lukeville, Arizona, I've seen probably over 150 migrants come right through here. It's quiet right now, but especially in the morning, it was busy. We've seen toddlers come through here. A lot of them have been picked up in some of the remote areas around here and brought here to be processed by Border Patrol. And they'll later be taken to Tucson because we know that Border Patrol processing in this area is way over capacity. Meanwhile, the governor of Arizona is asking President Biden to redeploy some National Guard to this area so that Customs and Border Protection can send their men and women back to that border crossing and reopen it, because she says it is imperative for businesses here and is demanding that it be immediately reopened. So more to come here from Arizona as we keep an eye on this. And meanwhile, another border crossing is closing as well this week in San Ysidro. And of course, the local officials in those towns, Tom, say that really the impact is wide on the residents there. And so they're trying to do all they can to alleviate that pain, Tom.
Julia Ainsley with the ongoing crush at the border all over the southern United States. Okay, we're now going to turn to the weather, and we're tracking a system expected to bring in heavy rain, wind, and even snow to much of the eastern part of the country this weekend. I want to get right over to meteorologist Bill Karen. So, Bill, what are you watching tonight? We kind of already see that system bubbling up there.
Yeah, this isn't the tornado outbreak from last weekend, thankfully, but this is going to be a huge inconvenience, and a cold December rain is about the least thing anyone wants on a busy holiday, pre-holiday weekend. You know, you got parties, shopping, errands. So the storm system in Colorado heading into areas of Kansas and Oklahoma is going to combine with all of the bright white moisture in the Gulf of Mexico. Tomorrow's kind of quiet. There'll be some rain in the Key West area here to Key Largo, but Miami northwards, you're pretty dry, not a lot of rain. This all changes, though, as we go throughout Friday night into Saturday. I mean, the map just really fills in. You can go from Key West to Jacksonville, and it'll be pouring on Saturday. Gusty winds along with it. I do not think we're going to get a lot of severe weather. Urban flooding, poor drainage areas, yes, but not so many tornadoes or wind damage and things like that. But notice Florida, by the time we get to Sunday, about noon, it's over with. So the heaviest rain, Miami southwards, possibly up to 3 inches, 1 to 3 inches widespread. Locally, up to 5 will be worst case scenario. And then here's the plan Sunday. I'm actually more concerned with Charleston, Wilmington, Myrtle Beach. Some of those areas could have coastal flooding problems on Sunday, especially Sunday evening. The rain shield by 1 p.m. Sundays in Washington, D.C., heading into New York. So we got football games in Charlotte, Cleveland that'll have to deal with a lot of rain. Baltimore's got a game Sunday evening that'll have a ton of rain. And then 6 p.m. Sunday, it's raining from about South Carolina all the way to Maine. And unfortunately, Tom, you're going to see a lot of people complaining coming into work in the I-95 corridor. Monday morning, a soaking rain along with gusty winds and cold temperatures. Ugly.
All right, not a good way to start that holiday week. All right, thanks so much, Bill. Still ahead tonight, a reality TV couple in a sea of trouble. The pair seen on Bravo's Below Deck, accused of stealing their castmates' identities to fill bogus prescriptions for opioids. How they're defending that scheme in court. Plus, Draymond Green suspended indefinitely because of this. What the NBA says he has to do now before he can lace up again. And terrifying video of the moment a skier triggered an avalanche in New Hampshire and was sent tumbling down a mountain. How he's doing tonight. Top story, just getting started on this Thursday.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back now with stunning charges filed against a couple who appeared on the popular reality show Below Deck. The husband, who was a doctor, accused of stealing his castmates' identities so he could write fake prescriptions for oxycodone. NBC New York's Paisy Cheng reports.
Dr. Francis Martini and his wife Jessica left court without speaking to reporters. But the couple, who has appeared on the Bravo reality show Below Deck,
pancakes on the side, just regular buttermilk pancakes,
are in a sea of trouble, accused of prescribing and filling bogus prescriptions for oxycodone, using the names of crew members from the show. The couple were among the guests who chartered the show's luxury yachts in 2019 and 2020. Following the broadcast, they went to events to promote the show with crew members. The investigation began sometime after that.
It began in early 2023, working with the DEA.
Suffolk County Police say Jessica brought a handwritten prescription for oxycodone to this Kings Park pharmacy, which raised flags. The pharmacist alerted authorities.
What's been charged is 4 prescriptions and approximately 150 pills.
Prosecutors allege Dr. Martini, who is a urologist in Fort Salonga, wrote multiple bogus scripts, and his wife then picked up the pills at various Suffolk County pharmacies, paying for them in cash. The indictment charges each with 8 counts, including criminal sale of a prescription and falsifying business records.
My clients pled not guilty, which means the government has to prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt, and they look forward to clearing their names on their day in court.
In court, prosecutors say when they arrested the couple, they were quick to tell officers, "We didn't sell any of it. It was all for us." In a statement, the DEA said these arrests are a reminder that a doctor's illicit drug diversion can lead to irreparable harm, like the drug overdoses and poisonings currently plaguing our nation.
Anytime you have someone who is in a position of authority and trust, such as a doctor, is diverting these dangerous opioids, it's concerning.
The Martinis are each facing 5 to 15 years if convicted. They were released today on their own recognizance. And one final note, Bravo, which airs Below Deck, is part of NBC Universal Comcast, our parent company. Reporting from Hop Hog, Paisy Cheng. Tom, back to you.
All right, Paisy, we thank you for that. Now to the NBA 4-time champion Draymond Green, who's been suspended indefinitely for punching a player during Tuesday night's game. This comes after years of similar altercations and multiple suspensions. The league now trying to crack down on Green's behavior. Our Valerie Castro has the details.
Tonight, NBA bad boy Draymond Green facing the harshest punishment yet for this punch.
Oh, man.
Striking Phoenix Suns center Yusuf Nurkic in the face during Tuesday's game. The NBA handing down an indefinite suspension. Green initially tried to play it off as an accident.
He was pulling my hip, and I was swinging away to settle the call. Made contact with him. As you know, I'm not one to apologize for things I meant to do, but I do apologize to you, sir. I didn't intend to hit him.
The NBA citing Green's repeated history of unsportsmanlike acts and will require him to meet certain league and team conditions before he returns to play. ESPN reports Green and his agent are meeting with his team about possible counseling.
This is what the league does when it's not quite sure how long this should be or doesn't want to put something definitive on it because they're trying to ride out a wave of bad PR.
This is already the 3-time All-Star's second suspension this season and 6th since joining the league.
Wow.
In November, Green was sidelined for 5 games after putting Minnesota Timberwolves' Rudy Gobert in a chokehold. He showed no remorse for his actions.
I don't live my life with regrets. I'll come to a teammate's defense anytime that I'm in a position to come to a teammate's defense.
Near the end of last season, Green was ejected for stepping on Sacramento Kings' Domantas Sabonis' chest. He once again was glib about the violence.
I gotta land my foot somewhere.
He's even battled his own teammates. In October 2022, leaked video from a Warriors practice session showed Green punching former teammate Jordan Poole in the face. He was fined for an undisclosed amount.
I don't just hit people. We know stuff that you don't say amongst men. You know what I'm saying? We know things that you have to stand on.
Former teammate Kevin Durant, who had tensions with Green when they played together, sharing his concern.
Never seen that before on a basketball court in an NBA game. I hope Draymond gets the help he needs. There's been incident after incident. So
this latest suspension of the former Defensive Player of the Year, dealing a big blow to the Warriors' chance at another championship.
Yeah, we need him. We need Draymond, but he knows that. We've talked to him, and he's got to find a way to keep his poise and be out there for his teammates.
Tom, we're still waiting to find out exactly how many games Green will be suspended for, but he stands to lose $154,000 per game, up to a 20-game suspension. If he's suspended any longer than that, then the amount will increase. Tom?
All right, Valerie Castro for us. When we come back, a major Coca-Cola recall. Why the company has pulled more than 2,000 cases of Diet Coke and Sprite off store shelves. That's next.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, we are back now with Top Stories news feed and the University of Arizona boosting police patrols over a potential kidnapper. Police in Tucson say a woman told them she was followed by a dark-colored car before the driver got out and grabbed her from behind last week. She reportedly started to scream and he ran away. According to police, another woman said she was groped near the campus by a man matching his description, and a third woman reported being followed. Okay, a skier in New Hampshire surviving an avalanche and capturing the whole thing on camera. Look at this GoPro footage showing the moment the snow underneath him gave way and he became caught inside that avalanche. He was pulled 500 feet down before coming to a rest with a broken leg. His ski partner able to temporarily treat his injury with a medical kit. After 4 hours, rescuers airlifted him to a local hospital. Pretty scary. Coca-Cola recalling some of its most popular products over concerns they could contain, quote, foreign material. The impacted products include nearly 2,000 12-pack cases of Diet Coke, Sprite, and Fanta Orange. They were sold in Alabama, Mississippi, and Florida. No word yet on what that foreign material is. The recalled Diet Coke has a best buy date of January 29th, 2024, while the Fanta and Sprite are best by July 29th, 2024. Okay, and the hit show Curb Your Enthusiasm will end after 12 seasons. Larry David writing in a statement that the show's final season will premiere on February 4th on HBO and will consist of 10 episodes. Curb launched in 2000 and ran for 8 seasons before taking a 6-year break. It returned in 2017. The beloved series has earned a staggering, get this, 51 Emmy nominations and is currently HBO's longest-running series. Okay, now to power and politics and another set of very troubling numbers for President Biden. A new Bloomberg and Morning Consult poll painting a grim picture for President Biden's re-election campaign. In 7 battleground states, including 6 Biden won just 3 years ago, he's now trailing former President Trump, and in one case, by almost double digits. Let's take a look at the picture in Georgia, where President Biden scored a narrow victory over Trump in 2020. This poll has him down 6 points against the former president, less than a year out from the election. In Michigan, where Biden beat Trump by almost 3 points in 2020, the script is now flipped. Trump now winning by 4 points there. And in North Carolina, the only swing state polled that Biden lost in 2020, Trump has extended his lead from 3 years ago from just over a point to nearly 10. For more on what these polls mean for President Biden's re-election hopes, I want to bring in our panel tonight. David Jacobson, he's founder of J&Z Strategies and a former Hillary Clinton campaign staffer. And Mark Lauder, Chief Communications Officer at the America First Policy Institute and Director of Strategic Communications on the Trump 2020 campaign. Thank you both for being here. Dave, I'm going to start with you since you're the Democrat here on the panel. It's less than a year out now, and these poll numbers for Biden keep getting worse and worse, especially in battleground states. How concerned should Democrats be right now?
Look, undoubtedly, Democrats should be concerned. But I think what's key here is a couple components. Number one, Trump's not above 50% in any of these polls. Number two, we are not yet at a binary choice in this election. And so to me, you know, this is sort of an opportunity for Democrats to take Trump seriously, obviously, but turn this into not just a campaign against Joe Biden, obviously, but to turn it as a referendum on Donald Trump. He's not yet the nominee. We look like, obviously in polling, it looks like he's going to get there. Clearly, he's leading by a substantial margin amongst the Republican field. But I think once Democrats are laser focused against Donald Trump and they draw a clear contrast, it's incumbent upon Democrats to make the case against Trump, but also not just focus on the president, but on the issues. Joe Biden is aligned with the American people on issues like abortion, gun safety, tackling climate change, student loan debt, and a range of other issues. Donald Trump, on the flip side, is deeply out of touch with the American people. Moreover, we've got a number of court cases coming up with Donald Trump facing criminal charges.
Right,
and I think the American people will never vote for a lawless president.
David, but it's a much different story, as you know, when it comes to the economy and the border and what's happening overseas with 2 wars ongoing right now. Mark, I want to turn to you. How much of this is Trump doing better, and how much of this is Biden doing worse?
Well, I think it's a combination of both. I think this is the first campaign that we are going to see in over 100 years where one of the candidates is not hypothetical. Both of them, one of them is the president, one's the former president, and people remember that they were better off, the world was safer, the border was secure when Donald Trump was president, and they can compare that to the mess that we have going on right now. And when you look at each of those issues in those battleground states, the real issues, Donald Trump is favored by double digits. The economy, energy, crime, inflation, the border, all of those issues, people choose Donald Trump over Joe Biden.
Dave, let's look at Georgia, right? I'm gonna have our great director, Brett Holy, put up the Georgia numbers real quick, because you mentioned the cases, right? The criminal cases against the former president. How do you explain Georgia? This is a state that he lost. It was a huge win for Joe Biden 3 years ago. And now he's being accused of the former President Trump is accused of trying to steal that election. And yet he's doing better in Georgia now, right? How do you sort of explain this?
Well, Tom, I think it's also important, you know, Mark made a couple points, and I think facts matter. The reality is we had border issues during the entire Trump administration. Frankly, the border issues were worse during the Trump administration than during the Biden administration. In terms of jobs and the economy, currently you have unemployment at 3.7%. It was double that when Donald Trump left office. And so I think facts matter, and it's critically important when we're talking about economic issues that we're talking about the reality. Now, in terms of Georgia, we just won 2 U.S. Senate races in Georgia. We're dominating statewide contests at the federal level, obviously, in Georgia. So look, going back to my point of making this a binary choice election, we're not there yet. There's still a nominating process on the Republican side. You've got Nikki Haley surging in polls. I still think Donald Trump is obviously going to be the nominee, but we're months away from that process sort of fizzling out. And so it's incumbent upon Democrats to be laser focused at that point, once Donald Trump is the official nominee, to draw a clear and coherent contrast on the issues that matter: passing common sense gun violence issues, abortion rights, tackling climate change, standing with the LGBTQ community. These are issues that align with Democrats and the vast majority of the American people. Polling shows this. The AP has a poll out that shows 73% of Americans support abortion rights. According to a Fox News poll just a couple months ago, 61% of Americans support comprehensive laws that ban assault weapons. And so Joe Biden may not be in the strongest position in these polls today, but once we get to a clear contrast with Biden versus Trump, if Biden is laser focused on the issues, that's where the American people are going to be. And I feel like these numbers will close the gap a little bit.
Dave, just real quick, a fact check. What are you talking about? The immigration was worse under former President Trump. Are you talking about numbers? Because we are seeing record numbers at the border under the Biden administration. Obviously, we can have a discussion about the way migrants were treated under the Trump administration, but I was a little confused when you said that earlier in your answer.
Yeah, to clarify, I mean, it's not like we haven't had border issues throughout the last 15, 20 years, right? Obviously, we're grappling with a tremendous issue at the border right now. However, things weren't perfect during the Trump administration. It was far from that. Things weren't perfect during the Bush administration or the Obama years, obviously. This has been an issue, I guess my point, that we have, as a nation, been grappling with for years. Frankly, Democrats want to pass comprehensive immigration reform with a pathway to citizenship. The Republicans refuse to do that, right? If it was a Democratic-controlled Congress, obviously, you'd probably have bills passing legislation.
I want to get over to Mark
to solve this problem.
Yeah, Mark, if you were advising former President Trump right now, is what he's doing working as far as campaigning and essentially going to court and waiting for trial? Is that working? Because he's not really hitting the campaign trail hard and he's skipping all the debates.
No, but he is getting his message out, and I think so. And he is doing rallies, and he is doing events in some of the early primary states. But keep the pressure on. I mean, I hope the Democrats and Joe Biden follow my counterpart's advice, because if that's the campaign message you've got, you're going to lose. People want lower prices. They want someone that's going to make sure that they can afford the basics, and they can't afford the basics under Bidenomics, under Bidenflation, and they know it. And so if they go out there with a gun control and amnesty platform, they're going to lose.
Real quick, because we've run out of time, Mark, a couple more Republican debates have been added to the calendar. Do you think Trump attends any of them?
No, I don't think there's any reason to. He's up 50 points nationally. He's up 25 to 30 points in the early states. This thing is all but done except for counting the actual votes.
Dave Jacobson, Mark Lauder, loved this conversation tonight. Thank you. Coming up next, stranded at sea, the Coast Guard racing to airlift 6 people to safety after their boat sank off the coast of the Dominican Republic. The cruise ship nearby that alerted authorities to those people in distress. That's next.
fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Back now with Top Stories Global Watch, and we begin with the dramatic rescue off the coast of the Dominican Republic. New video shows the U.S. Coast Guard airlifting 6 people who were stranded in the ocean after their boat sank about 30 miles north of Puerto Plata. The Coast Guard receiving a call for help after a Carnival cruise ship saved 6 other passengers from a life raft the day before. All 12 people are now expected to be okay. The World Health Organization urging vaccinations amid a measles outbreak in Europe. The agency says more than 30,000 cases of measles were reported across 40 European countries in 2023. They say that's 30 times higher than 2022, when cases were below 1,000. Measles, as you know, is highly infectious and can lead to complications, including pneumonia, even brain damage. The WHO says cases are rising at an alarming rate due to plummeting vaccine rates. And a British child missing for 6 years has been found alive in France. Alex Batty was 11 and under the guardianship of his grandmother when he vanished along with his mother and grandfather while on a trip to Spain. Authorities believe the child was abducted by the pair. According to local reports, he was found hitchhiking in southern France this week after walking alone for several days. He's undergoing medical evaluation. No word on the location of his mother or his grandfather. Okay, next tonight to the West Bank and Bethlehem's Silent Night. The city believed to be where Jesus was born more than 2,000 years ago, desolate during this Christmas season. Officials there canceling all holiday festivities in solidarity with their fellow Palestinians in Gaza. Hotels, restaurants, and shops, once filled with tourists, now empty. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has this report.
The bells at Bethlehem's ancient Church of the Nativity still ring, but the courtyard here is empty. This is the oldest continuously used place of worship shared by multiple Christian denominations who believe it's the birthplace of Jesus. But this Christmas, the pilgrims and tourists who usually flock to this ancient city are nowhere to be seen.
This is the worst Christmas ever. Bethlehem is shut down for Christmas. No Christmas tree, no joy, no Christmas spirit. You know, Bethlehem during Christmas was beautiful. People from all over the world used to come. People were waiting for this moment. And as you can see now, it is a ghost town. This is my great-grandfather.
Joey Canavati's family has owned the Alexander Hotel for generations. And here in Bethlehem, the holiday season is the busy season.
We were fully booked October, November, December. We were 120% capacity. We were looking different hotels to send the people because there's no room. There was no room in the inn in Bethlehem.
The Israeli Tourism Ministry estimates 120,000 people visited during the week of Christmas last year.
We had at least 120 people having dinner here every night.
Cavanati hoped they could see even more people this year.
But now all what we get on the email is cancellation after cancellation after cancellation. So it is a catastrophe.
One hotel manager tells the Associated Press nearly 70 hotels are now closed across Bethlehem, leaving 6,000 workers out of a job this holiday season.
And a lot of your carvings are, for obvious reasons, of the nativity scene. Nativity scene, because this is what represents Bethlehem.
Our Richard Engel spoke with Richard Tabish, whose family has run this nativity shop since 1942. He says the 8 to 10 busloads of tourists and customers he used to get each day are gone.
And when was the last time you had a single customer?
Well, it was on the 6th of October, just the day before the war. Then from the 7th up to today, it's zero business.
What about all your staff, all the people who work here with you, the people who carve all these objects, the people who sell them?
I know. You know, Bethlehem relies 80% on tourism. In my store, we have with us around 30 employees that we work in the store, and we buy our merchandise from more than 100 to 150 merchants that do most of the carvings. They are all locals and do all these beautiful carvings in Bethlehem, and it all stopped.
Some restaurants forced to change their operations.
Nowadays, we are working around 10%, 15% maximum.
Maximum, yes.
Catering to local families instead of tourists, but in a city where people from many religions and denominations have lived and prayed side by side for hundreds of years.
We are praying for peace, you know. Bethlehem is the city where peace was born. So it should be the messenger for peace to be spread all over the world.
Praying for an end to first the war and then to Bethlehem's silent night.
Hallie Jackson joins us tonight from Haifa, Israel. Hallie, so as we saw in your report, their Christmas canceled in Bethlehem. We've seen security concerns as Jewish communities gather to celebrate Hanukkah, not only in Israel, but across the world. What's your sense being there, right? Are people able to find any sense of happiness or light as this war rages on, or is that just impossible at this time right now where you are?
It's such a great question, Tom. I'll tell you, for the fortunate few, they have been able to find a miracle. And I'm talking about some of those hostage family members whose loved ones have been returned over the last few weeks. And I'm thinking about one man we spoke with whose 3 little kids and wife had been taken captive, and they were released. And he told me that he feels like it is a miracle at this moment, even just like watching them brush their teeth and living their life. For a lot of other people, though, here in Israel, and certainly for people in Gaza who are just living through very difficult conditions, it is hard to find a moment to be hopeful. It is hard to find a way to cling to that. Although I will say that some of those hostage family members we've talked to in Israel say hope is all they have at this point. And if they don't have that, it's tough to get out of bed, Tom.
And all those prayers continue even during this holiday season. All right, Hallie Jackson for us from Israel. Hallie, thank you. All right, when we come back, the miracle man, hiker Ian Snyder, falling more than 1,000 feet while hiking in Hawaii. So how in the world did he survive? You'll hear his story right after this break.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Finally tonight, the story of an incredible rescue after a hiker fell 1,000 feet off a trail in Oahu, surviving at the base of a waterfall for 3 days, suffering from several broken bones and sipping from a small stream to stay alive. First responders calling him the Miracle Man. Here's Mahaleni Richardson from Hawaii News Now.
Walking slowly and recovering from broken bones, bruises, and puncture wounds, 34-year-old Ian Snyder doesn't remember the moment he fell 1,000 feet to the bottom of a mountain from the Ko'olau Summit Trail near the Palinachus Trail in Nu'uanu.
But he and his parents wanted to say mahalo to the first responders who saved his life December 7th. For 3 days near the bottom of a waterfall, he survived with only stream water.
I had to reach over all the way across to grab water with my right hand in the stream. It was a little trickle.
And faith that his life was in God's hands.
I had made my peace and said, if this is my time, I'm ready to go. But if it's not my time, I know that patch of sky in front of me, that I'll be able to wave at a helicopter. I made my peace with God. I will be okay whether I live or whether I die.
That helicopter did come, as did a coordinated rescue effort involving first responders, the Oahu hiking community, and many others from down that dangerous mountain.
Made it to Konohonui and fell here.
Based on what we saw from Air One and the terrain, we were amazed that to be 1,000 feet down from the trail and to have survived is, as we've said many times, a miracle. We still are baffled by it.
As you can imagine, Mr. Snyder, your call was the most memorable that day. Not every day our department sees a situation like this. Falling 1,000 feet from a trail is no joke.
Thank you.
Oh my God, can I get a hug?
Yes.
Hikers who helped with the search wanted to meet the man they had been tracking on his social media.
And I thought the best gift we could give to the family was that we had found a body. And when we found a whole human living and breathing and waving at the sky, I was like, Merry Christmas, I guess.
Mahia Lenny Richardson, Hawaii News Now.
Thanks so much for watching Top Story tonight. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay right there. More news on the way.
The Israeli military says at least 10 Israeli soldiers have been killed in heavy fighting in Gaza City. The IDF now calling it one of its deadliest single-day death counts since their ground invasion began. I'm Ellison Barber in for Gadi Schwartz, and this is Stay Tuned Now. The resistance being shown by Hamas might just highlight how far Israel is from its goal of completely destroying them. Perhaps this is why today Israel's defense minister said the war will carry on for, quote, more than several months, despite U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan telling Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that he wants Israel to scale down its war against Hamas, though Sullivan did not specify a timetable for that. The comments come more than 2 months into Israel's military campaign in the Gaza Strip, where the death toll is rapidly increasing. So far, over 18,700 people have been killed, according to the health ministry in Gaza. A majority of them, they say, women and children. Today, the UN sounded the alarm on the growing food crisis.
Half of the population are starving. The grim reality is also that 9 out of 10 people are not eating enough, are not eating every day, and don't know where the next meal is going to come from.
Scores of injured people arrived at the Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis today after airstrikes fell on the area. People there say the bombs do not discriminate. They're hitting children and even ambulances.
تم استهداف من بداية العدوان على غزة أكثر من 17 سيارة إسعاف مباشر واستشهاد 4 من زملاتنا و4 من زملاتنا الكادر و2 من المتطوعين.
No one seems to know when this war will end or what will happen when it does. This week, a senior Israeli diplomat made it clear that it will not accept a two-state solution, which begs the question, what will it accept? NBC News senior Washington correspondent and host of Hallie Jackson Now, Hallie Jackson, joins us from Haifa, Israel. Hallie, White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan was in Tel Aviv today. We know there's been a slight shifting in terms of the messages of support coming from President Biden and the administration. Did Jake Sullivan uphold or reiterate that message today?
We're learning more tonight, Ellison, and it's going to be with you, about the message that Jake Sullivan delivered. And here's the thing, right? The support for Israel, broadly speaking, is being reiterated even by President Biden, even as he says things, as he did today, like he would like Israel to be more careful. He is still, and his administration is still making clear that they back Israel's fight against Hamas here. And Jake Sullivan, according to the White House, reiterated that message today. But there's a couple of other things that came up that I think shows some of this daylight here of where the U.S. would like Israel to be and where Israel actually is. And I think the primary thing among that is the timeline. You are seeing now questions, and NBC News has some new reporting now from multiple sources familiar with the discussions, that the Biden administration would like the Israelis to begin to shift soon to a different phase of this war, to the less to a less intense and more precise tactical operation in this war, rather than the bombing of Gaza that we've seen so far, which President Biden himself just earlier this week called indiscriminate bombing. So that is something that appeared to have come up in the conversations that the NSA, the National Security Advisor, had with Prime Minister Netanyahu and others here in Israel, according to the White House. Of course, they couch it in language to say, you know, the discussion of some kind of shift here. There's not been a specific date on that, of course, and the Israeli defense minister has said that the expectation is that this war should last for several more months. So you see some of the daylight there. Other key topics discussed, you will not be surprised to hear, Ellison, the push to get more hostages released, the question of when could negotiations happen again, and then, of course, that broader discussion, as we're here in Haifa, which, as you know, is in the further north of Tel Aviv in Israel, the discussion of how to avoid a broader regional conflict here with this war between Israel and Hamas in the south of Israel and Gaza. How do you prevent this from escalating and becoming bigger with Hezbollah in Lebanon to the north, other Iran-backed proxies elsewhere? And then, of course, we've seen an uptick in some of the violence in the West Bank after a 60-hour IDF operation there, Ellison.
You know, Hallie, it's interesting because I look at polling that's coming out of Israel of Israeli citizens, Israeli Jews and Israeli Arabs, and the majority of the Israeli public, they support very strongly what Israel is doing inside of Gaza. I mean, do you get the sense that Netanyahu would defer to the United States, or that Israel is willing to bend, I guess, in some ways to appease such an important ally, or because he does have such strong support for it amongst his own people that they'll listen, but nothing will really change?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a lot of nuance here, too, because I think there are others who will tell you that Netanyahu, politically broadly speaking, is coming from a slightly more weak position after what happened on October 7th. And even before that, you saw the judicial reform protests in this country. The Israelis have largely deferred questions about the massive intelligence failure that appears to have led to that Hamas attack, or at least the shock and surprise of that Hamas attack. And they continue to say, we'll talk about that after the war. We'll talk about that after the war. I had a conversation with one of the ministers here in Israel just recently who said the same thing. But at some point, there will be a reckoning over that. And it is not at all clear how the prime minister will come through that reckoning, if you will, Ellison. As far as Israel's determination to continue this war, it is resolute. They have said again and again that their mission is to destroy Hamas. The diplomacy behind the scenes is always part of the conversation here, with the U.S. talking with Israeli counterparts, et cetera. And that's why there's a lot of interest, I think, in Sullivan's appearance here. Keep in mind, he is also set, we're just learning tonight, he is set to go visit the West Bank tomorrow, to be in Ramallah to talk with the head of the Palestinian Authority, which is another piece to this puzzle as well. What happens after this war ends? There is a lot of daylight between the U.S. and Israel on that, as far as whether there can be a Palestinian state, as the U.S. insists there has to be to have a lasting peace, versus the Israelis, with some top leaders here suggesting that that is just off the table at this point, Ellison.
All right. Hallie Jackson, thank you so much. Israel says roughly 116 soldiers have died in combat in this conflict so far. Hundreds of others have been injured. Our team was given access inside a Tel Aviv hospital where one doctor says the casualties keep coming. NBC News correspondent Hala Gourani has more.
Inside the Ichilov hospital in Tel Aviv since October 7th, an entire floor is now dedicated to the rehab of wounded Israeli soldiers.
It was an open fracture in my tibia bone here, completely shattered.
Our access, granted by the Israeli military, brought us to a soldier named Yuval, who also spoke with Lester back in October after the initial Hamas attacks. He is still recovering and remains determined to fight.
Every soldier here in the hospitals Everybody want to get the quickest recovery they can, so to be back on the battlefield.
Every day here, choppers bring in Israeli soldiers wounded in the combat in Gaza. Dr. Eyal Hashavia says he needs to work fast. The casualties keep coming.
Ever since October 7th, we've been getting more than 500 soldiers, injured soldiers. We're getting injured, severely injured patients by the missiles.
Beyond the fighting today, some, like former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, are now sounding the alarm that there is no post-war plan.
The main problem, in my mind, is not in the fighting. There we are fighting to the extreme heroic way we can. Problem is that Israel has no vision, no thinking, no planning as to what's then.
And despite international pressure to scale back the intensity of the fighting in Gaza, polls here show that Israelis remain overwhelmingly in favor of the war.
Hala Garani, thank you. President Joe Biden is expected to sign an $886 billion defense spending bill into law after it overwhelmingly passed the House today with a 310 to 118 vote that mirrored the bipartisan nature of the bill. This legislation includes everything from pay raises for troops to tons of money towards sending weapons to both Ukraine and Israel. But the bill does nothing to advance President Biden's $61 billion Ukraine aid package. That's something Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was desperate to get approval for during his trip to Washington, D.C. earlier this week. Meanwhile, as his country's fight against Russia drags towards a third year, today, during a 4-hour press conference, a defiant President Vladimir Putin vowed to fight on. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has more from Moscow.
Russian President Vladimir Putin uncompromising today at a rare 4-hour question and answer session, declaring victory in Ukraine will be ours. There will be peace when we achieve our goals, he said. While tonight, Ukraine's President Zelensky claiming a victory, a surprise agreement on Ukraine's entry to the European Union. But Zelensky's failure so far to gain billions more in aid during his trip to Washington was noticed in Moscow. These freebies may end someday, and apparently they are ending little by little, Putin said. Though Russia's leader of 23 years did see some dissent on the text messages appearing on screens behind him. You said in 2004, a man may go crazy after 7 years in power, this message read. How's your health? Tonight, a veteran lawmaker who says the Ukraine conflict is at a dead end tells us he plans to run against Putin in next year's presidential election. He doesn't think he'll win.
After I have said that we should elect other president, not Putin, I was blocked on Russian TV.
Russia is on a war footing. An ice rink outside Moscow features a fighter jet and a former Soviet rocket. Millions visiting a Russian expo that includes the history of the Soviet nuclear program. This, a model of Russia's first atom bomb.
We're proud of it. It's our history. We are a great country.
Putin also says a deal is possible, though not easy, for detained Americans Paul Whelan and Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, who the U.S. says are both wrongly accused of espionage.
Keir Simmons in Moscow. Thank you. Don't go anywhere because we are just getting started. A jury is deciding how much money former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani owes to election workers he defamed. Those details are coming up. Plus, some bad weather is on the way for a big chunk of the country. We're talking heavy rain, flooding, and even snow. And morning sickness can be so awful for some expecting moms, they can barely leave the house. But finally, scientists pinpointed the cause, potentially bringing relief to so many.
on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Here are some of the other headlines we're watching tonight. Just a month ago, a mistrial was declared in the case of former Louisville officer Brett Hankinson. But now federal prosecutors say they will retry him. Hankinson is accused of violating the civil rights of Breonna Taylor during a botched raid of her home that led to her death back in 2020. The trial will start in October next year, and he faces a maximum sentence of life in prison. A 13-year-old boy has been arrested after allegedly planning a mass shooting at a synagogue in Ohio. He is accused of sharing plans to shoot members of the synagogue on Discord. That's an online chat platform. The sheriff's office learned of the plot, they say, back in September, and now the suspect will face a full trial starting next week. Cruise, General Motors' self-driving car company, is laying off 900 employees. That's almost a quarter of its workforce. The announcement comes one day after the unit got rid of 9 key leaders. Back in October, a pedestrian was dragged 20 feet by a Cruise car after being hit by another vehicle. Since then, Cruise has suspended all trips and production. A bill banning gender-affirming care for minors is headed to the Ohio governor's desk. It also bans transgender athletes from participating in female sports. The bill now is in the hands of the governor, who has previously expressed doubts about the sports restrictions. He has not yet said whether or not he plans to sign the bill. We now know the cause of death for actor Andre Braugher. He died from lung cancer just a few months after being diagnosed with the disease. Braugher was best known for his roles in Homicide, Life on the Streets, and Brooklyn Nine-Nine. After a week of powerful testimony from Georgia poll workers detailing the personal toll of Rudy Giuliani's false election claims, a jury is now deciding how much he owes for his defamatory statements. Giuliani initially promised to take the stand and, quote, tell the whole story. Instead, he and his legal team opted for silence. The decision not to appear comes after Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss provided emotional testimony about how his lies damaged their reputations and ultimately upended their lives, they say, to the tune of $24 million each. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins me now with more on this. Ken, talk to me about this sort of change of heart, if you will, by Giuliani and his legal team. We did hear Giuliani just a couple of days doubling down and saying he stood by his initial defamatory comments. He got sort of scolded by the judge for doing that. Why did they opt to sit it out? Was this a strategic move, a legal calculation, or just avoiding these women after it was so emotional hearing them on the stand?
Look, we don't know. They're not saying, Ellison, but I think it was, in fact, a strategic move because when Rudy Giuliani went out and essentially defamed these women again in talking to reporters after the first day of the trial, his lawyer had to go in and essentially apologize because his lawyer, in opening statements, took the opposite tack because, after all, the judge has already ruled that Rudy Giuliani defamed these women. And so the lawyer was almost saying, look, I can't control my client. I don't know what he was saying, but obviously that's not our position. And so to put him on the stand would have been a huge risk, and his lawyer must have convinced him that ultimately it wasn't in his interest. It's a perplexing situation and really one of the latest in a string of setbacks, personal, financial, legal, for Mr. Giuliani.
So what about the penalty in this case? I mean, we're talking about millions and millions of dollars. Do you expect the jury to actually award that $24 million that has been asked of them? Does Rudy Giuliani even have the money to pay that?
The answer to that question is no. It's likely that he does not. He's in some financial straits right now. One of his lawyers is suing him for $1 million in unpaid legal fees. There's been reports that he put his apartment in New York on the market. Is trying to sell it for about $6 million. So it's unlikely that he can pay a double-digit millions judgment. And it's really, you never know what juries are going to do in these cases. But this was about as strong a case as I have ever seen for damages suffered from defamation. These women told
harrowing stories of horrific racist harassment that was directed their way. Their lives were turned upside down. If anybody deserves millions of dollars for defamation, these women do. And they had an expert witness who came in and explained to the jury exactly why. And by the way, they're going to award compensatory damages. That's the $24 million each that they're asking for. And then there's a wild card of punitive damage, which is designed to punish Mr. Giuliani. And that could be 4 times as high as the compensatory damages, Ellison.
So, Ken, in terms of a timeline, do we know how long the jury will deliberate? I mean, have attorneys or anyone given, it's a guessing game, right? But given any sense as to how quickly they think there could be some sort of verdict or ruling?
Most people watching this trial were actually surprised that they went home tonight without reaching a verdict after 3 hours of deliberation. I mean, it's not that complicated. There's basically 3 lines on the verdict form, and they have to fill in numbers, essentially. So it would be shocking to me if they didn't reach a verdict at some point tomorrow, Ellison.
All right, Ken Delaney, and thank you. We appreciate it.
You bet.
Witness testimony continued today in Michigan for 6 of the 15 people accused of being fake pro-Trump electors during the 2020 election. Among the witnesses was Michigan's former state GOP chair, Laura Cox, who facilitated the signing of a document and ceremony for those fake electors.
I had my document, which I felt comfortable with through negotiation with folks, to have a ceremony to honor the electors and have one signature that said that they would vote if, in fact, they were called upon based on an overturning of the election.
So all 15 defendants here are facing felony charges, accused of submitting false certificates, confirming they were legitimate electors. Each defendant has pleaded not guilty. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now with more. Hey, Shaq.
Hi there, Ellison. Well, it was the second day of testimony in that Michigan courtroom as state prosecutors continued to call witnesses as part of this preliminary examination, essentially a mini trial where they're trying to convince the judge that they have enough evidence to keep this case moving and go on to a full trial. We heard them call up multiple witnesses today, some high prominent Michigan Republicans, as they tried to lay out their case that these electors committed forgery and conspired to commit forgery when they signed their names allegedly to a document that attempted to give the state's electoral votes to Donald Trump instead of Joe Biden. Joe Biden, of course, won the state by more than 150,000 votes. Today, we heard from the former chair of the state Republican Party, who testified about how some of these ideas started to pop up, including one idea to have these alternate electors sleep in the Capitol, in the Michigan state Capitol overnight to present that slate of electors. That ultimately didn't happen, but as we heard through testimony from the former communications director of the Michigan Republican Party, we learned that the group instead met in the basement and removed their cell phones from that room, and he testified about what he saw from some of the interactions between this group of fake electors and the Trump attorneys.
I think a lot of folks listen to lawyers. I think it's a position of authority, and I think that they were being told something by a lawyer that they needed to sign certain documents so that Michigan would not be disenfranchised.
And that moment happening during the cross-examination as the defense tried to lay out their defense in this case, essentially saying that their clients were essentially working on a contingency plan, that there was no intent to defraud, and that they were just participating in legal objections to concerns that they had about the elections. Well, we can expect to hear these arguments play out in the weeks and months to come. The preliminary examination will continue to go on. It went on for 2 days. They ran out of time, essentially, so we can expect to see these sets of defendants back in court in February as the prosecution continues to call more witnesses as they try to make their case for this to move on to a full trial. Ellison?
Shaq Brewster, thank you. Another big weekend storm is heading to the east, bringing rain and snow to the entire eastern seaboard. Florida is bracing for the brunt of it. They are expected to get slammed with heavy winds and rain. Some areas there will see up to 6 inches of rain, so they're already pulling out the sandbags. Then the storm, it will head up the east coast, making its way towards New England. The biggest concern is going to be flash flooding risks as the rain continues into the weekend. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is here to tell us more about the storm. Good evening, Bill.
Well, good evening to you, Ellison. And this storm is going to be one huge inconvenience.
There are some issues that we could have in localized area. I'm a little concerned with the high tide flooding in Charleston, possibly Myrtle Beach, and also Wilmington. That would be Sunday evening. We'll have to watch that, the coastal areas closely. We always could get some downpours in urban areas, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, poor drainage. We could get some isolated flash flooding. But besides that, the travel issues, the delays at the airports, driving in this, cancellations of holiday plans, holiday parties, that's the kind of things people are going to be talking about. So right now it doesn't look like much. I mean, it's pretty quiet, actually. We have the storm that is the route of the storm is now over Colorado heading into Kansas. And then you notice all of the clouds to the south here. These two are going to combine. And when they do that, that's when we're going to get our big storm forming. So right now, just kind of gusty winds coming out of the northeast. It's been like this for the last couple of days. On and off periods of rain, Miami to Fort Lauderdale. Haven't had any reports of flooding, but it's not exactly pleasant to be walking on the beach either. 41-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I mean, that's a low-end tropical storm type gust out there. And then as we go throughout Friday, hit and miss showers, same as it was today. The most consistent will be down in the Keys. Then as we take the storm system northwards, watch what happens as we go throughout the day Saturday. It just explodes. I mean, we are going to see very heavy rain going northwards, especially the southern half of the state. Saturday night is when the northern half of the state gets into it. And then by Sunday morning, everything blows out pretty quickly. So by Sunday afternoon, we'll dry it out. It'll still be windy and gusty and cool, but at least it'll stop pouring. And as far as the totals go, the rainfall totals have actually come down a little bit. Now most areas are about 1 to 2 inches. A few spots could be 3. Isolated, maybe 4 or 5, and that's probably the worst of it. So what happens from there? Let's take in the 1 p.m. Sunday. The storm will be right over the top of, say, Savannah, heading up towards Charleston. That's where we could have some problems with the gusty winds, and if it coincides with high tide, we could have some minor to moderate coastal flooding in these areas. Notice the rain shield, though. D.C. gets into it. New York starts getting some rain Sunday afternoon. Light rain through the Ohio Valley. So soggy just about everywhere on the East Coast. But the heavy downpours will be in the Carolinas as we go throughout Sunday afternoon, Virginia Sunday night, and then during the overnight hours into Monday morning, this huge rain shield moves northward. Again, it's fast moving. It's not going to be with you for a long period of time. But 7 a.m. is ugly around New York City and Hartford, heading anywhere northern Jersey and through the Hudson Valley. Then by the time we get to Monday, late in the day, the storm is heading into northern New England. Some cold air on the backside gives us some showers. So what does it all mean? As far as flooding potential goes, we'll have to watch closely, especially when we get the rain and the coastal storm surge at the same time here, especially in the areas around Charleston. And then everyone gets about 1 to 2 inches. Not as much as the last storm. That's why I don't think there's going to be a lot of significant rainfall flooding. And Allison, any of those people wishing for a white Christmas or at least to see some snowflakes in our snowless winter, you have to be in the high elevations of the Appalachians. Definitely West Virginia, and you will see some snow from Cleveland to Erie to Buffalo to Syracuse as we go throughout Monday, but nothing that's going to cause any problems.
All right, we will take it. Bill Cairns, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Coming up, a pair of gold sneakers made for filmmaker Spike Lee were found in a donation pile at a homeless shelter. Now they are up for auction, and we have the details. But first, you gotta see this. Holy cow. If you're missing a cow, it might be in Newark on the train tracks because somehow one got loose and ended up there. This is Newark's Penn Station. The bull escaped sometime this morning, causing all sorts of delays for commuters while crews tried to corral him. He was first seen around Newark Airport before he moved to Penn Station and then back to the airport where officials finally caught him. No injuries were reported, but what we don't know right now is where this bull came from or where he was headed.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Here are some of the stories happening out west that we're following. The LA Dodgers introduced their new superstar, Shohei Ohtani, today. Ohtani spoke at a news conference just a few hours ago. The Dodgers announced last week that he'd agreed to that record-breaking 10-year, $700 million contract. And fans, they are pretty excited. Merchandise sales skyrocketed over the last few days. In Oregon, a pair of gold Nike sneakers dropped off at a homeless shelter are now going up for auction. Turns out the golden kicks are super rare and are one of the few custom made for director Spike Lee. The shelter could end up making a ton of money. As for what they're worth, estimates put it between $15,000 and $20,000. All the proceeds would go to the Portland Rescue Mission. Lee actually wore a pair of those shoes at the 2019 Academy Awards, where he ended up winning an Oscar. And Wyoming could become the first state in the country to ban abortion pills, a decision District Judge Melissa Owens was expected to make as early as today. In previous decisions, Owens has shown sympathy for arguments that abortion bans violate women's rights under the state constitution, though any decision by the judge is likely to be appealed to the Wyoming Supreme Court. Authorities around the country are cracking down on organized retail theft this holiday season. The surge in crime has ballooned into a multi-billion-dollar issue, leading major retailers to shut down some of their stores. NBC News senior national correspondent Miguel Almaguer was granted rare access to the LA Sheriff's Department, shadowing an elite team engaged in undercover surveillance operations.
At shopping centers across the country, undercover surveillance teams like these say this is the multi-billion-dollar problem exploding out of control.
We've done probably already 6 or 7 this week. We're stepping up our efforts over the holiday season.
You got them. Given rare exclusive access to covert operations, we followed the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department Retail Theft Task Force and the California Highway Patrol.
Let them come out, we'll get them. So that's a suspect, Puma bag, it's 2 Puma bags.
As officers swarm suspected shoplifters, who they say often work with a network of criminals like this, in what's known as organized retail crime.
We see these really shocking videos that come out from all across the country. Why is this crime so pervasive?
I think there's an absolute perception that nothing's going to be done because it's theft. For years now, we've been looking at mobs of, usually it's younger kids, and they believe that if they do it in packs, it's harder to detain and arrest.
The thieves, who all too often get away, can swipe tens of thousands of dollars of merchandise, taking their hauls to stash houses like this one. The CHP says this makeshift storefront holds over $500,000 in stolen goods. As officers raided this home, we watched as bag after bag of merchandise was recovered.
We've seen boxes of shoes, stolen goods. The price tags are still on them.
There's going to be some critics who say this is a dog and pony show. Not enough arrests are being made.
It's a challenge, and I think when the theft occurs, we'd like to think we respond as quickly as we can, and we're investigating all of them. We are doing the best that we can.
While not every city is seeing a surge in retail crime, some of the biggest are. With Los Angeles, the nation's epicenter, major metropolitan areas coast to coast are seeing a dangerous spike, and authorities say current laws aren't working.
If the value is under $950, it's considered a misdemeanor. If they don't have any outstanding cases or outstanding warrants, they will be cited, more than likely released.
In just the last few hours with undercover teams, what's become apparent and quite astonishing is just how rampant shoplifting is. You pick the store, it's getting hit over and over again.
The cost of these thefts, which include everyday items, are eventually passed on to consumers who pay higher prices for the same products. But for small shop owners like Mona Zargar, this heist nearly put her out of business.
I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be in this store anymore. How do you replace something like this overnight?
the fight against organized retail crime and the rising price we all pay. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Republicans insist they won't approve additional funding for Ukraine unless the Biden administration takes action to address security issues at the U.S. southern border. But border officials say the policy proposals being discussed could threaten to overwhelm the system. Tonight, we're taking a look at how one remote town is grappling with thousands of daily migrant crossings. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley reports from the new Arizona hotspot.
Tonight, this is the new epicenter of the border crisis, tiny Lukeville, Arizona, where the number of migrants is pushing Border Patrol past capacity. More than 9,000 illegal crossings along the southern border just yesterday, nearly 3,000 of them in this area.
Behind me, there's a group of about 40 migrants, including young children, that were just brought in by Border Patrol after they called 911 because they were stranded in the desert.
Border agents so backed up, they're taking migrants to Tucson, where they're processed and most are released into the U.S. The Lukeville International Crossing now closed for 11 days due to overwhelming demand on border agents from migrants. Business owners say they're paying a price.
Last week we had made $5,000, which is what we usually would make within an 8-hour shift.
We find places along the border wall where smugglers cut holes for migrants. Yesterday, cutting through 16 times.
They mark the dates here where they fixed the breaches, and you can see this one was just fixed recently.
U.S. and Mexican officials tell NBC News one reason for the rise, Mexico's Border Patrol equivalent is running low on funds and stopping fewer migrants. But Republicans blame President Biden's border policies for encouraging migrants to come and are demanding changes before they'll pass more funding for Ukraine. This tonight from the Border Patrol Union.
What we need to see from this administration is that they're serious about border security, because when you're allowing so many individuals to come across the border, that preoccupies a lot of agents.
President Biden calls GOP proposals extreme. Migrants tell us they're desperate. We are tired. I had to carry my daughter so we could keep going, said Jacqueline from Ecuador. And this man said, we knew this was going to be hard. We do it for our families.
Now, Arizona's governor is asking President Biden to reassign National Guard so they can open that border crossing to traffic.
Julia Ainsley in Lukeville, Arizona. Thank you. This week, the Senate Committee on Health passed bipartisan legislation that gets more people life-saving access to methadone. It's a notable step in the fight against the national opioid epidemic. More than 1 million people in the United States have died from a drug overdose in the last 25 years. There were at least 100,000 in 2021 alone. And according to the CDC, the majority of those overdose deaths involved in opioid. One camp in New York is working to help children impacted by it, navigating the deaths of people who died from opioids. We visited that camp recently. Take a look.
It feels good to look at a picture. Yeah. But he was only 33. Have you lost anybody?
At its best, camp is a place to be a kid. To laugh and play, to make lifelong memories. Comfort Zone Camp is a place for all of that, but it's also a sacred place to grieve. It's a free bereavement camp for children who have experienced the death of a close loved one. And this is the first session solely for children impacted by the opioid epidemic.
Same age.
It's high energy with lots of chaotic fun. Older camp buddies, games.
Oh my, Joey!
Arts and crafts. And in between all of it, healing circles. Campers are broken into groups based on their ages, and together they work with counselors.
Well, what do the pins mean? The pin means grief.
We met Kaylee in between healing circles.
And how old are you? 8, turning 9.
Abigail, too. They welcomed us to camp life.
Yours looks like a braid.
It's probably not working, I think.
No, it is.
It is?
It is.
Okay.
And started to share their stories.
How is the healing circle stuff?
It's good. I almost cried in healing circle.
What did you talk about?
I was saying about my stepdad.
Yeah.
I'll show you a picture of him.
Yeah, well, you said his name's Ryan?
Yes.
I would love to see a photo.
That's him. Yeah. That's my mom. And then that was my younger sister when she was like a baby.
Oh.
Now she's 1.
Wow.
And annoying.
As the opioid crisis expands, more and more adults bravely share their stories. But with kids, it can be complicated. The youngest voices don't always have the platform to speak. But here, if they choose, they do.
Do you know what I think is really cool, Kaylee? I like how you asked me if I lost anybody. Can I ask you how you found out about what happened to Ryan?
Me and Mom found him at the same time.
Yeah. And then what did you guys do?
Mom told me to get her phone.
Yeah. How did you stay calm to help get the phone and stuff?
No, I wasn't calm.
Yeah.
I was like, what is going on?
Yeah.
They get to be all that they are, to openly process the painful moments seared into their memories.
Oh, when I was at my stepdad's funeral, I didn't want to set put in that funeral place because I thought he was still going to be what they look like when the blood's not flowing. Like purple and blue? Yeah.
They don't have to hide pieces of their life. They can cry and they can remember the happy times.
And then I'll paint your nails when you're done. Yeah, I'll paint.
You guys can paint my nails whenever you want. Ryan, was he a pretty good dad?
He was funny too.
Yeah. What do you think he would say if he could see you at camp and doing all this stuff now and helping your mom?
He would be proud of me.
Yeah. I think so too.
They get to hold space in a community that truly understands them. And all of it leads up to an evening of remembrance.
In a moment, you're going to put your notes in the fire. And we're going to listen to words of a song that was written by campers just like you. Losing someone to overdose can create a lot of questions. We may never have those answers. But we can know for ourselves this weekend and honoring them and remembering them that we did share moments. We got to see them shine.
Grief is a lifelong journey. But having a safe place to start that walk makes all the difference. When we come back, there's a renewed call to regulate AI, and it's not from tech leaders, it's not from politicians either. This time, it's actually from the Pope. Yes, the pontiff himself. We will explain why. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. Let's take a quick look around the world. The leaders of Guyana and Venezuela met on the island of St. Vincent today to try and figure out a way to diffuse growing tensions ever since Venezuela decided to claim some of Guyana's oil-rich territory. Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, is happy, he says, for the meeting, saying that it was a way to directly address the territorial controversy. Guyana's president, Irfan Ali, on the other hand, does not seem all that interested in talking, insisting that the whole thing needs to be resolved solely by the International Court of Justice in the Netherlands. Both countries have just released a joint statement now saying they will not use force to solve this dispute. Pope Francis says he wants AI to be regulated. He made that statement today, calling for a binding global treaty on artificial intelligence. The Pope said that while he was worried about the pitfalls of IA in human hands, he seemed to also be encouraged by its ability to offer new and creative approaches to a host of things. Perhaps like that time his picture went viral wearing an AI-generated puffer coat. Hard to say. England's Premier League, which is the top-tier soccer league in the country, is getting its first female referee. Her name is Rebecca Welsh. She says she initially supplemented her officiating with her job in the National Health Service before turning to refereeing full-time. She will make her debut on December 23rd in Fulham's home game against Burnley. And a recently elected lawmaker in Thailand has been sentenced to 6 years in prison for defaming the monarchy. The charges, which were handed down this week, stem from a pair of posts she allegedly made in 2020 on the social media platform formerly known as Twitter. One post criticized the Thai government's response to the pandemic. The other was a retweet with a picture the court deemed to be anti-monarchy. She was sentenced to 3 years on each account. Before we go, morning sickness, it can be incredibly debilitating for some expecting moms, but scientists have finally figured out what's causing severe cases of it. We'll have more on the massive breakthrough. Stay tuned.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
I didn't know that pregnancies could be such a bummer, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think
really
that everybody, you know they're hard, but you've had like some extra stuff that's made it really rough.
I still have hyperemesis. I threw up a bunch of times on my way here.
Tonight, in the future of everything, what comedian Amy Schumer was just talking about in that clip is a condition that could develop from severe morning sickness during a pregnancy. She dealt with it just a couple of years ago, and now researchers may have found the key to preventing it. A new study published in the journal Nature found that when there's a surge of the hormone GDF15, it leads to all that nausea and vomiting that is so common in morning sickness. And worst case scenario, it could lead to a condition called hyperemesis. That's what Amy Schumer was talking about, and it can cause life-threatening symptoms, even hospitalization. According to the National Institutes of Health, nausea and vomiting impact 70 to 80% of pregnant women. This discovery could pave the way to developing treatment to prevent morning sickness before pregnancy even happens. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins me now. So, Dr. Syal, this is amazing, and when I read about this the other day, I was just floored and impressed and thinking, what a world where maybe that could be eliminated. And then I also saw a quote from one of the researchers who worked on it who said, I've been trying to figure this out for 20 years, and I thought, why on earth would it take so long? I think there's a thing a lot of women see and feel where they look at medical research and they say there is still such a big research gap when it comes to conditions that primarily impact women. Is that why it took so long?
It's in part why it took so long. Absolutely. Ellison, I found some crazy facts, actually, that surprised even me. And, you know, since 2007, there have been less than 10 studies actually funded for hyperemesis, this intractable nausea and vomiting, at about $2 million. And that compares to the hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars are spent on things like cancer. So you can see there's obviously a big gap here. But, Ellison, I know it's taken a long time, but, you know, in reading when this paper was published, reading the comments online and just reading the reaction people had, so many people resonated with this. So many people are, you know, sharing their stories, talking about how, you know, they were dismissed. They thought this was all in their head. And now it's really cool that the researcher, who I believe actually suffered from a little bit of this herself, can say, you know, we found a reason for this, and guys, we might be able to fix it. So I think that's a lot to look forward to, despite it taking so long.
So what could treatment look like? And the question I feel like we always ask you on anything related to medicine, and there's never a clear answer because there's obviously steps and layers, but it's like, how soon could we possibly get access to it?
Right. So what they believe is going on, Ellison, there's a hormone called GDF15, or growth and differentiation factor 15, that may be driving this. And essentially that hormone surges in pregnancy, and they think that high levels of that hormone may be causing this. And so if you have high levels of hormone, you can actually block the hormone. Hopefully that's one of the cures. So what they're going to be looking at next to study is, can we lower this hormone? But Ellison, there's another component here. And just because you have high levels of hormone, your body actually has to be able to respond to that hormone. So there's some people who may have high levels and may not have this. And there's some people who have less high levels but may have really bad nausea and vomiting. So they have to figure out, why is the body reacting so strongly to that hormone? But the good news is we do have a biological reason for what might be going on.
Very quickly, for people who are watching and are thinking, I've been morning sick, but is it severe? How do you know if you have that more severe condition?
Great question. So there's morning sickness and there's hyperemesis gravidarum, which is a more severe form of that morning sickness. So when you're talking about hyperemesis, what are you looking for? Really, really severe nausea and vomiting. No matter what you're trying, dietary changes, it's not helping. Weight loss, you can lose as much as 5 to 20 pounds, Ellison, on this. Dehydration and feeling dizzy or lightheaded to the point where you just can't even do anything anymore. When those symptoms become so severe, you may actually be hospitalized. You may actually need IV fluids and additional treatment to get those symptoms under control.
But people are not crazy if they're experiencing this. There is something happening, and they should talk to their doctors.
Absolutely.
All right, Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you so much. We appreciate it, as always.
Anytime.
So if you haven't gotten your Christmas tree yet, it's not too late. One farm where you can cut down your own tree is actually taking that tradition up a notch. NBC Now daily anchors Kate Snow and Clay Esenwa discovered a tree farm in Easton, Connecticut with a tradition of tailgating.
In the Connecticut countryside, there's holiday spirit by the acre. Families come from all over to Maple Row Christmas Tree Farm in search of the perfect pine.
But in addition to the farm's fun sights and sounds, there's another holiday tradition that makes Maple Row a little more memorable. A Christmas tree farm tailgate right in the parking lot.
Hey, it's tailgate time.
Zinkle and I had to try it out, of course.
Oh, it smells good.
We brought cocoa, cookies, cheese, and company.
Cheers.
My husband Chris and our dog Bowie joined us, along with Zinkle's friends Kaylin and James. Our best efforts, no match for families like this one.
Wow, thank you.
Who've been carrying on the tailgating tradition for 7 years.
What are you making?
Meatball. Meatball. What? And we thought our cookies were fancy.
Oh my gosh.
Meatball parm, barbecue, and even elaborate cocktails.
Cheers!
Some families staying out here all day long to celebrate tradition.
You don't have to come and stay all day, but you do for some reason. Why is that? What's special about it?
Well, because it's important to make time together with your family, especially around the holidays. We've done it since we were little, so now we're starting, hopefully, to pass it on to our kids.
Okay, all right, you ready?
Yeah.
Let's go for a hayride.
Once our bellies were full, a ticket to ride. The task at hand, find a tree.
Oh, they're so pretty.
You're getting a little tree.
A New York-sized tree.
And I'm getting the big suburban-sized tree.
I love it.
They've been growing trees here at Maple Row Farm since the 1920s. On a good day, they'll sell several thousand trees.
And of all the people who buy Christmas trees, around 30% do it this way, chopping it down themselves.
This is the part where we grab
the saw.
Right. Oh, fun.
All right.
Oh, I see a tall one over there.
Oh, that one's really nice. That one's really nice. I like it.
Once we found a tree for Kate,
well done.
It was my turn to cut down my first real Christmas tree.
I gotta go to the gym. Oh,
you did it!
You did
Yay! So cool. I will do that again.
Maple Row, a family business spanning 8 generations, often balancing an uncertain economy with the fact that these trees take almost 10 years to grow.
We've raised our prices a little bit each year. These past couple of years have been more than normal. I hope we can keep it going. There aren't a lot of other farms like us around, so hopefully we'll have enough uniqueness and it'll work.
People are tailgating now at the Christmas tree farm.
You know what? It's kind of cool.
Yeah?
It's a fun holiday. It's just an addition to the tradition, you know?
An addition to the tradition we can certainly get behind.
This was so fun.
Yes, a Christmas memory made.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Kate Snow and Zinkle Esenwa, thank you both. That does it for us tonight. I'm Ellison Barber. We will see you tomorrow, but until then, stay tuned now.
Tonight, breaking news, a Hamas terror plot stopped in Europe as federal agencies sound the alarm about threats on U.S. soil. Authorities in Germany and the Netherlands arresting several people they say were planning attacks on Jewish sites and institutions across Europe. Evidence suggesting some of the plans have been in the works since last spring. Federal agencies in the U.S. already on high alert, warning about the heightened terror threat at home as the war between Israel and Hamas rages on. Also tonight, a potential rift between the U.S. and Israel may be widening. Sources telling NBC News the Biden administration has told Netanyahu's government to end its large-scale ground campaign in Gaza. Border surge, thousands of migrants illegally entering the U.S. every day, and the border town of Lukeville, Arizona, now becoming the epicenter of the country's migrant crisis. A border crossing there now closed so agents can try and process the crush of migrants already there. But residents and business owners on the U.S. side say they are paying the price. Face-to-face, the leader of Guyana and Venezuela meeting over that disputed oil and mineral-rich region, one day after the Guyanese president told Top Story in an interview he would not give up an inch of that land despite Venezuela's much larger military. The comments from Venezuelan leader Nicolás Maduro moments before the two sat down behind closed doors. Basket brawler NBA star Draymond Green suspended indefinitely after punching a Phoenix Suns player in the face during a game. The NBA saying he has one strike too many. What it may take for him to play in the league again. Sea of Trouble, a couple who appeared on the hit reality show Below Deck, charged in an alleged prescription drug scheme. How authorities say they used the identities of the show's famous cast members to fill bogus prescriptions of oxycodone. Plus, a GoPro camera capturing the moment a skier triggered an avalanche in New Hampshire and then was caught up in it. His high elevation rescue after 4 hours. And the hiker, now dubbed Miracle Man, after he survived a 1,000-foot fall in Hawaii. How he managed to stay alive for 3 days with broken bones and no food, and how his family used one of his social media posts to eventually help find him. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. We begin with breaking news. 2 terror plots stopped in Europe, both believed to be targeting Jewish communities, and one was organized by Hamas. Authorities say 3 Hamas members were arrested in Berlin and at least 1 person in Rotterdam in the Netherlands. German prosecutors accusing them of planning attacks on Jewish sites and institutions across Europe. They also say one of the suspects was taking direct orders from Hamas leaders in Lebanon, and that his efforts to find a cache of weapons may have begun in the spring. In a separate case, authorities in Denmark say they also arrested several people believed to be planning attacks against Jewish civilians across that country. However, it's unclear who was behind it. Details of these plans mirroring what federal agencies back here in the U.S. have been warning about for months. Stepped up patrols outside of synagogues in major American cities after FBI Director Christopher Wray said since October 7th, he has never seen so many elevated threats of terror against the U.S. all at the same time. But we want to get right to those terror plots overseas, and Megan Fitzgerald, who joins us now from our London bureau with the late-breaking details. Megan, a lot going on here. Walk us through what we know.
Tom, what we know is that officials in Denmark say 3 people were arrested there, 1 arrested in the Netherlands. Now, in Germany, state prosecutors there say 4 suspected members of Hamas have been arrested, 1 in the Netherlands and 3 in Berlin. German prosecutors are saying one of the members arrested was searching for this underground stash of weapons in Europe. They believe those weapons were intended to be taken to Berlin to then be used in a potential terrorist attack against Jewish institutions in Europe. Now, we are hearing from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office, who's releasing a statement today saying in part that Hamas is striving to expand its capabilities around the world and in Europe. Tom?
All right, Megan Fitzgerald on that breaking news out of Europe. Megan, we appreciate that. Israel's military leaders say they believe the war with Hamas will last several months as their assault on Gaza wages on. This as President Biden urges Israel to be more careful and international communities to call for a ceasefire. Here's NBC's Richard Engel.
As Israel's war on Hamas devastates the Gaza Strip, President Biden was asked if Israel needs to tone down its military operation.
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives, not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan meeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. 2 U.S. officials familiar with the discussion tell NBC News Sullivan told the Israeli government the administration wants Israel to end its large-scale ground campaign in Gaza and transition to a more targeted phase of its war against Hamas. But that Sullivan did not specify a timetable to do this. Israeli military officials tell NBC News tonight they anticipate a long military campaign, but recognize they are under pressure because of Palestinian casualties and the humanitarian collapse in Gaza. Our crew filmed the aftermath of Israeli strikes today and followed the victims to a hospital. This was in southern Gaza, where Palestinians have been ordered to go. Israel says its war is more than justified after Hamas massacred at least 1,200 Israelis and took 240 hostages on October 7th. A month ago, we joined the David family for a Shabbat dinner. Eli blessed the wine and prayed for his brother Evyatar, kidnapped by Hamas from a music festival and then dragged into Gaza in a headlock. Tonight, Eli was in Tel Aviv, along with other hostage families and Israel's president, lighting the menorah for the last day of Hanukkah. Away from the crowds sat Evyatar's mother, Galia. She's crushed and can't bring herself to be around too many people.
This is my son's birthday.
Evyatar is one of dozens of young men still held hostage. Freed hostages say Hamas has been beating and torturing them. The male hostages seldom get talked about in the news.
I still hope and believe that they will come home. Evyatar will come home safe.
And a new U.S. intelligence assessment says that about 40 to 45% of the roughly 29,000 air-to-ground munitions that Israel has dropped on Gaza were unguided, so-called dumb bombs, which are far less accurate. Tom?
Richard Engel for us. We want to take an in-depth look tonight into Israeli hospitals which have been treating wounded soldiers since the war broke out. NBC's Hala Garani went inside some of them to hear their stories.
Inside the Ichilov hospital in Tel Aviv since October 7th, an entire floor is now dedicated to the rehab of wounded Israeli soldiers.
It was an open fracture and my tibia bone here completely shattered.
Our access granted by the Israeli military brought us to a soldier named Yuval, who also spoke with Lester back in October after the initial Hamas attacks. He is still recovering and remains determined to fight.
Every soldier here in the hospitals, everybody want to get the quickest recovery they can, so to be back on the battlefield.
Every day here, choppers bring in Israeli soldiers wounded in the combat in Gaza. Dr. Eyal Hashavia says he needs to work fast. The casualties keep coming.
Ever since October 7th, we've been getting more than 500 soldiers, injured soldiers. We're getting injured, severely injured patients by the missiles.
Beyond the fighting today, some, like former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, are now sounding the alarm that there is no post-war plan.
The main problem, in my mind, is not in the fighting. There we are fighting to the extreme heroic way we can. Problem is that Israel has no vision, no thinking, no planning as to what's then.
And despite international pressure to scale back the intensity of the fighting in Gaza, polls here show that Israelis remain overwhelmingly in favor of the war. Tom?
Hala, thank you. As this conflict presses on with no end in sight, Palestinian children continue to be caught in the crosshairs of this war. The Gaza Health Ministry reporting that 70% of the victims in Gaza are women and children, with the death toll rising every day. For more on this crisis, I'm joined tonight by Dr. Yara Asi. She's a fellow at the Arab Center in Washington, D.C., and an assistant professor at the University of Central Florida, focusing on global health and human rights. Doctor, thank you for joining Top Story tonight. We see these pictures. We talk about this war. And when you look at what's happening in Gaza, it's horrific. You don't know how anyone has survived, and yet some children have survived.
Absolutely.
What are the stories you're hearing from Gaza, and how are you helping those Palestinians?
So the stories are horrific, as you've said. The videos, the images, we know that there's around at least 8,000 children that are dead, hundreds, if not thousands more, trapped under rubble. We've heard about 25,000 children have lost either one or both parents. And in some of these cases, they have lost their entire extended family. They are the last surviving child. Every child is out of school. There is no stability. The best case scenario for a child right now is that they are in one of these very crowded, very underserved shelters, hopefully with some surviving family left.
Which aid groups are running those shelters or trying to help these children out?
So the main aid group on the ground right now is UNRWA, which is the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees. They provide most of the services in terms of health and education, but even they are saying that in these conditions, they're hardly able to do even basic triage provide food, water, even bathroom access to these people.
What is sort of the therapy for those children, as you mentioned, that have lost two parents? Does that therapy even start now, or is it just pure survival and they can't even get to that point yet?
Yeah, I think at this point it's pure survival, especially without a ceasefire at this point. We are seeing some efforts by humanitarian workers on the ground to offer puppet shows and painting classes for some of the surviving children, but with bombs falling all around, with such uncertainty, lack of food, we're hearing of children starving. It's very difficult to see a way out.
What type of training prepares you for this, right? Because how do you answer a child when they ask, what happened to my parents?
There is no training. What we're hearing from a lot of health workers is that they are, especially if it's a child pulled from rubble, they are simply not telling them yet that their family has not survived. We are seeing humanitarian workers themselves breaking down because of what they've seen. And let's remember, they too have been living this for 2 months, dealing with the same physical and mental stressors, worrying about their own children. So they are really in survival mode, just trying to make it through the day.
What is the one thing that those children need the most right now?
What they need is a ceasefire and an end to the violence. And even humanitarian agencies have told us we cannot even provide the most basic aid until there's a cessation of hostilities. We can't navigate the roads. Our trucks are not safe. People are too scared to leave their homes.
Is there, I know this is a very complicated question. I know you're not a politician. I know you do not work for the military. Is there, I'd like to say a grassroots effort, or at least some type of conversation that's happening organically? And I understand it's during the type of war that we just, whoever has the hostages, whether it be Hamas, another militant group, because we know they've split up, another terrorist group that is holding these innocent Israelis. Has there been any talk from Palestinians to say, can we just end this? Can we let people go? Let's try to get to a ceasefire. Let's try to stop the bombing. Does that happen from the Palestinian side, or is that an impossible conversation to have?
Well, I think, again, they're kind of in survival mode. They are, let's remember that these almost 10,000 children that have been killed don't have anything to do with this. And what we are seeing is that they are, in these videos, as we're bearing witness to this tragedy, they are calling on us, the world, to help them. They feel entirely powerless. And I think they would do anything to stop the bombing and to try to get back to some semblance of normalcy that they had just 3 months ago.
You know, I don't want to say the children have been ignored in this conversation, but when you think about those stats that you're saying, and you think about all the children who have lost parents, why do you think the world has not spoken more about this, or at least had this conversation?
So I do see, you know, a lot of the humanitarian efforts that have moved forward are focusing on children. But I think right now we're kind of caught in these political conversations, and we've lost sight of the humanity of the people that are left behind. Seeing children wailing for their dead parents, seeing parents wailing for their children, I think these images, after a while, especially now as the death toll has risen, unfortunately can become normalized, and we get caught up in these other conversations, and we lose sight of what is needed on the ground right now, which is an end of violence and unimpeded access to aid.
Dr. Yara Asi, we thank you so much for joining Top Story tonight.
Thank you, Tom.
We want to turn now to the Americas and the new developments coming out of the high-stakes meeting between Venezuela and Guyana. Guyana's president meeting for the first time with Venezuela's leader Nicolás Maduro face-to-face, hoping to resolve growing tensions over Maduro's threats to take over part of Guyana, an oil-rich region that both countries say belongs to them. NBC's Juan Venegas explains.
Tonight, two South American leaders meeting face-to-face after weeks of escalation over an oil-rich territory in South America. The president of Guyana, Mohamed Irfan Ali, arriving in St. Vincent early Thursday for a high-stakes conversation, followed by Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro.
Vamos a aprovecharlo al máximo en función de que nuestra América Latina y el Caribe siga siendo una zona de paz.
That peace threatened by a dispute over the Essequibo region, a stretch of land making up more than half of Guyana that Venezuela argues belongs to them. Today, both leaders agreeing to meet on neutral ground. President Ali making an important announcement after the meeting as talks are expected to continue.
The region remains a zone of peace.
The meeting attended by other South American leaders hoping for a peaceful solution to the dispute.
What's your overall expectation after this meeting today?
I don't think we'll see the matter resolved today. I don't think either side is going to unilaterally back down on this. I don't think Guyana is going to give up
Just before the historic meeting, President Ali speaking with Tom, calling Maduro's moves reckless.
He shows that he's an outlaw, and any move by Venezuela to occupy any space within Essequibo that belongs to Guyana will be illegal, illegitimate, and against international law.
Would you be willing even to give up an inch of land in the Essequibo region?
Not a single inch. Essequibo belongs to Guyana. We are not giving up a single inch.
Guyana's president also emphasizing the importance of the international court in the matter.
The controversy must be resolved at the ICJ.
The meeting comes weeks after threats from Maduro, who is seeking to annex the Essequibo.
Ultimately, Nicolás Maduro in Venezuela is doing this largely for domestic reasons. I think he's mostly done it to distract from the fact that the Venezuelan opposition, the democratic opposition in Venezuela, has been gaining force, has been organizing, unifying, and was looking increasingly likely to really give him a run for his money in 2024 elections.
The United States military holding exercises in Guyana amid rising tensions.
We don't want to see this come to blows. There's no reason for it to, and our diplomats are engaged in real time on this.
A diplomatic challenge with both countries standing their ground.
And so many in the region watching to see what happens with this meeting. Guad joins us now live from Miami. Guad, both parties have emphasized they intend to find a peaceful solution. But yesterday, President Ali made it very clear to me that Guyana was not the aggressor in the situation. For weeks, Maduro has been saying the region belongs to Venezuela. Was there any agreement to who can claim the region as their owner? What did we learn today?
So, Tom, there's a few things to keep in mind. One is that Guyana considers the Essequibo to be part of its territory. And although Maduro says it wants to annex it, today President Ali of Guyana said that they have the right to control investments, also to issue licenses and concessions to extract natural resources in that region. We know that it's a very rich in oil. And also, we have to keep in mind, Tom, that technically Venezuela has not taken any action inside of that territory to attempt to take over. Tom?
Okay. Guad Venegas first. Guad, thank you. We want to head over to Russia, and the war continues between Russia and Ukraine. Vladimir Putin holding a marathon press conference promising victory to his people despite mounting battlefield losses. But are the Russians standing behind him in this war? Keir Simmons in Moscow speaking with the man who says he'll run against Putin next year.
Russian President Vladimir Putin uncompromising today at a rare 4-hour question and answer session, declaring victory in Ukraine will be ours. There will be peace when we achieve our goals, he said. While tonight, Ukraine's President Zelensky claiming a victory, a surprise agreement on Ukraine's entry to the European Union. But Zelensky's failure so far to gain billions more in aid during his trip to Washington was noticed in Moscow. These freebies may end someday, and apparently they are ending little by little, Putin said. Though Russia's leader of 23 years did see some dissent on the text messages appearing on screens behind him. You said in 2004, a man may go crazy after 7 years in power. This message read, "How's your health?" Tonight, a veteran lawmaker who says the Ukraine conflict is at a dead end tells us he plans to run against Putin in next year's presidential election. He doesn't think he'll win.
After I have said that we should elect other president, not Putin, I was blocked on Russian TV.
Russia is on a war footing. An ice rink outside Moscow features a fighter jet and a former Soviet rocket. Millions visiting a Russian expo that includes the history of the Soviet nuclear program. This, a model of Russia's first atom bomb.
We're proud of it. It's our history. We are a great country.
Putin also said that a deal is possible, though not easy, for detained U.S. nationals Paul Whelan and Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, who the U.S. says are both wrongfully accused of espionage. Tom?
We hope that's true. Okay, thank you so much, Keir. Let's head to the U.S. southern border and the migrant crisis there. Authorities stretch past their limits as thousands of migrants a day cross the border illegally. A key border crossing in Arizona now closed, and residents in surrounding towns on the U.S. side are feeling the effects. Julia Ainsley is there tonight.
Tonight, this is the new epicenter of the border crisis. Tiny Lukeville, Arizona, where the number of migrants is pushing Border Patrol past capacity. More than 9,000 illegal crossings along the southern border just yesterday. Nearly 3,000 of them in this area.
Behind me, there's a group of about 40 migrants, including young children, that were just brought in by Border Patrol after they called 911 because they were stranded in the desert.
Border agents so backed up, they're taking migrants to Tucson, where they're processed and most are released into the U.S. The Lukeville International Crossing now closed for 11 days due to overwhelming demand on border agents from migrants. Business owners say they're paying a price.
Last week we had made $5,000, which is what we usually would make within an 8-hour shift.
We find places along the border wall where smugglers cut holes for migrants. Yesterday, cutting through 16 times.
They mark the dates here where they fixed the breaches, and you can see this one was just fixed recently.
U.S. and Mexican officials tell NBC News one reason for the rise, Mexico's Border Patrol equivalent is running low on funds and stopping fewer migrants. But Republicans blame President Biden's border policies for encouraging migrants to come and are demanding changes before they'll pass more funding for Ukraine. This tonight from the Border Patrol Union.
What we need to see from this administration is that they're serious about border security, because when you're allowing so many individuals to come across the border, that preoccupies a lot of agents.
President Biden calls GOP proposals extreme. Migrants tell us they're desperate. We are tired. I had to carry my daughter so we could keep going, said Jacqueline from Ecuador. And this man said, we knew this was going to be hard. We do it for our families.
Tom, just while I've been here today at Lukeville, Arizona, I've seen probably over 150 migrants come right through here. It's quiet right now, but especially in the morning, it was busy. We've seen toddlers come through here. A lot of them have been picked up in some of the remote areas around here and brought here to be processed by Border Patrol. And they'll later be taken to Tucson because we know that Border Patrol processing in this area is way over capacity. Meanwhile, the governor of Arizona is asking President Biden to redeploy some National Guard to this area so that Customs and Border Protection can send their men and women back to that border crossing and reopen it, because she says it is imperative for businesses here and is demanding that it be immediately reopened. So more to come here from Arizona as we keep an eye on this. And meanwhile, another border crossing is closing as well this week in San Ysidro. And of course, the local officials in those towns, Tom, say that really the impact is wide on the residents there. And so they're trying to do all they can to alleviate that pain, Tom.
Julia Ainsley for us tonight on the crush at the southwest border. Julia, thank you. We're now going to turn to the weather, and we're tracking a system expected to bring in heavy rain, wind, and even snow to much of the eastern part of the country this weekend. I want to get right over to meteorologist Bill Karen. So, Bill, what are you watching tonight? We kind of already see that system bubbling up there.
Yeah, this isn't the tornado outbreak from last weekend, thankfully, but this is going to be a huge inconvenience, and a cold December rain is about the least thing anyone wants on a busy holiday, pre-holiday weekend. You know, you got parties, shopping, errands. So the storm system in Colorado heading into areas of Kansas and Oklahoma is going to combine with all of the bright white moisture in the Gulf of Mexico. Tomorrow's kind of quiet. There'll be some rain in the Key West area here to Key Largo, but Miami northwards, you're pretty dry. Not a lot of rain. This all changes, though, as we go throughout Friday night into Saturday. I mean, the map just really fills in. You can go from Key West to Jacksonville, and it'll be pouring on Saturday. Gusty winds along with it. I do not think we're going to get a lot of severe weather. Urban flooding, poor drainage areas, yes, but not so many tornadoes or wind damage and things like that. But notice Florida, by the time we get to Sunday, about noon, it's over with. So the heaviest rain, Miami southwards, possibly up to 3 inches, 1 to 3 inches widespread. Locally, up to 5 will be worst case scenario. And then here's the plan Sunday. I'm actually more concerned with Charleston, Wilmington, Myrtle Beach. Some of those areas could have coastal flooding problems on Sunday, especially Sunday evening. The rain shield by 1 p.m. Sundays in Washington, D.C., heading into New York. So we got football games in Charlotte, Cleveland that'll have to deal with a lot of rain. Baltimore's got a game Sunday evening that'll have a ton of rain. And then 6 p.m. Sunday, it's raining from about South Carolina all the way to Maine. And unfortunately, Tom, you're going to see a lot of people complaining coming into work in the I-95 corridor. Monday morning, a soaking rain along with gusty winds and cold temperatures. Ugly.
All right, not a good way to start that holiday week. All right, thanks so much, Bill. Still ahead tonight, a reality TV couple in a sea of trouble. The pair seen on Bravo's Below Deck, accused of stealing their castmates' identities to fill bogus prescriptions for opioids. How they're defending that scheme in court. Plus, Draymond Green suspended indefinitely because of this. what the NBA says he has to do now before he can lace up again. And terrifying video of the moment a skier triggered an avalanche in New Hampshire and was sent tumbling down a mountain. How he's doing tonight. Top story, just getting started on this Thursday.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out-college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail-in delivery system.
All right, it just made
We're back now with stunning charges filed against a couple who appeared on the popular reality show Below Deck. The husband, who was a doctor, accused of stealing his castmates' identities so he could write fake prescriptions for oxycodone. NBC New York's Paisley Chang reports.
Dr. Francis Martini and his wife Jessica left court without speaking to reporters. But the couple, who has appeared on the Bravo reality show Below Deck,
pancakes on the side, just regular buttermilk pancakes,
are in a sea of trouble, accused of prescribing and filling bogus prescriptions for oxycodone, using the names of crew members from the show. The couple were among the guests who chartered the show's luxury yachts in 2019 and 2020. Following the broadcast, they went to events to promote the show with crew members. The investigation began sometime after that.
It began in early 2023, working with the DEA.
Suffolk County Police say Jessica brought a handwritten prescription for oxycodone to this Kings Park pharmacy, which raised flags. The pharmacist alerted authorities.
What's been charged is 4 prescriptions and approximately 150 pills.
Prosecutors allege Dr. Martini, who is a urologist in Fort Salonga, wrote multiple bogus scripts, and his wife then picked up the pills at various Suffolk County pharmacies, paying for them in cash. The indictment charges each with 8 counts, including criminal sale of a prescription and falsifying business records.
My clients pled not guilty, which means the government has to prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt, and they look forward to clearing their names on their day in court.
In court, prosecutors say when they arrested the couple, they were quick to tell officers, "We didn't sell any of it. It was all for us." In a statement, the DEA said these arrests are a reminder that a doctor's illicit drug diversion can lead to irreparable harm, like the drug overdoses and poisonings currently plaguing our nation.
Anytime you have someone who is in a position of authority and trust, such as a doctor, is diverting these dangerous opioids, it's concerning.
The Martinis are each facing 5 to 15 years if convicted. They were released today on their own recognizance. And one final note, Bravo, which airs Below Deck, is part of NBC Universal Comcast, our parent company. Reporting from Hop Hog, Paisley Cheng. Tom, back to you.
All right, Paisley, we thank you for that. Now to the NBA four-time champion Draymond Green, who's been suspended indefinitely for punching a player during Tuesday night's game. This comes after years of similar altercations and multiple suspensions. The league now trying to crack down on Green's behavior. Our Valerie Castro has the details.
Tonight, NBA bad boy Draymond Green facing the harshest punishment yet for this punch.
Oh, man.
Striking Phoenix Suns center Yusuf Nurkic in the face during Tuesday's game. The NBA handing down an indefinite suspension. Green initially tried to play it off as an accident.
He was pulling my hip and I was swinging away to settle the call. Made contact with him. As you know, I'm not one to apologize for things I meant to do, but I do apologize to you, sir. I didn't intend to hit him.
The NBA citing Green's repeated history of unsportsmanlike acts and will require him to meet certain league and team conditions before he returns to play. ESPN reports Green and his agent are meeting with his team about possible counseling.
This is what the league does when it's not quite sure how long this should be or doesn't want to put something definitive on it because they're trying to ride out a wave of bad PR.
This is already the three-time All-Star's second suspension this season and sixth since joining the league.
Wow.
In November, Green was sidelined for 5 games after putting Minnesota Timberwolves' Rudy Gobert in a chokehold. He showed no remorse for his actions.
I don't live my life with regrets. I'll come to a teammate's defense anytime that I'm in a position to come to a teammate's defense.
Near the end of last season, Green was ejected for stepping on Sacramento Kings' Domantas Sabonis' chest. He once again was glib about the violence.
I gotta land my foot somewhere.
He's even battled his own teammates. In October 2022, leaked video from a Warriors practice session showed Green punching former teammate Jordan Poole in the face. He was fined for an undisclosed amount.
I don't just hit people. We know stuff that you don't say amongst men. You know what I'm saying? We know things that you have to stand on.
Former teammate Kevin Durant, who had tensions with Green when they played together, sharing his concern.
Never seen that before on the basketball court in the NBA game. I hope Draymond gets the help he needs. There's been incident after incident. So
this latest suspension of the former Defensive Player of the Year, dealing a big blow to the Warriors' chance at another championship.
Yeah, we need him. We need Draymond, but he knows that. We've talked to him, and he's got to find a way to keep his poise and be out there for his teammates.
Tom, we're still waiting to find out exactly how many games Green will be suspended for, but he stands to lose $154,000 per game, up to a 20-game suspension. If he's suspended any longer than that, then the amount will increase. Tom?
All right, Valerie Castro for us. When we come back, a major Coca-Cola recall. Why the company has pulled more than 2,000 cases of Diet Coke and Sprite off store shelves. That's next.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
All right, this is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad. I'm here to stay best.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Okay, we are back now with Top Stories news feed and the University of Arizona boosting police patrols over a potential kidnapper. Police in Tucson say a woman told them she was followed by a dark-colored car before the driver got out and grabbed her from behind last week. She reportedly started to scream and he ran away. According to police, another woman said she was groped near the campus by a man matching his description, and a third woman reported being followed. Okay, a skier in New Hampshire surviving an avalanche and capturing the whole thing on camera. Look at this GoPro footage showing the moment the snow underneath him gave way and he became caught inside that avalanche. He was pulled 500 feet down before coming to a rest with a broken leg. His ski partner able to temporarily treat his injury with a medical kit. After 4 hours, rescuers airlifted him to a local hospital. Pretty scary. Coca-Cola recalling some of its most popular products over concerns they could contain, quote, foreign material. The impacted products include nearly 2,000 12-pack cases of Diet Coke, Sprite, and Fanta Orange. They were sold in Alabama, Mississippi, and Florida. No word yet on what that foreign material is. The recalled Diet Coke has a best buy date of January 29th, 2024, while the Fanta and Sprite are best by July 29th, 2024. Okay, and the hit show Curb Your Enthusiasm will end after 12 seasons. Larry David writing in a statement that the show's final season will premiere on February 4th on HBO and will consist of 10 episodes. Curb launched in 2000 and ran for 8 seasons before taking a 6-year break. It returned in 2017. The beloved series has earned a staggering, get this, 51 Emmy nominations and is currently HBO's longest-running series. Okay, now to power and politics and another set of very troubling numbers for President Biden. A new Bloomberg and Morning Consult poll painting a grim picture for President Biden's re-election campaign. In 7 battleground states, including 6 Biden won just 3 years ago, he's now trailing former President Trump, and in one case, by almost double digits. Let's take a look at the picture in Georgia, where President Biden scored a narrow victory over Trump in 2020. This poll has him down 6 points against the former president, less than a year out from the election. In Michigan, where Biden beat Trump by almost 3 points in 2020, the script is now flipped. Trump now winning by 4 points there. And in North Carolina, the only swing state poll that Biden lost in 2020, Trump has extended his lead from 3 years ago from just over a point to nearly 10. For more on what these polls mean for President Biden's re-election hopes, I want to bring in our panel tonight. David Jacobson, he's founder of J&Z Strategies and a former Hillary Clinton campaign staffer. And Mark Lauder, Chief Communications Officer at the America First Policy Institute and Director of Strategic Communications on the Trump 2020 campaign. Thank you both for being here. Dave, I'm going to start with you since you're the Democrat here in the panel. It's less than a year out now, and these poll numbers for Biden keep getting worse and worse, especially in battleground states. How concerned should Democrats be right now?
Look, undoubtedly, Democrats should be concerned. But I think what's key here is a couple components. Number one, Trump's not above 50% in any of these polls. Number two, we are not yet at a binary choice in this election. And so to me, you know, this is sort of an opportunity for Democrats to take Trump seriously, obviously, but turn this into not just a campaign against Joe Biden, obviously, but to turn it as a referendum on Donald Trump. He's not yet the nominee. We look like, obviously in polling, it looks like he's going to get there. Clearly, he's leading by a substantial margin amongst the Republican field. But I think once Democrats are laser focused against Donald Trump and they draw a clear contrast, it's incumbent upon Democrats to make the case against Trump, but also not just focus on the president, but on the issues. Joe Biden is aligned with the American people on issues like abortion, gun safety, tackling climate change, student loan debt, and a range of other issues. Donald Trump, on the flip side, is deeply out of touch with the American people. Moreover, we've got a number of court cases coming up with Donald Trump facing criminal charges.
Right,
and
yeah.
I think the American people will never vote for a lawless president.
David, but it's a much different story, as you know, when it comes to the economy and the border and what's happening overseas with 2 wars ongoing right now. Mark, I want to turn to you. How much of this is Trump doing better, and how much of this is Biden doing worse?
Well, I think it's a combination of both. I think this is the first campaign that we are going to see in over 100 years where one of the candidates is not hypothetical. Both of them, one of them is the president, one's the former president, and people remember that they were better off, the world was safer, the border was secure when Donald Trump was president, and they can compare that to the mess that we have going on right now. And when you look at each of those issues in those battleground states, the real issues, Donald Trump is favored by double digits. The economy, energy, crime, inflation, the border, all of those issues, people choose Donald Trump over Joe Biden.
Dave, let's look at Georgia, right? I'm gonna have our great director, Brett Holy, put up the Georgia numbers real quick, because you mentioned the cases, right? The criminal cases against the former president. How do you explain Georgia? This is a state that he lost. It was a huge win for Joe Biden 3 years ago. And now he's being accused of the former President Trump is accused of trying to steal that election. And yet he's doing better in Georgia now, right? How do you sort of explain this?
Well, Tom, I think it's also important, Mark made a couple points, and I think facts matter. The reality is we had border issues during the entire Trump administration. Frankly, the border issues were worse during the Trump administration than during the Biden administration. In terms of jobs and the economy, currently you have unemployment at 3.7%. It was double that when Donald Trump left office. And so I think facts matter, and it's critically important when we're talking about economic issues that we're talking about the reality. Now, in terms of Georgia, we just won 2 U.S. Senate races in Georgia. We're dominating statewide contests at the federal level, obviously, in Georgia. So look, going back to my point of making this a binary choice election, we're not there yet. There's still a nominating process on the Republican side. You've got Nikki Haley surging in polls. I still think Donald Trump is obviously going to be the nominee, but we're months away from that process sort of fizzling out. And so it's incumbent upon Democrats to be laser focused at that point, once Donald Trump is the official nominee, to draw a clear and coherent contrast on the issues that matter, passing common sense gun violence issues, abortion rights, tackling climate change, standing with the LGBTQ community. These are issues that align with Democrats and the vast majority of the American people. Polling shows this. The AP has a poll out that shows 73% of Americans support abortion rights. According to a Fox News poll just a couple months ago, 61% of Americans support comprehensive laws that ban assault weapons. And so Joe Biden may not be in the strongest position in these polls today, but once we get to a clear contrast with Biden versus Trump, if Biden is laser focused on the issues, that's where the American people are going to be. And I feel like these numbers will close the gap a little bit.
Dave, just real quick, a fact check. What are you talking about? The immigration was worse under former President Trump. Are you talking about numbers? Because we are seeing record numbers at the border under the Biden administration. Obviously, we can have a discussion about the way migrants were treated under the Trump administration, but I was a little confused when you said that earlier in your answer.
Yeah, to clarify, I mean, it's not like we haven't had border issues throughout the last 15, 20 years, right? Obviously, we're grappling with a tremendous issue at the border right now. However, things weren't perfect during the Trump administration. It was far from that. Things weren't perfect during the Bush administration or the Obama years, obviously. This has been an issue, I guess my point, that we have, as a nation, been grappling with for years. Frankly, Democrats want to pass comprehensive immigration reform with a pathway to citizenship. The Republicans refuse to do that, right? If it was a Democratic-controlled Congress, obviously, you'd probably have bills passing legislation.
I want to get over to Mark
to solve this problem.
Yeah, Mark, if you were advising former President Trump right now, is what he's doing working as far as campaigning and essentially going to court and waiting for trial? Is that working? Because he's not really hitting the campaign trail hard and he's skipping all the debates.
No, but he is getting his message out, and I think so. And he is doing rallies, and he is doing events in some of the early primary states. But keep the pressure on. I mean, I hope the Democrats and Joe Biden follow my counterpart's advice, because if that's the campaign message you've got, you're going to lose. People want lower prices. They want someone that's going to make sure that they can afford the basics, and they can't afford the basics under Bidenomics, under Bidenflation, and they know it. And so if they go out there with a gun control and amnesty platform, they're going to lose.
Real quick, because we've run out of time, Mark, a couple more Republican debates have been added to the calendar. Do you think Trump attends any of them?
No, I don't think there's any reason to. He's up 50 points nationally. He's up 25 to 30 points in the early states. This thing is all but done except for counting the actual votes.
Dave Jacobson, Mark Lauder, loved this conversation tonight. Thank you. Coming up next, stranded at sea, the Coast Guard racing to airlift 6 people to safety after their boat sank off the coast of the Dominican Republic. The cruise ship nearby that alerted authorities to those people in distress. That's next.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Back now with Top Stories Global Watch, and we begin with a dramatic rescue off the coast of the Dominican Republic. New video shows the U.S. Coast Guard airlifting 6 people who were stranded in the ocean after their boat sank about 30 miles north of Puerto Plata. The Coast Guard receiving a call for help after a Carnival cruise ship saved 6 other passengers from a life raft the day before. All 12 people are now expected to be okay. The World Health Organization urging vaccinations amid a measles outbreak in Europe. The agency says more than 30,000 cases of measles were reported across 40 European countries in 2023. They say that's 30 times higher than 2022, when cases were below 1,000. Measles, as you know, is highly infectious and can lead to complications, including pneumonia, even brain damage. The WHO says cases are rising at an alarming rate due to plummeting vaccine rates. And a British child missing for 6 years has been found alive in France. Alex Batty was 11 and under the guardianship of his grandmother when he vanished along with his mother and grandfather while on a trip to Spain. Authorities believe the child was abducted by the pair. According to local reports, he was found hitchhiking in southern France this week after walking alone for several days.
He's undergoing medical evaluation. No word on the location of his mother or his grandfather. Okay, next tonight to the West Bank and Bethlehem's Silent Night. The city believed to be where Jesus was born more than 2,000 years ago, desolate during this Christmas season. Officials there canceling all holiday festivities in solidarity with their fellow Palestinians in Gaza. Hotels, restaurants, and shops, once filled with tourists, now empty. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has this report.
The bells at Bethlehem's ancient Church of the Nativity still ring, but the courtyard here is empty. This is the oldest continuously used place of worship shared by multiple Christian denominations who believe it's the birthplace of Jesus. But this Christmas, the pilgrims and tourists who usually flock to this ancient city are nowhere to be seen.
This is the worst Christmas ever. Bethlehem is shut down for Christmas. No Christmas tree, no joy, no Christmas spirit. You know, Bethlehem was, during Christmas, was beautiful. People from all over the world used to come. People were waiting for this moment. And as you can see now, it is a ghost town. This is my great-grandfather.
Joey Canavati's family has owned the Alexander Hotel for generations. And here in Bethlehem, the holiday season is the busy season.
We were fully booked October, November, December. We were 120% capacity. We were looking different hotels to send the people because there's no room. There was no room in the inn in Bethlehem.
The Israeli Tourism Ministry estimates 120,000 people visited during the week of Christmas last year.
We had at least 120 people having dinner here every night.
Cavanati hoped they could see even more people this year.
But now all what we get on the email is cancellation after cancellation after cancellation. So it is a catastrophe.
One hotel manager tells the Associated Press nearly 70 hotels are now closed across Bethlehem, leaving 6,000 workers out of a job this holiday season.
And a lot of your carvings are, for obvious reasons, of the nativity scene.
Nativity scene, because this is what represents Bethlehem.
Our Richard Engel spoke with Richard Tabish, whose family has run this nativity shop since 1942. He says the 8 to 10 busloads of tourists and customers he used to get each day are gone.
And when was the last time you had a single customer?
Well, it was on the 6th of October, just the day before the war. Then from the 7th up to today, it's zero business.
What about all your staff, all the people who work here with you, the people who carve all these objects, the people who sell them?
I know. You know, Bethlehem relies 80% on tourism. In my store, we have with us around 30 employees that we work in the store, and we buy our merchandise from more than 100 to 150 merchants that do most of the carvings. They are all locals and do all these beautiful carvings in Bethlehem, and it all stopped.
Some restaurants forced to change their operations.
Nowadays, we are working around 10%, 15% maximum, yes.
Catering to local families instead of tourists, but in a city where people from many religions and denominations have lived and prayed side by side for hundreds of years.
We are praying for peace, you know. Bethlehem is the city where peace was born. So it should be the messenger for peace to be spread all over the world.
Praying for an end to first the war and then to Bethlehem's Silent Night.
Hallie Jackson joins us tonight from Haifa, Israel. Hallie, so as we saw in your report, their Christmas canceled in Bethlehem. We've seen security concerns as Jewish communities gather to celebrate Hanukkah, not only in Israel, but across the world. What's your sense being there, right? Are people able to find any sense of happiness or light as this war rages on, or is that just impossible at this time right now where you are?
It's such a great question, Tom. I'll tell you, for the fortunate few, they have been able to find a miracle. And I'm talking about some of those hostage family members whose loved ones have been returned over the last few weeks. And I'm thinking about one man we spoke with whose 3 little kids and wife had been taken captive, and they were released. And he told me that he feels like it is a miracle at this moment, even just like watching them brush their teeth and living their life. For a lot of other people, though, here in Israel, and certainly for people in Gaza who are just living through very difficult conditions, it is hard to find a moment to be hopeful. It is hard to find a way to cling to that. Although I will say that some of those hostage family members we've talked to in Israel say hope is all they have at this point. And if they don't have that, it's tough to get out of bed, Tom.
And all those prayers continue even during this holiday season. All right, Hallie Jackson for us from Israel. Hallie, thank you. All right, when we come back, the miracle man, hiker Ian Snyder, falling more than 1,000 feet while hiking in Hawaii.
So how in the world did he survive? You'll hear his story right after this break.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Morning, Al. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious. Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make Today your home for the holidays.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Finally tonight, the story of an incredible rescue after a hiker fell 1,000 feet off a trail in Oahu, surviving at the base of a waterfall for 3 days, suffering from several broken bones and sipping from a small stream to stay alive. First responders calling him the Miracle Man. Here's Mahaleni Richardson from Hawaii News Now.
Walking slowly and recovering from broken bones, bruises, and puncture wounds, 34-year-old Ian Snyder doesn't remember the moment he fell 1,000 feet to the bottom of a mountain from the Ko'olau Summit Trail near the Palinachus Trail in Nu'uanu. But he and his parents wanted to say mahalo to the first responders who saved his life December 7th. For 3 days near the bottom of a waterfall, he survived with only stream water.
I had to reach over all the way across to grab water with my right hand in the stream. It was a little trickle.
And faith that his life was in God's hands.
I had made my peace and said, if this is my time, I'm ready to go. But if it's not my time, I know that patch of sky in front of me, I'll be able to wave at a helicopter. I'd made my peace with God. I will be okay whether I live or whether I die.
That helicopter did come, as did a coordinated rescue effort involving first responders, the Oahu hiking community, and many others from down that dangerous mountain.
Made it to Konahuanui and fell here.
Based on what we saw from Air One and the terrain, we were amazed that to be 1,000 feet down from the trail and to have survived is, as we've said many times, a miracle. We still are baffled by it.
As you can imagine, Mr. Snyder, your call was the most memorable that day. Not every day our department sees a situation like this. Falling 1,000 feet from a trail is no joke.
Thank you.
Oh my God, can I get a hug?
Yes.
Hikers who helped with the search wanted to meet the man they had been tracking on his social media.
And I thought the best gift we could give to the family was that we had found a body. And when we found a whole human living and breathing and waving at the sky, I was like, Merry Christmas, I guess.
Mahaleni Richardson, Hawaii News Now.
Thanks so much for watching Top Story tonight. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay right there. More news on the way.
Tonight, the new alleged Hamas terror plot foiled as the U.S. presses Israel to do more to avoid civilian casualties in Gaza. European officials saying at least 7 suspects, including 4 long-standing Hamas members, were arrested, accused of plotting to attack Jewish sites. It comes as President Biden urges Israel to, quote, be more careful to protect civilians in Gaza. Israel's defense minister warning today the war will last more than several months. Our Richard Engel in Jerusalem. Also tonight, the major storm taking aim at the entire East Coast. Al Roker is tracking it. Jury deliberations underway in Rudy Giuliani's defamation trial for false claims about Georgia election workers. How much could he have to pay? Vladimir Putin defiant what the Russian president vowed to do in Ukraine at a marathon 4-hour news conference. NBC News investigates Medicare Advantage routinely denying coverage to patients, the dire impact on hospitals in rural America. The tale of a JetBlue plane striking the runway as the pilot avoided a head-on collision, what investigators say happened. The bull loose on the tracks and major delays for commuters traveling into New York City. And donning his L.A. Dodgers jersey for the first time, baseball's new $700 million man.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Tonight, Israel's defense chief is predicting the war with Hamas will last several months, but declaring Israel will win and destroy Hamas. His remarks coming as President Biden once more spoke out about rising civilian deaths in Gaza. Today, urging Israel to be more careful. But sources telling NBC News today that nearly half of the aerial weapons dropped on Gaza by Israel so far in the war have been unguided so-called dumb bombs, according to an intelligence assessment shared with Congress. Unguided weapons are cheaper and less precise than smart bombs. Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry says it has tallied nearly 19,000 deaths in the war. And now, amid fears the war could trigger a wider conflict and terror attacks, a series of arrests of suspected Hamas operatives in Europe today may have foiled attacks against Jewish people there. Richard Engel joins us. What do we know about these alleged plots, Richard?
Lester, the 7 suspects were arrested in Germany, Denmark, and the Netherlands. 4 of them described as long-standing Hamas members. They're accused of plotting attacks against Jewish institutions across Europe. The attacks were still in the planning stage. The Danish prime minister is describing them as serious as it gets. It comes as the national security advisor for President Biden came here in Israel today to discuss the war in Gaza.
As Israel's war on Hamas devastates the Gaza Strip, President Biden was asked if Israel needs to tone down its military operation.
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives, not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan meeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. 2 U.S. officials familiar with the discussion tell NBC News Sullivan told the Israeli government the administration wants Israel to end its large-scale ground campaign in Gaza and transition to a more targeted phase of its war against Hamas. But that Sullivan did not specify a timetable to do this. Israeli military officials tell NBC News tonight they anticipate a long military campaign, but recognize they are under pressure because of Palestinian casualties and the humanitarian collapse in Gaza. Our crew filmed the aftermath of Israeli strikes today and followed the victims to a hospital. This was in southern Gaza, where Palestinians have been ordered to go. Israel says its war is more than justified after Hamas massacred at least 1,200 Israelis and took 240 hostages on October 7th. A month ago, we joined the David family for a Shabbat dinner. Eli blessed the wine and prayed for his brother Evyatar, kidnapped by Hamas from a music festival and then dragged into Gaza in a headlock. Tonight, Eli was in Tel Aviv, along with other hostage families and Israel's president, lighting the menorah for the last day of Hanukkah. Away from the crowds sat Evyatar's mother, Galia. She's crushed and can't bring herself to be around too many people.
This is my son's birthday.
Evyatar is one of dozens of young men still held hostage. Freed hostages say Hamas has been beating and torturing them. The male hostages seldom get talked about in the news.
I still hope and believe that they will come home. Aviatar will come home safe.
And Richard, I want to go back to this new U.S. intelligence assessment about the bombs Israel has been using in Gaza. What's the significance of that report?
Well, the assessment says that about 40 to 45% of the air-to-ground munitions, 29,000 air-to-ground munitions that Israel has dropped on Gaza since October 7th are unguided, which are far less precise. Lester?
Richard Engel, thank you. And tonight we're inside an Israeli hospital where soldiers wounded in the war are being treated. NBC's Hala Gorani reports.
Inside the Ichilov hospital in Tel Aviv since October 7th, an entire floor is now dedicated to the rehab of wounded Israeli soldiers.
It was an open fracture in my tibia bone here, completely shattered.
Our access granted by the Israeli military brought us to a soldier named Yuval, who also spoke with Lester back in October after the initial Hamas attacks. He is still recovering and remains determined to fight.
Every soldier here in the hospitals, everybody want to get the quickest recovery they can, so to be back on the battlefield.
Every day here, choppers bring in Israeli soldiers wounded in the combat in Gaza. Dr. Eyal Hashavia says he needs to work fast. The casualties keep coming.
Ever since October 7th, we've been getting more than 500 soldiers, injured soldiers. We're getting injured, severely injured patients by the missiles.
Beyond the fighting today, some, like former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, are now sounding the alarm that there is no post-war plan.
The main problem, in my mind, is not in the fighting. There we are fighting to the extreme heroic way we can. Problem is that Israel has no vision, no thinking, no planning as to what's then.
And despite international pressure to scale back the intensity of the fighting in Gaza, polls here show that Israelis remain overwhelmingly in favor of the war. Lester?
Hala Gorani, thank you. We're tracking some major storms tonight expected to wreak havoc in the east throughout the weekend. Al Roker is here now. Al, what can we expect?
Well, Lester, we're watching this thing get together in the Gulf Coast and what it's going to do tomorrow. Some showers around Florida, but by Saturday, heavy rain impacts the Sunshine State. A high rain rate, saturated ground, going to cause more of a flood risk Sunday. This storm intensifies as it moves up the East Coast. Heavy rain, strong winds in the mid-Atlantic states. By Monday, it zips up into the Northeast. Back behind it, light snow will be falling 1 to 3 inches. But the biggest impact, Lester, is going to be the rain. Locally, 6 inches through the Florida Peninsula. Heavy rain moving from Charleston to Cape Hatteras and eventually ending up in New York with anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain, causing some localized flooding.
On
Lester?
a big travel week. All right, Al, thanks. Today, a jury began considering how much former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani will have to pay 2 Georgia women he falsely accused of trying to steal the 2020 election while he worked for former President Trump. Here's Ken Delaney.
Tonight, a jury weighing the financial punishment for election lies. A federal jury in Washington is deliberating how much Rudy Giuliani must pay in damages to 2 former Georgia election workers he falsely accused of election fraud. This trial was about the human toll. Shay Moss and Ruby Freeman each told the jury how Giuliani's false charges led them to be targeted by racist attacks.
A lot of threats, wishing death upon me, telling me that I'll be in jail with my mother.
It all stemmed from Giuliani's bogus claims that the election was stolen from Donald Trump, citing this video of the 2 poll workers.
Quite obviously, surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine.
What was your mom actually handing you on that video?
A ginger mint.
The judge had already found Giuliani liable for defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress. A reputation expert hired by the women testified that they are owed as much as $48 million in compensation, not including punitive damages. The judge admonished Giuliani for defaming the 2 women again outside court Monday.
Of course I don't regret it. I told the truth. They were engaged
in changing votes.
He opted not to testify. The defamation finding is one of many recent setbacks for Giuliani, now under indictment in Georgia, accused of racketeering through his efforts to overturn the election. His law licenses suspended. The jury resumes deliberations tomorrow morning. Lester?
All right, Ken Delanian, thank you. As Congress debates changes in immigration policy, there's a new focus on a small town at the heart of the migrant crisis. Julia Ainsley is there for us.
Tonight, this is the new epicenter of the border crisis, tiny Lukeville, Arizona, where the number of migrants is pushing Border Patrol past capacity. More than 9,000 illegal crossings along the southern border just yesterday, nearly 3,000 of them in this area.
Behind me, there's a group of about 40 migrants, including young children, that were just brought in by Border Patrol after they called 911 because they were stranded in the desert.
Border agents so backed up, they're taking migrants to Tucson, where they're processed and most are released into the U.S. The Lukeville International Crossing now closed for 11 days due to overwhelming demand on border agents from migrants. Business owners say they're paying a price.
Last week we had made $5,000, which is what we usually would make within an 8-hour shift.
We find places along the border wall where smugglers cut holes for migrants. Yesterday, cutting through 16 times.
They mark the dates here where they fix the breaches, and you can see this one was just fixed recently.
U.S. and Mexican officials tell NBC News one reason for the rise, Mexico's Border Patrol equivalent is running low on funds and stopping fewer migrants. But Republicans blame President Biden's border policies for encouraging migrants to come and are demanding changes before they'll pass more funding for Ukraine. This tonight from the Border Patrol Union.
What we need to see from this administration is that they're serious about border security, because when you're allowing so many individuals to come across the border, that preoccupies a lot of agents.
President Biden calls GOP proposals extreme. Migrants tell us they're desperate. We are tired. I had to carry my daughter so we could keep going, said Jacqueline from Ecuador. And this man said, we knew this was going to be hard. We do it for our families.
Now, Arizona's governor is asking President Biden to reassign National Guard so they can open that border crossing to traffic. Lester?
Julia Ainsley, thank you. In Moscow, Russia's President Vladimir Putin was defiant today, showing no sign of backing down from his invasion of Ukraine. Keir Simmons was there.
Russian President Vladimir Putin uncompromising today at a rare 4-hour question and answer session, declaring victory in Ukraine will be ours. There will be peace when we achieve our goals, he said. While tonight, Ukraine's President Zelensky claiming a victory, a surprise agreement on Ukraine's entry to the European Union. But Zelensky's failure so far to gain billions more in aid during his trip to Washington was noticed in Moscow. These freebies may end someday, and apparently they are ending little by little, Putin said. Though Russia's leader of 23 years did see some dissent on the text messages appearing on screens behind him. You said in 2004, a man may go crazy after 7 years in power. This message read, "How's your health?" Tonight, a veteran lawmaker who says the Ukraine conflict is at a dead end tells us he plans to run against Putin in next year's presidential election. He doesn't think he'll win.
After I have said that we should elect other president, not Putin, I was blocked on Russian TV.
Russia is on a war footing. An ice rink outside Moscow features a fighter jet and a former Soviet rocket. Millions visiting a Russian expo that includes the history of the Soviet nuclear program. This, a model of Russia's first atom bomb.
We're proud of it. It's our history. We are a great country.
Meanwhile, Putin also says a deal is possible, though not easy, for detained Americans Paul Whelan and Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, who the U.S. says are wrongly accused of espionage. Lester?
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow tonight. Thank you. In 60 seconds, with near-record travelers expected, how airlines are preparing after last year's holiday nightmare. That's next. They've been getting ready for months. Airlines preparing for a record season of holiday travel that's about to begin. But will they be able to avoid repeat of last year's travel nightmares? Here's Emily Aketa.
The Christmas crush at airports is around the corner, with a record 7.5 million people expected to take flight. Travelers hoping to avoid a repeat of last December when bad weather set off a cascade of problems at Southwest Airlines, canceling nearly 17,000 flights in a 10-day span, stranding passengers and creating mountains of lost luggage.
Look at this mess. Everybody over here is pissed.
The airline CEO, Bob Jordan, assuring CNBC today this year will be different.
We've invested in trucks and new pads and staffing and technology. I'm very, very proud of our people. We are ready for winter.
And Jordan says those changes are already proving successful.
Thanksgiving Day, there was snow, 97% on time, 0 cancels across our entire system.
Major airlines and airports have been preparing for months to meet the holiday's unprecedented demand, with measures like new screening machines in Atlanta, while the FAA tries to curb close calls on the runway. In video we sped up to show what happened, the tail of a JetBlue plane strikes the ground in Colorado last year, when the pilot quickly pitched the airplane up to avoid the approaching aircraft, according to an NTSB report out this week.
You're driving how long just to avoid flying?
23 hours.
Some travelers like Tom Mulaney aren't taking any chances this year.
That's how stressful last year's experience was.
Yeah, I don't want to go through it again.
Travelers cautiously hopeful this holiday season isn't a turbulent one. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
We've got a lot more to tell you about tonight. Coming up, coverage for necessary medical care routinely denied. Our investigation of Medicare Advantage plans next. We're back now with our NBC News investigation into Medicare Advantage, those Medicare-approved plans offered by private companies. Millions use them, but we found they routinely reject claims for necessary care. As Sam Brock reports, it's devastating hospitals in rural America.
This was once the geriatric psychiatry unit at Alliance Healthcare in Holly Springs, Mississippi. Now the hallways hollow and beds sitting empty.
This operating room only a few years ago was doing 5 or 6 procedures a day. Now, 0.
Dr. Kenneth Williams is the CEO. He says the hospital can no longer afford the unit or any inpatient care for that matter.
All of this used to service people that really needed help, and now it's just totally empty.
It's empty, it's gone, and it died the last few years with Medicare Advantage.
Medicare Advantage is a private alternative to traditional Medicare pitched by celebrity spokesmen like Joe Namath.
Medicare Advantage plans have added new benefits.
31 million people are on the plans, which are often cheaper than Medicare supplements and promise better benefits and lower premiums. But the CEOs of rural hospital systems in 6 states tell NBC News that Medicare Advantage routinely denies reimbursements for necessary care.
2006, we went from being well in the black to losing $1.7 million.
Overnight.
Medicare Advantage. Yeah. And all of a sudden, we went from smiling to crying. And nothing changed other than that.
One government report found the top Advantage plans denied payment for nearly 1 in 5 claims that met Medicare rules.
Your fight is not just to take care of patients anymore. Your fight is becoming more to get paid from the insurance company.
And without the resources to push back, rural hospitals like Dr. Williams's are forced to eat the higher costs.
How dire is the situation when it comes to rural hospitals?
More than 300 hospitals that are at immediate risk of closure, and another 300 that could be at risk of closing in the next 6 to 7 years.
When Rose Stone retired, she signed up for a Medicare Advantage plan.
Rose, how long have you been coming to Dr. Williams' clinic for?
20 plus years.
And did you think if you signed up for Medicare Advantage, you'd be able to continue to do that?
At first, I did.
She was later surprised to learn the plan didn't cover her visits. Faced with paying out of pocket, she made a difficult choice.
I had to stop coming to Williams Clinic.
An advocacy group for Advantage plans tells NBC News they acknowledge the challenges facing some health systems, but we need to ensure coverage is maintained for millions of seniors. Rose has since gotten rid of her Advantage plan and is seeing Dr. Williams again.
You felt like you were taken advantage of.
I know I was. Yeah, I know I was.
Sam Brock, NBC News, Holly Springs, Mississippi.
And up ahead for us, the bowl that caused havoc on the tracks and the stampede in L.A. to see the $700 million man.
It's going to be in a Dodger uniform.
A wild scene today on the New Jersey Transit line. A bull got loose onto the tracks in Newark, causing major delays for commuters going into New York City. Officials said it was eventually safely corralled and bound for an animal sanctuary. And finally, he can hit, he can pitch, and before he ever takes the field for the LA Dodgers, he has set a record. Here's Miguel Almaguer on Shohei Ohtani's game of Moneyball.
Donning Dodger blue for the first time tonight, Shohei Ohtani is Hollywood's newest superstar. Introduced today in Los Angeles, the former Angel is a two-way sensation, a flame-throwing pitcher,
he got him,
and a baseball-crushing batter.
The 2-2 to Shohei Ohtani, he has done it!
The Japanese-born global sensation inking a 10-year, $700 million contract, surpassing the two-decade career earnings of LeBron James and the deal just signed by soccer superstar Lionel Messi. I was very humbled and happy to see all of you here, says Ohtani. I can't wait to join the Dodgers. Already making an estimated $40 million a year in endorsements, Ohtani is deferring 97% of his salary until the end of his contract, allowing the Dodgers to pay for other elite players. I'm not sure how long I'm going to be able to play the game, so I did prioritize winning. That's at the top of my list and will probably never change. With Ohtani's jersey setting sales records, ticket prices for the Dodgers home opener are averaging close to $1,000.
It's a celebrity in Japan in the mold of a LeBron James and a Taylor Swift combined. Somebody we're going to be talking about as one of the greatest baseball players of all time.
Tonight, the new face of a franchise and America's pastime. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Los Angeles.
And that's nightly news for this Thursday. Thank you for watching, everyone. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us won. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer Delivery.
All right, it just me too.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Tonight, the new alleged Hamas terror plot foiled as the U.S. presses Israel to do more to avoid civilian casualties in Gaza. European officials saying at least 7 suspects, including 4 long-standing Hamas members, were arrested, accused of plotting to attack Jewish sites. It comes as President Biden urges Israel to, quote, be more careful to protect civilians in Gaza. Israel's defense minister warning today the war will last more than several months. Our Richard Engel in Jerusalem. Also tonight, the major storm taking aim at the entire East Coast. Al Roker is tracking it. Jury deliberations underway in Rudy Giuliani's defamation trial for false claims about Georgia election workers. How much could he have to pay? Vladimir Putin defiant what the Russian president vowed to do in Ukraine at a marathon 4-hour news conference. NBC News investigates Medicare Advantage routinely denying coverage to patients. The dire impact on hospitals in rural America. The tale of a JetBlue plane striking the runway as the pilot avoided a head-on collision. What investigators say happened. The bull loose on the tracks and major delays for commuters traveling into New York City. And donning his LA Dodgers jersey for the first time, baseball's new $700 million man.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Tonight, Israel's defense chief is predicting the war with Hamas will last several months, but declaring Israel will win and destroy Hamas. His remarks coming as President Biden once more spoke out about rising civilian deaths in Gaza. Today, urging Israel to be more careful. But sources telling NBC News today that nearly half of the aerial weapons dropped on Gaza by Israel so far in the war have been unguided so-called dumb bombs, according to an intelligence assessment shared with Congress. Unguided weapons are cheaper and less precise than smart bombs. Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry says it has tallied nearly 19,000 deaths in the war. And now, amid fears the war could trigger a wider conflict and terror attacks, a series of arrests of suspected Hamas operatives in Europe today may have foiled attacks against Jewish people there. Richard Engel joins us. What do we know about these alleged plots, Richard?
Lester, the 7 suspects were arrested in Germany, Denmark, and the Netherlands. 4 of them described as long-standing Hamas members. They're accused of plotting attacks against Jewish institutions across Europe. The attacks were still in the planning stage. The Danish prime minister is describing them as serious as it gets. It comes as the national security advisor for President Biden came here in Israel today to discuss the war in Gaza.
As Israel's war on Hamas devastates the Gaza Strip, President Biden was asked if Israel needs to tone down its military operation.
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives, not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan meeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. 2 U.S. officials familiar with the discussion tell NBC News Sullivan told the Israeli government the administration wants Israel to end its large-scale ground campaign in Gaza and transition to a more targeted phase of its war against Hamas, but that Sullivan did not specify a timetable to do this. Israeli military officials tell NBC News tonight they anticipate a long military campaign, but recognize they are under pressure because of Palestinian casualties and the humanitarian collapse in Gaza. Our crew filmed the aftermath of Israeli strikes today and followed the victims to a hospital. This was in southern Gaza, where Palestinians have been ordered to go. Israel says its war is more than justified after Hamas massacred at least 1,200 Israelis and took 240 hostages on October 7th. A month ago, we joined the David family for a Shabbat dinner. Eli blessed the wine and prayed for his brother Evyatar, kidnapped by Hamas from a music festival and then dragged into Gaza in a headlock. Tonight, Eli was in Tel Aviv, along with other hostage families and Israel's president, lighting the menorah for the last day of Hanukkah. Away from the crowds sat Evyatar's mother, Galia. She's crushed and can't bring herself to be around too many people.
This is my son's birthday.
Evyatar is one of dozens of young men still held hostage. Freed hostages say Hamas has been beating and torturing them. The male hostages seldom get talked about in the news.
I still hope and believe that they will come home. Evyatar will come home safe.
And Richard, I want to go back to this new U.S. intelligence assessment about the bombs Israel has been using in Gaza. What's the significance of that report?
Well, the assessment says that about 40 to 45% of the air-to-ground munitions, 29,000 air-to-ground munitions that Israel has dropped on Gaza since October 7th are unguided, which are far less precise. Lester?
Richard Engel, thank you. And tonight we're inside an Israeli hospital where soldiers wounded in the war are being treated. NBC's Hala Gorani reports.
Inside the Ichilov hospital in Tel Aviv since October 7th, an entire floor is now dedicated to the rehab of wounded Israeli soldiers.
It was an open fracture in my tibia bone here, completely shattered.
Our access granted by the Israeli military brought us to a soldier named Yuval, who also spoke with Lester back in October after the initial Hamas attacks. He is still recovering and remains determined to fight.
Every soldier here in the hospitals, everybody want to get the quickest recovery they can, so to be back on the battlefield.
Every day here, choppers bring in Israeli soldiers wounded in the combat in Gaza. Dr. Eyal Hashavia says he needs to work fast. The casualties keep coming.
Ever since October 7th, we've been getting more than 500 soldiers, injured soldiers. We're getting injured, severely injured patients by the missiles.
Beyond the fighting today, some, like former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, are now sounding the alarm that there is no post-war plan.
The main problem, in my mind, is not in the fighting. There we are fighting to the extreme heroic way we can. Problem is that Israel has no vision, no thinking, no planning as to what's then.
And despite international pressure to scale back the intensity of the fighting in Gaza, polls here show that Israelis remain overwhelmingly in favor of the war. Lester?
Hala Gorani, thank you. We're tracking some major storms tonight expected to wreak havoc in the east throughout the weekend. Al Roker is here now. Al, what can we expect?
Well, Lester, we're watching this thing get together in the Gulf Coast and what it's going to do tomorrow. Some showers around Florida, but by Saturday, heavy rain impacts the Sunshine State. A high rain rate, saturated ground, going to cause more of a flood risk Sunday. This storm intensifies as it moves up the East Coast. Heavy rain, strong winds in the mid-Atlantic states. By Monday, it zips up into the Northeast. Back behind it, light snow will be falling 1 to 3 inches. But the biggest impact, Lester, is going to be the rain. Locally, 6 inches through the Florida Peninsula. Heavy rain moving from Charleston to Cape Hatteras and eventually ending up in New York with anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain, causing some localized flooding.
On
Lester?
a big travel week. All right, Al, thanks. Today, a jury began considering how much former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani will have to pay 2 Georgia women he falsely accused of trying to steal the 2020 election while he worked for former President Trump. Here's Ken Delanian.
Tonight, a jury weighing the financial punishment for election lies. A federal jury in Washington is deliberating how much Rudy Giuliani must pay in damages to 2 former Georgia election workers he falsely accused of election fraud. This trial was about the human toll. Shay Moss and Ruby Freeman each told the jury how Giuliani's false charges led them to be targeted by racist attacks.
A lot of threats, wishing death upon me, telling me that I'll be in jail with my mother.
It all stemmed from Giuliani's bogus claims that the election was stolen from Donald Trump, citing this video of the 2 poll workers.
Quite obviously, surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine.
What was your mom actually handing you on that video?
A ginger mint.
The judge had already found Giuliani liable for defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress. A reputation expert hired by the women testified that they are owed as much as $48 million in compensation, not including punitive damages. The judge admonished Giuliani for defaming the 2 women again outside court Monday.
Of course I don't regret it. I told the truth. They were engaged in changing votes.
He opted not to testify. The defamation finding is one of many recent setbacks for Giuliani, now under indictment in Georgia, accused of racketeering through his efforts to overturn the election. His law licenses suspended. The jury resumes deliberations tomorrow morning. Lester?
All right, Ken Delanian, thank you. As Congress debates changes in immigration policy, there's a new focus on a small town at the heart of the migrant crisis. Julia Ainsley is there for us.
Tonight, this is the new epicenter of the border crisis. Tiny Lukeville, Arizona, where the number of migrants is pushing Border Patrol past capacity. More than 9,000 illegal crossings along the southern border just yesterday. Nearly 3,000 of them in this area.
Behind me, there's a group of about 40 migrants, including young children, that were just brought in by Border Patrol after they called 911 because they were stranded in the desert.
Border agents so backed up, they're taking migrants to Tucson, where they're processed and most are released into the U.S. The Lukeville International Crossing now closed for 11 days due to overwhelming demand on border agents from migrants. Business owners say they're paying a price.
Last week we had made $5,000, which is what we usually would make within an 8-hour shift.
We find places along the border wall where smugglers cut holes for migrants. Yesterday, cutting through 16 times.
They mark the dates here where they fixed the breaches, and you can see this one was just fixed recently.
U.S. and Mexican officials tell NBC News one reason for the rise, Mexico's Border Patrol equivalent is running low on funds and stopping fewer migrants. But Republicans blame President Biden's border policies for encouraging migrants to come and are demanding changes before they'll pass more funding for Ukraine. This tonight from the Border Patrol Union.
What we need to see from this administration is that they're serious about border security, because when you're allowing so many individuals to come across the border, that preoccupies a lot of agents.
President Biden calls GOP proposals extreme. Migrants tell us they're desperate. We are tired. I had to carry my daughter so we could keep going, said Jacqueline from Ecuador. And this man said, we knew this was going to be hard. We do it for our families.
Now, Arizona's governor is asking President Biden to reassign National Guard so they can open that border crossing to traffic. Lester?
Julia Ainsley, thank you. In Moscow, Russia's President Vladimir Putin was defiant today, showing no sign of backing down from his invasion of Ukraine. Keir Simmons was there.
Russian President Vladimir Putin uncompromising today at a rare 4-hour question and answer session, declaring victory in Ukraine will be ours. There will be peace when we achieve our goals, he said. While tonight, Ukraine's President Zelensky claiming a victory, a surprise agreement on Ukraine's entry to the European Union. But Zelensky's failure so far to gain billions more in aid during his trip to Washington was noticed in Moscow. These freebies may end someday, and apparently they are ending little by little, Putin said. Though Russia's leader of 23 years did see some dissent on the text messages appearing on screens behind him. You said in 2004, a man may go crazy after 7 years in power. This message read, how's your health? Tonight, a veteran lawmaker who says the Ukraine conflict is at a dead end tells us he plans to run against Putin in next year's presidential election. He doesn't think he'll win.
After I have said that we should elect other president, not Putin, I was blocked on Russian TV.
Russia is on a war footing. An ice rink outside Moscow features a fighter jet and a former Soviet rocket. Millions visiting a Russian expo that includes the history of the Soviet nuclear program. This, a model of Russia's first atom bomb.
We're proud of it. It's our history. We are a great country.
Meanwhile, Putin also says a deal is possible, though not easy, for detained Americans Paul Whelan and Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, who the U.S. says are wrongly accused of espionage. Lester?
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow tonight. Thank you. In 60 seconds, with near-record travelers expected, how airlines are preparing after last year's holiday nightmare. That's next. They've been getting ready for months. Airlines preparing for a record season of holiday travel that's about to begin. But will they be able to avoid repeat of last year's travel nightmares? Here's Emily Aketa.
The Christmas crush at airports is around the corner, with a record 7.5 million people expected to take flight. Travelers hoping to avoid a repeat of last December, when bad weather set off a cascade of problems at Southwest Airlines, canceling nearly 17,000 flights in a 10-day span, stranding passengers and creating mountains of lost luggage.
Look at this mess. Everybody over here is pissed.
The airline CEO, Bob Jordan, assuring CNBC today this year will be different.
We've invested in trucks and new pads and staffing and technology. I'm very, very proud of our people. We are ready for winter.
And Jordan says those changes are already proving successful.
Thanksgiving Day, there was snow, 97% on time, 0 cancels across our entire system.
Major airlines and airports have been preparing for months to meet the holiday's unprecedented demand, with measures like new screening machines in Atlanta. While the FAA tries to curb close calls on the runway. In video we sped up to show what happened, the tail of a JetBlue plane strikes the ground in Colorado last year, when the pilot quickly pitched the airplane up to avoid the approaching aircraft, according to an NTSB report out this week.
You're driving how long just to avoid flying?
23 hours.
Some travelers like Tom Mullaney aren't taking any chances this year.
That's how stressful last year's experience was.
Yeah, I don't want to go through it again.
Travelers cautiously hopeful this holiday season isn't a turbulent one. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
We've got a lot more to tell you about tonight. Coming up, coverage for necessary medical care routinely denied. Our investigation of Medicare Advantage plans next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're gonna spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Today's Toy Drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list. That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet.
3, 2, 1. Make today your home for the holidays.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're gonna spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Today's Toy Drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list. That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
Tonight, the new alleged Hamas terror plot foiled as the U.S. presses Israel to do more to avoid civilian casualties in Gaza. European officials saying at least 7 suspects, including 4 long-standing Hamas members, were arrested, accused of plotting to attack Jewish sites. It comes as President Biden urges Israel to, quote, be more careful to protect civilians in Gaza. Israel's defense minister warning today the war will last more than several months. Our Richard Engel in Jerusalem. Also tonight, the major storm taking aim at the entire East Coast. Al Roker is tracking it. Jury deliberations underway in Rudy Giuliani's defamation trial for false claims about Georgia election workers. How much could he have to pay? Vladimir Putin defiant what the Russian president vowed to do in Ukraine at a marathon 4-hour news conference. NBC News investigates Medicare Advantage, routinely denying coverage to patients. The dire impact on hospitals in rural America. The tale of a JetBlue plane striking the runway as the pilot avoided a head-on collision. What investigators say happened. The bull loose on the tracks and major delays for commuters traveling into New York City. And donning his LA Dodgers jersey for the first time, baseball's new $700 million man.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Tonight, Israel's defense chief is predicting the war with Hamas will last several months, but declaring Israel will win and destroy Hamas. His remarks coming as President Biden once more spoke out about rising civilian deaths in Gaza. Today, urging Israel to be more careful. But sources telling NBC News today that nearly half of the aerial weapons dropped on Gaza by Israel so far in the war have been unguided so-called dumb bombs, according to an intelligence assessment shared with Congress. Unguided weapons are cheaper and less precise than smart bombs. Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry says it has tallied nearly 19,000 deaths in the war. And now, amid fears the war could trigger a wider conflict and terror attacks, a series of arrests of suspected Hamas operatives in Europe today may have foiled attacks against Jewish people there. Richard Engel joins us. What do we know about these alleged plots, Richard?
Lester, the 7 suspects were arrested in Germany, Denmark, and the Netherlands. 4 of them described as long-standing Hamas members. They're accused of plotting attacks against Jewish institutions across Europe. The attacks were still in the planning stage. The Danish prime minister is describing them as serious as it gets. It comes as the national security advisor for President Biden came here in Israel today to discuss the war in Gaza.
As Israel's war on Hamas devastates the Gaza Strip, President Biden was asked if Israel needs to tone down its military operation.
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives, not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan meeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. 2 U.S. officials familiar with the discussion tell NBC News Sullivan told the Israeli government the administration wants Israel to end its large-scale ground campaign in Gaza and transition to a more targeted phase of its war against Hamas. But that Sullivan did not specify a timetable to do this. Israeli military officials tell NBC News tonight they anticipate a long military campaign, but recognize they are under pressure because of Palestinian casualties and the humanitarian collapse in Gaza. Our crew filmed the aftermath of Israeli strikes today and followed the victims to a hospital. This was in southern Gaza, where Palestinians have been ordered to go. Israel says its war is more than justified after Hamas massacred at least 1,200 Israelis and took 240 hostages on October 7th. A month ago, we joined the David family for a Shabbat dinner. Eli blessed the wine and prayed for his brother Evyatar, kidnapped by Hamas from a music festival and then dragged into Gaza in a headlock. Tonight, Eli was in Tel Aviv, along with other hostage families and Israel's president, lighting the menorah for the last day of Hanukkah. Away from the crowds sat Evyatar's mother, Galia. She's crushed and can't bring herself to be around too many people.
This is my son's birthday.
Evyatar is one of dozens of young men still held hostage. Freed hostages say Hamas has been beating and torturing them. The male hostages seldom get talked about in the news.
I still hope and believe that they will come home. Evyatar will come home safe.
And Richard, I want to go back to this new U.S. intelligence assessment about the bombs Israel has been using in Gaza. What's the significance of that report?
Well, the assessment says that about 40 to 45% of the air-to-ground munitions, 29,000 air-to-ground munitions that Israel has dropped on Gaza since October 7th are unguided, which are far less precise. Lester?
Richard Engel, thank you. And tonight we're inside an Israeli hospital where soldiers wounded in the war are being treated. NBC's Hala Gorani reports.
Inside the Ichilov hospital in Tel Aviv since October 7th, an entire floor is now dedicated to the rehab of wounded Israeli soldiers.
It was an open fracture in my tibia bone here, completely shattered.
Our access granted by the Israeli military brought us to a soldier named Yuval, who also spoke with Lester back in October after the initial Hamas attacks. He is still recovering and remains determined to fight.
Every soldier here in the hospitals, everybody want to get the quickest recovery they can, so to be back on the battlefield.
Every day here, choppers bring in Israeli soldiers wounded in the combat in Gaza. Dr. Eyal Hashavia says he needs to work fast. The casualties keep coming.
Ever since October 7th, we've been getting more than 500 soldiers, injured soldiers. We're getting injured, severely injured patients by the missiles.
Beyond the fighting today, some, like former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, are now sounding the alarm that there is no post-war plan.
The main problem, in my mind, is not in the fighting. There we are fighting to the extreme heroic way we can. Problem is that Israel has no vision, no thinking, no planning as to what's then.
And despite international pressure to scale back the intensity of the fighting in Gaza, polls here show that Israelis remain overwhelmingly in favor of the war. Lester?
Ala Garani, thank you. We're tracking some major storms tonight expected to wreak havoc in the east throughout the weekend. Al Roker is here now. Al, what can we expect?
Well, Lester, we're watching this thing get together in the Gulf Coast and what it's going to do tomorrow. Some showers around Florida, but by Saturday, heavy rain impacts the Sunshine State. A high rain rate, saturated ground, going to cause more of a flood risk Sunday. This storm intensifies as it moves up the East Coast. Heavy rain, strong winds in the mid-Atlantic states. By Monday, it zips up into the Northeast. Back behind it, light snow will be falling 1 to 3 inches. But the biggest impact, Lester, is going to be the rain. Locally, 6 inches through the Florida Peninsula. Heavy rain moving from Charleston to Cape Hatteras and eventually ending up in New York with anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain, causing some localized flooding.
On
Lester?
a big travel week. All right, Al, thanks. Today, a jury began considering how much former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani will have to pay 2 Georgia women he falsely accused of trying to steal the 2020 election while he worked for former President Trump. Here's Ken Delaney.
Tonight, a jury weighing the financial punishment for election lies. A federal jury in Washington is deliberating how much Rudy Giuliani must pay in damages to 2 former Georgia election workers he falsely accused of election fraud. This trial was about the human toll. Shay Moss and Ruby Freeman each told the jury how Giuliani's false charges led them to be targeted by racist attacks.
A lot of threats, wishing death upon me, telling me that I'll be in jail with my mother.
It all stemmed from Giuliani's bogus claims that the election was stolen from Donald Trump, citing this video of the 2 poll workers.
Quite obviously, surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine.
What was your mom actually handing you on that video?
A ginger mint.
The judge had already found Giuliani liable for defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress. A reputation expert hired by the women testified that they are owed as much as $48 million in compensation, not including punitive damages. The judge admonished Giuliani for defaming the 2 women again outside court Monday.
Of course I don't regret it. I told the truth. They were engaged in changing votes.
He opted not to testify. The defamation finding is one of many recent setbacks for Giuliani, now under indictment in Georgia, accused of racketeering through his efforts to overturn the election. His law licenses suspended. The jury resumes deliberations tomorrow morning. Lester?
All right, Ken Delaney, thank you. As Congress debates changes in immigration policy, there's a new focus on a small town at the heart of the migrant crisis. Julia Ainsley is there for us.
Tonight, this is the new epicenter of the border crisis, tiny Lukeville, Arizona, where the number of migrants is pushing Border Patrol past capacity. More than 9,000 illegal crossings along the southern border just yesterday, nearly 3,000 of them in this area. Behind me, there's a group of about 40 migrants, including young children, that were just brought in by Border Patrol after they called 911 because they were stranded in the desert. Border agents so backed up, they're taking migrants to Tucson, where they're processed and most are released into the U.S. The Lukeville International crossing now closed for 11 days due to overwhelming demand on border agents from migrants. Business owners say they're paying a price.
Last week we had made $5,000, which is what we usually would make within an 8-hour shift.
We find places along the border wall where smugglers cut holes for migrants. Yesterday, cutting through 16 times. They mark the dates here where they fixed the breaches, and you can see this one was just fixed recently. U.S. and Mexican officials tell NBC News one reason for the rise, Mexico's Border Patrol equivalent is running low on funds and stopping fewer migrants. But Republicans blame President Biden's border policies for encouraging migrants to come and are demanding changes before they'll pass more funding for Ukraine. This tonight from the Border Patrol Union.
What we need to see from this administration is that they're serious about border security, because when you're allowing so many individuals to come across the border, that preoccupies a lot of agents.
President Biden calls GOP proposals extreme. Migrants tell us they're desperate. We are tired. I had to carry my daughter so we could keep going, said Jacqueline from Ecuador. And this man said, we knew this was going to be hard. We do it for our families. Now, Arizona's governor is asking President Biden to reassign National Guard so they can open that border crossing to traffic. Lester?
Julia Ainsley, thank you. In Moscow, Russia's President Vladimir Putin was defiant today, showing no sign of backing down from his invasion of Ukraine. Keir Simmons was there.
Russian President Vladimir Putin uncompromising today at a rare 4-hour question and answer session, declaring victory in Ukraine will be ours. There will be peace when we achieve our goals, he said. While tonight, Ukraine's President Zelensky claiming a victory, a surprise agreement on Ukraine's entry to the European Union. But Zelensky's failure so far to gain billions more in aid during his trip to Washington was noticed in Moscow. These freebies may end someday, and apparently they are ending little by little, Putin said. Though Russia's leader of 23 years did see some dissent on the text messages appearing on screens behind him. You said in 2004, a man may go crazy after 7 years in power. This message read, how's your health? Tonight, a veteran lawmaker who says the Ukraine conflict is at a dead end tells us he plans to run against Putin in next year's presidential election. He doesn't think he'll win.
After I have said that we should elect other president, not Putin, I was blocked on Russian TV.
Russia is on a war footing. An ice rink outside Moscow features a fighter jet and a former Soviet rocket. Millions visiting a Russian expo that includes the history of the Soviet nuclear program. This, a model of Russia's first atom bomb.
We're proud of it. It's our history. We are a great country.
Meanwhile, Putin also says a deal is possible, though not easy, for detained Americans Paul Whelan and Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, who the U.S. says are wrongly accused of espionage. Lester?
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow tonight. Thank you. In 60 seconds, with near-record travelers expected, how airlines are preparing after last year's holiday nightmare. That's next.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
wherever you get your podcasts.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
We're back and forth because
Oh yeah, this is it.
the Israeli military says at least 10 Israeli soldiers have been killed in heavy fighting in Gaza City. The IDF now calling it one of its deadliest single-day death counts since their ground invasion began. I'm Ellison Barber in for Gadi Schwartz, and this is Stay Tuned Now. The resistance being shown by Hamas might just highlight how far Israel is from its goal of completely destroying them. Perhaps this is why today Israel's defense minister said the war will carry on for, quote, more than several months, despite U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan telling Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that he wants Israel to scale down its war against Hamas, though Sullivan did not specify a timetable for that. The comments come more than 2 months into Israel's military campaign in the Gaza Strip, where the death toll is rapidly increasing. So far, over 18,700 people have been killed, according to the health ministry in Gaza. A majority of them, they say, women and children. Today, the UN sounded the alarm on the growing food crisis.
Half of the population are starving. The grim reality is also that 9 out of 10 people are not eating enough, are not eating every day, and don't know where the next meal is going to come from.
Scores of injured people arrived at the Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis today after airstrikes fell on the area. People there say the bombs do not discriminate. They're hitting children and even ambulances.
تم استهداف من بداية العدوان على غزة أكثر من 17 سيارة إسعاف مباشر واستشهاد 4 من زملاتنا و4 من زملاتنا الكادر و2 من المتطوعين.
No one seems to know when this war will end or what will happen when it does. This week, a senior Israeli diplomat made it clear that it will not accept a two-state solution, which begs the question, what will it accept? NBC News senior Washington correspondent and host of Hallie Jackson Now, Hallie Jackson, joins us from Haifa, Israel. Hallie, White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan was in Tel Aviv today. We know there's been a slight shifting in terms of the messages of support coming from President Biden and the administration. Did Jake Sullivan uphold or reiterate that message today?
We're learning more tonight, Ellison, and it's going to be with you, about the message that Jake Sullivan delivered. And here's the thing, right? The support for Israel, broadly speaking, is being reiterated even by President Biden, even as he says things, as he did today, like he would like Israel to be more careful. He is still, and his administration is still making clear that they back Israel's fight against Hamas here. And Jake Sullivan, according to the White House, reiterated that message today. But there's a couple of other things that came up that I think shows some of this daylight here of where the U.S. would like Israel to be and where Israel actually is. And I think the primary thing among that is the timeline. You are seeing now questions, and NBC News has some new reporting now from multiple sources familiar with the discussions, that the Biden administration would like the Israelis to begin to shift soon to a different phase of this war, to the less to a less intense and more precise tactical operation in this war, rather than the bombing of Gaza that we've seen so far, which President Biden himself just earlier this week called indiscriminate bombing. So that is something that appeared to have come up in the conversations that the NSA, the National Security Advisor, had with Prime Minister Netanyahu and others here in Israel, according to the White House. Of course, they couch it in language to say, you know, the discussion of some kind of shift here. There's not been a specific date on that, of course, and the Israeli defense minister has said that the expectation is that this war should last for several more months. So you see some of the daylight there. Other key topics discussed, you will not be surprised to hear, Ellison, the push to get more hostages released, the question of when could negotiations happen again, and then, of course, that broader discussion as we're here in Haifa, which, as you know, is in the further north of Tel Aviv in Israel, the discussion of how to avoid a broader regional conflict here with this war between Israel and Hamas in the south of Israel and Gaza. How do you prevent this from escalating and becoming bigger with Hezbollah and Lebanon to the north, other Iran-backed proxies elsewhere? And then, of course, we've seen an uptick in some of the violence in the West Bank after a 60-hour IDF operation there, Ellison.
You know, Hallie, it's interesting because I look at polling that's coming out of Israel of Israeli citizens, Israeli Jews and Israeli Arabs, and the majority of the Israeli public, they support very strongly what Israel is doing inside of Gaza. I mean, do you get the sense that Netanyahu would defer to the United States, or that Israel is willing to bend, I guess, in some ways to appease such an important ally, or because he does have such strong support for it amongst his own people that they'll listen, but nothing will really change?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a lot of nuance here, too, because I think there are others who will tell you that Netanyahu, politically broadly speaking, is coming from a slightly more weak position after what happened on October 7th. And even before that, you saw the judicial reform protests in this country. The Israelis have largely deferred questions about the massive intelligence failure that appears to have led to that Hamas attack, or at least the shock and surprise of that Hamas attack. And they continue to say, we'll talk about that after the war. We'll talk about that after the war. I had a conversation with one of the ministers here in Israel just recently who said the same thing. But at some point, there will be a reckoning over that. And it is not at all clear how the prime minister will come through that reckoning, if you will, Ellison. As far as Israel's determination to continue this war, it is resolute. They have said again and again that their mission is to destroy Hamas. The diplomacy behind the scenes is always part of the conversation here, with the U.S. talking with Israeli counterparts, et cetera. And that's why there's a lot of interest, I think, in Sullivan's appearance here. Keep in mind, he is also set, we're just learning tonight, he is set to go visit the West Bank tomorrow, to be in Ramallah to talk with the head of the Palestinian Authority, which is another piece to this puzzle as well. What happens after this war ends? There is a lot of daylight between the U.S. and Israel on that, as far as whether there can be a Palestinian state, as the U.S. insists there has to be to have a lasting peace, versus the Israelis, with some top leaders here suggesting that that is just off the table at this point, Ellison.
All right. Hallie Jackson, thank you so much. Israel says roughly 116 soldiers have died in combat in this conflict so far. Hundreds of others have been injured. Our team was given access inside a Tel Aviv hospital where one doctor says the casualties keep coming. NBC News correspondent Hala Gourani has more.
Inside the Ichilov hospital in Tel Aviv since October 7th, an entire floor is now dedicated to the rehab of wounded Israeli soldiers.
It was an open fracture in my tibia bone here, completely shattered.
Our access granted by the Israeli military brought us to a soldier named Yuval, who also spoke with Lester back in October after the initial Hamas attacks. He is still recovering and remains determined to fight.
Every soldier here in the hospitals, everybody want to get the quickest recovery they can, so to be back on the battlefield.
Every day here, choppers bring in Israeli soldiers wounded in the combat in Gaza. Dr. Eyal Hashavia says he needs to work fast. The casualties keep coming.
Ever since October 7th, we've been getting more than 500 soldiers, injured soldiers. We're getting injured, severely injured patients by the missiles.
Beyond the fighting today, some, like former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, are now sounding the alarm that there is no post-war plan.
The main problem, in my mind, is not in the fighting. There we are fighting to the extreme heroic way we can. Problem is that Israel has no vision, no thinking, no planning as to what's then.
And despite international pressure to scale back the intensity of the fighting in Gaza, polls here show that Israelis remain overwhelmingly in favor of the war.
Hala Gourani, thank you. President Joe Biden is expected to sign an $886 billion defense spending bill into law after it overwhelmingly passed the House today with a 310 to 118 vote that mirrored the bipartisan nature of the bill. This legislation includes everything from pay raises for troops to tons of money towards sending weapons to both Ukraine and Israel. But the bill does nothing to advance President Biden's $61 billion Ukraine aid package. That's something Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was desperate to get approval for during his trip to Washington, D.C. earlier this week. Meanwhile, as his country's fight against Russia drags towards a third year, today, during a 4-hour press conference, a defiant President Vladimir Putin vowed to fight on. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has more from Moscow.
Russian President Vladimir Putin uncompromising today at a rare 4-hour question and answer session, declaring victory in Ukraine will be ours. There will be peace when we achieve our goals, he said. While tonight, Ukraine's President Zelensky claiming a victory, a surprise agreement on Ukraine's entry to the European Union. But Zelensky's failure so far to gain billions more in aid during his trip to Washington was noticed in Moscow. These freebies may end someday, and apparently they are ending little by little, Putin said. Though Russia's leader of 23 years did see some dissent on the text messages appearing on screens behind him. You said in 2004, a man may go crazy after 7 years in power. This message read, "How's your health?" Tonight, a veteran lawmaker who says the Ukraine conflict is at a dead end tells us he plans to run against Putin in next year's presidential election. He doesn't think he'll win.
After I have said that we should elect other president, not Putin, I was blocked on Russian TV.
Russia is on a war footing. An ice rink outside Moscow features a fighter jet and a former Soviet rocket. Millions visiting a Russian expo that includes the history of the Soviet nuclear program. This, a model of Russia's first atom bomb.
We're proud of it. It's our history. We are a great country.
Putin also says a deal is possible, though not easy, for detained Americans Paul Whelan and Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, who the U.S. says are both wrongly accused of espionage.
Keir Simmons in Moscow. Thank you. Don't go anywhere because we are just getting started. A jury is deciding how much money former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani owes to election workers he defamed. Those details are coming up. Plus, some bad weather is on the way for a big chunk of the country. We're talking heavy rain, flooding, and even snow. And morning sickness can be so awful for some expecting moms, they can barely leave the house. But finally, scientists pinpointed the cause, potentially bringing relief to so many.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
Wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling lights.
Welcome back. Here are some of the other headlines we're watching tonight. Just a month ago, a mistrial was declared in the case of former Louisville officer Brett Hankinson. But now federal prosecutors say they will retry him. Hankinson is accused of violating the civil rights of Breonna Taylor during a botched raid of her home that led to her death back in 2020. The trial will start in October next year, and he faces a maximum sentence of life in prison. A 13-year-old boy has been arrested after allegedly planning a mass shooting at a synagogue in Ohio. He is accused of sharing plans to shoot members of the synagogue on Discord. That's an online chat platform. The sheriff's office learned of the plot, they say, back in September, and now the suspect will face a full trial starting next week. Cruise, General Motors' self-driving car company, is laying off 900 employees. That's almost a quarter of its workforce. The announcement comes one day after the unit got rid of 9 key leaders. Back in October, a pedestrian was dragged 20 feet by a Cruise car after being hit by another vehicle. Since then, Cruise has suspended all trips and production. A bill banning gender-affirming care for minors is headed to the Ohio governor's desk. It also bans transgender athletes from participating in female sports. The bill now is in the hands of the governor, who has previously expressed doubts about the sports restrictions. He has not yet said whether or not he plans to sign the bill. We now know the cause of death for actor Andre Braugher. He died from lung cancer just a few months after being diagnosed with the disease. Braugher was best known for his roles in Homicide, Life on the Streets, and Brooklyn Nine-Nine. After a week of powerful testimony from Georgia poll workers detailing the personal toll of Rudy Giuliani's false election claims, a jury is now deciding how much he owes for his defamatory statements. Giuliani initially promised to take the stand and, quote, tell the whole story. Instead, he and his legal team opted for silence. The decision not to appear comes after Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss provided emotional testimony about how his lies damaged their reputations and ultimately upended their lives, they say, to the tune of $24 million each. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins me now with more on this. Ken, talk to me about this sort of change of heart, if you will, by Giuliani and his legal team. We did hear Giuliani just a couple of days doubling down and saying he stood by his initial defamatory comments. He got sort of scolded by the judge for doing that. Why did they opt to sit it out? Was this a strategic move, a legal calculation, or just avoiding these women after it was so emotional hearing them on the stand?
Look, we don't know. They're not saying, Ellison, but I think it was, in fact, a strategic move because when Rudy Giuliani went out and essentially defamed these women again in talking to reporters after the first day of the trial, his lawyer had to go in and essentially apologize because his lawyer, in opening statements, took the opposite tack because, after all, the judge has already ruled that Rudy Giuliani defamed these women. And so the lawyer was almost saying, look, I can't control my client. I don't know what he was saying, but obviously that's not our position. And so to put him on the stand would have been a huge risk, and his lawyer must have convinced him that ultimately it wasn't in his interest. It's a perplexing situation and really one of the latest in a string of setbacks, personal, financial, legal, for Mr. Giuliani.
So what about the penalty in this case? I mean, we're talking about millions and millions of dollars. Do you expect the jury to actually award that $24 million that has been asked of them? Does Rudy Giuliani even have the money to pay that?
The answer to that question is no. It's likely that he does not. He's in some financial straits right now. One of his lawyers is suing him for $1 million in unpaid legal fees. There's been reports that he put his apartment in New York on the market. He's trying to sell it for about $6 million. So it's unlikely that he can pay a double-digit millions judgment. And it's really, you never know what juries are going to do in these cases, but this was about as strong a case as I have ever seen for damages suffered from defamation. These women told harrowing stories of horrific racist harassment that was directed their way. Their lives were turned upside down. If anybody deserves millions of dollars for defamation, these women do. And they had an expert witness who came in and explained to the jury exactly why. And by the way, they're going to award compensatory damages. That's the $24 million each that they're asking for. And then there's a wild card of punitive damage, which is designed to punish Mr. Giuliani. And that could be 4 times as high as the compensatory damages, Ellison.
So, Ken, in terms of a timeline, do we know how long the jury will deliberate? I mean, have attorneys or anyone given, it's a guessing game, right? But given any sense as to how quickly they think there could be some sort of verdict or ruling?
Most people watching this trial were actually surprised that they went home tonight without reaching a verdict after 3 hours of deliberation. I mean, it's not that complicated. There's basically 3 lines on the verdict form, and they have to fill in numbers, essentially. So it would be shocking to me if they didn't reach a verdict at some point tomorrow, Ellison.
All right, Ken Delaney, and thank you. We appreciate it.
You bet.
Witness testimony continued today in Michigan for 6 of the 15 people accused of being fake pro-Trump electors during the 2020 election. Among the witnesses was Michigan's former state GOP chair, Laura Cox, who facilitated the signing of a document and ceremony for those fake electors.
I had my document, which I felt comfortable with through negotiation with folks, to have a ceremony to honor the electors and have one signature that said that they would vote if, in fact, they were called upon based on an overturning of the election.
So all 15 defendants here are facing felony charges, accused of submitting false certificates, confirming they were legitimate electors. Each defendant has pleaded not guilty. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now with more. Hey, Shaq.
Hi there, Ellison. Well, it was the second day of testimony in that Michigan courtroom as state prosecutors continued to call witnesses as part of this preliminary examination, essentially a mini trial where they're trying to convince the judge that they have enough evidence to keep this case moving and go on to a full trial. We heard them call up multiple witnesses today, some high prominent Michigan Republicans, as they tried to lay out their case that these electors committed forgery and conspired to commit forgery when they signed their names allegedly to a document that attempted to give the state's electoral votes to Donald Trump instead of Joe Biden. Joe Biden, of course, won the state by more than 150,000 votes. Today, we heard from the former chair of the state Republican Party, who testified about how some of these ideas started to pop up, including one idea to have these alternate electors sleep in the Capitol, in the Michigan state Capitol overnight to present that slate of electors. That ultimately didn't happen, but as we heard through testimony from the former communications director of the Michigan Republican Party, we learned that the group instead met in the basement and removed their cell phones from that room, and he testified about what he saw from some of the interactions between this group of fake electors and the Trump attorneys.
I think a lot of folks listen to lawyers. I think it's a position of authority, and I think that they were being told something by a lawyer that they needed to sign certain documents so that Michigan would not be disenfranchised.
And that moment happening during the cross-examination as the defense tried to lay out their defense in this case, essentially saying that their clients were essentially working on a contingency plan, that there was no intent to defraud, and that they were just participating in legal objections to concerns that they had about the elections. Well, we can expect to hear these arguments play out in the weeks and months to come. The preliminary examination will continue to go on. It went on for 2 days. They ran out of time, essentially, so we can expect to see these sets of defendants back in court in February as the prosecution continues to call more witnesses as they try to make their case for this to move on to a full trial. Ellison?
Shaq Brewster, thank you. Another big weekend storm is heading to the east, bringing rain and snow to the entire eastern seaboard. Florida is bracing for the brunt of it. They are expected to get slammed with heavy winds and rain. Some areas there will see up to 6 inches of rain, so they're already pulling out the sandbags. Then the storm, it will head up the east coast, making its way towards New England. The biggest concern is going to be flash flooding risks as the rain continues into the weekend. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is here to tell us more about the storm. Good evening, Bill.
Well, good evening to you, Ellison. And this storm is going to be one huge inconvenience.
There are some issues that we could have in localized area. I'm a little concerned with the high tide flooding in Charleston, possibly Myrtle Beach, and also Wilmington. That would be Sunday evening. We'll have to watch that, the coastal areas closely. We always could get some downpours in urban areas, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, poor drainage. We could get some isolated flash flooding. But besides that, the travel issues, the delays at the airports, driving in this, cancellations of holiday plans, holiday parties, that's the kind of things people are going to be talking about. So right now it doesn't look like much. I mean, it's pretty quiet, actually. We have the storm that is the route of the storm is now over Colorado heading into Kansas. And then you notice all of the clouds to the south here. These two are going to combine. And when they do that, that's when we're going to get our big storm forming. So right now, just kind of gusty winds coming out of the northeast. It's been like this for the last couple of days. On and off periods of rain, Miami to Fort Lauderdale. Haven't had any reports of flooding, but it's not exactly pleasant to be walking on the beach either. 41-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I mean, that's a low-end tropical storm type gust out there. And then as we go throughout Friday, hit and miss showers, same as it was today. The most consistent will be down in the Keys. Then as we take the storm system northwards, watch what happens as we go throughout the day Saturday. It just explodes. I mean, we are going to see very heavy rain going northwards, especially the southern half of the state. Saturday night is when the northern half of the state gets into it. And then by Sunday morning, everything blows out pretty quickly. So by Sunday afternoon, we'll dry it out. It'll still be windy and gusty and cool, but at least it'll stop pouring. And as far as the totals go, the rainfall totals have actually come down a little bit. Now most areas are about 1 to 2 inches. A few spots could be 3. Isolated, maybe 4 or 5, and that's probably the worst of it. So what happens from there? Let's take in the 1 p.m. Sunday. The storm will be right over the top of, say, Savannah, heading up towards Charleston. That's where we could have some problems with the gusty winds, and if it coincides with high tide, we could have some minor to moderate coastal flooding in these areas. Notice the rain shield, though. D.C. gets into it. New York starts getting some rain Sunday afternoon. Light rain through the Ohio Valley. So soggy just about everywhere on the East Coast. But the heavy downpours will be in the Carolinas as we go throughout Sunday afternoon, Virginia Sunday night, and then during the overnight hours into Monday morning, this huge rain shield moves northward. Again, it's fast moving. It's not going to be with you for a long period of time. But 7 a.m. is ugly around New York City and Hartford, heading anywhere northern Jersey and through the Hudson Valley. Then by the time we get to Monday, late in the day, the storm is heading into northern New England. Some cold air on the backside gives us some showers. So what does it all mean? As far as flooding potential goes, we'll have to watch closely, especially when we get the rain and the coastal storm surge at the same time here, especially in areas around Charleston. And then everyone gets about 1 to 2 inches. Not as much as the last storm. That's why I don't think there's going to be a lot of significant rainfall flooding. And Allison, any of those people, wishing for a white Christmas or at least to see some snowflakes in our snowless winter, you have to be in the high elevations of the Appalachians, definitely West Virginia, and you will see some snow from Cleveland to Erie to Buffalo to Syracuse as we go throughout Monday, but nothing that's going to cause any problems.
All right, we will take it. Bill Cairns, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Coming up, a pair of gold sneakers made for filmmaker Spike Lee were found in a donation pile at a homeless shelter. Now they are up for auction, and we have the details. But first, you gotta see this. Holy cow. If you're missing a cow, it might be in Newark on the train tracks because somehow one got loose and ended up there. This is Newark's Penn Station. The bull escaped sometime this morning, causing all sorts of delays for commuters while crews tried to corral him. He was first seen around Newark Airport before he moved to Penn Station and then back to the airport where officials finally caught him. No injuries were reported, but what we don't know right now is where this bull came from or where he was headed.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm hearing
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is what a country at war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming show. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling lights.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. Here are some of the stories happening out west that we're following. The LA Dodgers introduced their new superstar, Shohei Ohtani, today. Ohtani spoke at a news conference just a few hours ago. The Dodgers announced last week that he'd agreed to that record-breaking 10-year, $700 million contract. And fans, they are pretty excited. Merchandise sales skyrocketed over the last few days. In Oregon, a pair of gold Nike sneakers dropped off at a homeless shelter are now going up for auction. Turns out the golden kicks are super rare and are one of the few custom made for director Spike Lee. The shelter could end up making a ton of money. As for what they're worth, estimates put it between $15,000 and $20,000. All the proceeds would go to the Portland Rescue Mission. Lee actually wore a pair of those shoes at the 2019 Academy Awards, where he ended up winning an Oscar. And Wyoming could become the first state in the country to ban abortion pills, a decision District Judge Melissa Owens was expected to make as early as today. In previous decisions, Owens has shown sympathy for arguments that abortion bans violate women's rights under the state constitution, though any decision by the judge is likely to be appealed to the Wyoming Supreme Court. Authorities around the country are cracking down on organized retail theft this holiday season. The surge in crime has ballooned into a multi-billion-dollar issue, leading major retailers to shut down some of their stores. NBC News senior national correspondent Miguel Almaguer was granted rare access to the LA Sheriff's Department, shadowing an elite team engaged in undercover surveillance operations.
At shopping centers across the country,
you got that, you got that, you got that.
Undercover surveillance teams like these say this is the multi-billion-dollar problem
One's outside the car, grab him.
Exploding out of control.
We've done probably already 6 or 7 this week. We're stepping up our efforts over the holiday season.
You got him.
Given rare exclusive access to covert operations, we followed the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department Retail Theft Task Force and the California Highway Patrol.
Let him come out, we'll get him.
So that's a suspect, Puma bag, it's 2 Puma bags.
As officers swarm suspected shoplifters, who they say often work with a network of criminals like this, in what's known as organized retail crime.
We see these really shocking videos that come out from all across the country. Why is this crime so pervasive?
I think there's an absolute perception that nothing's going to be done. I believe that if they do it in packs, it's harder to detain and arrest.
The thieves, who all too often get away, can swipe tens of thousands of dollars of merchandise. taking their hauls to stash houses like this one. The CHP says this makeshift storefront holds over $500,000 in stolen goods. As officers raided this home, we watched as bag after bag of merchandise was recovered.
We've seen boxes of shoes, stolen goods. The price tags are still on them.
There's going to be some critics who say this is a dog and pony show. Not enough arrests are being made.
It's a challenge, and I think when the theft occurs, we'd like to think we respond as quickly as we can, and we're investigating all of them. We are doing the best that we can.
While not every city is seeing a surge in retail crime, some of the biggest are. With Los Angeles, the nation's epicenter, major metropolitan areas coast to coast are seeing a dangerous spike. And authorities say current laws aren't working.
If the value is under $950, it's considered a misdemeanor. If they don't have any outstanding cases or outstanding warrants, they will be cited, more than likely released.
In just the last few hours with undercover teams, what's become apparent and quite astonishing is just how rampant shoplifting is. You pick the store, it's getting hit over and over again.
The cost of these thefts, which include everyday items, are eventually passed on to consumers who pay higher prices for the same products. But for small shop owners like Mona Zargar, this heist nearly put her out of business.
I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be in this store anymore. How do you replace something like this overnight?
The fight against organized retail crime and the rising price we all pay. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Republicans insist they won't approve additional funding for Ukraine unless the Biden administration takes action to address security issues at the U.S. southern border. But border officials say the policy proposals being discussed could threaten to overwhelm the system. Tonight, we're taking a look at how one remote town is grappling with thousands of daily migrant crossings. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley reports from the new Arizona hotspot.
Tonight, this is the new epicenter of the border crisis, tiny Lukeville, Arizona, where the number of migrants is pushing Border Patrol past capacity. More than 9,000 illegal crossings along the southern border just yesterday, nearly 3,000 of them in this area.
Behind me, there's a group of about 40 migrants, including young children, that were just brought in by Border Patrol after they called 911 because they were stranded in the desert.
Border agents so backed up, they're taking migrants to Tucson, where they're processed and most are released into the U.S. The Lukeville International Crossing now closed for 11 days due to overwhelming demand on border agents from migrants. Business owners say they're paying a price.
Last week, we had made $5,000, which is what we usually would make within an 8-hour shift.
We find places along the border wall where smugglers cut holes for migrants. Yesterday, cutting through 16 times.
They mark the dates here where they fixed the breaches, and you can see this one was just fixed recently.
U.S. and Mexican officials tell NBC News one reason for the rise, Mexico's Border Patrol equivalent is running low on funds and stopping fewer migrants. But Republicans blame President Biden's border policies for encouraging migrants to come and are demanding changes before they'll pass more funding for Ukraine. This tonight from the Border Patrol Union.
What we need to see from this administration is that they're serious about border security, because when you're allowing so many individuals to come across the border, that preoccupies a lot of agents.
President Biden calls GOP proposals extreme. Migrants tell us they're desperate. We are tired. I had to carry my daughter so we could keep going, said Jacqueline from Ecuador. And this man said, we knew this was going to be hard. We do it for our families.
Now, Arizona's governor is asking President Biden to reassign National Guard so they can open that border crossing to traffic.
Julia Ainsley in Lukeville, Arizona. Thank you. This week, the Senate Committee on Health passed bipartisan legislation that gets more people life-saving access to methadone. It's a notable step in the fight against the national opioid epidemic. More than 1 million people in the United States have died from a drug overdose in the last 25 years. There were at least 100,000 in 2021 alone. And according to the CDC, the majority of those overdose deaths involved in opioid. One camp in New York is working to help children impacted by it, navigating the deaths of people who died from opioids. We visited that camp recently. Take a look.
It feels good to look at a picture. Yeah. But he was only 33. Have you lost anybody?
At its best, camp is a place to be a kid. To laugh and play, to make lifelong memories. Comfort Zone Camp is a place for all of that, but it's also a sacred place to grieve. It's a free bereavement camp for children who have experienced the death of a close loved one. And this is the first session solely for children impacted by the opioid epidemic. It's high energy with lots of chaotic fun. Older camp buddies, games,
Oh my, Joey!
arts and crafts. And in between all of it, healing circles. Campers are broken into groups based on their ages, and together they work with counselors.
Well, what do the pins mean?
The pin means grief.
We met Kaylee in between healing circles.
And how old are you?
8, turning 9.
Abigail, too. They welcomed us to camp life.
Yours looks like a braid.
It's probably not working, I think.
No, it is.
It is?
It is.
Okay.
And started to share their stories.
How is the healing circle stuff? Is
It's good. I almost cried in healing circle.
What did you talk about?
I was saying about my stepdad.
Yeah.
I'll show you a picture of him.
Yeah, well, you said his name's Ryan?
Yes.
I would love to see a photo.
That's him. Yeah. That's my mom. Yeah. And then that was my younger sister when she was like a baby.
Oh.
Now she's 1.
Wow.
And annoying.
As the opioid crisis expands, more and more adults bravely share their stories. But with kids, it can be complicated. The youngest voices don't always have the platform to speak. But here, if they choose, they do.
Do you know what I think's really cool, Kaylee? I like how you asked me if I lost anybody. Can I ask you how you found out about what happened to Ryan?
Me and Mom found him at the same time.
Yeah. And then what did you guys do?
Mom told me to get her phone.
Yeah. How did you stay calm to help get the phone and stuff?
No, I wasn't calm.
Yeah.
I was like, what is going on?
Yeah.
They get to be all that they are, to openly process the painful moments seared into their memories.
Oh, when I was at my stepdad's funeral, I didn't want to set put in that funeral place because I thought he was still going to be what they look like when the blood's not flowing.
Like purple and blue?
Yeah.
They don't have to hide pieces of their life. They can cry and they can remember the happy times.
And then I'll paint your nails when you're done.
Yeah, I'll paint.
You guys can paint my nails whenever you want. Ryan, was he pretty good dad?
He was funny too.
Yeah. What do you think he would say if he could see you at camp and doing all this stuff now and helping your mom?
He would be proud of me.
Yeah. I think so too.
They get to hold space in a community that truly understands them. And all of it leads up to an evening of remembrance.
In a moment, you're going to put your notes in the fire. And we're going to listen to words of a song that was written by campers just like you. Losing someone to overdose can create a lot of questions. We may never have those answers. But we can know for ourselves this weekend in honoring them and remembering them that we did share moments. We got to see them shine.
Grief is a lifelong journey. But having a safe place to start that walk makes all the difference. When we come back, there's a renewed call to regulate AI, and it's not from tech leaders, it's not from politicians either. This time, it's actually from the Pope. Yes, the pontiff himself. We will explain why. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Today's Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
Welcome back. Let's take a quick look around the world. The leaders of Guyana and Venezuela met on the island of St. Vincent today to try and figure out a way to diffuse growing tensions ever since Venezuela decided to claim some of Guyana's oil-rich territory. Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, is happy, he says, for the meeting, saying that it was a way to directly address the territorial controversy. Guyana's president, Irfan Ali, on the other hand, does not seem all that interested in talking, insisting that the whole thing needs to be resolved solely by the International Court of Justice in the Netherlands. Both countries have just released a joint statement now saying they will not use force to solve this dispute. Pope Francis says he wants AI to be regulated. He made that statement today, calling for a binding global treaty on artificial intelligence. The Pope said that while he was worried about the pitfalls of AI in human hands, he seemed to also be encouraged by its ability to offer new and creative approaches to a host of things, perhaps like that time his picture went viral wearing an AI-generated puffer coat. Hard to say. England's Premier League, which is the top-tier soccer league in the country, is getting its first female referee. Her name is Rebecca Welsh. She says she initially supplemented her officiating with her job in the National Health Service before turning to refereeing full-time. She will make her debut on December 23rd in Fulham's home game against Burnley. And a recently elected lawmaker in Thailand has been sentenced to 6 years in prison for defaming the monarchy. The charges, which were handed down this week, stem from a pair of posts she allegedly made in 2020 on the social media platform formerly known as Twitter. One post criticized the Thai government's response to the pandemic. The other was a retweet with a picture the court deemed to be anti-monarchy. She was sentenced to 3 years on each account. Before we go, morning sickness, it can be incredibly debilitating for some expecting moms, but scientists have finally figured out what's causing severe cases of it. We'll have more on the massive breakthrough. Stay tuned.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out-college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming shell. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
I didn't know that pregnancies could be such a bummer, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think
really
that everybody, you know they're hard, but you've had like some extra stuff that's made it really rough.
I still have hyperemesis. I threw up a bunch of times on my way here.
Tonight, in the future of everything, what comedian Amy Schumer was just talking about in that clip is a condition that could develop from severe morning sickness during a pregnancy. She dealt with it just a couple of years ago, and now researchers may have found the key to preventing it. A new study published in the journal Nature found that when there's a surge of the hormone GDF15, it leads to all that nausea and vomiting that is so common in morning sickness. And worst case scenario, it could lead to a condition called hyperemesis. That's what Amy Schumer was talking about, and it can cause life-threatening symptoms, even hospitalization. According to the National Institutes of Health, nausea and vomiting impact 70 to 80% of pregnant women. This discovery could pave the way to developing treatment to prevent morning sickness before pregnancy even happens. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins me now. So, Dr. Syal, this is amazing. And when I read about this the other day, I was just floored and impressed and thinking, what a world where maybe that could be eliminated. And then I also saw a quote from one of the researchers who worked on it, who said, I've been trying to figure this out for 20 years. And I thought, why on earth would it take so long? I think there's a thing a lot of women see and feel where they look at medical research and they say there is still such a big research gap when it comes to conditions that primarily impact women. Is that why it took so long?
It's in part why it took so long, absolutely. Ellison, I found some crazy facts, actually, that surprised even me. And, you know, since 2007, there have been less than 10 studies actually funded for hyperemesis, this intractable nausea and vomiting, at about $2 million, and that compares to the hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars are spent on things like cancer. So you can see there's obviously a big gap here. But, Ellison, I know it's taken a long time, but you know, in reading when this paper was published, reading the comments online and just reading the reaction people had, so many people resonated with this. So many people are, you know, sharing their stories, talking about how, you know, they were dismissed. They thought this was all in their head, and now it's really cool that the researcher, who I believe actually suffered from a little bit of this herself, can say, you know, we found a reason for this, and guys, we might be able to fix it. So I think that's a lot to look forward to, despite it taking so long.
So what could treatment look like? And the question I feel like we always ask you on anything related to medicine, and there's never a clear answer because there's obviously steps and layers, but it's like, how soon could we possibly get access to it?
Right. So what they believe is going on, Ellison, there's a hormone called GDF15, or growth and differentiation factor 15, that may be driving this. And essentially that hormone surges in pregnancy, and they think that high levels of that hormone may be causing this. And so if you have high levels of hormone, you can actually block the hormone. Hopefully that's one of the cures. So what they're going to be looking at next to study is, can we lower this hormone? But Ellison, there's another component here. And just because you have high levels of hormone, your body actually has to be able to respond to that hormone. So there's some people who may have high levels and may not have this. And there's some people who have less high levels but may have really bad nausea and vomiting. So they have to figure out, why is the body reacting so strongly to that hormone? But the good news is we do have a biological reason for what might be going on.
Very quickly, for people who are watching and are thinking, I've been morning sick, but is it severe? How do you know if you have that more severe condition?
Great question. So there's morning sickness and there's hyperemesis gravidarum, which is a more severe form of that morning sickness. So when you're talking about hyperemesis, what are you looking for? Really, really severe nausea and vomiting. No matter what you're trying, dietary changes, it's not helping. Weight loss, you can lose as much as 5 to 20 pounds, Ellison, on this. Dehydration and feeling dizzy or lightheaded to the point where you just can't even do anything anymore. When those symptoms become so severe, you may actually be hospitalized. You may actually need IV fluids and additional treatment to get those symptoms under control.
But people are not crazy if they're experiencing this. There is something happening, and they should talk to their doctors.
Absolutely.
All right, Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you so much. We appreciate it, as always.
Anytime.
So if you haven't gotten your Christmas tree yet, it's not too late. One farm where you can cut down your own tree is actually taking that tradition up a notch. NBC Now daily anchors Kate Snow and Zincle Asamoah discovered a tree farm in Easton, Connecticut with a tradition of tailgating.
In the Connecticut countryside, there's holiday spirit by the acre. Families come from all over to Maple Row Christmas Tree Farm in search of the perfect pine.
But in addition to the farm's fun sights and sounds, there's another holiday tradition that makes Maple Row a little more memorable. A Christmas tree farm tailgate right in the parking lot.
Hey, it's tailgate time.
Zincle and I had to try it out, of course.
Oh, it smells good.
We brought cocoa, cookies, cheese, and company.
Cheers.
My husband Chris and our dog Bowie joined us, along with Zincle's friends Kaylin and James. Our best efforts, no match for families like this one.
Wow, thank you.
Who've been carrying on the tailgating tradition for 7 years. What are you making?
Meatball parm. Meatball? What? And we thought our cookies were fancy. Oh my gosh.
Meatball parm, barbecue, and even elaborate cocktails.
Cheers!
Some families staying out here all day long to celebrate tradition.
You don't have to come and stay all day, but you do for some reason. Why is that? What's special about it?
Well, because it's important to make time together with your family, especially around the holidays. We've done it since we were little, so now we're starting, hopefully, to pass it on to our kids.
Okay.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Let's go for a hayride.
Once our bellies were full, a ticket to ride. The task at hand, find a tree.
Oh, they're so pretty.
You're getting a little tree.
A New York-sized tree.
And I'm getting the big suburban-sized tree.
I love it.
They've been growing trees here at Maple Row Farm since the 1920s. On a good day, they'll sell several thousand trees.
And of all the people who buy Christmas trees, around 30% do it this way, chopping it down themselves.
This is the part where we grab
the saw.
Oh, fun.
All right.
Oh, I see a tall one over there.
Oh, that one's really nice. That one's really nice. I like it.
Once we found a tree for Kate,
well done.
It was my turn to cut down my first real Christmas tree.
I gotta go to the gym. Oh,
you did it!
You did Yay! So cool. I will do that again.
Maple Row, a family business spanning 8 generations, often balancing an uncertain economy with the fact that these trees take almost 10 years to grow.
We've raised our prices a little bit each year. These past couple of years have been more than normal. I hope we can keep it going. There aren't a lot of other farms like us around, so hopefully we'll have enough uniqueness and it'll work.
People are tailgating now at the Christmas tree farm.
You know what? It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
It's a fun holiday. It's just an addition to the tradition, you know?
An addition to the tradition we can certainly get behind.
This was so fun.
Yes, a Christmas memory made. Cheers. Cheers.
Kate Snow and Zinkley Esenwa, thank you both. That does it for us tonight. I'm Ellison Barber. We will see you tomorrow, but until then, stay tuned now.
Tonight, breaking news, a Hamas terror plot stopped in Europe as federal agencies sound the alarm about threats on U.S. soil. Authorities in Germany and the Netherlands arresting several people they say were planning attacks on Jewish sites and institutions across Europe. Evidence suggesting some of the plans have been in the works since last spring. Federal agencies in the U.S. already on high alert, warning about the heightened terror threat at home as the war between Israel and Hamas rages on. Also tonight, a potential rift between the U.S. and Israel may be widening. Sources telling NBC News the Biden administration has told Netanyahu's government to end its large-scale ground campaign in Gaza. Border surge, thousands of migrants illegally entering the U.S. every day, and the border town of Lukeville, Arizona, now becoming the epicenter of the country's migrant crisis. A border crossing there now closed so agents can try and process the crush of migrants already there. But residents and business owners on the U.S. side say they are paying the price. Face to face, the leader of Guyana and Venezuela meeting over that disputed oil and mineral-rich region, one day after the Guyanese president told Top Story in an interview he would not give up an inch of that land despite Venezuela's much larger military. The comments from Venezuelan leader Nicolás Maduro moments before the two sat down behind closed doors. Basket brawler NBA star Draymond Green suspended indefinitely after punching a Phoenix Suns player in the face during a game. The NBA saying he has one strike too many. What it may take for him to play in the league again. Sea of trouble, a couple who appeared on the hit reality show Below Deck, charged in an alleged prescription drug scheme. How authorities say they used the identities of the show's famous cast members to fill bogus prescriptions of oxycodone. Plus, a GoPro camera capturing the moment a skier triggered an avalanche in New Hampshire and then was caught up in it, his high elevation rescue after 4 hours. And the hiker, now dubbed Miracle Man, after he survived a 1,000-foot fall in Hawaii. How he managed to stay alive for 3 days with broken bones and no food, and how his family used one of his social media posts to eventually help find him. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. We begin with breaking news. 2 terror plots stopped in Europe, both believed to be targeting Jewish communities, and one was organized by Hamas. Authorities say 3 Hamas members were arrested in Berlin and at least 1 person in Rotterdam in the Netherlands. German prosecutors accusing them of planning attacks on Jewish sites and institutions across Europe. They also say one of the suspects was taking direct orders from Hamas leaders in Lebanon, and that his efforts to find a cache of weapons may have begun in the spring. In a separate case, authorities in Denmark say they also arrested several people believed to be planning attacks against Jewish civilians across that country. However, it's unclear who was behind it. Details of these plans mirroring what federal agencies back here in the U.S. have been warning about for months. Stepped up patrols outside of synagogues in major American cities after FBI Director Christopher Wray said since October 7th, he has never seen so many elevated threats of terror against the U.S. all at the same time. But we want to get right to those terror plots overseas, and Megan Fitzgerald, who joins us now from our London bureau with the late-breaking details. Megan, a lot going on here. Walk us through what we know.
Tom, what we know is that officials in Denmark say 3 people were arrested there, 1 arrested in the Netherlands. Now, in Germany, state prosecutors there say 4 suspected members of Hamas have been arrested, 1 in the Netherlands and 3 in Berlin. German prosecutors are saying one of the members arrested was searching for this underground stash of weapons in Europe. They believe those weapons were intended to be taken to Berlin to then be used in a potential terrorist attack against Jewish institutions in Europe. Now, we are hearing from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office, who's releasing a statement today saying in part that Hamas is striving to expand its capabilities around the world and in Europe. Tom?
All right, Megan Fitzgerald on that breaking news out of Europe. Megan, we appreciate that. Israel's military leaders say they believe the war with Hamas will last several months as their assault on Gaza wages on. This as President Biden urges Israel to be more careful and international communities to call for a ceasefire. Here's NBC's Richard Engel.
As Israel's war on Hamas devastates the Gaza Strip, President Biden was asked if Israel needs to tone down its military operation.
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives, not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan meeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. 2 U.S. officials familiar with the discussion tell NBC News Sullivan told the Israeli government the administration wants Israel to end its large-scale ground campaign in Gaza and transition to a more targeted phase of its war against Hamas. But that Sullivan did not specify a timetable to do this. Israeli military officials tell NBC News tonight they anticipate a long military campaign, but recognize they are under pressure because of Palestinian casualties and the humanitarian collapse in Gaza. Our crew filmed the aftermath of Israeli strikes today and followed the victims to a hospital. This was in southern Gaza, where Palestinians have been ordered to go. Israel says its war is more than justified after Hamas massacred at least 1,200 Israelis and took 240 hostages on October 7th. A month ago, we joined the David family for a Shabbat dinner. Eli blessed the wine and prayed for his brother Evyatar, kidnapped by Hamas from a music festival and then dragged into Gaza in a headlock. Tonight, Eli was in Tel Aviv, along with other hostage families and Israel's president, lighting the menorah for the last day of Hanukkah. Away from the crowds sat Evyatar's mother, Galia. She's crushed and can't bring herself to be around too many people.
This is my son's birthday.
Evyatar is one of dozens of young men still held hostage. Freed hostages say Hamas has been beating and torturing them. The male hostages seldom get talked about in the news.
I still hope and believe that they will come home. Evyatar will come home safe.
And a new U.S. intelligence assessment says that about 40 to 45% of the roughly 29,000 air-to-ground munitions that Israel has dropped on Gaza were unguided, so-called dumb bombs, which are far less accurate. Tom?
Richard Engel for us. We want to take an in-depth look tonight into Israeli hospitals which have been treating wounded soldiers since the war broke out. NBC's Hala Garani went inside some of them to hear their stories.
Inside the Ichilov hospital in Tel Aviv since October 7th, an entire floor is now dedicated to the rehab of wounded Israeli soldiers.
It was an open fracture and my tibia bone here completely shattered.
Our access granted by the Israeli military brought us to a soldier named Yuval, who also spoke with Lester back in October after the initial Hamas attacks. He is still recovering and remains determined to fight.
Every soldier here in the hospitals, everybody want to get the quickest recovery they can, so to be back on the battlefield.
Every day here, choppers bring in Israeli soldiers wounded in the combat in Gaza. Dr. Eyal Hashavia says he needs to work fast. The casualties keep coming.
Ever since October 7th, we've been getting more than 500 soldiers, injured soldiers. We're getting injured, severely injured patients by the missiles.
Beyond the fighting today, some, like former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, are now sounding the alarm that there is no post-war plan.
The main problem, in my mind, is not in the fighting. There we are fighting to the extreme heroic way we can. Problem is that Israel has no vision, no thinking, no planning as to what's then.
And despite international pressure to scale back the intensity of the fighting in Gaza, polls here show that Israelis remain overwhelmingly in favor of the war. Tom?
Hala, thank you. As this conflict presses on with no end in sight, Palestinian children continue to be caught in the crosshairs of this war. The Gaza Health Ministry reporting that 70% of the victims in Gaza are women and children, with the death toll rising every day. For more on this crisis, I'm joined tonight by Dr. Yara Asi. She's a fellow at the Arab Center in Washington, D.C., and an assistant professor at the University of Central Florida, focusing on global health and human rights. Doctor, thank you for joining Top Story tonight. We see these pictures. We talk about this war. And when you look at what's happening in Gaza, it's horrific. You don't know how anyone has survived, and yet some children have survived.
Absolutely.
What are the stories you're hearing from Gaza, and how are you helping those Palestinians?
So the stories are horrific, as you've said. The videos, the images, we know that there's around at least 8,000 children that are dead, hundreds, if not thousands more, trapped under rubble. We've heard about 25,000 children have lost either one or both parents. And in some of these cases, they have lost their entire extended family. They are the last surviving child. Every child is out of school. There is no stability. The best case scenario for a child right now is that they are in one of these very crowded, very underserved shelters, hopefully with some surviving family left.
Which aid groups are running those shelters or trying to help these children out?
So the main aid group on the ground right now is UNRWA, which is the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees. They provide most of the services in terms of health and education, but even they are saying that in these conditions, they're hardly able to do even basic triage, provide food, water, even bathroom access to these people.
What is sort of the therapy for those children, as you mentioned, that have lost two parents? Does that therapy even start now, or is it just pure survival and they can't even get to that point yet?
Yeah, I think at this point it's pure survival, especially without a ceasefire at this point. We are seeing some efforts by humanitarian workers on the ground to offer puppet shows and painting classes for some of the surviving children, but with bombs falling all around, with such uncertainty, lack of food, we're hearing of children starving. It's very difficult to see a way out.
What type of training prepares you for this, right? Because how do you answer a child when they ask, what happened to my parents?
There is no training. What we're hearing from a lot of health workers is that they are, especially if it's a child pulled from rubble, they are simply not telling them yet that their family has not survived. We are seeing humanitarian workers themselves breaking down because of what they've seen. And let's remember, they too have been living this for 2 months, dealing with the same physical and mental stressors, worrying about their own children. So they are really in survival mode, just trying to make it through the day.
What is the one thing that those children need the most right now?
What they need is a ceasefire and an end to the violence. And even humanitarian agencies have told us we cannot even provide the most basic aid until there's a cessation of hostilities. We can't navigate the roads. Our trucks are not safe. People are too scared to leave their homes.
Is there, I know this is a very complicated question. I know you're not a politician. I know you do not work for the military. Is there, I'd like to say a grassroots effort
or at least some type of conversation that's happening organically. And I understand it's during the type of war that we just, whoever has the hostages, whether it be Hamas, another militant group, because we know they've split up, another terrorist group that is holding these innocent Israelis. Has there been any talk from Palestinians to say, can we just end this? Can we let people go? Let's try to get to a ceasefire. Let's try to stop the bombing. Does that happen from the Palestinian side, or is that an impossible conversation to have?
Well, I think, again, they're kind of in survival mode. They are, let's remember that these almost 10,000 children that have been killed don't have anything to do with this. And what we are seeing is that they are, in these videos, as we're bearing witness to this tragedy, they are calling on us, the world, to help them. They feel entirely powerless. And I think they would do anything to stop the bombing and to try to get back to some semblance of normalcy that they had just 3 months ago.
You know, I don't want to say the children have been ignored in this conversation, but when you think about those stats that you're saying, and you think about all the children who have lost parents, why do you think the world has not spoken more about this, or at least had this conversation?
So I do see, you know, a lot of the humanitarian efforts that have moved forward are focusing on children. But I think right now we're kind of caught in these political conversations, and we've lost sight of the humanity of the people that are left behind. Seeing children wailing for their dead parents, seeing parents wailing for their children, I think these images, after a while, especially now as the death toll has risen, unfortunately can become normalized, and we get caught up in these other conversations, and we lose sight of what is needed on the ground right now, which is an end of violence and unimpeded access to aid.
Dr. Yara Asi, we thank you so much for joining Top Story tonight.
Thank you, Tom.
We want to turn now to the Americas and the new developments coming out of the high-stakes meeting between Venezuela and Guyana. Guyana's president meeting for the first time with Venezuela's leader Nicolás Maduro face-to-face, hoping to resolve growing tensions over Maduro's threats to take over part of Guyana, an oil-rich region that both countries say belongs to them. NBC's Guad Venegas explains.
Tonight, two South American leaders meeting face-to-face after weeks of escalation over an oil-rich territory in South America. The president of Guyana, Mohamed Irfan Ali, arriving in St. Vincent early Thursday for a high-stakes conversation, followed by Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro.
Vamos a aprovecharlo al máximo en función de que nuestra América Latina y el Caribe siga siendo una zona de paz.
That peace threatened by a dispute over the Essequibo region, a stretch of land making up more than half of Guyana that Venezuela argues belongs to them. Today, both leaders agreeing to meet on neutral ground. President Ali making an important announcement after the meeting as talks are expected to continue.
The region remains a zone of peace.
The meeting attended by other South American leaders hoping for a peaceful solution to the dispute.
What's your overall expectation after this meeting today?
I don't think we'll see the matter resolved today. I don't think either side is going to unilaterally back down on this. I don't think Guyana is going to give up.
Just before the historic meeting, President Ali speaking with Tom, calling Maduro's moves reckless.
He shows that he's an outlaw, and any move by Venezuela to occupy any space within Essequibo that belongs to Guyana will be illegal, illegitimate, and against international law.
Would you be willing even to give up an inch of land in the Essequibo region?
Not a single inch. Essequibo belongs to Guyana. We are not giving up a single inch.
Guyana's president also emphasizing the importance of the international court in the matter.
The controversy must be resolved at the ICJ.
The meeting comes weeks after threats from Maduro, who is seeking to annex the Essequibo.
Ultimately, Nicolás Maduro in Venezuela is doing this largely for domestic reasons. I think he's mostly done it to distract from the fact that the Venezuelan opposition, the democratic opposition in Venezuela, has been gaining force, has been organizing, unifying, and was looking increasingly likely to really give him a run for his money in 2024 elections.
The United States military holding exercises in Guyana amid rising tensions.
We don't want to see this come to blows. There's no reason for it to, and our diplomats are engaged in real time on this.
A diplomatic challenge with both countries standing their ground.
And so many in the region watching to see what happens with this meeting. Guad joins us now live from Miami. Guad, both parties have emphasized they intend to find a peaceful solution. But yesterday, President Ali made it very clear to me that Guyana was not the aggressor in the situation. For weeks, Maduro has been saying the region belongs to Venezuela. Was there any agreement to who can claim the region as their owner? What did we learn today?
So, Tom, there's a few things to keep in mind. One is that Guyana considers the Essequibo to be part of its territory. And although Maduro says it wants to annex it, today President Ali of Guyana said that they have the right to control investments, also to issue licenses and concessions to extract natural resources in that region. We know that it's a very rich in oil. And also, we have to keep in mind, Tom, that technically Venezuela has not taken any action inside of that territory to attempt to take over. Tom?
Okay. Guad Venegas for Squad, thank you. We want to head over to Russia, and the war continues between Russia and Ukraine. Vladimir Putin holding a marathon press conference promising victory to his people despite mounting battlefield losses. But are the Russians standing behind him in this war? Keir Simmons in Moscow speaking with the man who says he'll run against Putin next year.
Russian President Vladimir Putin uncompromising today at a rare 4-hour question and answer session, declaring victory in Ukraine will be ours. There will be peace when we achieve our goals, he said. While tonight, Ukraine's President Zelensky claiming a victory, a surprise agreement on Ukraine's entry to the European Union. But Zelensky's failure so far to gain billions more in aid during his trip to Washington was noticed in Moscow. These freebies may end someday, and apparently they are ending little by little, Putin said. Though Russia's leader of 23 years did see some dissent on the text messages appearing on screens behind him. You said in 2004, a man may go crazy after 7 years in power. This message read, "How's your health?" Tonight, a veteran lawmaker who says the Ukraine conflict is at a dead end tells us he plans to run against Putin in next year's presidential election. He doesn't think he'll win.
After I have said that we should elect other president, not Putin, I was blocked on Russian TV.
Russia is on a war footing. An ice rink outside Moscow features a fighter jet and a former Soviet rocket. Millions visiting a Russian expo that includes the history of the Soviet nuclear program. This, a model of Russia's first atom bomb.
We're proud of it. It's our history. We are a great country.
Putin also said that a deal is possible, though not easy, for detained U.S. nationals Paul Whelan and Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, who the U.S. says are both wrongfully accused of espionage. Tom?
We hope that's true. Okay, thank you so much, Keir. Let's head to the U.S. southern border and the migrant crisis there. Authorities stretch past their limits as thousands of migrants a day cross the border illegally. A key border crossing in Arizona now closed, and residents in surrounding towns on the U.S. side are feeling the effects. Julia Ainsley is there tonight.
Tonight, this is the new epicenter of the border crisis, tiny Lukeville, Arizona, where the number of migrants is pushing Border Patrol past capacity. More than 9,000 illegal crossings along the southern border just yesterday, nearly 3,000 of them in this area.
Behind me, there's a group of about 40 migrants, including young children, that were just brought in by Border Patrol after they called 911 because they were stranded in the desert.
Border agents so backed up, they're taking migrants to Tucson, where they're processed and most are released into the U.S. The Lukeville International Crossing now closed for 11 days due to overwhelming demand on border agents from migrants. Business owners say they're paying a price.
Last week we had made $5,000. Which is what we usually would make within an 8-hour shift.
We find places along the border wall where smugglers cut holes for migrants. Yesterday, cutting through 16 times.
They mark the dates here where they fixed the breaches, and you can see this one was just fixed recently.
U.S. and Mexican officials tell NBC News one reason for the rise, Mexico's Border Patrol equivalent is running low on funds and stopping fewer migrants. But Republicans blame President Biden's border policies for encouraging migrants to come and are demanding changes before they'll pass more funding for Ukraine. This tonight from the Border Patrol Union.
What we need to see from this administration is that they're serious about border security, because when you're allowing so many individuals to come across the border, that preoccupies a lot of agents.
President Biden calls GOP proposals extreme. Migrants tell us they're desperate. We are tired. I had to carry my daughter so we could keep going, said Jacqueline from Ecuador. And this man said, "We knew this was going to be hard. We do it for our families."
Tom, just while I've been here today at Lukeville, Arizona, I've seen probably over 150 migrants come right through here. It's quiet right now, but especially in the morning, it was busy. We've seen toddlers come through here. A lot of them have been picked up in some of the remote areas around here and brought here to be processed by Border Patrol, and they'll later be taken to Tucson because we know that Border Patrol processing in this area is way over capacity. Meanwhile, the governor of Arizona is asking President Biden to redeploy some National Guard to this area so that Customs and Border Protection can send their men and women back to that border crossing and reopen it, because she says it is imperative for businesses here and is demanding that it be immediately reopened. So more to come here from Arizona as we keep an eye on this. And meanwhile, another border crossing is closing as well this week in San Ysidro. And of course, the local officials in those towns, Tom, say that really the impact is wide on the residents there. And so they're trying to do all they can to alleviate that pain, Tom.
Julia Ainsley for us tonight on the crush at the southwest border. Julia, thank you. We're now going to turn to the weather, and we're tracking a system expected to bring in heavy rain, wind, and even snow to much of the eastern part of the country this weekend. I want to get right over to meteorologist Bill Karen. So, Bill, what are you watching tonight? We kind of already see that system bubbling up there.
Yeah, this isn't the tornado outbreak from last weekend, thankfully, but this is going to be a huge inconvenience, and a cold December rain is about the least thing anyone wants on a busy holiday, pre-holiday weekend. You know, you got parties, shopping, errands. So the storm system in Colorado heading into areas of Kansas and Oklahoma is going to combine with all of the bright white moisture in the Gulf of Mexico. Tomorrow's kind of quiet. There'll be some rain in the Key West area here to Key Largo, but Miami northwards, you're pretty dry. Not a lot of rain. This all changes, though, as we go throughout Friday night into Saturday. I mean, the map just really fills in. You can go from Key West to Jacksonville, and it'll be pouring on Saturday. Gusty winds along with it. I do not think we're going to get a lot of severe weather. Urban flooding, poor drainage areas, yes, but not so many tornadoes or wind damage and things like that. But notice Florida, by the time we get to Sunday, about noon, it's over with. So the heaviest rain, Miami southwards, possibly up to 3 inches, 1 to 3 inches widespread. Locally, up to 5 will be worst case scenario. And then here's the plan Sunday. I'm actually more concerned with Charleston, Wilmington, Myrtle Beach. Some of those areas could have coastal flooding problems on Sunday, especially Sunday evening. The rain shield by 1 p.m. Sundays in Washington, D.C., heading into New York. So we got football games in Charlotte, Cleveland that'll have to deal with a lot of rain. Baltimore's got a game Sunday evening that'll have a ton of rain. And then 6 p.m. Sunday, it's raining from about South Carolina all the way to Maine. And unfortunately, Tom, you're going to see a lot of people complaining coming into work in the I-95 corridor. Monday morning, a soaking rain along with gusty winds and cold temperatures. Ugly.
All right, not a good way to start that holiday week. All right, thanks so much, Bill. Still ahead tonight, a reality TV couple in a sea of trouble. The pair is seen on Bravo's Below Deck, accused of stealing their castmates' identities to fill bogus prescriptions for opioids. How they're defending that scheme in court. Plus, Draymond Green suspended indefinitely because of this. What the NBA says he has to do now before he can lace up again. And terrifying video of the moment a skier triggered an avalanche in New Hampshire and was sent tumbling down a mountain. How he's doing tonight. Top story, just getting started on this Thursday.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There's some late-breaking news from our houses in the Iowa caucuses by the hammer delivered to.
All right, it just did too.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're back now with stunning charges filed against a couple who appeared on the popular reality show Below Deck. The husband, who was a doctor, accused of stealing his castmates' identities so he could write fake prescriptions for oxycodone. NBC New York's Paisy Cheng reports.
Dr. Francis Martini and his wife Jessica left court without speaking to reporters. But the couple, who has appeared on the Bravo reality show Below Deck,
pancakes on the side, just regular buttermilk pancakes,
are in a sea of trouble, accused of prescribing and filling bogus prescriptions for oxycodone, using the names of crew members from the show. The couple were among the guests who chartered the show's luxury yachts in 2019 and 2020. Following the broadcast, they went to events to promote the show with crew members. The investigation began sometime after that.
It began in early 2023, working with the DEA.
Suffolk County Police say Jessica brought a handwritten prescription for oxycodone to this Kings Park pharmacy, which raised flags. The pharmacist alerted authorities.
What's been charged is 4 prescriptions and approximately 150 pills.
Prosecutors allege Dr. Martini, who is a urologist in Fort Salonga, wrote multiple bogus scripts, and his wife then picked up the pills at various Suffolk County pharmacies, paying for them in cash. The indictment charges each with 8 counts, including criminal sale of a prescription and falsifying business records.
My clients pled not guilty, which means the government has to prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt, and they look forward to clearing their names on their day in court.
In court, prosecutors say when they arrested the couple, they were quick to tell officers, "We didn't sell any of it. It was all for us." In a statement, the DEA said these arrests are a reminder that a doctor's illicit drug diversion can lead to irreparable harm, like the drug overdoses and poisonings currently plaguing our nation.
Anytime you have someone who is in a position of authority and trust, such as a doctor, is diverting these dangerous opioids, it's concerning.
The Martinis are each facing 5 to 15 years if convicted. They were released today on their own recognizance. And one final note, Bravo, which airs Below Deck, is part of NBC Universal Comcast, our parent company. Reporting from Hop Hog, Paisy Cheng. Tom, back to you.
All right, Paisy, we thank you for that. Now to the NBA 4-time champion Draymond Green, who's been suspended indefinitely for punching a player during Tuesday night's game. This comes after years of similar altercations and multiple suspensions. The league now trying to crack down on Green's behavior. Our Valerie Castro has the details.
Tonight, NBA bad boy Draymond Green facing the harshest punishment yet for this punch.
Oh, man.
Striking Phoenix Suns center Yusuf Nurkic in the face during Tuesday's game. The NBA handing down an indefinite suspension. Green initially tried to play it off as an accident.
He was pulling my hip, and I was swinging away to settle the call. Made contact with him. As you know, I'm not one to apologize for things I meant to do, but I do apologize to you, sir. I didn't intend to hit him.
The NBA citing Green's repeated history of unsportsmanlike acts and will require him to meet certain league and team conditions before he returns to play. ESPN reports Green and his agent are meeting with his team about possible counseling.
This is what the league does when it's not quite sure how long this should be or doesn't want to put something definitive on it because they're trying to ride out a wave of bad PR.
This is already the 3-time All-Star's second suspension this season and 6th since joining the league.
Wow.
In November, Green was sidelined for 5 games after putting Minnesota Timberwolves' Rudy Gobert in a chokehold. He showed no remorse for his actions.
I don't live my life with regrets. I'll come to a teammate's defense anytime that I'm in a position to come to a teammate's defense.
Near the end of last season, Green was ejected for stepping on Sacramento Kings' Domantas Sabonis' chest. He once again was glib about the violence.
I gotta land my foot somewhere.
He's even battled his own teammates. In October 2022, leaked video from a Warriors practice session showed Green punching former teammate Jordan Poole in the face. He was fined for an undisclosed amount.
I don't just hit people. We know stuff that you don't say amongst men. You know what I'm saying? We know things that you have to stand on.
Former teammate Kevin Durant, who had tensions with Green when they played together, sharing his concern.
Never seen that before on the basketball court in the NBA game. I hope Draymond gets the help he needs. There's been incident after incident. So
this latest suspension of the former Defensive Player of the Year, dealing a big blow to the Warriors' chance at another championship.
Yeah, we need him. We need Draymond, but he knows that. We've talked to him, and he's got to find a way to keep his poise and be out there for his teammates.
Tom, we're still waiting to find out exactly how many games Green will be suspended for, but he stands to lose $154,000 per game, up to a 20-game suspension. If he's suspended any longer than that, then the amount will increase. Tom?
All right, Valerie Castro for us. When we come back, a major Coca-Cola recall. Why the company has pulled more than 2,000 cases of Diet Coke and Sprite off store shelves. That's next.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Okay, we are back now with Top Stories news feed and the University of Arizona boosting police patrols over a potential kidnapper. Police in Tucson say a woman told them she was followed by a dark-colored car before the driver got out and grabbed her from behind last week. She reportedly started to scream and he ran away. According to police, Another woman said she was groped near the campus by a man matching his description, and a third woman reported being followed. Okay, a skier in New Hampshire surviving an avalanche and capturing the whole thing on camera. Look at this GoPro footage showing the moment the snow underneath him gave way and he became caught inside that avalanche. He was pulled 500 feet down before coming to a rest with a broken leg. His ski partner able to temporarily treat his injury with a medical kit. After 4 hours, rescuers airlifted him to a local hospital. Pretty scary. Coca-Cola recalling some of its most popular products over concerns they could contain, quote, foreign material. The impacted products include nearly 2,000 12-pack cases of Diet Coke, Sprite, and Fanta Orange. They were sold in Alabama, Mississippi, and Florida. No word yet on what that foreign material is. The recalled Diet Coke has a best buy date of January 29th, 2024, while the Fanta and Sprite are best by July 29th, 2024. Okay, and the hit show Curb Your Enthusiasm will end after 12 seasons. Larry David writing in a statement that the show's final season will premiere on February 4th on HBO and will consist of 10 episodes. Curb launched in 2000 and ran for 8 seasons before taking a 6-year break. It returned in 2017. The beloved series has earned a staggering, get this, 51 Emmy nominations and is currently HBO's longest-running series. Okay, now to power and politics and another set of very troubling numbers for President Biden. A new Bloomberg and Morning Consult poll painting a grim picture for President Biden's re-election campaign. In 7 battleground states, including 6 Biden won just 3 years ago, he's now trailing former President Trump, and in one case, by almost double digits. Let's take a look at the picture in Georgia, where President Biden scored a narrow victory over Trump in 2020. This poll has him down 6 points against the former president, less than a year out from the election. In Michigan, where Biden beat Trump by almost 3 points in 2020, the script is now flipped. Trump now winning by 4 points there. And in North Carolina, the only swing state polled that Biden lost in 2020, Trump has extended his lead from 3 years ago from just over a point to nearly 10. For more on what these polls mean for President Biden's re-election hopes, I want to bring in our panel tonight. David Jacobson, he's founder of J&Z Strategies and a former Hillary Clinton campaign staffer. And Mark Lauder, Chief Communications Officer at the America First Policy Institute and Director of Strategic Communications on the Trump 2020 campaign. Thank you both for being here. Dave, I'm going to start with you since you're the Democrat here in the panel. It's less than a year out now, and these poll numbers for Biden keep getting worse and worse, especially in battleground states. How concerned should Democrats be right now?
Look, undoubtedly, Democrats should be concerned. But I think what's key here is a couple components. Number one, Trump's not above 50% in any of these polls. Number two, we are not yet at a binary choice in this election. And so to me, this is sort of an opportunity for Democrats to take Trump seriously, obviously, but turn this into not just a campaign against Joe Biden, obviously, but to turn it as a referendum on Donald Trump. He's not yet the nominee. We look like, obviously in polling, it looks like he's going to get there. Clearly, he's leading by a substantial margin amongst the Republican field. But I think once Democrats are laser focused against Donald Trump and they draw a clear contrast, it's incumbent upon Democrats to make the case against Trump, but also not just focus on the president, but on the issues. Joe Biden is aligned with the American people on issues like abortion, gun safety, tackling climate change, student loan debt, and a range of other issues. Donald Trump, on the flip side, is deeply out of touch with the American people. Moreover, we've got a number of court cases coming up with Donald Trump facing criminal charges.
Right,
and I think the American people will never vote for a lawless president.
David, but it's a much different story, as you know, when it comes to the economy and the border and what's happening overseas with 2 wars ongoing right now. Mark, I want to turn to you. How much of this is Trump doing better, and how much of this is Biden doing worse?
Well, I think it's a combination of both. I think this is the first campaign that we are going to see in over 100 years where one of the candidates is not hypothetical. Both of them, one of them is the president, one's the former president, and people remember that they were better off, the world was safer, the border was secure when Donald Trump was president, and they can compare that to the mess that we have going on right now. And when you look at each of those issues in those battleground states, the real issues, Donald Trump is favored by double digits. The economy, energy, crime, inflation, the border, all of those issues, people choose Donald Trump over Joe Biden.
Dave, let's look at Georgia, right? I'm gonna have our great director, Brett Holey, put up the Georgia numbers real quick, because you mentioned the cases, right? The criminal cases against the former president. How do you explain Georgia? This is a state that he lost. It was a huge win for Joe Biden 3 years ago. And now he's being accused of the former President Trump is accused of trying to steal that election. And yet he's doing better in Georgia now, right? How do you sort of explain this?
Well, Tom, I think it's also important, Mark made a couple points, and I think facts matter. The reality is we had border issues during the entire Trump administration. Frankly, the border issues were worse during the Trump administration than during the Biden administration. In terms of jobs and the economy, currently you have unemployment at 3.7%. It was double that when Donald Trump left office. And so I think facts matter, and it's critically important when we're talking about economic issues that we're talking about the reality. Now, in terms of Georgia, we just won 2 U.S. Senate races in Georgia. We're dominating statewide contests at the federal level, obviously, in Georgia. So look, going back to my point of making this a binary choice election, we're not there yet. There's still a nominating process on the Republican side. You've got Nikki Haley surging in polls. I still think Donald Trump is obviously going to be the nominee, but we're months away from that process sort of fizzling out. And so it's incumbent upon Democrats to be laser focused at that point, once Donald Trump is the official nominee, to draw a clear and coherent contrast on the issues that matter, passing common sense gun violence issues, abortion rights, tackling climate change, standing with the LGBTQ community. These are issues that align with Democrats and the vast majority of the American people. Polling shows this. The AP has a poll out that shows 73% of Americans support abortion rights. According to a Fox News poll just a couple months ago, 61% of Americans support comprehensive laws that ban assault weapons. And so Joe Biden may not be in the strongest position in these polls today, but once we get to a clear contrast with Biden versus Trump, if Biden is laser focused on the issues, that's where the American people are going to be. And I feel like these numbers will close the gap a little bit.
Dave, just real quick, a fact check. What are you talking about? The immigration was worse under former President Trump. Are you talking about numbers? Because we are seeing record numbers at the border under the Biden administration. Obviously, we can have a discussion about the way migrants were treated under the Trump administration, but I was a little confused when you said that earlier in your answer.
Yeah, to clarify, I mean, it's not like we haven't had border issues throughout the last 15, 20 years, right? Obviously, we're grappling with a tremendous issue at the border right now. However, things weren't perfect during the Trump administration. It was far from that. Things weren't perfect during the Bush administration or the Obama years, obviously. This has been an issue, I guess my point, that we have, as a nation, been grappling with for years. Frankly, Democrats want to pass comprehensive immigration reform with a pathway to citizenship. The Republicans refuse to do that, right? If it was a Democratic-controlled Congress, obviously, you'd probably have bills passing legislation.
I want to get over to Mark
to solve this problem.
Yeah, Mark, if you were advising former President Trump right now, is what he's doing working as far as campaigning and essentially going to court and waiting for trial? Is that working? Because he's not really hitting the campaign trail hard and he's skipping all the debates.
No, but he is getting his message out, and I think so. And he is doing rallies, and he is doing events in some of the early primary states. But keep the pressure on. I mean, I hope the Democrats and Joe Biden follow my counterpart's advice, because if that's the campaign message you've got, you're going to lose. People want lower prices. They want someone that's going to make sure that they can afford the basics, and they can't afford the basics under Bidenomics, under Bidenflation, and they know it. And so if they go out there with a gun control and amnesty platform, they're going to lose.
Real quick, because we've run out of time, Mark, a couple more Republican debates have been added to the calendar. Do you think Trump attends any of them?
No, I don't think there's any reason to. He's up 50 points nationally. He's up 25 to 30 points in the early states. This thing is all but done except for counting the actual votes.
Dave Jacobson, Mark Lauder, loved this conversation tonight. Thank you. Coming up next, stranded at sea, the Coast Guard racing to airlift 6 people to safety after their boat sank off the coast of the Dominican Republic. The cruise ship nearby that alerted authorities to those people in distress. That's next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Back now with Top Stories Global Watch, and we begin with a dramatic rescue off the coast of the Dominican Republic. New video shows the U.S. Coast Guard airlifting 6 people who were stranded in the ocean after their boat sank about 30 miles north of Puerto Plata. The Coast Guard receiving a call for help after a Carnival cruise ship saved 6 other passengers from a life raft the day before. All 12 people are now expected to be okay. The World Health Organization urging vaccinations amid a measles outbreak in Europe. The agency says more than 30,000 cases of measles were reported across 40 European countries in 2023. They say that's 30 times higher than 2022, when cases were below 1,000. Measles, as you know, is highly infectious and can lead to complications, including pneumonia, even brain damage. The WHO says cases are rising at an alarming rate due to plummeting vaccine rates. And a British child missing for 6 years has been found alive in France. Alex Batty was 11 and under the guardianship of his grandmother when he vanished along with his mother and grandfather while on a trip to Spain. Authorities believe the child was abducted by the pair. According to local reports, he was found hitchhiking in southern France this week after walking alone for several days. He's undergoing medical evaluation. No word on the location of his mother or his grandfather. Okay, next tonight to the West Bank and Bethlehem's Silent Night. The city believed to be where Jesus was born more than 2,000 years ago, desolate during this Christmas season. Officials there canceling all holiday festivities in solidarity with their fellow Palestinians in Gaza. Hotels, restaurants, and shops, once filled with tourists, now empty. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has this report.
The bells at Bethlehem's ancient Church of the Nativity still ring, but the courtyard here is empty. This is the oldest continuously used place of worship shared by multiple Christian denominations who believe it's the birthplace of Jesus. But this Christmas, the pilgrims and tourists who usually flock to this ancient city are nowhere to be seen.
This is the worst Christmas ever. Bethlehem is shut down for Christmas. No Christmas tree, no joy, no Christmas spirit. You know, Bethlehem during Christmas was beautiful. People from all over the world used to come. People were waiting for this moment. And as you can see now, it is a ghost town. This is my great-grandfather.
Joey Canavati's family has owned the Alexander Hotel for generations. And here in Bethlehem, the holiday season is the busy season.
We were fully booked October, November, December. We were 120% capacity. We were looking different hotels to send the people because there's no room. There was no room in the inn in Bethlehem.
The Israeli Tourism Ministry estimates 120,000 people visited during the week of Christmas last year.
We had at least 120 people having dinner here every night.
Cavanati hoped they could see even more people this year.
But now all what we get on the email is cancellation after cancellation after cancellation. So it is a catastrophe.
One hotel manager tells the Associated Press nearly 70 hotels are now closed across Bethlehem, leaving 6,000 workers out of a job this holiday season.
And a lot of your carvings are, for obvious reasons, of the nativity scene.
Nativity scene, because this is what represents Bethlehem.
Our Richard Engel spoke with Richard Tabish, whose family has run this nativity shop since 1942. He says the 8 to 10 busloads of tourists and customers he used to get each day are gone.
And when was the last time you had a single customer?
Well, it was on the 6th of October, just the day before the war. Then from the 7th up to today, it's zero business.
What about all your staff, all the people who work here with you, the people who carve all these objects, the people who sell them?
I know. You know, Bethlehem relies 80% on tourism. In my store, we have with us around 30 employees that we work in the store, and we buy our merchandise from more than 100 to 150 merchants that do most of the carvings. They are all locals and do all these beautiful carvings in Bethlehem, and it all stopped.
Some restaurants forced to change their operations.
Nowadays, we are working around 10%, 15% maximum, yes.
Catering to local families instead of tourists, but in a city where people from many religions and denominations have lived and prayed side by side for hundreds of years.
We are praying for peace, you know. Bethlehem is the city where peace was born. So it should be the messenger for peace to be spread all over the world.
Praying for an end to first the war and then to Bethlehem's silent night.
Hallie Jackson joins us tonight from Haifa, Israel. Hallie, so as we saw in your report, their Christmas canceled in Bethlehem. We've seen security concerns as Jewish communities gather to celebrate Hanukkah, not only in Israel, but across the world. What's your sense being there, right? Are people able to find any sense of happiness or light as this war rages on, or is that just impossible at this time right now where you are?
It's such a great question, Tom. I'll tell you, for the fortunate few, they have been able to find a miracle. And I'm talking about some of those hostage family members whose loved ones have been returned over the last few weeks. And I'm thinking about one man we spoke with whose 3 little kids and wife had been taken captive, and they were released. And he told me that he feels like it is a miracle at this moment, even just like watching them brush their teeth and living their life. For a lot of other people, though, here in Israel, and certainly for people in Gaza who are just living through very difficult conditions, it is hard to find a moment to be hopeful. It is hard to find a way to cling to that. Although I will say that some of those hostage family members we've talked to in Israel say hope is all they have at this point. And if they don't have that, it's tough to get out of bed, Tom.
And all those prayers continue even during this holiday season. All right, Hallie Jackson for us from Israel. Hallie, thank you. All right, when we come back, the miracle man, hiker Ian Snyder, falling more than 1,000 feet while hiking in Hawaii. So how in the world did he survive? You'll hear his story right after this break.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling lights.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today. Help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry. Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out-college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Finally tonight, the story of an incredible rescue after a hiker fell 1,000 feet off a trail in Oahu, surviving at the base of a waterfall for 3 days, suffering from several broken bones and sipping from a small stream to stay alive. First responders calling him the Miracle Man. Here's Mahaleni Richardson from Hawaii News Now.
Walking slowly and recovering from broken bones, bruises, and puncture wounds, 34-year-old Ian Snyder doesn't remember the moment he fell 1,000 feet to the bottom of a mountain from the Ko'olau Summit Trail near the Palinachus Trail in Nu'uanu. But he and his parents wanted to say mahalo to the first responders who saved his life December 7th. For 3 days near the bottom of a waterfall, he survived with only stream water.
I had to reach over all the way across to grab water with my right hand in the stream. It was a little trickle.
And faith that his life was in God's hands.
I had made my peace and said, if this is my time, I'm ready to go. But if it's not my time, I know that patch of sky in front of me, that I'll be able to wave at a helicopter. I made my peace with God. I will be okay whether I live or whether I die.
That helicopter did come, as did a coordinated rescue effort involving first responders, the Oahu hiking community, and many others from down that dangerous mountain.
Made it to Konohonui and fell like here.
Based on what we saw from Air One and the terrain, we were amazed that to be 1,000 feet down from the trail and to have survived is, as we've said many times, a miracle. We still are baffled by it.
As you can imagine, Mr. Snyder, your call was the most memorable that day. Not every day our department sees a situation like this. Falling 1,000 feet from a trail is no joke.
Thank you.
Oh my God, can I get a hug?
Yes.
Hikers who helped with the search wanted to meet the man they had been tracking on his social media.
And I thought the best gift we could give to the family was that we had found a body. And when we found a whole human living and breathing and waving at the sky, I was like, Merry Christmas, I guess.
Mahaleni Richardson, Hawaii News Now.
Thanks so much for watching Top Story tonight. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay right there. More news on the way.
Tonight, the new alleged Hamas terror plot foiled as the U.S. presses Israel to do more to avoid civilian casualties in Gaza. European officials saying at least 7 suspects, including 4 long-standing Hamas members, were arrested, accused of plotting to attack Jewish sites. It comes as President Biden urges Israel to, quote, be more careful to protect civilians in Gaza. Israel's defense minister warning today the war will last more than several months. Our Richard Engel in Jerusalem. Also tonight, the major storm taking aim at the entire East Coast. Al Roker is tracking it. Jury deliberations underway in Rudy Giuliani's defamation trial for false claims about Georgia election workers. How much could he have to pay? Vladimir Putin defiant what the Russian president vowed to do in Ukraine at a marathon 4-hour news conference. NBC News investigates Medicare Advantage routinely denying coverage to patients, the dire impact on hospitals in rural America. The tale of a JetBlue plane striking the runway as the pilot avoided a head-on collision, what investigators say happened. The bull loose on the tracks and major delays for commuters traveling into New York City. And donning his LA Dodgers jersey for the first time, baseball's new $700 million man.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Tonight, Israel's defense chief is predicting the war with Hamas will last several months, but declaring Israel will win and destroy Hamas. His remarks coming as President Biden once more spoke out about rising civilian deaths in Gaza. Today, urging Israel to be more careful. But sources telling NBC News today that nearly half of the aerial weapons dropped on Gaza by Israel so far in the war have been unguided so-called dumb bombs, according to an intelligence assessment shared with Congress. Unguided weapons are cheaper and less precise than smart bombs. Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry says it has tallied nearly 19,000 deaths in the war. And now, amid fears the war could trigger a wider conflict and terror attacks, a series of arrests of suspected Hamas operatives in Europe today may have foiled attacks against Jewish people there. Richard Engel joins us. What do we know about these alleged plots, Richard?
Lester, the 7 suspects were arrested in Germany, Denmark, and the Netherlands. 4 of them described as long-standing Hamas members. They're accused of plotting attacks against Jewish institutions across Europe. The attacks were still in the planning stage. The Danish prime minister is describing them as serious as it gets. It comes as the national security advisor for President Biden came here in Israel today to discuss the war in Gaza.
As Israel's war on Hamas devastates the Gaza Strip, President Biden was asked if Israel needs to tone down its military operation.
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives, not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan meeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. 2 U.S. officials familiar with the discussion tell NBC News Sullivan told the Israeli government the administration wants Israel to end its large-scale ground campaign in Gaza and transition to a more targeted phase of its war against Hamas. But that Sullivan did not specify a timetable to do this. Israeli military officials tell NBC News tonight they anticipate a long military campaign, but recognize they are under pressure because of Palestinian casualties and the humanitarian collapse in Gaza. Our crew filmed the aftermath of Israeli strikes today and followed the victims to a hospital. This was in southern Gaza, where Palestinians have been ordered to go. Israel says its war is more than justified after Hamas massacred at least 1,200 Israelis and took 240 hostages on October 7th. A month ago, we joined the David family for a Shabbat dinner. Eli blessed the wine and prayed for his brother Evyatar, kidnapped by Hamas from a music festival and then dragged into Gaza in a headlock. Tonight, Eli was in Tel Aviv, along with other hostage families and Israel's president, lighting the menorah for the last day of Hanukkah. Away from the crowds sat Evyatar's mother, Galia. She's crushed and can't bring herself to be around too many people.
This is my son's birthday.
Evyatar is one of dozens of young men still held hostage. Freed hostages say Hamas has been beating and torturing them. The male hostages seldom get talked about in the news.
I still hope and believe that they will come home. Evyatar will come home safe.
And Richard, I want to go back to this new U.S. intelligence assessment about the bombs Israel has been using in Gaza. What's the significance of that report?
Well, the assessment says that about 40 to 45% of the air-to-ground munitions, 29,000 air-to-ground munitions that Israel has dropped on Gaza since October 7th are unguided, which are far less precise. Lester?
Richard Engel, thank you. And tonight we're inside an Israeli hospital where soldiers wounded in the war are being treated. NBC's Hala Gorani reports.
Inside the Ichilov hospital in Tel Aviv since October 7th, an entire floor is now dedicated to the rehab of wounded Israeli soldiers.
It was an open fracture in my tibia bone here, completely shattered.
Our access granted by the Israeli military brought us to a soldier named Yuval, who also spoke with Lester back in October after the initial Hamas attacks. He is still recovering and remains determined to fight.
Every soldier here in the hospitals, everybody want to get the quickest recovery they can, so to be back on the battlefield.
Every day here, choppers bring in Israeli soldiers wounded in the combat in Gaza. Dr. Eyal Hashavia says he needs to work fast. The casualties keep coming.
Ever since October 7th, we've been getting more than 500 soldiers, injured soldiers. We're getting injured, severely injured patients by the missiles.
Beyond the fighting today, some, like former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, are now sounding the alarm that there is no post-war plan.
The main problem, in my mind, is not in the fighting. There we are fighting to the extreme heroic way we can. Problem is that Israel has no vision, no thinking, no planning as to what's then.
And despite international pressure to scale back the intensity of the fighting in Gaza, polls here show that Israelis remain overwhelmingly in favor of the war. Lester?
Alagarani, thank you. We're tracking some major storms tonight expected to wreak havoc in the east throughout the weekend. Al Roker is here now. Al, what can we expect?
Well, Lester, we're watching this thing get together in the Gulf Coast and what it's going to do tomorrow. Some showers around Florida, but by Saturday, heavy rain impacts the Sunshine State. A high rain rate, saturated ground, going to cause more of a flood risk Sunday. This storm intensifies as it moves up the East Coast. Heavy rain, strong winds in the mid-Atlantic states. By Monday, it zips up into the Northeast. Back behind it, light snow will be falling 1 to 3 inches. But the biggest impact, Lester, is going to be the rain. Locally, 6 inches through the Florida Peninsula. Heavy rain moving from Charleston to Cape Hatteras and eventually ending up in New York with anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain, causing some localized flooding.
On
Lester?
a big travel week. All right, Al, thanks. Today, a jury began considering how much former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani will have to pay 2 Georgia women he falsely accused of trying to steal the 2020 election while he worked for former President Trump. Here's Ken Delanian.
Tonight, a jury weighing the financial punishment for election lies. A federal jury in Washington is deliberating how much Rudy Giuliani must pay in damages to 2 former Georgia election workers he falsely accused of election fraud. This trial was about the human toll. Shay Moss and Ruby Freeman each told the jury how Giuliani's false charges led them to be targeted by racist attacks.
A lot of threats, wishing death upon me, telling me that I'll be in jail with my mother.
It all stemmed from Giuliani's bogus claims that the election was stolen from Donald Trump, citing this video of the 2 poll workers.
Quite obviously, surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine.
What was your mom actually handing you on that video?
A ginger mint.
The judge had already found Giuliani liable for defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress. A reputation expert hired by the women testified that they are owed as much as $48 million in compensation, not including punitive damages. The judge admonished Giuliani for defaming the 2 women again outside court Monday.
Of course I don't regret it. I told the truth. They were engaged in changing votes.
He opted not to testify. The defamation finding is one of many recent setbacks for Giuliani, now under indictment in Georgia, accused of racketeering through his efforts to overturn the election. His law licenses suspended. The jury resumes deliberations tomorrow morning. Lester?
All right, Ken Delanian, thank you. As Congress debates changes in immigration policy, there's a new focus on a small town at the heart of the migrant crisis. Julia Ainsley is there for us.
Tonight, this is the new epicenter of the border crisis, tiny Lukeville, Arizona, where the number of migrants is pushing Border Patrol past capacity. More than 9,000 illegal crossings along the southern border just yesterday, nearly 3,000 of them in this area. Behind me, there's a group of about 40 migrants, including young children, that were just brought in by Border Patrol after they called 911 because they were stranded in the desert. Border agents so backed up, they're taking migrants to Tucson, where they're processed and most are released into the U.S. The Lukeville International crossing now closed for 11 days due to overwhelming demand on border agents from migrants. Business owners say they're paying a price.
Last week we had made $5,000, which is what we usually would make within an 8-hour shift.
We find places along the border wall where smugglers cut holes for migrants. Yesterday, cutting through 16 times. They mark the dates here where they fix the breaches, and you can see this one was just fixed recently. U.S. and Mexican officials tell NBC News one reason for the rise, Mexico's Border Patrol equivalent is running low on funds and stopping fewer migrants. But Republicans blame President Biden's border policies for encouraging migrants to come and are demanding changes before they'll pass more funding for Ukraine. This tonight from the Border Patrol Union.
What we need to see from this administration is that they're serious about border security, because when you're allowing so many individuals to come across the border, that preoccupies a lot of agents.
President Biden calls GOP proposals extreme. Migrants tell us they're desperate. We are tired. I had to carry my daughter so we could keep going, said Jacqueline from Ecuador. And this man said, we knew this was going to be hard. We do it for our families. Now, Arizona's governor is asking President Biden to reassign National Guard so they can open that border crossing to traffic. Lester?
Julia Ainsley, thank you. In Moscow, Russia's President Vladimir Putin was defiant today, showing no sign of backing down from his invasion of Ukraine. Keir Simmons was there.
Russian President Vladimir Putin uncompromising today at a rare 4-hour question and answer session, declaring victory in Ukraine will be ours. There will be peace when we achieve our goals, he said. While tonight, Ukraine's President Zelensky claiming a victory, a surprise agreement on Ukraine's entry to the European Union. But Zelensky's failure so far to gain billions more in aid during his trip to Washington was noticed in Moscow. These freebies may end someday, and apparently they are ending little by little, Putin said. Though Russia's leader of 23 years did see some dissent on the text messages appearing on screens behind him. You said in 2004, a man may go crazy after 7 years in power. This message read, how's your health? Tonight, a veteran lawmaker who says the Ukraine conflict is at a dead end tells us he plans to run against Putin in next year's presidential election. He doesn't think he'll win.
After I have said that we should elect other president, not Putin, I was blocked on Russian TV.
Russia is on a war footing. An ice rink outside Moscow features a fighter jet and a former Soviet rocket. Millions visiting a Russian expo that includes the history of the Soviet nuclear program. This, a model of Russia's first atom bomb.
We're proud of it. It's our history. We are a great country.
Meanwhile, Putin also says a deal is possible, though not easy, for detained Americans Paul Whelan and Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, who the U.S. says are wrongly accused of espionage. Lester?
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow tonight. Thank you. In 60 seconds, with near-record travelers expected, how airlines are preparing after last year's holiday nightmare. That's next. They've been getting ready for months. Airlines preparing for a record season of holiday travel that's about to begin. But will they be able to avoid repeat of last year's travel nightmares? Here's Emily Aketa.
The Christmas crush at airports is around the corner, with a record 7.5 million people expected to take flight. Travelers hoping to avoid a repeat of last December, when bad weather set off a cascade of problems at Southwest Airlines, canceling nearly 17,000 flights in a 10-day span, stranding passengers and creating mountains of lost luggage.
Look at this mess. Everybody over here is pissed.
The airline CEO, Bob Jordan, assuring CNBC today this year will be different.
We've invested in trucks and new pads and staffing and technology. I'm very, very proud of our people. We are ready for winter.
And Jordan says those changes are already proving successful.
Thanksgiving Day, there was snow, 97% on time, 0 cancels across our entire system.
Major airlines and airports have been preparing for months to meet the holiday's unprecedented demand, with measures like new screening machines in Atlanta. while the FAA tries to curb close calls on the runway. In video we sped up to show what happened, the tail of a JetBlue plane strikes the ground in Colorado last year, when the pilot quickly pitched the airplane up to avoid the approaching aircraft, according to an NTSB report out this week.
You're driving how long just to avoid flying?
23 hours.
Some travelers like Tom Mullaney aren't taking any chances this year.
That's how stressful last year's experience was.
Yeah, I don't want to go through it again.
Travelers cautiously hopeful this holiday season isn't a turbulent one. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
We've got a lot more to tell you about tonight. Coming up, coverage for necessary medical care routinely denied. Our investigation of Medicare Advantage plans next. We're back now with our NBC News investigation into Medicare Advantage, those Medicare-approved plans offered by private companies. Millions use them, but we found they routinely reject claims for necessary care. As Sam Brock reports, it's devastating hospitals in rural America.
This was once the geriatric psychiatry unit at Alliance Healthcare in Holly Springs, Mississippi. Now the hallways hollow and beds sitting empty.
This operating room only a few years ago was doing 5 or 6 procedures a day. Now, 0.
Dr. Kenneth Williams is the CEO. He says the hospital can no longer afford the unit or any inpatient care for that matter.
All of this used to service people that really needed help, and now it's just totally empty.
It's empty, it's gone, and it died the last few years with Medicare Advantage.
Medicare Advantage is a private alternative to traditional Medicare pitched by celebrity spokesmen like Joe Namath.
Medicare Advantage plans have added new benefits.
31 million people are on the plans, which are often cheaper than Medicare supplements and promise better benefits and lower premiums. But the CEOs of rural hospital systems in 6 states tell NBC News that Medicare Advantage routinely denies reimbursements for necessary care.
2006, we went from being well in the black to losing $1.7 million.
Overnight.
Medicare Advantage. Yeah. And all of a sudden, we went from smiling to crying. And nothing changed other than that.
One government report found the top Advantage plans denied payment for nearly 1 in 5 claims that met Medicare rules.
Your fight is not just to take care of patients anymore. Your fight is becoming more to get paid from the insurance company.
And without the resources to push back, rural hospitals like Dr. Williams's are forced to eat the higher costs.
How dire is the situation when it comes to rural hospitals?
More than 300 hospitals that are at immediate risk of closure, and another 300 that could be at risk of closing in the next 6 to 7 years.
When Rose Stone retired, she signed up for a Medicare Advantage plan.
Rose, how long have you been coming to Dr. Williams' clinic for?
20 plus years.
And did you think if you signed up for Medicare Advantage, you'd be able to continue to do that?
At first, I did.
She was later surprised to learn the plan didn't cover her visits. Faced with paying out of pocket, she made a difficult choice.
I had to stop coming to Williams Clinic.
An advocacy group for Advantage plans tells NBC News they acknowledge the challenges facing some health systems, but we need to ensure coverage is maintained for millions of seniors. Rose has since gotten rid of her Advantage plan and is seeing Dr. Williams again.
You felt like you were taken advantage of.
I know I was. Yeah, I know I was.
Sam Brock, NBC News, Holly Springs, Mississippi.
And up ahead for us, the bowl that caused havoc on the tracks and the stampede in L.A. to see the $700 million man.
It's going to be in a Dodger uniform.
A wild scene today on the New Jersey Transit line. A bull got loose onto the tracks in Newark, causing major delays for commuters going into New York City. Officials said it was eventually safely corralled and bound for an animal sanctuary. And finally, he can hit, he can pitch, and before he ever takes the field for the LA Dodgers, he has set a record. Here's Miguel Almaguer on Shohei Ohtani's game of Moneyball.
Donning Dodger blue for the first time tonight, Shohei Ohtani is Hollywood's newest superstar. Introduced today in Los Angeles, the former Angel is a two-way sensation, a flame-throwing pitcher,
He got him!
and a baseball-crushing batter.
The 2-2 to Shohei Ohtani! He has done it!
The Japanese-born global sensation inking a 10-year, $700 million contract, surpassing the 2-decade career earnings of LeBron James and the deal just signed by soccer superstar Lionel Messi. I was very humbled and happy to see all of you here, says Ohtani. I can't wait to join the Dodgers. Already making an estimated $40 million a year in endorsements, Ohtani is deferring 97% of his salary until the end of his contract, allowing the Dodgers to pay for other elite players. I'm not sure how long I'm going to be able to play the game, so I did prioritize winning. That's at the top of my list and will probably never change. With Ohtani's jersey setting sales records, ticket prices for the Dodgers home opener are averaging close to $1,000.
It's a celebrity in Japan in the mold of a LeBron James and a Taylor Swift combined. Somebody we're going to be talking about as one of the greatest baseball players of all time.
Tonight, the new face of a franchise and America's pastime. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Los Angeles.
And that's Nightly News for this Thursday. Thank you for watching, everyone. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
I'm here to stay fast,
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the new alleged Hamas terror plot foiled as the U.S. presses Israel to do more to avoid civilian casualties in Gaza. European officials saying at least 7 suspects, including 4 long-standing Hamas members, were arrested, accused of plotting to attack Jewish sites. It comes as President Biden urges Israel to, quote, be more careful to protect civilians in Gaza. Israel's defense minister warning today the war will last more than several months. Our Richard Engel in Jerusalem. Also tonight, the major storm taking aim at the entire East Coast. Al Roker is tracking it. Jury deliberations underway in Rudy Giuliani's defamation trial for false claims about Georgia election workers. How much could he have to pay? Vladimir Putin defiant what the Russian president vowed to do in Ukraine at a marathon 4-hour news conference. NBC News investigates Medicare Advantage routinely denying coverage to patients, the dire impact on hospitals in rural America. The tale of a JetBlue plane striking the runway as the pilot avoided a head-on collision, what investigators say happened. The bull loose on the tracks and major delays for commuters traveling into New York City. And donning his L.A. Dodgers jersey for the first time, baseball's new $700 million man.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Tonight, Israel's defense chief is predicting the war with Hamas will last several months, but declaring Israel will win and destroy Hamas. His remarks coming as President Biden once more spoke out about rising civilian deaths in Gaza. Today, urging Israel to be more careful. But sources telling NBC News today that nearly half of the aerial weapons dropped on Gaza by Israel so far in the war have been unguided so-called dumb bombs, according to an intelligence assessment shared with Congress. Unguided weapons are cheaper and less precise than smart bombs. Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry says it has tallied nearly 19,000 deaths in the war. And now, amid fears the war could trigger a wider conflict and terror attacks, a series of arrests of suspected Hamas operatives in Europe today may have foiled attacks against Jewish people there. Richard Engel joins us. What do we know about these alleged plots, Richard?
Lester, the 7 suspects were arrested in Germany, Denmark, and the Netherlands. 4 of them described as long-standing Hamas members. They're accused of plotting attacks against Jewish institutions across Europe. The attacks were still in the planning stage. The Danish prime minister is describing them as serious as it gets. It comes as the national security advisor for President Biden came here in Israel today to discuss the war in Gaza.
As Israel's war on Hamas devastates the Gaza Strip, President Biden was asked if Israel needs to tone down its military operation.
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives, not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan meeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. 2 U.S. officials familiar with the discussion tell NBC News Sullivan told the Israeli government the administration wants Israel to end its large-scale ground campaign in Gaza and transition to a more targeted phase of its war against Hamas. But that Sullivan did not specify a timetable to do this. Israeli military officials tell NBC News tonight they anticipate a long military campaign, but recognize they are under pressure because of Palestinian casualties and the humanitarian collapse in Gaza. Our crew filmed the aftermath of Israeli strikes today and followed the victims to a hospital. This was in southern Gaza, where Palestinians have been ordered to go. Israel says its war is more than justified after Hamas massacred at least 1,200 Israelis and took 240 hostages on October 7th. A month ago, we joined the David family for a Shabbat dinner. Eli blessed the wine and prayed for his brother Evyatar, kidnapped by Hamas from a music festival and then dragged into Gaza in a headlock. Tonight, Eli was in Tel Aviv, along with other hostage families and Israel's president, lighting the menorah for the last day of Hanukkah. Away from the crowds sat Evyatar's mother, Galia. She's crushed and can't bring herself to be around too many people.
This is my son's birthday.
Evyatar is one of dozens of young men still held hostage. Freed hostages say Hamas has been beating and torturing them. The male hostages seldom get talked about in the news.
I still hope and believe that they will come home. Evyatar will come home safe.
And Richard, I want to go back to this new U.S. intelligence assessment about the bombs Israel has been using in Gaza. What's the significance of that report?
Well, the assessment says that about 40 to 45% of the air-to-ground munitions, 29,000 air-to-ground munitions that Israel has dropped on Gaza since October 7th are unguided, which are far less precise. Lester?
Richard Engel, thank you. And tonight we're inside an Israeli hospital where soldiers wounded in the war are being treated. NBC's Hala Gorani reports.
Inside the Ichilov hospital in Tel Aviv since October 7th, an entire floor is now dedicated to the rehab of wounded Israeli soldiers.
It was an open fracture in my tibia bone here, completely shattered.
Our access granted by the Israeli military brought us to a soldier named Yuval, who also spoke with Lester back in October after the initial Hamas attacks. He is still recovering and remains determined to fight.
Every soldier here in the hospitals, everybody want to get the quickest recovery they can, so to be back on the battlefield.
Every day here, choppers bring in Israeli soldiers wounded in the combat in Gaza. Dr. Eyal Hashavia says he needs to work fast. The casualties keep coming.
Ever since October 7th, we've been getting more than 500 soldiers, injured soldiers. We're getting injured, severely injured patients by the missiles.
Beyond the fighting today, some, like former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, are now sounding the alarm that there is no post-war plan.
The main problem, in my mind, is not in the fighting. There we are fighting to the extreme heroic way we can. Problem is that Israel has no vision, no thinking, no planning as to what's then.
And despite international pressure to scale back the intensity of the fighting in Gaza, polls here show that Israelis remain overwhelmingly in favor of the war. Lester?
Ala Garani, thank you. We're tracking some major storms tonight expected to wreak havoc in the east throughout the weekend. Al Roker is here now. Al, what can we expect?
Well, Lester, we're watching this thing get together in the Gulf Coast and what it's going to do tomorrow. Some showers around Florida, but by Saturday, heavy rain impacts the Sunshine State. A high rain rate, saturated ground, going to cause more of a flood risk Sunday. This storm intensifies as it moves up the East Coast. Heavy rain, strong winds in the mid-Atlantic states. By Monday, it zips up into the Northeast. Back behind it, light snow will be falling 1 to 3 inches. But the biggest impact, Lester, is going to be the rain. Locally, 6 inches through the Florida Peninsula. Heavy rain moving from Charleston to Cape Hatteras and eventually ending up in New York with anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain, causing some localized flooding.
On
Lester?
a big travel week. All right, Al, thanks. Today, a jury began considering how much former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani will have to pay 2 Georgia women he falsely accused of trying to steal the 2020 election while he worked for former President Trump. Here's Ken Delanian.
Tonight, a jury weighing the financial punishment for election lies. A federal jury in Washington is deliberating how much Rudy Giuliani must pay in damages to 2 former Georgia election workers he falsely accused of election fraud. This trial was about the human toll. Shay Moss and Ruby Freeman each told the jury how Giuliani's false charges led them to be targeted by racist attacks.
A lot of threats, wishing death upon me, telling me that I'll be in jail with my mother.
It all stemmed from Giuliani's bogus claims that the election was stolen from Donald Trump, citing this video of the 2 poll workers.
Quite obviously, surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine.
What was your mom actually handing you on that video?
A ginger mint.
The judge had already found Giuliani liable for defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress. A reputation expert hired by the women testified that they are owed as much as $48 million in compensation, not including punitive damages. The judge admonished Giuliani for defaming the 2 women again outside court Monday.
Of course I don't regret it. I told the truth. They were engaged in changing votes.
He opted not to testify. The defamation finding is one of many recent setbacks for Giuliani, now under indictment in Georgia, accused of racketeering through his efforts to overturn the election. His law licenses suspended. The jury resumes deliberations tomorrow morning. Lester?
All right, Ken Delanian, thank you. As Congress debates changes in immigration policy, there's a new focus on a small town at the heart of the migrant crisis. Julia Ainsley is there for us.
Tonight, this is the new epicenter of the border crisis, tiny Lukeville, Arizona, where the number of migrants is pushing Border Patrol past capacity. More than 9,000 illegal crossings along the southern border just yesterday, nearly 3,000 of them in this area.
Behind me, there's a group of about 40 migrants, including young children, that were just brought in by Border Patrol after they called 911 because they were stranded in the desert.
Border agents so backed up, they're taking migrants to Tucson, where they're processed and most are released into the U.S. The Lukeville International Crossing now closed for 11 days due to overwhelming demand on border agents from migrants. Business owners say they're paying a price.
Last week we had made $5,000, which is what we usually would make within an 8-hour shift.
We find places along the border wall where smugglers cut holes for migrants. Yesterday, cutting through 16 times.
They mark the dates here where they fix the breaches, and you can see this one was just fixed recently.
U.S. and Mexican officials tell NBC News one reason for the rise: Mexico's Border Patrol equivalent is running low on funds and stopping fewer migrants. But Republicans blame President Biden's border policies for encouraging migrants to come and are demanding changes before they'll pass more funding for Ukraine. This tonight from the Border Patrol Union.
What we need to see from this administration is that they're serious about border security, because when you're allowing so many individuals to come across the border, that preoccupies a lot of agents.
President Biden calls GOP proposals extreme. Migrants tell us they're desperate. We are tired. I had to carry my daughter so we could keep going, said Jacqueline from Ecuador. And this man said, we knew this was going to be hard. We do it for our families.
Now, Arizona's governor is asking President Biden to reassign National Guard so they can open that border crossing to traffic. Lester?
Julia Ainsley, thank you. In Moscow, Russia's President Vladimir Putin was defiant today, showing no sign of backing down from his invasion of Ukraine. Keir Simmons was there.
Russian President Vladimir Putin uncompromising today at a rare 4-hour question and answer session, declaring victory in Ukraine will be ours. There will be peace when we achieve our goals, he said. While tonight, Ukraine's President Zelensky claiming a victory, a surprise agreement on Ukraine's entry to the European Union. But Zelensky's failure so far to gain billions more in aid during his trip to Washington was noticed in Moscow. These freebies may end someday, and apparently they are ending little by little, Putin said. Though Russia's leader of 23 years did see some dissent on the text messages appearing on screens behind him. You said in 2004, a man may go crazy after 7 years in power. This message read, "How's your health?" Tonight, a veteran lawmaker who says the Ukraine conflict is at a dead end tells us he plans to run against Putin in next year's presidential election. He doesn't think he'll win.
After I have said that we should elect other president, not Putin, I was blocked on Russian TV.
Russia is on a war footing. An ice rink outside Moscow features a fighter jet and a former Soviet rocket. Millions visiting a Russian expo that includes the history of the Soviet nuclear program. This, a model of Russia's first atom bomb.
We're proud of it. It's our history. We are a great country.
Meanwhile, Putin also says a deal is possible, though not easy, for detained Americans Paul Whelan and Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, who the U.S. says are wrongly accused of espionage. Lester?
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow tonight. Thank you. In 60 seconds, with near-record travelers expected, how airlines are preparing after last year's holiday nightmare. That's next. They've been getting ready for months. Airlines preparing for a record season of holiday travel that's about to begin. But will they be able to avoid repeat of last year's travel nightmares? Here's Emily Aketa.
The Christmas crush at airports is around the corner, with a record 7.5 million people expected to take flight. Travelers hoping to avoid a repeat of last December, when bad weather set off a cascade of problems at Southwest Airlines, canceling nearly 17,000 flights in a 10-day span, stranding passengers and creating mountains of lost luggage.
Look at this mess. Everybody over here is pissed.
The airline CEO, Bob Jordan, assuring CNBC today this year will be different.
We've invested in trucks and new pads and staffing and technology. I'm very, very proud of our people. We are ready for winter.
And Jordan says those changes are already proving successful.
Thanksgiving Day, there was snow, 97% on time, 0 cancels across our entire system.
Major airlines and airports have been preparing for months to meet the holiday's unprecedented demand, with measures like new screening machines in Atlanta, while the FAA tries to curb close calls on the runway. In video we sped up to show what happened, the tail of a JetBlue plane strikes the ground in Colorado last year, when the pilot quickly pitched the airplane up to avoid the approaching aircraft, according to an NTSB report out this week.
You're driving how long just to avoid flying?
23 hours.
Some travelers like Tom Mullaney aren't taking any chances this year.
That's how stressful last year's experience was.
Yeah, I don't want to go through it again.
Travelers cautiously hopeful this holiday season isn't a turbulent one. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
We've got a lot more to tell you about tonight. Coming up, coverage for necessary medical care routinely denied. Our investigation of Medicare Advantage plans next.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what a country at war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming shell. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm here to stay best, twinkling lights.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
I'm here to stay best.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
Wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, the new alleged Hamas terror plot foiled as the U.S. presses Israel to do more to avoid civilian casualties in Gaza. European officials saying at least 7 suspects, including 4 long-standing Hamas members, were arrested, accused of plotting to attack Jewish sites. It comes as President Biden urges Israel to, quote, be more careful to protect civilians in Gaza. Israel's defense minister warning today the war will last more than several months. Our Richard Engel in Jerusalem. Also tonight, the major storm taking aim at the entire East Coast. Al Roker is tracking it. Jury deliberations underway in Rudy Giuliani's defamation trial for false claims about Georgia election workers. How much could he have to pay? Vladimir Putin defiant what the Russian president vowed to do in Ukraine at a marathon 4-hour news conference. NBC News investigates Medicare Advantage routinely denying coverage to patients, the dire impact on hospitals in rural America. The tale of a JetBlue plane striking the runway as the pilot avoided a head-on collision, what investigators say happened. The bull loose on the tracks and major delays for commuters traveling into New York City. And donning his L.A. Dodgers jersey for the first time, baseball's new $700 million man.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Tonight, Israel's defense chief is predicting the war with Hamas will last several months, but declaring Israel will win and destroy Hamas. His remarks coming as President Biden once more spoke out about rising civilian deaths in Gaza. Today, urging Israel to be more careful. But sources telling NBC News today that nearly half of the aerial weapons dropped on Gaza by Israel so far in the war have been unguided so-called dumb bombs, according to an intelligence assessment shared with Congress. Unguided weapons are cheaper and less precise than smart bombs. Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry says it has tallied nearly 19,000 deaths in the war. And now, amid fears the war could trigger a wider conflict and terror attacks, a series of arrests of suspected Hamas operatives in Europe today may have foiled attacks against Jewish people there. Richard Engel joins us. What do we know about these alleged plots, Richard?
Lester, the 7 suspects were arrested in Germany, Denmark, and the Netherlands. 4 of them described as long-standing Hamas members. They're accused of plotting attacks against Jewish institutions across Europe. The attacks were still in the planning stage. The Danish prime minister is describing them as serious as it gets. It comes as the national security advisor for President Biden came here in Israel today to discuss the war in Gaza.
As Israel's war on Hamas devastates the Gaza Strip, President Biden was asked if Israel needs to tone down its military operation.
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives, not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan meeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. 2 U.S. officials familiar with the discussion tell NBC News Sullivan told the Israeli government the administration wants Israel to end its large-scale ground campaign in Gaza and transition to a more targeted phase of its war against Hamas. But that Sullivan did not specify a timetable to do this. Israeli military officials tell NBC News tonight they anticipate a long military campaign, but recognize they are under pressure because of Palestinian casualties and the humanitarian collapse in Gaza. Our crew filmed the aftermath of Israeli strikes today and followed the victims to a hospital. This was in southern Gaza, where Palestinians have been ordered to go. Israel says its war is more than justified after Hamas massacred at least 1,200 Israelis and took 240 hostages on October 7th. A month ago, we joined the David family for a Shabbat dinner. Eli blessed the wine and prayed for his brother Evyatar, kidnapped by Hamas from a music festival and then dragged into Gaza in a headlock. Tonight, Eli was in Tel Aviv, along with other hostage families and Israel's president, lighting the menorah for the last day of Hanukkah. Away from the crowds sat Evyatar's mother, Galia. She's crushed and can't bring herself to be around too many people.
This is my son's birthday.
Evyatar is one of dozens of young men still held hostage. Freed hostages say Hamas has been beating and torturing them. The male hostages seldom get talked about in the news.
I still hope and believe that they will come home. Evyatar will come home safe.
And Richard, I want to go back to this new U.S. intelligence assessment about the bombs Israel has been using in Gaza. What's the significance of that report?
Well, the assessment says that about 40 to 45% of the air-to-ground munitions, 29,000 air-to-ground munitions that Israel has dropped on Gaza since October 7th are unguided, which are far less precise. Lester?
Richard Engel, thank you. And tonight we're inside an Israeli hospital where soldiers wounded in the war are being treated. NBC's Hala Gorani reports.
Inside the Ichilov hospital in Tel Aviv since October 7th, an entire floor is now dedicated to the rehab of wounded Israeli soldiers.
It was an open fracture in my tibia bone here, completely shattered.
Our access granted by the Israeli military brought us to a soldier named Yuval, who also spoke with Lester back in October after the initial Hamas attacks. He is still recovering and remains determined to fight.
Every soldier here in the hospitals, everybody want to get the quickest recovery they can, so to be back on the battlefield.
Every day here, choppers bring in Israeli soldiers wounded in the combat in Gaza. Dr. Eyal Hashavia says he needs to work fast. The casualties keep coming.
Ever since October 7th,
We've been getting more than 500 soldiers, injured soldiers. We're getting injured, severely injured patients by the missiles.
Beyond the fighting today, some, like former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, are now sounding the alarm that there is no post-war plan.
The main problem, in my mind, is not in the fighting. There we are fighting to the extreme heroic way we can. Problem is that Israel has no vision, no thinking, no planning as to what's then.
And despite international pressure to scale back the intensity of the fighting in Gaza, polls here show that Israelis remain overwhelmingly in favor of the war. Lester?
Alagarani, thank you. We're tracking some major storms tonight expected to wreak havoc in the east throughout the weekend. Al Roker is here now. Al, what can we expect?
Well, Lester, we're watching this thing get together in the Gulf Coast and what it's going to do tomorrow. Some showers around Florida, but by Saturday, heavy rain impacts the Sunshine State. A high rain rate, saturated ground, going to cause more of a flood risk Sunday. This storm intensifies as it moves up the East Coast. Heavy rain, strong winds in the mid-Atlantic states. By Monday, it zips up into the Northeast. Back behind it, light snow will be falling 1 to 3 inches. But the biggest impact, Lester, is going to be the rain. Locally, 6 inches through the Florida Peninsula. Heavy rain moving from Charleston to Cape Hatteras and eventually ending up in New York with anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain, causing some localized flooding.
On
Lester?
a big travel week. All right, Al, thanks. Today, a jury began considering how much former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani will have to pay 2 Georgia women he falsely accused of trying to steal the 2020 election while he worked for former President Trump. Here's Ken Delaney.
Tonight, a jury weighing the financial punishment for election lies. A federal jury in Washington is deliberating how much Rudy Giuliani must pay in damages to 2 former Georgia election workers he falsely accused of election fraud. This trial was about the human toll. Shay Moss and Ruby Freeman each told the jury how Giuliani's false charges led them to be targeted by racist attacks.
A lot of threats, wishing death upon me, telling me that I'll be in jail with my mother.
It all stemmed from Giuliani's bogus claims that the election was stolen from Donald Trump, citing this video of the 2 poll workers.
Quite obviously, surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine.
What was your mom actually handing you on that video?
A ginger mint.
The judge had already found Giuliani liable for defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress. A reputation expert hired by the women testified that they are owed as much as $48 million in compensation, not including punitive damages. The judge admonished Giuliani for defaming the 2 women again outside court Monday.
Of course I don't regret it. I told the truth. They were engaged in changing votes.
He opted not to testify. The defamation finding is one of many recent setbacks for Giuliani, now under indictment in Georgia, accused of racketeering through his efforts to overturn the election. His law licenses suspended. The jury resumes deliberations tomorrow morning. Lester?
All right, Ken Delaney, thank you. As Congress debates changes in immigration policy, there's a new focus on a small town at the heart of the migrant crisis. Julia Ainsley is there for us.
Tonight, this is the new epicenter of the border crisis, tiny Lukeville, Arizona, where the number of migrants is pushing Border Patrol past capacity. More than 9,000 illegal crossings along the southern border just yesterday, nearly 3,000 of them in this area.
Behind me, there's a group of about 40 migrants, including young children, that were just brought in by Border Patrol after they called 911 because they were stranded in the desert. Border agents so backed up, they're taking migrants to Tucson, where they're processed and most are released into the U.S. The Lukeville International Crossing now closed for 11 days due to overwhelming demand on border agents from migrants. Business owners say they're paying a price.
Last week we had made $5,000, which is what we usually would make within an 8-hour shift.
We find places along the border wall where smugglers cut holes for migrants. Yesterday, cutting through 16 times. They mark the dates here where they fixed the breaches, and you can see this one was just fixed recently. U.S. and Mexican officials tell NBC News one reason for the rise, Mexico's Border Patrol equivalent is running low on funds and stopping fewer migrants.
But Republicans blame President Biden's border policies for encouraging migrants to come and are demanding changes before they'll pass more funding for Ukraine. This tonight from the Border Patrol Union.
What we need to see from this administration is that they're serious about border security, because when you're allowing so many individuals to come across the border, that preoccupies a lot of agents.
President Biden calls GOP proposals extreme. Migrants tell us they're desperate. We are tired. I had to carry my daughter so we could keep going, said Jacqueline from Ecuador. And this man said, we knew this was going to be hard. We do it for our families. Now, Arizona's governor is asking President Biden to reassign National Guard so they can open that border crossing to traffic. Lester?
Julia Ainsley, thank you. In Moscow, Russia's President Vladimir Putin was defiant today, showing no sign of backing down from his invasion of Ukraine. Keir Simmons was there.
Russian President Vladimir Putin uncompromising today at a rare 4-hour question and answer session, declaring victory in Ukraine will be ours. There will be peace when we achieve our goals, he said. While tonight, Ukraine's President Zelensky claiming a victory, a surprise agreement on Ukraine's entry to the European Union. But Zelensky's failure so far to gain billions more in aid during his trip to Washington was noticed in Moscow. These freebies may end someday, and apparently they are ending little by little, Putin said. Though Russia's leader of 23 years did see some dissent on the text messages appearing on screens behind him. You said in 2004, a man may go crazy after 7 years in power. This message read, "How's your health?" Tonight, a veteran lawmaker who says the Ukraine conflict is at a dead end tells us he plans to run against Putin in next year's presidential election. He doesn't think he'll win.
After I have said that we should elect other president, not Putin, I was blocked on Russian TV.
Russia is on a war footing. An ice rink outside Moscow features a fighter jet and a former Soviet rocket. Millions visiting a Russian expo that includes the history of the Soviet nuclear program. This, a model of Russia's first atom bomb.
We're proud of it. It's our history. We are a great country.
Meanwhile, Putin also says a deal is possible, though not easy, for detained Americans Paul Whelan and Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, who the U.S. says are wrongly accused of espionage. Lester?
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow tonight. Thank you. In 60 seconds, with near-record travelers expected, how airlines are preparing after last year's holiday nightmare. That's next.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
I'm hearing
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We heard all this talk around the town that Jesse was dead. To know that the last moments that she spent on this earth, she was in so much fear. It's not fair. If he's still out there, he could still be plotting, he could still be hunting. Who's next?
Jessie gave her all to everything she did.
She was on a mission.
Her whole life.
And then someone took it all away.
I was like, Jessie? Nothing? I jiggled her a little bit, and then I knew this is not good.
What's the problem? My daughter won't wake up.
She had been murdered in her own bed after coming home from a pool party, a party that hadn't been all fun and games.
She was 19, and these were men in their 40s. We wanted to talk to them.
Did something happen at that party? What was happening around this small town?
I heard somebody running behind me. Then I noticed he had a knife in his hand.
Someone was stalking young women.
It was either I try to save myself or let this guy do whatever he wants to me.
His dreams were their nightmares.
There were searches on serial killers, searches on bondage.
Could he be caught before he killed again?
And my God, I knew he had done it. Now I needed to go out and prove it.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline.
She was a young woman who devoted her whole life to making music. An accomplished musician who played several instruments, acted, even wrote her own songs.
That was her biggest passion. She saw music as a way to change the world.
That's the only friend I had that sang and did all like the violin and piano.
It's got a really unique sound.
Yeah.
So who could have predicted that on July 15th, 2013, the music and a young girl's dreams would end so suddenly?
We were in shock and disbelief.
It was hard to understand and to come to grips with.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Ma'am, stay on the line with me. We're going to get EMS out for you.
A small town was faced with a mystery, with police asking what was real and what was a performance.
He's an actor. He's two different people.
Who is this guy? Who does he think he is that he can go around doing this to women?
Ask anyone who knew Jessie Blodgett growing up in Hartford, Wisconsin, and they'll tell you she was happy, passionate, full of life. Her dad, Buck, says she had always been that way.
Did she have a happy childhood?
Oh yeah. I'll show you 600 photos on my computer. You're gonna be able to count on one hand the ones you can find where she's not beaming and smiling. She was a really happy kid.
Jessie, an only child, was the light of her parents' lives. Fiddler on the Roof. Jerry Becker directed the show.
Did she just fully embrace it?
She did. She enjoyed being the person who really opens the show and sets the mood, sets the feeling.
It was July 14th, after the Sunday matinee. Jessie and the cast gathered for a pool party.
We went out to a cast member's farm. He had a pool and some llamas and other animals there. I left early with my family, and I remember her sitting there and said goodnight and thanked her for her performance.
She came home around what time?
It was late, 12:30, I believe.
You were still awake?
I waited up for her. I couldn't go to sleep until I heard that she was in the house.
They chatted briefly and said goodnight. The next morning, Jessie's mom popped into her daughter's room before work and saw Jessie still fast asleep.
Nothing that you would ever think was odd when you left, I would imagine.
No, and this was her first morning to sleep in a very long time.
Joy returned home for lunch and saw that Jessie wasn't downstairs, ready for her afternoon violin lesson.
I went to the top of the stairs and I was like, Jessie? Nothing. So then I went in. I came around the bed and then I kind of jiggled her a little bit and nothing. And then I knew, this is not good. This is not good.
Joy made a frantic call to 911.
What's the problem? My daughter is blue. I went to wake her up, and I just got home from lunch, and she won't wake up. Is she breathing? I don't think so, no. Okay, you're trying to do CPR? I'm trying to just pump her chest.
Just hours before, she had seen her daughter sleeping peacefully. Now Joy, a chiropractor, was fighting to save Jessie's life.
Your mother instincts were kicking in and your doctor instincts.
Yeah, I just kept thinking, oh,
she fell asleep and stopped breathing in the pillow or something.
As Joy moved Jessie to the floor to better perform CPR, first responders arrived.
Did you at that point start to feel her slip away, that hope was dwindling fast?
I think I just was thinking, they'll do it. They'll take her to the hospital. Oh God, they can do all kinds of stuff, you know?
But they never took Jessie to the hospital. It was too late. She was gone. A tragedy and now a mystery. What happened to Jessie Blodgett?
When we return, detectives hear something from Jessie's mom they find interesting and troubling. When Jessie got home that night from the party, she was upset.
What's going on? She said, oh, the guys, you know.
What about the guys? When Dateline continues.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious. Our biggest holiday crowd yet.
3, 2, 1. Make today your home for the holidays.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out-college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Joy Blodgett had come home for lunch and discovered her 19-year-old daughter, Jessie, dead in her own bed. Jessie's father was at work.
You had to call your husband.
I wanted to let him know as soon as possible because I knew how much he loved his little girl.
She said, honey, 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 it's Jessie. Then she busted out crying, and I knew something was really, really wrong. I said, is she gone? And Joy, no more words came, just tears. So I raced home.
But when Buck arrived home, Police cars and a crime scene truck were already in the driveway.
I went in the door through the yellow tape, and when I saw Joy's eyes in the living room, then I knew that Jess was gone.
Buck wasn't allowed in Jesse's room because police were in there trying to figure out what had happened. Detective Richard Thickens of the Hartford Police Department was one of the first on the scene. He looked around, saw a typical teenager's messy bedroom. Nothing strange there, but when he saw Jesse's body, it was clear to the detective that Jessie didn't die of natural causes.
The first thing I noticed was there was a very red mark running pretty much all the way across her neck.
Did you need an autopsy to tell you what you were seeing?
No, it was very apparent that this was a ligature mark at that point.
Jessie had been murdered, strangled. But inside her bedroom, there was no murder weapon, no sign of a struggle, except one thing did seem odd about Jessie's bed.
The covers were over the bed in a perfect manner, and a kid who had stuff strewn all over the bed. There was nothing on the bed.
It was very apparent that the scene had been changed. This is certainly a possibility of somebody trying to ensure that they didn't leave anything of themselves behind.
Did they finally let you go upstairs when they had finished to say a proper goodbye?
They released her room as a crime scene at the end of the day and brought her down. And after waiting all day and finally getting my moment to say goodbye and tell her I love her and tell her I'm sorry, suddenly everybody's around watching me. And I never really had that moment with her alone to say goodbye.
That is heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Having barely digested the news of their daughter's death and still in shock, Buck and Joy sat down with investigators to tell them everything they knew. There was no sign of forced entry to the house, but they explained, like most people in this quiet, safe town, they often left a door unlocked.
This individual found that one door. The house wasn't ransacked. It looked to us that this person knew right where to go to find her.
To the detective, it didn't seem random. It was clear Jessie was targeted. One of Buck's first thoughts, a crew of tree cutters that recently worked outside Jessie's window.
It made me wonder if they had had thoughts when they were in the trees, limbing our trees above her bedroom and she was sleeping in there. Just wondered if they noticed that here's this teenage girl sleeping home alone when Joy and I are at work while they're in our yard.
Buck also told the detectives about a problem Jessie was having at her part-time restaurant job. Trouble with a coworker.
She had come home a couple times and said that he was inappropriate with her.
What was he doing that was inappropriate?
He would often make sure that she had to rub against him as she passed him.
That must make you nuts as a parent when you hear stories like that.
When I first heard that, I was almost out that door to go over and talk to him.
The restaurant was just down the road. It seemed possible that this coworker Jessie found creepy knew where she lived, had been watching the house.
Certainly, we're going to take any possibility. We don't want to close any avenues of investigation at that point.
Then Joy told the detectives something that really caught their attention. Jessie had come home from that Fiddler on the Roof cast party, clearly upset.
I said, "What's going on?" She said, "Oh, the guys, they're always making passes, and I don't know why they have to always turn it to there."
Jessie told her mom 2 older men from the cast were flirting with her, and it made her uncomfortable. One pulled her on his lap, the other told a dirty joke. At the time, Joy thought the flirtation seemed harmless, and her young daughter simply didn't know how to handle it.
She didn't like men taking, privileges on women.
But perhaps the incidents were more serious than her mother thought. Jessie wrote about them in her diary that night, ending her final entry with "God be with me."
She was 19, and from what Joy understood, these were men in their 40s.
Is that a bit of a red flag for you?
Can be. We wanted to talk to him.
Detective Thickens could see the pretty, talented teenager could attract unwanted male attention. Now he had to figure out if any of it had to do with Jessie's murder.
Coming up, a possible suspect.
Someone that was flirting with her less than 24 hours before her death.
We thought it was him. I mean, who else could it have been?
When Dateline continues.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private mail delivered.
All right, it just made
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is what a country at war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
It was hard to believe a murder like this could happen in peaceful Hartford, Wisconsin, let alone to a warm and loving teenager like Jessie Blodgett. Within hours of her death, word had spread. Jessie's close friends, Jackie and Amelia, raced to the Blodgett house.
We drove up her driveway and her parents were standing outside and they said, Jessie's no longer with us anymore.
Was that when it became real for you?
It was just, I don't know, it was just like really shocking, I guess. So it's probably the worst pain that anyone could ever feel.
Jessie's theater director, Jerry Becker, was also stunned, having just celebrated with Jessie and the cast of Fiddler on the Roof the night before.
The best way to describe it is simply surreal.
Finding Jesse's killer became the police department's #1 priority.
This is a girl that's been attacked in her home where she should be safe, and I think that it definitely did put people on edge.
Detectives talked with cast members from Fiddler on the Roof and heard again how Jesse had been upset after the cast party, in particular with one man named Randy Talley.
We made contact with him and asked him to come in and speak with us.
Are you thinking that this could be the guy?
He's significantly older, someone that was flirting with her less than 24 hours before her death. So he's certainly a person of interest.
Randy came in for questioning and admitted to joking around playfully with Jesse at the party and swore there was nothing more to it. But part of Randy's story didn't sit well with Detective Thickens.
Where had he been during the time of the crime?
He was working, or was scheduled to work through a temp agency. He didn't actually go to work that day.
So where was he then?
He said he spent most of the day actually at his apartment by himself.
Did you just come right out with it? Did you have anything to do with the murder of Jesse?
I asked him if he had any involvement in her death. He said no.
But the detective wondered, was his story straight out of a script?
He's an actor, and it's hard for me at that point to gauge if he's acting or being truthful.
Investigators issued a search warrant for his phone records.
We're going to verify where Randy was and look at his alibi. Was his cell phone anywhere near that house in this time period?
Jesse's friends quickly heard the police were looking at a cast member.
What was being said about the cast member?
Just that he was kind of creepy, and we thought it was him. I mean, who else could it have been?
But the play's director, Jerry Becker, didn't believe it. He couldn't imagine Randy being responsible for Jesse's death.
Did you pick up the phone and call Randy when he was going through this?
Yes. He was saddened by all this.
How did that conversation leave you feeling?
I was exceptionally confident at the end of that phone call that he was not involved in this in any way.
And when the detective got his hands on Randy's phone records, he began thinking the same thing.
Did his phone records tell you anything that was of significance?
No. He had been talking to her on the phone that we could see in this time period that we were looking at, and he hadn't been near the house. We haven't eliminated him, but we're having to look at other options.
So, working day and night, they went over the other leads from Jesse's parents. They interviewed the tree trimmers who might have been peering into Jesse's window.
There was nothing of significance found as far as their possible involvement.
And they tracked down the restaurant co-worker Jesse had been upset with.
He was actually out of the country, as our understanding was at the time this would have happened.
So, case closed on that one.
He's not going to be involved.
And remember, Joy mentioned a second man from the cast party who made Jesse uncomfortable. The one she claimed told an inappropriate joke. Turns out that guy was none other than Jerry Becker.
I gotta believe it was sort of some misunderstanding with regard to who Jesse was talking about.
So it was a surprise to you that she had brought up your name specifically?
Absolutely.
Did you have anything to hide about that night?
No. My daughter and my son were there at the picnic with me.
Jerry told us he'd had just a brief conversation with Jesse that night. There was nothing flirtatious about it. Detectives didn't think it sounded like much of a lead, and Jerry never became a suspect. In fact, the investigation was going nowhere, leaving the town on edge.
Every time someone would come up behind me, I would jump, even if I knew they were coming up behind me.
Then, news of another crime heightened everyone's fears.
It was an attack so brutal she had to get 15 stitches on her hand.
It happened in a neighboring town. Another attack on a young woman close to Jesse's age, in a park less than 10 miles from her house.
Did you think that there was any possible connection to the park attack?
They were too similar. They were too violent. They were against young women. They must be connected some way or another.
What had happened in that park? And could it lead detectives to Jesse's killer?
Coming up, a harrowing first-person account of that vicious attack.
You grabbed the knife with your bare hands.
It was either I try to save myself or let this guy do whatever he wants to me.
Was someone stalking young women around this small town? When Dateline continues.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're gonna have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that snake flying through the night.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is what a country at war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming shell. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
There's more good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivered.
All right, it just made too.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
After the vibrant 19-year-old with a passion for music was strangled in her own bed, Jessie Blodgett's grief-stricken parents couldn't stop thinking about the way she died.
That's such a dark place to go, to think about her last moments.
Doesn't get any darker than that, and I laid on her bed early on and held my breath as long as I could, until longer than I've ever been able to in my life, trying to black out to see how that was, which is nothing like what she went through.
Police thought Jessie had been targeted, but now some of Jessie's friends wondered if her murderer was the same person who attacked a woman in a nearby park.
When I found out about that, I was almost thinking in my head, like, who's next? You know, if he's still out there, he could still be plotting, he could still be hunting.
I was like, who is this guy?
This is Melissa Richards, the victim of that attack. It happened 3 days before Jessie was killed. Her courageous story of survival is amazing.
You arrive at the park, and what's the first thing you see?
A blue minivan.
Anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Melissa Richards and her dog Remy went for a walk in Richfield Park, and when they returned,
the guy was still parked in the car, and what I noticed was
him looking out of the driver's side window.
Did it seem weird?
I just thought he wanted his privacy. And then about here, I hear somebody running behind me. So I look back and go, oh, you scared me. Then I noticed he had a knife in his hand and he was still coming towards me.
Before Melissa could run, she was knocked to the ground and her attacker pinned her down on her stomach. But Melissa fought back and did something almost unthinkable. She grabbed the knife by the blade.
You grabbed the knife with your bare hands.
Right.
What possessed you to do that?
Well, it was either I'd try to save myself or let this guy do whatever he wants to me.
With Melissa resisting, the attacker apparently panicked and seemed to give up.
He finally was just kind of got up off of me. He was still holding onto the knife and he's like, can I just go? And I said no.
A defiant Melissa wanted her attacker to stay put and answer for his crime. But instead, he dropped the knife and fled.
So he ended up running back to his car. I got in my car and I got out of here as fast as I could.
Wounded and bloody, Melissa picked up the knife and got herself to a hospital for stitches. There, she was met by Detective Klossing of the Washington County Sheriff's Department.
This wasn't a robbery. He didn't say, give me your purse. This wasn't a dog napping. He didn't say, give me your dog. This was a vicious, personal attack on a stranger.
Melissa had never seen her attacker before, but lucky for investigators, she had an almost photographic memory.
He was wearing glasses. He had blonde, shaggy hair. I said he's about 6'2", 210 pounds.
Did he look like a normal guy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially with what he was wearing, just normal clothes from Kohl's.
Melissa could even tell police the make and model of his van.
She knew it was a blue Dodge Caravan, likely around 2000 to 2002.
Despite that great description, investigators could not identify Melissa's attacker, and he was still at large when Jesse was murdered. And while some of Jesse's friends had been speculating about a link, investigators disagreed.
You're not linking the two crimes or trying to force them to fit together?
Not at all. One's in a park with a knife, and the other one's in a private home with strangulation.
So the two investigations remained separate, and Hartford police continued to look for new leads in Jesse's case. One by one, they called in her heartbroken friends to ask them what they knew.
Did you consider any of her friends as possible suspects?
Never.
Not one friend?
Never.
The interviews with Jesse Blodgett's friends revealed nothing new. Then, detectives in the Park case got a huge break, one that would change the course of both investigations. Melissa's description of her attacker's van triggered the memory of a deputy who routinely patrolled the park where she was assaulted.
Deputy Meyer had approached us in the Detective Bureau and said, several weeks ago, I was in that park. There was a blue van parked in the exact same spot that you had described, parked the exact same way.
At the time, the deputy thought the van seemed suspicious and ran its license plate, but he found nothing alarming and continued his patrol. Now, his intuition was telling him the van was the same one involved in Melissa's attack. He had no paper record of the plate, but in his squad car, the computer kept a log of old searches. And after hours of backtracking...
Bingo?
It wasn't a bingo, but it was very good.
Close?
Yeah, it was close.
The van belonged to Alora and Melvin Bartelt. Records showed that Melvin was too old to be Melissa's attacker, but detectives learned the Bartelts had a 19-year-old son who matched Melissa's description perfectly. And when Detective Klossing called that son's cell number, it rang somewhere that would surprise everyone.
He answered. I introduced myself. I said I needed to speak with him. His name had come up in an incident. I asked him where he was. He told me he was at the Blodgett house. I said, where?
Coming up, was this the break detectives so desperately needed, or just a strange coincidence?
We were saying, no, not this kid.
There's no way that he could have killed our friend.
When Dateline continues.
report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today. Help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling
This is what a country at war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming shell. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
It was a promising lead for investigators searching for the young man who so brazenly attacked Melissa Richards with a knife. They had a suspect who matched her description, a suspect whose parents owned a blue minivan just like the one she'd spotted at the scene.
He was showing up in 15 minutes, so we were talking about how we were going to talk to him.
Their person of interest arrived, friendly and cooperative.
My name is Joel Plowden, that's Aaron Walsh.
And almost immediately, investigators noticed suspicious cuts and bruises on his body.
What happened on your thumb?
Got stabbed with a screw at work.
Oh.
Grab like a cart that I move my stuff around on there.
He had a cut on his thumb. He had road rash on his leg. He had injuries which looked consistent with the injury someone might have had with attacking Melissa Richards.
Supposed to be at work.
Detectives were skeptical about the work injury story. In fact, they weren't sure this 19-year-old even had a job.
If we checked with your employer, would you still have your job?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. When did you lose your job?
A while ago.
It's the first time we had him in a lie. Picked up my chair, moved it over next to him. Started a different phase of the interview.
No more lies. This just makes things worse.
So after the detective's warning, the suspect tried another story. This time, he claimed he'd cut his finger while cooking.
Nobody in their right mind would lie about cutting themselves if it happened at home cooking. Okay? What happened? Just be honest. I've gone to the park before. I've been there.
As the police continued to press the young man, he began to crack, and quickly.
And you were in your van, correct? Or your mom's van, or your yes. And you went after that girl, right? Yes.
He admitted to going after Melissa Richards with a knife, and then offered a bizarre explanation for why he did it.
I wanted to just get someone else. Because everyone else is so confident. I don't understand it. I need someone to be with me.
Detectives placed him under arrest, but were far from finished. The reason? Remember what he told detectives when they reached him by phone.
Where were you at again? House in Hartford, Jesse Blodgett's house.
That's right. The confessed attacker was also a friend of Jesse's.
Is that the girl that just passed? Yeah, we were visiting her parents.
His name was Daniel Bartelt, Dan to his friends, and he was the same Dan Jesse had been writing this music with that summer. Detective Clausen called Hartford police right away. They had a suspect for them in custody. Jesse's parents refused to believe the news.
We were saying, no, not this kid, no.
He's a friend of ours,
Right.
and our daughter's...
Yeah, he's a little screwed up. He just got back from college and he doesn't know what he's doing right now, blah, blah, blah. But no, we don't think it's Dad.
After all, Daniel was more than Jesse's friend. He was her first love in high school and had never been in trouble.
He had everything going for him. He was a top-notch student, straight-A student.
I've never shared the general enthusiasm.
He got the lead role in most of the musicals, very talented.
I was like, I like this kid, just because, he could make me laugh. And he came from a nice family.
We said, it's not Dan, he's a good kid.
Jesse's friends agreed. When detectives called Daniel's cell phone, they were with him at the Blodgett house, grieving together.
We were all crying, and our friend his phone rang, and he was like, I got called into the police station for questioning.
Amelia and Jackie were the ones who drove Daniel to the police station that afternoon. They'd assumed it was just routine questioning about Jesse.
I was like, well, Dan, they might question you as a suspect. That's what they've been doing for all of her male friends. And he's like, oh yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Now, even with Dan under arrest for the park attack, they couldn't imagine their friend was capable of murder.
I was thinking it was a mistake. Yes, maybe Dan did attack this girl in Richfield, but there's no way that he could have killed our friend.
But the detective who just interrogated Daniel thought the opposite.
Did you believe Daniel could have killed Jesse?
Yes, it's just a sense you got, a feeling you got.
That you were sitting across from a killer?
Yes.
Detective Thickens went to grill Dan himself.
So I was hopeful that we might get more information that would advance our case.
When was the last time you saw her?
Last week, I think.
Daniel admitted to having romantic feelings for Jesse, but swore through sobs he had nothing to do with the murder.
What do you think happened to Jesse?
I have no idea.
You think it could have been accidental?
I don't know why someone would do that.
But detectives didn't believe him, and he fit the profile of the killer they were looking for, someone who knew Jessie and her habits.
She usually wouldn't get up before 11 or 12.
All right.
I would text her in the morning, ask if she wanted to hang out or something, then she would stop.
He knew where she was going to be, knew she didn't have a dog in the house, knew she didn't have siblings, knew where her parents were going to be.
And as for his emotional denial, they thought it was an act.
He was making these noises, gulping and sobbing noises as if he was crying. He didn't shed a tear during that entire time I talked to him. And my God, I knew he had done it, and now I needed to go out and prove it.
Coming up, Daniel faces a jury and Jesse's family.
Buck, Joy, I can't give you the answers that you're looking for.
When Dateline continues.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man.
All right, it just me too.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Daniel Bartelt had confessed to a violent attack against a woman in a park. But after police spoke with him, they realized he could also be guilty of something far worse.
Did you leave that interview having any doubt that Dan was the killer?
None whatsoever.
Daniel told investigators on the morning Jesse was killed, he was in a park reading a book. And when they checked the security cameras,
We found video that put him there.
but that didn't mean Daniel was innocent. Detectives decided to search the park, combing through more than a dozen garbage bins, hoping to find anything that linked Daniel to Jesse's murder.
And in one garbage can, this cereal box full of ligatures.
Ropes that were very likely the murder weapons used to strangle Jesse, plus a whole lot more. Bloody sanitizing wipes, tape, shoelaces.
I guess he didn't believe that we would have made the effort to go through the garbage to find anything.
Police sent the evidence for testing, and forensics showed that both Jesse and Daniel's DNA were on the ropes found in the park. Detectives shared the incriminating discovery with Jesse's parents.
I had trouble getting it that it was Dan. The realist in me knew it was him. The other half of me was like, what happened to Dan?
Daniel Bartelt was officially charged with murder. Buck and Joy tried to wrap their heads around what happened to the funny teenager and had nothing but empathy for his parents.
They didn't do this. They did nothing wrong. They provided a great environment for him, for his sister. They're good people.
I can't say that he's totally evil, but something went very wrong. I don't know what.
And they also felt sorry for Randy Talley, the cast member briefly rumored to be involved, now completely cleared.
I felt bad. It's just more collateral damage from one person's evil choices.
And though the DNA evidence linking Daniel to the murder seemed to give the DA a slam dunk case, Daniel pleaded not guilty. Gary Schmelz was his attorney.
Some people might say that there was overwhelming evidence against Daniel. Why go to trial?
You go to trial when your client, and in this case Dan, denies having committed the crime.
Whether the defendant is guilty.
When Daniel's trial began, the courtroom was full of conflicted hearts. Supporters on both sides knew or cared for Jesse and Daniel.
What was it like watching one friend being tried for killing another?
It's like I was watching a TV show. Like, you're in the same room as the person that, murdered your friend. It's crazy.
It was the strangest mix of emotions. When he walked in from the back room of the courtroom, I wanted to hug him and make him feel better. I felt his humiliation and shame. I wanted to punch him.
Prosecutors said from the start there was no easy explanation for why Daniel did what he did.
Why did he pick Jesse? Was he mad at Jesse? No, he wasn't mad at Jesse. He picked Jesse because she was convenient.
But the DA did say there was evidence that showed this seemingly sweet young man had been secretly obsessed with murder. On his computer, police found disturbing internet searches.
What does he do in the days and events leading up to this crime? He does a search for serial killers on Wiki. A little bit later, serial killers by number of victims.
Their most alarming find was a violent, pornographic film with a plot eerily similar to how Jesse was killed. Prosecutors claim Daniel used it as an instructional video.
At some point in the movie, he pulls out a binding and places it around her neck. He then strangles her. There were searches on serial killers. There were searches on bondage.
Did Dan then, who was big into the theater, a straight-A student, was he also a serial killer in training?
I think that's the potential.
These items.
Prosecutors showed the jury all the physical evidence, the DNA, the tape, the wipes, the likely murder weapons that tied Daniel to Jesse's death. Through it all, Daniel sat quietly at the defense table, looking at no one and showing little emotion. Even when the DA presented evidence the public had never heard before.
Perform DNA analysis on it.
DNA that the state argued showed he not only killed Jesse, but also raped her.
Daniel's DNA was found under Jesse's fingernails and inside her. That must have been one of the toughest pieces of evidence to combat in front of the jury.
Difficult, didn't have really an alternate explanation for that, and don't have one as I sit here right now.
In any case, Daniel was never charged with rape, and for the murder, the defense rested without calling a single witness to the stand. The jury deliberated just 3 hours.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Daniel Bartelt, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in the information. Ladies and gentlemen, was this your verdict?
It's not a good day for anybody. Nobody won.
Jesse's father, Buck Blodgett.
Months later, at the sentencing, Buck stunned the courtroom when he said this.
Dan, I forgive you, as I have every single day since we found out it was you.
And in response to such unbelievable grace, Daniel looked straight at Joy and Buck and continued to deny his guilt.
Buck, Joy, I can't give you the answers that you're looking for. I pray for you, for all of you. And I hope that, I believe that someday I will be before a court that will know that my conscience is clear. I love you, and I'm so sorry for your loss.
He's such a liar. He looked right in our face. I mean, with all this evidence, that there's just no refuting it. Do you know what I mean? And then for him to still be looking at me saying this, I'm thinking, kid, do you honestly believe that I believe you with this?
I think Dan's a sociopath. He doesn't seem to have the conscience, or if he does, he doesn't care.
Buck and Joy have accepted they may never hear the truth from Daniel or know why he turned so violent. Daniel was sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. For the attack on Melissa Richards, he was sentenced to 5 more years.
Melissa's our hero. If it wasn't for her, they wouldn't have caught him. We are forever indebted and thankful to her for that.
The police and the Blodgetts commend you and do feel that other women could have been murdered if it wasn't for you.
Well, I tried to help out as much as I could. I just wanted to help him out. I don't know. I tried.
I'm singing this song for you.
Jesse's parents have started an educational campaign in their daughter's honor called Love is Greater Than Hate.
I'm doing it for the millions of people who will be Jesse, if not murdered, sexually assaulted, and have their lives changed forever because of it.
Those who love Jessie say her zest for life changed them for the better and still lives on through her music and her spirit.
We started thinking differently because of her. We started acting differently because of her.
Have the tables turned? You were always the one proud of her. And now, do you feel she's the one proud of you?
I feel like now she's the one lifting me up and encouraging me through life, where it used to be the other way around.
There's nothing I wouldn't do. I'll be here. I'll be here for you.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
He would tell stories about how he had angels protecting him and people who had crossed him in the past had gotten really sick or their family had died. He would get this terrible grin that just looked evil.
They were sisters whose mom brought them here to live with others in this tight-knit commune.
We were all having meals together, and there was lots of parties.
A swimming pool, a fleet of cool cars. It seemed like a kid's fantasy.
You were the little girl who got a horse for your birthday.
I got 3 horses.
It was called Angel's Landing, a special place for a chosen few, a community of free spirits, but also, some would come to suspect, troubling secrets.
She fell and hit her head and drowned.
It started with a strange, sudden death, then another, and another.
He had been crushed under a vehicle while working on it.
All ruled accidents. But were they?
It didn't smell right.
For investigators, a journey into the supernatural.
He would say that even though we couldn't see her, she was there.
Who or what had a grip on this place?
Amber was the angel of death. She would come around when somebody was going to die.
A terrifying tale of dark power and diabolical prophecies.
He predicted that my mom was going to die.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Dennis Murphy with Angels and Demons.
You might might as well be telling me to go live on the moon, because that just wasn't something that could happen. The thought of leaving was scarier than the thought of staying. I never once thought about leaving. I thought about killing myself, but I didn't think about leaving.
Rolling out past the downtown grid toward the wide-open flatlands north of Wichita, Kansas, it would be easy to zip by the small cluster of homes nestled between the corn and wheat fields, not notice them at all. Maybe that was the point. But the nondescript compound did have a whimsical name, Angel's Landing, and it was home to a kind of large put-together family, a commune really, including 2 sisters.
We had a great relationship. I had everything I wanted.
But Angel's Landing gnawed at a county detective. For years, he could not shake the place or the people who lived there from his mind.
You thought there was a criminal scheme going on here. It didn't smell right.
For us, it was a game of cat and mouse.
And after a decade-long obsession, the detective's hunch would be proved right. It turned out to be far more sinister than anyone could imagine.
We had kept this a secret for 10 years, and no one knew.
He would uncover a supernatural tale of angels and demons, an investigation into the saga of a traveling family that dabbled in most of the 7 deadly sins.
Amber was the angel of death.
Did you believe it?
Yes, he could see the future.
Lies, plenty. Lust, greed, murder. Angel's Landing had all of that and more.
All I could think about was, how are they going to believe me? You know, this is such a crazy story. What if they don't believe me?
Growing up near Kansas City, Missouri, the 2 sisters, Sarah and Emily, had about as normal a life as any suburban girls in the Midwest.
My sister and I used to play together when we were younger. My mom, it seemed like she was always home with us, and my dad was always there for dinner and things like that, it seemed like.
Their dad built houses, Mom, Jennifer, a realtor, sold them. And the girls were close despite a 7-year age gap.
We would go fishing together. She would take me to the pool every day during the summer, things like that. So, I mean, we were close, but we fought like siblings.
Sarah was 16, Emily just 9, and a star student.
I was the teacher's pet, and I was usually one of the top in my class.
So you're always prepared?
Yeah, I was a suck-up.
You said that, I didn't, Emily.
Totally was. I didn't know it then, but I was.
Everything was easy sailing for the girls until their parents' lives went in different directions.
I knew that my parents were getting divorced. I didn't know why. They never fought in front of us or anything.
That's always tough for kids.
Mm-hmm.
That summer, 2001, their mom, Jennifer, was showing houses to a new client, a man named Lou Castro, who, with his long hair and Western hat, looked for all the world like a well-heeled young cowboy.
He seemed really charismatic and outgoing and friendly, and like he had a lot of money. He would tell everybody that he had cattle in South Dakota and that he was trading stocks. He told me he had a bunch of cars in Texas somewhere and that he owned a mansion down there.
This soft-spoken man was looking for a country property for his somewhat new-agey family commune just down from South Dakota. A young married couple, Trish and Brian Hughes, their baby girl, and a young woman from North Dakota. Jennifer found them just the right parcel. But even after turning over the keys, there was something about that Lou Castro guy that Emily's mom found irresistible. He'd become more than a client.
Well, at first he was just somebody that Mom was doing business with, but they would go to lunch often.
As you look back now, Emily, what do you think went on with your mother?
I don't know.
But something was going on, huh?
Something was.
And something was going on with Lou, too. No sooner had he settled down in greater Kansas City than his family commune was on the move again. And guess who was going with them? Jennifer, the realtor, and her 2 girls.
What'd your dad think?
My dad was devastated.
Just like that, in the fall of 2001, Emily, Sarah, and their mom were packing up a U-Haul and heading out for a fresh start to life.
You got to leave your neighborhood or your playmates, your class kids?
At first I was really upset, but eventually it kind of seemed like a new adventure, and that's what Mom really needed to do.
The new home for all three was a 10-acre mini farm north of Wichita. They moved in with Lou and his family commune in the spread they called Angel's Landing. The girls' mom, Jennifer, bought the adjoining 10 acres and built a second house. And after they added a swimming pool and a dirt track for ATVs, the commune later put up a third house.
So what was the routine of the household?
We were all having meals together, and we didn't really do chores.
While the girls' mom resumed her real estate business, Brian worked as a mechanic and Lou organized the downtime.
He would throw parties about every weekend. There was a lot of drinking. Other people would bring their kids over. We'd go swimming. I would take care of the little kids. We'd play pool.
Pretty normal.
A little lavish, but pretty normal stuff.
Lou loved toys with engines, and there were a couple of workshops big enough to garage his enormous radio-controlled planes and a fleet of snazzy cars.
Going to a dealership and buying a Corvette was like going to a toy store and picking out a model car. Like, that is how quickly he would just go and pick one out and say, all right, I want it.
Corvettes, Dodge Viper?
Mini Corvettes, a few Dodge Vipers. We had Suburbans, Tahoes, Trailblazers, big trucks, dualies.
They had vanity plates, Angel 1, Angel 2, and so on.
So a lot of it is kind of a kid's dream, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I got everything I wanted.
While the sisters did stay in touch with their dad, who had moved nearby, Lou's promise of whatever your heart desires found a sweet spot.
Lou asked me what I wanted for my birthday, and I was like, well, I would love to have a horse, but I know that it's expensive and I know it's too much work, so we're not gonna do that. He's like, no, if you want a horse, we're gonna get a horse.
You were the little girl who got a horse for your birthday.
I was. I got 3 horses.
You were the princess of the house.
Yes.
Emily, being the princess, didn't always sit well with Sister Sarah, so the other young mom in the family, Brian's wife Trish, sometimes stepped in to referee their sibling rivalry.
She was the disciplinarian?
Kind of. There was a specific way to do things, and you did it her way, and that's just what was expected.
What'd you think of Trish? Did you like her?
She was wonderful. I loved her just like another mom.
So she really was substitute mom in a lot of the big things, huh?
She was.
So the sisters will never forget that awful day in June 2003. Emily, just 11 years old, found herself standing by the swimming pool.
Trish was floating in the shallow end of the pool face down.
A beach sandal floated on the water. Trish was dead.
For Emily and everyone else, the sunny life at Angel's Landing had changed in an instant. When we return, the horror of losing one of their own.
It was very dramatic.
And later, there would be more shocks in store. Mysterious accidents, dark threats involving the spirit world, and one seemingly demonic transformation.
He wouldn't blink. He would get this terrible grin. It just looked evil.
When Dateline continues.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4,
is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Banner delivering it.
All right, it just me too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Just 2 years after leaving Missouri to make a new start with their mom's free-living, free-spending friends near Wichita, Kansas, the two sisters, Emily, 11, and Sarah, 17, were still living in the family commune called Angel's Landing. Lou, who had money and lots of spare time, was the patriarch, and Trish, who was married to Brian and had a baby daughter, took care of the home.
Trish kind of was the one that would be there before we went to school and after we went to school because my mom had to work.
Did you like her?
I loved her. I loved Trish.
So what happened in June 2003 at Angel's Landing came as a sudden, life-altering shock. The day began normally enough for the sisters.
We all had gone to lunch. Trish and her daughter, a friend of mine, and her baby, and then Lou and my sister. And then we came back to the house after lunch, and Trish and Emily and the baby were going to clean the pool.
That was the plan for the afternoon.
Right, and Lou and I were going to go to Davis Moore.
Car dealer.
Correct.
So you go off to the car dealership with Lou?
Mm-hmm.
Back at the swimming pool, something truly awful had happened.
I called 911.
She told the operator that Trisha's toddler had fallen into the pool, and when Trisha tried to save her little girl, she had slipped backwards.
She tripped and fell and hit the concrete?
She fell and hit her head and drowned.
And the baby was in trouble in the pool? And
Right.
that you rescued the baby, but you couldn't help?
Right.
Emily got the baby out of the pool, but because she was just a wisp of a thing, try as she might, Emily could not lift Trisha's body out of the water. Hopeless. Across town, Sarah and Lou were checking out cars at the dealership when Sarah's phone rang.
I receive a phone call from Emily, and she says that Trish fell in the pool. I need you to come home.
Did she say that Trish was dead?
Yes.
So this is shocking news. You've all just had lunch a few hours before,
Mm-hmm.
and now you're hearing Trish is dead, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Lou and Sarah raced back home to Angel's Landing, where police and EMTs were already on the scene.
There's no reason to believe that she was under the influence of anything at this time.
They had pulled Trisha's body from the pool and taken photographs. A single beach sandal floated on the water's surface. Pieces of Trisha's hair clip were in the pool. It had snapped apart when she banged her head, they presumed. And there were small bruises and a cut on Trisha's forehead. The medical examiner determined Trisha's death was due to a freakishly bad accident. Trish was just 26 years old.
And Trish was gone.
Yeah.
The family was in a state of shock.
Devastated.
Trish had been kind of a mother of the house, the way you talk about her.
Yeah.
For you, too.
Absolutely. It was really hard. It breaks my heart.
And it was hard for Lou. Trish was someone he regarded as his best friend. Lou had met Trish in the mid-90s in South Texas after serving in the Navy as a plane mechanic. And for 8 years, they were inseparable travelers, moving on to South Dakota and ending up in Wichita.
It was very dramatic.
As the family commune tried to come to terms with the tragedy, Trish's husband Brian embraced his little daughter closer, and gradually they all got on with their lives.
And then you're what, going back to school and doing the usual things?
Exactly.
Still, it was hard for the family to put Trish's death behind them, and something else was troubling. Emily and Sarah had a fuzzy recollection that Trish wasn't the first person in the family commune to die. They'd recently met a teenager who'd also once been on the fringes of the commune, and he told a story with painful echoes.
Coming up, a tale of tragedy and mystery.
I knew something wasn't right, and then he just told me, like, hey, your mom and sister have been missing.
2 members of the commune vanish into thin air when Dateline continues.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you, right?
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3.
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just me too.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
At Angel's Landing, the family commune was slowly mending after the devastating loss of Trish Hughes, who had drowned in the swimming pool, since covered over. Sisters Sarah and Emily saw Trisha's husband Brian, an auto mechanic, a broken man, left to raise a daughter.
Brian loved Trish more than anything in the world, and he loved his daughter immensely. He was a really just good person. He missed his wife. Brian was sad.
As they cope with the loss themselves, Emily and Sarah had a flashback and pieced together another incident when tragedy struck the family about 2 years before.
I wasn't there. I'm glad I wasn't there. That would just be more that I had lost.
Not long before Trish's death, the sisters met 15-year-old Cody Griffith from Texas, who'd also once been on the fringes of the family commune. He'd been close to Trish and Lou thanks to his mom, Mona.
My mom and Trish were really great friends. They would do a lot together.
Cody's mom, Mona, was something of a flower child.
She was extremely loving, very free-spirited. Everything was spontaneous. There was really no planning. She could say, hey, let's get in the car and drive somewhere.
Could have been a hippie in an earlier day, huh?
Maybe. Just someone who was extremely loving, very accepting.
When Cody was growing up in Corpus Christi in the mid-90s, his mom, Mona, was going through a difficult divorce and financial trouble. She, Cody, and Cody's young sister, Lindsay, moved in with their good friends Trish and Lou from the apartment complex.
I can remember Lou taking us to baseball practice, my sister as well, picking her up from school and stuff like that.
His mom, Mona, and Trish took turns cooking for what was the beginnings of the commune.
So you're really an extended family.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's like living with an aunt and uncle.
So when Trish and Lou suddenly decided they wanted to pick up sticks and move to South Dakota, Mona wanted to go too, and to take Cody and his sister Lindsay along as well.
I'll never forget it. It was just like yesterday, and I told her, no, I'm not leaving. And I had gotten extremely upset.
The very thought of being so far away from his dad was too much for Cody.
So what did she say? Yes, you are? You're going to go with us?
No, she let me make that decision. She would have not wanted me to do something I didn't want to do.
So in late 1998, Mona and Cody's younger sister Lindsay ended up leaving Corpus Christi and settled near Rapid City, South Dakota, where one Christmas, Cody paid them a visit.
It was an extremely small home. It was like in the mountains. We even went down and cut our own Christmas tree.
Off the grid, kind of a cabin?
Yeah.
The cabin was a tight squeeze for sure, but the family commune was growing. It was here that Trish met and married Brian, the auto mechanic, and they had a daughter. Mona, Cody's mom, had also found a boyfriend, a Rapid City realtor and experienced private plane pilot.
You were okay with that, huh?
Oh, yeah. I mean, of course I wanted my mom to be happy, and I look forward to meeting him.
Did you ever meet him?
No.
One Friday in February of 2001, Mona and her boyfriend decided to take daughter Lindsay on an exciting birthday trip to Nebraska. Exciting because Mona's boyfriend would fly them there himself. They took off from Rapid City. But not long after, something went terribly wrong.
How did you find out about the plane?
My dad had called me inside, and he just looked at me, and I knew something wasn't right. And then he just told me, like, hey, your mom and sister have been missing.
Your dad must have been all ripped up, huh?
There's nothing you can say. I mean, there was no way that he could explain to his son that his sister and mom were gone.
And imagine you hope that somebody's crawled out of the wreckage and they've got some food and water and they're in a little tent waiting for search and rescue to find them, but...
That's the only thing I could pray for.
As Cody was praying for a miracle, Mona's sister Lisa also got a phone call from another sister.
And she's crying hysterically. And she said that Mona and Lindsay had left on a plane and the plane had never reached its destination. And they didn't know where it was.
Mona's boyfriend hadn't filed a flight plan, so the plane could be anywhere.
Rugged territory.
Correct. Up in the Badlands area, we assume, or Nebraska. We really had no clue.
But in South Dakota, Lou Castro, a former Navy plane mechanic, was on it. When Lisa paid a short visit to try to help find her sister and niece, Lou was in constant touch with search and rescue, a huge comfort.
Soft-spoken, nice, funny, friendly. He seemed very concerned, very, very distraught over Mona and Lindsay's disappearance, and very helpful. I mean, he was very gracious in whatever we wanted.
So it's thank goodness we have Lou at the helm here, huh?
Exactly. You know, he didn't work, so he seemed to have plenty of time. He seemed to know everybody. They knew him. We were grateful that there was somebody that had taken control and was keeping us in the loop also.
At a gathering of Lindsay's school friends in support of the search, Lou seemed especially popular with all the girls.
Oh, they were mesmerized by him.
Is he telling them stories or jokes or?
Mm-hmm. Laughing. He knew them all quite well, we could tell.
Was there something a little creepy about it? I don't want to plant an idea here that it didn't exist.
They all knew Lou, but they didn't know Lindsay's mom. I just found that strange.
6 weeks after the plane went missing, Lisa and Cody got the news they were dreading. The wreckage had been found. There were no survivors.
So that's the end of all hope. This is not going to have a miraculous ending.
Mm-hmm.
Cody traveled back to Rapid City and once again saw Lou, who seemed distraught.
He starts crying and he tells me that my little sister was never supposed to be on the plane. He tells me that if my mom would have only been on the plane, that he says, you know, I would have taken your sister and we would have left.
He would have become like the adoptive father then,
right?
How would he know whether she was supposed to be or not?
I don't know.
Looking back, do you wonder what he meant by that?
Every day. Every day.
An NTSB investigation into the catastrophe found no mechanical problems with the plane, leaning toward a theory that bad weather had contributed to the crash.
When do you miss your mom and sister the most? Times along the way when you've been growing up? Cody, I don't think you need to put any words to it.
You really can't.
Lou and Trish, not blood relatives, determined the burial place for Mona and Lindsay. A surprise to Lisa, who again raised an eyebrow when she saw her sister and niece's obituary in a South Dakota newspaper.
And it lists myself, my two sisters, and her brother, Lou. We're like, where did we pick up a brother?
Later, as Emily recalled the awful story of the plane crash, she too remembered Lou telling her what he'd told Cody.
He said that Lindsay wasn't supposed to die.
Whatever that meant, in 2003, after Trish's death in the swimming pool, Emily and her sister Sarah weren't the only ones trying to make sense of it all. A local detective in Wichita was also taking an interest in the plane crash and the death of Trish Hughes, and in whatever else might be going on at Angel's Landing. Something wasn't adding up.
Coming up, one thing was adding up: the death toll of commune members. Another was just around the corner.
We got the call that he had been crushed underneath the car that he was fixing.
When Dateline continues.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? I get took for all this damage to his
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In late 2003, after the drowning death of 26-year-old Trish Hughes, the mood at Angel's Landing was grim. Sisters Emily and Sarah watched as the family commune patriarch Lou tried to cheer everyone up. Another young woman had joined the family commune, and soon Lou and she were engaged with a little girl on the way. And as the clouds lifted over Angel's Landing, shiny new rides appeared in the drive.
Before Trish died, there was 3 Corvettes and everybody else had an SUV. And then after Trish died, it got more and more and more extravagant.
More vehicles,
Higher
sports
priced
cars.
vehicles.
Salesmen must have been licking their chops to see him coming, huh?
They were. We all had the dealership's owner's cell phone
Speed dial,
number.
huh?
Yeah.
In fact, Lou spent $1.5 million on cars in just a few years. And his lavish generosity didn't stop at the family. Civic-minded Lou was showered with high fives from the city council after he donated $19,000 towards a brand new police vehicle. And cops were always welcome at the extravagant parties thrown by Lou at Angel's Landing.
One of the officers in the county dated one of the women there for a while, huh?
And that was me.
It was you.
Mm-hmm.
But not everyone in uniform was joining in the fun.
It didn't smell right.
A local informant gave a "Psst, check it out" to Wichita detective Ron Goodwin, who at the time was an undercover narcotics officer. He recruited 2 law enforcement heavyweights, and in early 2003, from the shadows, the detective was eyeballing the commune, zeroing in on Lou Castro.
Ron, why did you become interested in him in particular?
He drew attention to himself.
Kind of flashy or ostentatious?
Flashy. He had what appeared to be unexplained wealth. Drew attention to himself with parties, high-optioned vehicles. Each vehicle had an Angel vanity plate with a number after it, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Maybe he had old family money, was an inheritance guy.
Sure, and that was something that we had to look at without violating any of his rights.
You thought there was a lot of smoke around this guy, but you didn't know what exactly it was coming from.
There was.
And the smoke kept billowing when Goodwin learned about the death of Trish Hughes.
So her death didn't trigger your interest in him?
It absolutely triggered more of my interest in him.
Goodwin wanted to find out exactly who Lou Castro was. He ran Castro's name in law enforcement databases and quickly discovered he was trying to put his finger on a man who seemed to have no past, a virtual ghost. And not long after Trish Hughes' death, he trawled the internet.
And as I started researching, I started noticing that there were other deaths associated with him.
He landed on that obituary of Mona and her daughter Lindsay, and bingo, there was Lou's name.
That was the first time I had seen Lou Castro in print.
Underlying Goodwin's suspicion about Castro's unexplained wealth, he theorized he had a drug case.
I work drug cases, and unexplained wealth is something that you look at to determine if that's how this person might be earning their money.
So Goodwin set out to collect evidence from Angel's Landing. He began with the trash bags. Maybe inside there was evidence of drugs, incriminating documents, or a fingerprint.
So maybe if you can get a fingerprint, somewhere he'll be in the system and you'll come up with a name.
That's right.
You tried to get a fingerprint.
I did.
And the tech guys couldn't come up with anything.
They could not.
Frustrating. There was no evidence of drugs. And nearly 3 years later, there were still no clues as to who Lou Castro was.
He's putting the gas in it. It's a good fire.
But in 2006 came another shocking coincidence.
Ryan, how'd you wreck yours?
I didn't wreck it.
Brian Hughes, Trish's husband, an experienced 31-year-old mechanic raising their daughter in the commune, suffered an unimaginable accident. As Emily tells it, Brian was visiting family in South Dakota.
One day he called and he spoke to Lou for a little while, and then he asked to speak to his daughter, who was still in Wichita. And the story goes that he told her goodbye.
Told his daughter goodbye.
Right. And then a couple hours later, we got the call that he had been crushed underneath the car that he was fixing.
Brian was dead. Really? That didn't make any sense to Emily.
He would have put blocks under the tires.
He knew his way around a vehicle.
Right.
And then he was dead.
Yeah.
The bodies were piling up, 5 now, but none of the findings in any of the cases, including Brian's, concluded there was foul play.
It was classified, and still is classified, as an accident.
Detective Goodwin decided he was going to have to find a new angle on the enigma of Angel's Landing and Lou Castro, even if he had to work around the clock.
What drove you on this thing?
There had to be something else out there he was hiding from.
The mystery.
Yeah, the mystery of Lou Castro, his true identity.
One thing was for sure, Goodwin wasn't going to let this go.
Coming up, yet another member of the commune meets a tragic end. But this time, a light bulb would go off.
What we saw was a pattern.
And as investigators dig into Lou's past, he starts to seem like a ghost.
There should have been credit records, there should have been driver's license records, and we could find none.
When Dateline continues.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us won. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Back and forth,
Go ahead, this is it, right?
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list. That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
In 2007, Wichita detective Ron Goodwin was investigating Lou Castro at Angel's Landing, a commune of about a dozen people. He was also keeping count of the mysterious deaths, 5 so far. Mona, her boyfriend, and her daughter Lindsay had perished in the plane crash. Trish had drowned in the swimming pool, and now Brian had been crushed to death beneath a car he was working on. And while all the deaths were deemed to be accidents, really, he wondered, how could any family be so unlucky? But what baffled him most was that he didn't know who this central man, Lou Castro, really was. Rifling through Angel's Landing trash cans hadn't worked.
What do you do next?
One day when I was out on a day off, I just happened to see Lou Castro with a female in a SUV vehicle, and I followed them to a restaurant on the north end of town.
Goodwin sat in the restaurant, watched, and waited.
And then after they had finished, I contacted the manager and asked him if I could collect the dishes and the glasses that they had used at that table.
The idea was to get fresh fingerprints that could maybe ID Castro.
So that's a pretty cool move. Did it work?
It did not work either. We tried every piece of dinnerware that was on the table, but we were unsuccessful.
So he's still a mystery man as far as ID.
That's right.
So Goodwin tried another fingerprint ploy. He took some glossy photos, walked up to Lou Castro's home, and cooked up a story about burglaries in the neighborhood. Could Lou recognize any of the cars or people in the photos?
So you hand these glossy 8x10s to the guy you believe is Lou Castro?
I do.
How does he handle them?
He takes the envelopes and holds them between his palms. And once the photos are out of the envelope, he moves the photos around with his fingernails and does not pick up the photos by his fingers.
He knew exactly what you were doing.
He did.
And he wasn't going to fall for it and leave a print?
No.
What did it tell you about the guy that had become your nemesis here?
Well, it raised my suspicions even more that he was trying to hide from law enforcement.
Frustrated, Goodwin needed help. He called a detective in the DA's office, Clint Snyder, who'd worked high-profile cases, like the notorious Wichita BTK serial killer.
Well, it was an amazing story when Ron told it to me, all these mysterious deaths, and of course in this business you don't believe in coincidences, so I felt like that Ron was onto something.
And Ron enlisted another big gun to help ID Castro, FBI Supervisory Special Agent John Sullivan.
We checked our FBI databases and private databases. I had the offices go out and get photographs, pull arrest records. We checked every Lou Castro that we could find in the U.S., and none matched the Lou Castro that we had living in Wichita.
How unusual is that the FBI cannot, through all its resources, come up with a name and an ID on a guy?
That's extremely unusual, especially in this day and age, because usually everybody has a trail. There should have been credit records, there should have been driver's license records, there should have been all sorts of records, and we could find none.
None of the car purchases, the property deeds, even the utility bills at Angel's Landing were under the name Lou Castro. They were all under the names of commune members. But just as Goodwin was feeling stumped, another extraordinary tragedy was about to shake Angel's Landing. It happened in 2008 when Sarah was almost 24 and Emily 17.
I had called Mom after school to have dinner with her, and she didn't answer her phone. And I was so angry with her because she ignored my phone call. About 30 minutes into the test that I was taking, they pulled me out of class. My dad was there. He said, "Emily, we gotta go." And he started driving me to my house. And I said, "Dad, we have to go to the hospital." And he said, "No, Emily, we don't."
Butler County 911, what's the location?
Their mother's car had swerved into the oncoming traffic.
She had hit a gravel truck head-on on a rural road.
So your mother is suddenly dead. What an
Right.
awful event. That maybe there was a distraction, or maybe she had to turn away from trouble. We really don't know, do we?
We have no idea. She just bought a little Yorkie, and for the past couple weeks, she'd been happy.
What did the accident investigators make up that?
They said it was an accident.
Should we do the other wallet?
Meanwhile, the investigators, Goodwin, Snyder, and Sullivan, couldn't ignore that Jennifer's head-on highway death was the 6th in 8 years from the same family commune.
Does that change your interest in the case? Are you amped up a little bit more?
I think we all were. What we saw was a pattern.
Approximately every 2.5 years, there was a mysterious death, deemed each time to be an accident. And while the officers suspected Lou Castro was somehow involved, they had no hard evidence on which to arrest him. They had to just wait.
It's not that easy. We did not want to tip off what we were looking at, and if he knew we were looking at him, he could get up and move, he could change the way he does business.
And you still didn't know who he was.
And we still did not know who he was.
A year later, in 2009, Lou Castro did exactly what they feared. He took off. But just as the investigators thought Lou Castro might have slipped away, they got their first big break.
Coming up, a troubling encounter shakes Sarah.
He was very angry with me, scary angry.
And then someone new gives detectives their first look inside the mysterious world of Angel's Landing.
The authorities were very, very interested in what you had to say.
Yes.
When Dateline continues.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Vanderbilt Beverages.
All right, it just made
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it just made
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Detective Ron Goodwin believed the man known as Lou Castro was somehow linked to 6 mysterious deaths in the Midwest, but he didn't know how or why. And now, unbeknownst to the detective, Lou Castro had slipped away, left Wichita. It happened suddenly. A few months after their mother's death in a 2008 car crash, Emily and Sarah were still traumatized when Lou announced a move to Tennessee.
Now, how was that broached to the family? We're out of here. We're moving to Tennessee.
He said we really needed to go. I was really angry with him, for wanting to move, and I didn't want to go, and I wanted to stay, and Lou said, Emily, we're doing this for you.
For you?
Yep. He said that we were going to be closer to Vanderbilt, which was the college that I wanted to go to, and he said this whole move was for me.
It's kind of flattering to hear.
Yeah, well, and also, how do you say no when the entire thing is about you?
So you were still the princess.
Right.
Emily was 17, but Sarah was nearly 24 and edging away from the smothering nest.
I moved out.
How'd you do that? Yeah, that's a huge step.
They were leaving to go to Tennessee, and I didn't want to go. And I had just lost my mom, and I couldn't stand the thought of losing my dad. I never have been able to stand that thought. My daddy is so important to me.
Did you tell Lou to his face, I'm not going, I'm not getting in the car?
Yes.
How'd that go down?
He was very angry with me, scary angry. And I just said, I can't, I'm not doing that. I don't want to be that far away from my dad. I don't, there's no way.
Emily might have gone to live with her father, but she remained with the commune.
I wasn't going to leave what I considered my family.
And your dad was part of another family back when, but...
I mean, I still visited my dad, and I still loved my dad, but that's just not where I was going to live.
So as the family and Emily moved to a beautiful colonial home on acreage in Columbia, Tennessee, Sarah stood her ground in Wichita. She could exhale at last, and one evening she went out and met a guy. His name was Daniel, an expert marksman in the Kansas National Guard. And as they fell in love, she began to spill the buried secrets of her past.
You think nobody could have these dark stories that are part of your life, but you had just awful, awful things to tell.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Sarah was still in touch with the family commune, now living in Tennessee. And Daniel wanted to know more about this Lou character Sarah was telling him about.
And I just started researching all these deaths to try to figure out how much of it was related to this individual.
Which is exactly what law enforcement was doing on the outside of all this, trying to look in and figure out where the puzzle lay. What'd you feel about these stories?
A lot of mixed emotions. I didn't know how to handle a lot of that stuff at the time because it was all very fresh, very new to me. And just stuck with her and decided, let's try to make things right.
And secretly, Daniel decided to take action.
You put together a remarkable letter for the FBI.
Yes.
It took some guts to do it.
I was just pretty much just tired of me carrying all that information myself. I found out enough that I believe that it should be in somebody else's hands that can do something with it.
Daniel laid out his suspicions, painting an alarming picture of the Angels Landing commune. A series of mysterious deaths, a code of silence enforced with sickening threats, and a big clue as to where all the money might have come from. And at the center of it all, the man who called himself Lou Castro. Even for this veteran of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, reporting to the authorities carried its risks.
Did you worry about that?
I did. But I decided, this was something I have to do, and the chips will fall where they fall.
It turns out the authorities were very, very interested in what you had to say.
Yes.
So in December 2009, nearly 7 years after the Wichita investigation began, Detectives Goodwin and Snyder and the FBI agent Sullivan got their first break, the email from Daniel.
And in the email, he told us what he thought was happening. But the great thing about it was for the first time, we had somebody from the inside that could confirm some of our suspicions.
Saying you guys really need to look at this guy, Lou Castro.
Yes.
And I'm guessing you get a holy cow phone call, huh?
Yes. We finally have a cooperating witness that will help us determine who Lou Castro is.
In secret, without Sarah knowing, they brought Daniel in and peppered him with questions.
He related to us how Lou Castro and the others had moved to a residence in Columbia, Tennessee. We were reluctant to talk to his girlfriend because, again, we did not want to tip off Lou Castro or anybody else.
And Daniel, their inside man, delivered the mother load.
They'd bring me pictures. Can you identify these people?
They're out at the gate looking, surveilling, watching cars come and go, but you're able to put the picture together for them.
Correct.
Armed with Daniel's email and his intel, Goodwin, Snyder, and Sullivan got an official green light to pursue Castro and try to take him out of business.
John's counterparts in Tennessee obtained a license tag on a vehicle out there, which was registered to a person by the name of Joe Venegas. So at that time, we had a new name that we potentially thought could be a new family member, or it could potentially be Lou Castro.
At the same time as the investigators were looking for Joe Venegas, they were following money transferred from the Angels Landing family to their new home in Tennessee.
The money had transferred from Wichita, Kansas area banks to Columbia, Tennessee banks.
Emily remembers the day Lou set up a new account.
Did you go to the bank with him that day he opened the account?
I did.
You don't know that the local authorities had been looking at him for years back in Wichita?
Nope.
After they got in touch with the bank, the investigators pulled the security camera video. There, clearly visible, was Emily. And there was a man called Joe Venegas opening an account.
And who did you see in that image?
Lou Castro.
So Lou Castro of Wichita is now Joe Venegas of Tennessee.
That's correct.
The investigators believed he was neither Lou Castro nor Joe Venegas. And now he'd been made. Identity fraud is a federal crime, so the investigators now had grounds to arrest him. A week later, they moved in.
Coming up, investigators finally get inside the doors of the commune. And later, sinister stories of Angel's Landing's Dark Angel.
Amber was the angel of death. She would come around when somebody was going to die.
And then you'll hear from Lou Castro himself when Dateline continues.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
It's a striking colonial house deep in the countryside outside Nashville, Tennessee. And in 2010, this was where Lou Castro's houseful lived. There was Lou, his fiancée, and their daughter. Emily was there too, and other commune members. Based on information Sarah's boyfriend Daniel had supplied to the 3 determined investigators, the FBI was now bird-dogging the property. But inside, Emily and the other occupants were oblivious.
So Tennessee, the house looks very nice. You weren't happy about leaving your classmates and your life in Wichita, but were you pleased at what the prospects were for you in Tennessee?
I was. I mean, it was really hard going to school there and things, but I just started focusing on getting to college and things like that.
Emily recalls there had been so many changes, and one change in particular was unusual: Lou's name. Lou now wanted to be called Joe.
How did he explain that to you, that I'm not going to be Lou, don't call me Lou over here anymore?
I think because he didn't have the proper identification to actually get legitimately established as Lou. So he needed an actual Social Security card and an actual driver's license.
Investigators back in Wichita found out that Lou was now going by the name Joe. They believed he had committed identity fraud, which gave them what they needed to make an arrest.
We went to the front of the residence, knocked on the door. Mr. Castro and his common-law wife answered the door.
We actually approached him as Joe Venegas. We called him Joe Venegas to his face when we talked to him. He corrected us and told us he was not Joe Venegas, but he was in fact Lou Castro. So he went back to his old identity.
Was he shaky to see law enforcement at his front door?
I didn't think so.
He was confident that he was going to be able to explain away why we were there.
The officers arrested him, charged him, and searched the property.
What did you find in the house?
Normal things. We found paper documents, we found computers, we found 11 weapons, guns inside the house.
Any smoking guns?
No.
Emily had been on her way home from school when she got a call from Detective Goodwin.
He said, "Emily, where are you?" And I said, "I don't know who you are." He said, "I'm Detective Goodwin. Where are you?" He said, "You need to come home."
First time you heard that name, Goodwin, huh?
Mm-hmm. I showed up and Goodwin and Sullivan came out and I just about fainted. And Goodwin had to practically carry me into the house because I was terrified.
What did they tell you it was all about?
I don't remember. I remember that I didn't tell them anything.
Lou himself was continuing to confound the officers by not giving up his real name.
We're very frustrated at that point. We swept him away to the jail as fast as possible. We wanted his fingerprints immediately. We wanted to know who he was. And that didn't occur.
Castro's fingerprints didn't show up in any federal database. And even after a 6-hour interview, he didn't crack.
So after the search warrant, after the Tennessee trip, we came back to Wichita partly happy because we had arrested Lou Castro, but we still didn't know who he was at that point.
So when Castro pleaded guilty to ID fraud and was sentenced to 2 years in federal prison, Goodwin believed that was just a ploy to avoid much bigger charges, really serious crimes over many years. And he was determined to get to the truth. 7 years after opening up his investigation into Angel's Landing, he set off to the place he believed Lou Castro's criminal journey began, and at last found Castro's true identity.
Coming up, the discovery that would break the case wide open.
I snatched it out of his hands and said, "Where did you get that?"
When Dateline continues.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad. I'm hearing sleigh bells.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The nemesis of Detective Ron Goodwin, a man who called himself Lou Castro but would not give up his real name, was behind bars after confessing to ID fraud. But even after 7 years of investigating, Goodwin was just getting started. He believed Castro was involved in much more serious crimes, heavy-duty stuff, maybe even those mysterious deaths. The plane crash that killed Mona, her boyfriend, and her daughter Lindsay. The death of Brian Hughes under a collapsed vehicle. That inexplicable head-on tragedy in which Sarah and Emily's mom, Jennifer, died. And Trish Hughes' drowning. As the investigators called everyone with links to Castro, the phone trail took Goodwin to South Texas.
It took us to South Texas because Patricia Hughes, the victim in the drowning, was from Beeville, Texas.
Goodwin questioned Trish's family, and a sister recalled Trish had gone with a guy way back when.
A guy by the name of Daniel Perez.
Had you ever heard that name in
Never.
all your years of trying to figure out who Lou Castro was?
No, I'd never heard that name.
Daniel Perez. Goodwin immediately contacted the local authorities, and it turned out there was a record of a Daniel Perez and a mugshot.
They faxed that to me that day.
I remember when Ron finally got the fax from Texas, and I snatched it out of his hands and said, "Where did you get that?" It was obvious that it was, you know, the person we knew as Lou Castro, but now we, of course, knew he was Daniel Perez.
We got our guy here.
Yes.
Lou Castro was Daniel Perez, born in Aransas Pass, Texas in 1959. The record showed Daniel Perez had pleaded no contest to 2 sex crimes in the mid-1990s. But the cases had been dismissed because he was believed to be dead.
And the person believed in South Texas to have been dead for many years. Wasn't dead because you saw him in Wichita. You'd seen him driving his Corvettes.
That's right.
So he was on the lam.
He was on the lam.
In Kansas and Tennessee, interviews with the Angels Landing commune helped Goodwin connect the dots between 6 states and more than a dozen commune members over a period of about 15 years. And something else happened. Emily wrote a letter to Lou while he was serving time for ID fraud.
I said, I'm finally going where I want to go, and I'm doing the things I want to do. He wrote me back and chewed me out for not caring about him.
That was the price of being his little princess.
I was saying that I was happy, and he took that as a slap in the face, and I stopped talking to him.
Instead, Emily started talking to the investigators, but warily. She and Sarah trickled out their stories, fearful they too might be implicated in whatever Goodwin suspected.
It took a lot of questioning and lots of tears and lots of Detective Goodwin telling me that it was going to be all right and that I wasn't in trouble.
Sarah and Emily's whole terrifying saga began when Sarah was 17 and Emily just 10. A supernatural world began to emerge soon after their mom got to know the man they called Lou in 2001 as they prepared to move into Angel's Landing.
Mom said, Emily, I think Sarah was in the car too, but she said, does Lou seem kind of special to you? And I was like, yeah, he's pretty nice. And she's like, well, he's actually a seer.
A seer?
A seer. Mom said that he had told her that he was hundreds or thousands of years old and that he could see what was going to happen in the future. And that the reason we followed him was that she just had that instinct and just knew that she needed to be close to him because he could protect her and keep her safe because he knew it was coming.
Did you believe it?
I mean, I was a little skeptical at first, but I think when you're 9 or 10 and your mom says that this is really what's happening, you give it a little bit more credibility.
And it wasn't just Emily and Sarah's mom. Others at Angel's Landing believed Lou was a direct descendant of Geronimo and had the power to make it rain and bring good health to those at death's door.
Trish had told me about similar incidents where either Lou had been dead or an animal had been dead or somebody had been really sick and he made them better.
Did you believe it?
Yes. He could also see people like from the past, like people had already died. He could see those people too.
See them because he said he was an angel.
Lou said, your mom is right. I am hundreds of years old. This isn't really my body. I've died several times, but this is just the one I'm in right now.
What did you think?
It seemed really cool. It was like being so special and being around this thing that nobody else gets to do.
Your very own angel.
Right. It's like seeing Santa Claus. You get really excited when you're 10 years old. And he was telling us that he would take care of us. He would always make sure that we were safe.
But safety meant Lou needed control.
He was the one that told everybody what they were going to do and when they were going to do it and how they were going to do that.
Really bossy guy, my way or the highway kind of thing?
Kind of. He was very good at, manipulating you, I guess you could say.
Was your mom vulnerable, do you think? He seemed to know where people's buttons were.
Yes, very much so.
He's stepping in like the boss, huh?
Yeah, he acted like he was my dad.
What do you think that thing was that he put together that you got pulled into, Sarah?
A cult.
Cult. And the guy you knew only as Lou Castro was the cult leader.
Yes.
What is that thing that he had? Did you feel that power?
Yeah.
He could say crazy things and you think he's telling you the truth?
Yeah.
Detective Ron Goodwin was incredulous listening to all of this, but nothing could have prepared him for what came next. Lou Castro, the seer, had 3 angel alter egos.
They were always watching over him. Daniel, Amber, and Arthur. Arthur was mean, and Daniel was kinder.
But you didn't want to meet either of these altered
No.
personalities, huh?
No. Amber was the angel of death. So she would come around when somebody was going to die.
He could see who was going to die? Was that something he
Yes.
said was in his powers?
Right.
And did you ever see that personality in him?
I did. He wouldn't blink. He would get this terrible grin that just looked evil.
The sisters say before their mom's death, Castro had a terrifying vision.
He predicted that my mom was going to die.
So how did you feel about this?
Devastated. It was awful.
The outlandish stories were shocking to Ron Goodwin, a seasoned detective who was about to discover more about Lou Castro's power over life and death. Emily was about to take the detective back to that summer day in 2003 when Trish Hughes drowned in the swimming pool at Angel's Landing.
And her story is that Trisha Hughes is not an accidental drowning.
That's right.
Coming up, what Emily heard, and then what Emily saw when Dateline continues.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling lights.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Detective Ron Goodwin was scarcely able to take in the story of the cult and the occult at Angel's Landing. Sisters Emily and Sarah recounted that Lou Castro, whose real name was Daniel Perez, had brainwashed them into believing that he was a seer and that he took on the personalities of dark, manipulative angels who could predict someone's death. They said they believed it really happened. 8 months after Castro's arrest, Emily at last took the detective back to 2003 and the tragic death of Trish Hughes. This was a different story than the one she told at the time, back when she was 11. And it began with a prediction eerily similar to the one Lou Castro made before her mom's death in 2008.
She tells of an incident prior to Patricia Hughes drowning in the swimming pool.
About a week before Trish's death, Emily, Trish's toddler, and Trish herself were sitting at a table when Lou Castro, the seer, as the 11-year-old Emily believed him to be, had a vision.
And he said, you know, Emily, something really big's gonna happen. And he said, Trish is going to die. And I started crying. He said, it's okay, it's her time.
She says Castro told her not to worry. While he couldn't be there when Trish died because it would destroy his power as a seer, he would still bring Trish back to life.
and she'll come back.
Do I understand that Trish is listening in on all this?
Right.
She's hearing this described.
Yes.
Is she startled? Does she say, not me, I'm not going along with this?
No, she was quite involved.
On the appointed day, the Angels Landing family had gone out to lunch.
We had just gotten back from lunch, and he said, all right, well, we're going to go to the dealership to look at a car. I think it was for Sarah, but I don't remember. And he said, but the pool needs to be cleaned, so you and Trish are going to stay here and clean it. And
You're going to stay here and clean the pool?
Yep. And he said, Emily, it's time. And I said, okay.
She says Lou began to set up the cleaning equipment for the pool a few feet away from the workshop.
He said, you're going to wait inside the shop with the little one. I said, okay. So I gave Trish a hug on the diving board. And I started crying, and she said, why are you crying? I said, because I'm going to miss you. And she said, it'll be okay.
Then Emily took the toddler, waited inside the workshop where there were some new kittens.
A few minutes go by, and there's a splash. There's a little scream.
A little bit of a scream.
Like a shriek. And then Lou came in. And he was panting or out of breath, and he looked sad, and his arms were wet.
Then, she says, Lou gave Emily a critical order.
Wait 20 minutes, and then go out there. Make sure you and the baby jump in so that you're wet, and call 911. So we went and we played with the kittens in the shop, and I waited. It was an agonizing 20 minutes.
Trying to entertain the little girl and...
Knowing that Trish was outside.
Time goes by, you leave the shed, go over to the pool?
Yeah, we went to the pool. Trish was floating in the shallow end of the pool face down. So I got the baby and I jumped in.
Just to get yourself wet?
Yeah.
Because you had a story that had been fed you, huh?
Right.
That you have attempted to rescue the baby.
Right.
How awful. There you're seeing Trish floating dead in the pool.
I lost it.
Even so, Emily called 911 just as she'd been ordered by Castro and told the story that Trish had slipped while trying to rescue the baby, had banged her head and drowned. And in the crucial 20-minute window, Lou had apparently taken Emily's sister Sarah to the car dealership.
Did he give you a hint of what was going on that day, sir?
No.
What do you believe Lou did at the pool that day?
I believe he drowned Trish.
Not an accident at all?
No.
Pushed her head under the water and killed her?
Yes.
Detective Ron Goodwin believed both Sarah and Emily had been horribly duped. Emily told the detective Castro shored up his alibi with more hocus pocus, telling her that, with his powers as a seer, he had put her in a time warp, convincing her for many years that she wasn't even at the pool when Trish drowned. So innocent 11-year-old Emily waited and waited for Lou to bring Trish back to life. But she was gone, and for years her death remained an accidental drowning.
I know that it was because of the story that I told, and there's a lot of regret that comes along with that.
But you're not to blame for this. You do get that, right?
Trying to come to terms.
Goodwin was now grasping the full extent of Castro's hold over Emily at Angel's Landing.
The control that he had over her was unlimited. She would do anything for him. She truly believed that he was this person.
And with Emily's story, he had the evidence he'd been seeking for so many years of Castro's grievous crimes.
So now, based on this little girl's story, young woman, but telling the story of what she saw and took part in as a little girl, you've got a murder case.
Yes.
But as if murder wasn't enough, Emily and Sarah had more to tell. There were more crimes to reveal, even more ugly stuff. Sarah and Emily were about to take the investigators into their truly diabolical world.
Coming up, the dark truth at the heart of Angel's Landing.
Emily, here's the really difficult part of your story, and I'll let you tell as little or as much of it as you like.
When Dateline continues.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
wherever you get your podcasts.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us won. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
20 out.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
wherever you get your podcasts.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Wichita detective Ron Goodwin had listened in horror as Emily and Sarah revealed the awful story of Trish Hughes' murder at Angel's Landing. But nothing, not the email from Daniel, the story about Trish's drowning, or his wildest suspicions about Lou Castro, could prepare him for what he was about to hear next.
Emily, here's the really difficult part of your story, and I'll let you tell as little or as much of it as you like, but you seem right away to be sharing the bedroom with Lou.
I was.
As a fourth grader?
Yes, I was 10.
10 years old?
Yes, and I was in his bed every night. You know, he convinced me that this is what I needed to do to take care of him, and this was my job.
And why did he say that he needed you?
He said that for a seer, he needed to have a pure little girl to have sex with him so that he could survive.
And that would recharge his batteries as the angel who's hundreds, maybe thousands of years old.
Right. And he would validate it with old biblical stories or things like that about how little girls are special and that he really needed a little girl and that I had to take care of him.
Did you think it was wrong or out of line at the time?
No. I wanted to take care of him. That's what I was supposed to do. It's hard to explain, but I loved Lou. I loved him quite a bit, and so I did it. It was uncomfortable, and it was painful, and it breaks my heart now. You know, it's really hard for me to look at pictures of myself when I was little.
Your childhood was stolen from you.
It was.
By this man.
It was.
Even when Castro got engaged and had a child, the abuse didn't stop, though Emily was pushed out of the bedroom.
Crazy to say, were you a little bit jealous?
I was. I definitely was. I was 12 and I felt like I was getting divorced.
For Sarah, the awful reality was not so dissimilar. She, too, was subjected to Castro's mind games. As she says, he sought to control her.
Like trying to drive a wedge between my sister and I.
Were you jealous of Emily?
Mm-hmm. He tried to make me jealous of her, yes.
And she says Castro was more violent with her than he was with her sister.
If you didn't follow Lou's way, what would happen?
He would rape me.
Rape you?
Mm-hmm.
How awful.
I mean, there are hundreds and hundreds of times, and I can't tell you every single time, but you try not to remember those things.
How old were you when it began?
17.
Castro's abuse was backed up by demonic threats if the girls didn't obey him.
He told me he was going to take me to purgatory. He would threaten to take people to purgatory so they'd be forever in limbo. But
And that was his capacity and his skills as an angel to
Right.
take your soul to purgatory.
Right. Well, and it's important to remember that Lou, would never make these threats. It was the angels who were inhabiting his body who would make these threats. And so the next morning he'd wake up and he'd be like, "Mama, I love you, I'm so sorry." And like, really?
Now, where's your mama when all this is going on?
It was like usually really late at night. And so she would be sleeping in her house.
Because you got, by then, 2, 3 different properties, huh?
Yeah.
And what about all the other adults?
There's Brian, there's Trisha, there are people coming and going, people going to the pool parties and maybe seeing things. Nobody intervened.
Nobody saw it. You know, I think that's really important, is that nobody saw the abuse. And I've spoken to people who were there, and I guarantee you nobody knew. He was very careful. I never had a bruise.
Except psychologically.
Right. And I was always with him, so it wouldn't be weird for us to disappear for an hour or two. You know. Nobody knew.
But Castro didn't just manipulate the girls for sex. He ordered Sarah secretly to videotape a young child in a bathroom. Orders backed up with the most sadistic of threats.
And was he happy with what you showed him?
No, he made me do it twice, because the first time he said that I didn't get what he needed me to get.
If you had said, no, I'm not going to take that video camera, I'm not going to go with that little girl, what would he have done to you, do you think?
He'll say, "I'm going to make your worst nightmare come true. I'm going to kill your dad."
It was the same reason she never told her dad about the abuse.
He was always threatening to kill my dad.
And that was his big go-to thing with you.
Yes, because I'm a daddy's girl.
And he knew that.
Mm-hmm.
She says the acute fear Castro instilled in her was even worse when he'd been drinking. One evening, he was brandishing an assault rifle.
He shot a gun at my head.
At you?
Yes, because he was angry with me. He enjoyed the pain. He enjoyed making people miserable and making people terrified. He enjoyed it.
But so great was Castro's power that leaving didn't seem to be an option for the young girl.
You didn't have any money and a plan B or anything, but you did have your,
Well, I
you
never.
did have your dad back home.
I think that that's a pretty common thing for people in these types of situations, that everybody says, well, you could have left then and you could have left then, but that didn't seem like a possibility. The thought of leaving was scarier than the thought of staying. The scary part is, what if he's right? I am useless. What if he's right? Nobody will love me. What if he's right and he is a seer?
And does have an avenging angel.
Right.
Who'll come get you.
And that's scarier
And you
than
believe
staying.
that might happen.
I did. And I know I physically could have now. But I never once thought about leaving. I thought about killing myself, but I didn't think about leaving.
How do you ever get over that?
You don't. I have PTSD.
I'm not at all surprised.
Ron Goodwin, aghast at what he was hearing, believed he'd been told of crimes that could see Daniel Perez, a.k.a. Lou Castro, already in prison, behind bars for a very long time.
He's a sexual predator who is willing to do anything to get his way and do what he wants to do, live a life like he wants to live. He will stop at nothing, including, murder and rape, and he didn't stop at anything to get what he wanted.
After the investigators presented all their evidence to the DA, they waited until Castro had completed his 2-year federal prison sentence. Then they immediately rearrested him, and he ended up being charged with 28 counts: first-degree murder, child exploitation, as well as multiple counts of sexual crimes and fraud. Kansas versus Daniel Perez was heading to the court. As witnesses filed into the courtroom, the investigators wondered if their star witness, Emily, perhaps still so vulnerable, would hold up when she saw the man she knew as Lou Castro sitting before her.
How much guts, how much courage did this young woman have?
I can't imagine what it took for her to get to that point.
And now she's going to take him on.
Yes.
Coming up, despite all the evidence, at least one part of this case may not be a slam dunk. When Dateline continues.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
At Sedgwick County District Court in Wichita, Kansas,
you must determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty.
Daniel Perez, a.k.a. Lou Castro, went on trial. He was charged with the first-degree murder of Trish Hughes, with sexual crimes, including child exploitation and fraud. Eventually, 28 counts in all. There were no charges in any of the other mysterious deaths. Emily and Sarah would both testify, though at the time not yet wanting to make public their identities, and they would face down the accused who'd controlled them both for so many years.
I can't imagine how antsy you must have been walking into that courtroom.
Right.
Because the case really depends on you.
Right. All I could think about was, how are they going to believe me? You know, this is such a crazy story. What if they don't believe me?
The state, Mr. Bennett and I will ask you to hold him responsible and find him guilty.
District Attorney Mark Bennett and then Assistant DA Kim Parker prosecuted this sprawling case.
Were you worried about even explaining this thing to a jury about what it was all about?
Sure. We had facts from across several states, facts that involved a multitude of victims and witnesses.
This was like an IMAX movie, and you went with that epic version of the Daniel Perez story. Why did you do that?
You can't understand it otherwise. If you can't tell the whole story, the jury would be lost.
The prosecution had won a key ruling before trial when Judge Joseph Brubieska allowed evidence from beyond Kansas to be entered. So criminal accusations that Goodwin, Snyder, and Sullivan had uncovered from Texas through the Midwest would be heard by the jury.
An individual by the name of Patricia Hughes had died.
On the big one, the murder charge, the DAs alleged that even though Trish Hughes might have been a willing participant in her own death, it was nonetheless Perez who held her head underwater.
Now, the primary distinction between homicide and suicide is that suicide is at your own hand, and literally in this case, homicide, the hand of another. His hand was necessary to complete this act.
There was circumstantial evidence presented to prove the charge and the star testimony of only one witness, Emily, 11 years old at the time of Trish's death.
Was this the weakest part of the case, the one you really had to work the most on?
This was the only count that had the testimony of one individual. So yes, it was the most difficult to prove.
I kept thinking, nobody is going to really think that it's as bad as it was. No one's going to think that he should serve life in prison.
Beyond Emily's account, the prosecution put on an expert witness to testify to the small bruises seen on the top of Trish's head, consistent with finger pressure, he said. Likewise, the broken hair clip found on the pool bottom got there not because Trish stumbled, but because someone pressed on the top of her head as she was held underwater. Moving on, the next big charge, the exploitation of a child, carried a life sentence. This was the incident in which Sarah accused Perez of forcing her to videotape a young girl as she got undressed.
How did it feel to see him in court, right there?
It was terrifying. I always felt like he was going to jump across the table and get me.
Even then?
Mm-hmm.
The DAs allege Perez had ordered Sarah to take videos of the child at least twice.
We found all this video on the computers in Tennessee.
Among the other sex crime charges, Sarah and Emily and one other witness testified about the same sexual assault that took place one evening.
All three independently described that this event happened, so right off the bat that was important.
It was surreal and terrifying to sit before 12 people that I didn't know and tell them all of these terrible things in terribly graphic detail that had happened when I was 10.
And there were more witnesses, another 4 young women from 3 states, alleged victims unaware of one another, agreeing that Lou Castro claimed malevolent angels were controlling him as he assaulted them sexually.
So the MO of attacking his victims was similar. Didn't know each other, of course.
Thousands of miles apart.
And their story is essentially the same.
But it was the fraud charges that revealed the big picture of what Daniel Perez and Angel's Landing were ultimately all about. You didn't have to go very far down the paper trail before you realized that Perez signed nothing. The car loans, the mortgage applications, all filled out by his followers. The prosecutor said he manipulated the family members into using their own names to buy all that real estate and the lavish toys. And it got worse. It turned out that Trish, Mona, and Lindsay, who died in the plane crash, Brian Hughes, the mechanic who was killed under a collapsed vehicle, and Emily and Sarah's mother, who died in a car crash, all had 2 things in common. Daniel Perez had predicted each of their deaths, and each had juicy life insurance policies. Payouts totaling $4.2 million were made to commune members Perez controlled.
And it seemed whenever the coffers were running low, someone would die. and there would be a big insurance payoff. Was it that bold-faced a pattern, Mark?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, get down into the less than $10,000 in the accounts, sometimes less than $5,000, and then that's around the time somebody was going to die.
And with that explanation, the DA summed up their case against 55-year-old Daniel Perez.
It's a story of domination, control, and manipulation of the most vulnerable. It spans 15 years, multiple victims, multiple deaths, multiple life insurance policies, and he moves through several states so that he can satisfy his own sexual appetite.
Thank you. Call Daniel Perez.
Daniel Perez was about to take the stand and tell the court that it had all been a big misunderstanding. Next, you'll hear him speak directly to us.
Coming up.
Mr. President, I've heard you described as cult leader, child rapist. Who are you?
When Dateline continues.
This is what a country at war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3.
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the handlers with everything.
All right, it just did too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference.
I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're gonna have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Today's Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For years, he had traveled through Texas and the Midwest, going by the name Lou Castro. In Tennessee, he was Joe Venegas.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and
Now,
nothing but
as he faced charges of first-degree murder, child exploitation, sex crimes, and fraud, He took the stand in his own defense, this time in his real name.
Daniel Perez.
Perez told the court that everything about his story had been invented by the prosecution. There were no angels, no demons, no sexual crimes, no insurance fraud, and certainly no murder. Perez sat down with Dateline, and we went over the points of his defense.
I have heard you described as cult leader, child rapist, someone that's very good to have off the streets. Who are you?
I'm no one in particular. I'm just me.
Do you think you can see into the future? Are you a prophet, a seer?
No, sir.
Why are you telling people you can?
I never told them anything.
Who are your angel alter egos? Are they still around? The good angel, the mean angel, the angel of death?
There's no such thing. There weren't alter egos. If I was having sex with somebody, I don't want anybody else calling me by my name. So you can call me anything you want to call me, just don't call me Lou. And that's what they chose, and that's what they did.
Explaining his wealth, he says after being charged with sex crimes in the mid-90s, he left Texas not because he was fleeing the authorities, but because he was on an illicit job, something he never revealed to investigators or in court.
I was just a mule. I was just moving money. That's it. I delivered money, and I got paid for it.
Is this illegal money?
Yes, sir.
You still got the money?
Yes, sir.
What are you worth? What do you think?
I don't know.
$500,000?
Probably close to.
As for the alleged murder of Trish Hughes in the swimming pool, did he sit Emily and Trish down at a table and predict Trish's death?
Did you tell her her time had come? Did you tell little Emily that Trish's time had come?
No, no.
And have that little girl set up an alibi for you to be out at the car dealership?
No, sir.
So you're saying they made up all that stuff about Trisha in the pool?
No, I was not there. I was at Davis Moore Chevrolet.
Well, there's no question you were at the car dealership later on. Key question, it wasn't your hand on Trisha Hughes' head pushing her beneath the water, killing her.
Nobody killed Patricia Hughes.
Here's the thing, when investigators look at you, and what they're telling is the court, that bad things happen to people that know you, but there's a big infusion of insurance money in. Let's go back to the plane incident. Did you rig that plane to crash and kill those 3 people?
No, sir.
Years go by, and then it's Trisha's time in the pool. A few more years go by, and it's Brian, the husband, trapped underneath the car.
Yes, he passed away in South Dakota.
Passed away. Did you have anything to do with the death of Brian Hughes?
No, sir.
Did you play mind games with Jennifer to make her drive into that truck?
No, sir. I had nothing to do with anyone's death.
What about the instructions he allegedly gave Sarah with the video camera?
You didn't order somebody to take these obscene naked pictures of this little girl?
No. They found the pictures and the videos on her computer, not mine. Has anyone considered the fact that she is the one that was doing it?
Are you a pedophile?
No,
Do you
sir.
have an appetite for little girls?
No, sir.
So raping the 11-year-old never happened?
No.
That's the allegation.
It is, but I'm not.
That the thing that you get up for in the morning is to drive your flashy cars around and look forward to raping a young girl. That's what you're about.
Well, that's the picture that's come together, but that's not reality.
Sarah says that you raped her hundreds of times.
No.
Hundreds.
No.
That's what she testifies to in court.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
That makes you a monster.
Yes, it would. It would make anyone a monster. But
So what are you saying, you didn't do it?
No. No. They were of age, and they were of willing and consent. We were just having fun.
The stories that come out from these people that used to be in your family is that you were manipulating them, you were going to go kill their father. They felt absolutely terrorized by you.
And one of them was dating a police officer. We have police officers, law enforcement, that hang out at the ranch for at least 8 years. It's not logical. I mean, how are you going to sit there and be raping an individual, and that individual's not going to run to a police officer that's standing right there and go say, hey, listen, this is taking place? You know?
The prosecution is going to put together a story that you are a very unlucky guy with all of these people around you dying every few years and a lot of money coming into the family. How do you explain that kind of pattern, that circumstantial pattern they say is your criminal enterprise?
I mean, I can't explain. I can't explain it.
Were you a cult leader?
No, there was no commune, there was no cult.
And that's in essence what Daniel Perez told the jury. The state had it all wrong, top to bottom. The jury got the case and retired to deliberate. In about 3 hours, it was back with a verdict. Judge Joseph Bribiesca read it to the court.
Count 1, guilty of murder in the first degree.
Daniel Perez was found guilty on all 28 counts. And the following month, in March of 2015, he was sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences for the first-degree murder of Trish Hughes and for the exploitation of a child.
The evidence conclusively showed that Mr. Perez used people as mere objects.
He received another 33 years for the other charges. The 55-year-old won't be eligible for parole for more than 80 years. Those who feel the pain of loss speculate Perez might have been involved in the other deaths, like the car crash in which Emily and Sarah's mom died.
Do you think there's more to it than a simple road accident, Sarah?
Probably.
Or that plane crash in which Cody's mom and sister were lost. Perez was a plane mechanic in the Navy.
He did it. Some way, somehow, he found a way to alter the aircraft.
You believe?
In my heart, I do.
You don't have any evidence to say that.
I can't prove anything.
His heart goes out to Emily and Sarah.
I lost my mom and sister, but those girls lost. I can't even imagine.
So, who is Daniel Perez?
Well, he used so many different stories that it's kind of hard to piece them together.
He's just a guy from South Texas.
Right.
Telling stories.
Right.
For what reason?
He liked it. He realized that if he could find a way to generate capital without having to work, he could have access to whatever sorts of things his heart desired. Things including me and my sister.
In the end, it was tenacity and old-fashioned doggedness that took Perez down.
Do you have an attaboy for Detective Goodwin? Outside your fence all those years looking, trying to figure it out?
Yeah, I would not have my life back if it wasn't for Detective Goodwin and Detective Snyder and Supervisory Special Agent Sullivan and Mr. Bennett and Ms. Parker. It's the DAs. It is amazing what they have given me.
The last time we sat down with Sarah and Emily, they were trying to move on, but still reflecting on the shocking abuse.
And your mother knew nothing about all of this? Do you think?
Now, looking back, she had to have known.
You'd think.
But she must have lost her mind. There's no way that my mom would allow that to happen to her children.
The sisters are now closer than ever, and closer to their dad, too, who was anguished when he heard his daughter's stories for the first time.
There are many, many times that my dad could have given up on me, and he never gave up on me. He cried, and he wanted to know why I never told him.
Because in your mind, you were protecting him.
Mm-hmm.
You were keeping him from the demon.
Sarah is now married to Daniel and still lives in Wichita. Emily got married too. Both sisters want to help others through their story.
I think that there are people out there experiencing similar things that I did, being manipulated and being abused, who are scared to leave.
Those people might not have a good one ultimately looking out for them and riding up with a white hat and the posse.
But there are white hats out there. There are. There are a lot of people who care. Maybe I can help somebody, or at least I want to. I think some sort of lightness has to come out from all of his darkness.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
A very good morning to you. Watching Sky News at 10 o'clock. We're going to be live outside the Royal Courts of Justice in just a moment with Sam Washington with the build-up to that key decision relating to Prince Harry. But we start with a bit of breaking news this morning on the British teenager Alex Batty, who's been found in France 6 years after he went missing. In the last few minutes, Greater Manchester Police have been giving an update on plans for him to return home to his family and their investigation into what happened.
I'm Assistant Chief Constable Chris Sykes of Greater Manchester Police. I think I speak on behalf of the whole of Greater Manchester Police when I say we are relieved and overjoyed to receive the news from the French authorities that they believe Alex Batty has been found safe and well. It's been 6 years since his disappearance. This is a huge moment for Alex, for his family and for the community in Oldham. Alex went missing whilst on holiday in 2017 when he was just 11 years old. On Wednesday, a member of public reported a potential sighting in the Toulouse area of France. The young man identified as Alex and was taken to a French police station. The young man and Alex's grandmother spoke on a video call last night, and whilst she is content that this is indeed Alex, we obviously have further checks to do when he returns to the United Kingdom. Our main priority now is to see Alex returned home to his family in the UK, and our investigation team are working around the clock with partner agencies and the French authorities to ensure they are all fully supported. Alex and his family remain our focus, and we still have some work to do in establishing the full circumstances surrounding his disappearance and where he has been in all those years. I can only imagine the emotions they have experienced as a family throughout this ordeal. I would ask that they be granted privacy as they come to terms with what's happened and they try to find a way to move together as a family with their lives going forward. Thank you.
Great. Are you all done with your live? Yeah. Okay, so we'll take a couple of questions now. As I've said a couple of times, we've really put pretty much everything we know at this stage in the statement, and so the closer your questions are to that, the better. If you ask other questions, if Mr. Sykes can't answer them, he will do, but if he can't, we'll just have to get back to you when we know the answer, which will likely be when Alex is back in the country and when officers have had a chance to speak to him and have the full debrief with the French authorities. So if you want to let me know who wants to ask questions, and then I'll come to you one by one. Go ahead.
Rowan Bridge from BBC News. Can you give us any sort of timeline about Alex's return to the UK and his family?
We're working hard with the French authorities to bring Alex back as soon as possible. He's getting well cared for by the French authorities at the moment. They're in Toulouse. We're in close liaison with them and the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, and our priority is to get him back to the UK and get him back to his family in Oldham as soon as possible.
But do you know what that looks like in terms of timeline?
I expect it to happen over the next few days.
Go ahead.
Rachel Allison, ITV News. Is there any detail of where he's been, please?
I've seen some of the media reports of where he may have been. That is at the heart of the investigation that we carried out. Clearly, we need to speak to Alex. We need to speak to Alex when it's right to speak to Alex to establish the full facts.
So you have no detail of where?
We have no detail of where he's been. There's lots of speculation. We want to speak to Alex.
Okay.
How is the search for his mum and granddad going?
So as part of the investigation, we have a dedicated team working with the French authorities. Clear at the moment the priority is speaking to Alex and think about Alex's safeguarding, Alex's well-being and supporting his family here in Oldham. But obviously his mother is part of that conversation and investigation.
You said, Sedgwick, obviously, you said that Alex and his grandmother have spoken. Can I ask how they both are?
Well, from what I've seen from the officers that have spoken to the grandmother, she has a whole host of emotions and feelings, as you could imagine. Alex is getting looked after by the French authorities. They are safeguarding him there and looking after him really well.
You wanted to ask the question? I've not got your name, I'm so sorry.
It's more or less the same thing.
Okay.
What sort of state he's in at the moment?
Imogen?
Oh, sorry, mine was the same question. How Alex is and how his demeanour is.
So Alex has been looked after by the French authorities. They've been looking after him really, really well. We've been in close liaison with them. And obviously our real concern is how we bring Alex back to the UK in a safe way and make sure we look after his well-being. The family here in Oldham, we're in close liaison with those. They're obviously massively relieved, and a whole host of emotions are going through their mind at the moment as they come to terms with this good news.
The breaking news there that Alex Batty, who's been missing for 6 years, will return to the UK in the next few days. Well worth checking the Sky News website. A lot on there on this story, including an interview with the man who helped him reach a police station in France yesterday. I'm now going to hand over to Sam Washington for all of the build-up to that key legal decision outside the Royal Courts of Justice for us.
Yes, a very good morning to all of you from here, the Royal Courts of Justice in central London. And it'll be today at around 10:30 this morning where we think that the Duke of Sussex will find out whether his legal action against the Mirror Group newspapers will have been successful. The judgment will be delivered behind closed doors there behind me. It is a case, of course, it is the first against a newspaper group to go to trial, which has attracted not just national media, but international media as well. You've probably got a sense of how busy it is here behind me with the different television crews all gathering. Also, helicopter sound of the blades whirring overhead there. Just a reminder, Prince Harry became the first senior British royal for 130 years to appear as a witness in court. 1891 was the last time a royal appeared in court. He was here for a case that lasted about 6 or 7 weeks giving evidence. He faced 8 hours of questioning over 2 days in the witness box in a case which, as I was saying, drew the attention of not just national but international media. Well, joining me here this morning and indeed throughout the day, our royal correspondent Laura Bundock. Good morning to you, Laura. Before we get into the case itself, are we likely to see Prince Harry today?
I don't think so, but I am pretty certain he will be watching, regardless of the time difference, on that video link from his home in California, because this case means a huge amount to him. Let's not forget, this is all about him and his crusade, as some have called it, taking on the British tabloid press. The trial itself just 7 weeks long, the deliberations 7 months long, and today, very soon, one single judgment. This is such a personal moment for Prince Harry. He is trying and is set out to try and prove that Mirror Group newspapers used illegal means to source their stories about him. He believes that it was widespread, that it was habitual, that everything they did caused him grief, that it caused deep suffering, deep distress, caused his relationships to suffer, caused mistrust, particularly with his brother, Prince William. Mirror Group strongly deny all his claims. They always have maintained he doesn't have a single item of evidence. And as my report now explains, in a moment's time, we're going to find out who the judge believes.
Harry versus the headlines, and a case that put the tabloids on trial, testing how far they went to score their stories. 7 weeks at the High Court, but this was a showdown years in the making. A historic trial, and one that's deeply personal.
Harry is the first royal in 130 years to be in a witness box, so it's completely extraordinary. And I think Harry was really using this as an ability, a moment to really sort of pour his heart out about what's been going on and how he feels about this press intrusion which has dogged him for his whole life.
Harry's case centred on 33 articles, all published by Mirror Group papers, and all, he claimed, the product of phone hacking or blagging, obtaining information by deception. He said nothing in his life was sacrosanct, and these stories collectively caused paranoia and depression. The Mirror has previously admitted phone hacking, but said in Harry's claims there was no evidence. One former tabloid editor says this is judgment time for the Prince and the press.
In a strange way, there are going to be no winners, whatever the outcome of this case is. But Harry, because he sees this as in his mind as a crusade he's on, he's not bothered about how much money he might win or he might lose. It is having his day or his days in court.
By bringing a privacy case, Harry has publicly aired difficult and personal moments. But unlike others who've settled claims, Harry has the money and motivation to see this through. Royal relationships with the press are complicated. Prince William secretly settled a case with the publishers of The Sun for a large sum of money.
Harry, though, never wanted to settle. But what's fascinating about his case is the timing. On the one hand, battling at the High Court over breaches of his privacy, while on the other, releasing a tell-all memoir, a Netflix series and numerous interviews, all revealing intimate details about him and his family.
Are you harming your family, Harry?
If taking on the tabloids was his life's work, Chapter 1 is almost over, as today we learn whether Harry's won his first battle with Fleet Street.
We've just seen the arrival of Harry's barrister, David Sherborne Casey. Doesn't look like Prince Harry is going to be here, Laura, this morning. The judge has had a lot to consider, hasn't he, before we get this summary statement shortly. It's not going to be a black and white judgment by all expectation, is it? It's going to be quite complicated. What are some of the things that we're looking for?
Yeah, I mean, it could run into 150 pages or so. The hearing itself won't take very long, but the judge has to look at 5 major things. There is what's called this generic case. It's a broad case where he will have to answer questions about whether or not he believes there was widespread habitual phone hacking and blagging, obtaining information illegally going on, whether or not private investigators were being used, whether they were acting illegally. And then this is the big question, I think, for a lot of the claimants. Who knew about this? Did senior executives, including the likes of Piers Morgan, know what was going on? Did they encourage it? And did they try to conceal this behaviour? Now, they have always denied it. Piers Morgan strongly denying it. But this is one of the key points here. There are lots of articles to be gone through as well. Prince Harry has a sample of 33 articles involved in this case. The other claimants have a few as well. And don't forget, it's not just the 4 involved in this case. There are 80 other claimants involved in the action itself. So should this judgment decide that there is at least a partial win for Harry and the others, then it could easily open the gates for more claims to come forward and put some really difficult questions on the doorsteps of those senior executives.
That'd certainly be an interesting statement to pore over. It's going to be a complex one as well. And just a reminder of some of the detail that got us to this point here. As Laura was saying, Prince Harry's case was one of 4 test cases that was heard by the High Court earlier this year. You might remember it was over the summer, just before the coronation of King Charles. Well, the Duke of Sussex says that Mirror Group journalists used unlawful methods. He says including hacking and blagging to gather information about him. Well, Michael Lavelle, who plays Kevin Webster, you might know him from Coronation Street, he told the High Court that stories printed about him had made him extremely paranoid as he wondered where the paper had got the information from. And one of the other test cases, the former Coronation Street actress Nikki Sanderson, said that she thought it was friends, colleagues and members of the public that had been selling stories about her. Well, in court, MGN apologized for paying private investigators to get information about her, but it says that her claim relating to more than 30 articles has been brought too late. Well, Fiona Whiteman, she's another of the chosen test cases. She's the ex-wife of the comedian Paul Whitehouse. Well, she says that she suffered press intrusion while she was being treated for ovarian cancer. Well, MGN has admitted paying a blagger, as it's known in the trade, to try to get her medical records, but it says that her case has also been brought too late. Well, the High Court is due to rule on Prince Harry's privacy case against Mirror Group newspapers. Prince Harry claims that 147 stories were published by the gaining of information unlawfully. That is what the judge is going to make his summary judgment today, and that is what we are going to be looking for, not just the case of Prince Harry, but also of the other 3 test cases which were heard during the trial throughout the summer. Well, joining me now is the media lawyer Jonathan Code, and also joining us with Laura Bundock, our royal correspondent, who's News with us throughout the morning. Morning to you, Jonathan. Just step back for the benefit of our viewers. This is one of several trials. We've been hearing about each stage. What is the significance of today?
I don't think it can be understated, really. I don't think it can be overstated, I should say. I mean, this is just, let's, as you say, step back. This is the second son of the King of England. The allegation that he's making is not that it's just been once or twice, but unlawful interception of information has gone on serially on the part of this newspaper. And he's also alleging not just that newspaper is a body, but the allegation go right to the top. I reread the skeleton argument on the way here. Allegations are made against the senior management, against Piers Morgan, against someone who's not very well known, but is an important figure, the in-house lawyer at the time, Marcus Partington, who I fought many times at the time. So this is an allegation of institutional criminality against the Reach Group, one of our biggest newspapers, and this has been fiercely denied. So if a judge finds in Harry's favour today, then a number of things flow, in particular that there's been a collective denial, which isn't true on the part of the group, but also there is the risk of criminal proceedings because a civil finding of wrongdoing has been found. It's not the same as a beyond reasonable doubt. But the police are then going to have to think, well, do we have to prosecute people?
And just, it's important to understand as well that Prince Harry is one of 4 test cases who was selected out of more than 100 potential claimants. So what then flows from a judgment in favour of any of those claimants with regard to the other 100?
Well, forgive me, once this isn't quite a test case, you're quite right that the judge picked 4. Now, there's a long queue. It's like a sort of queue of trains trying to get into the station being the court and a trial. Now, the court has finite resources, so what the judge did is he did his best to pick out 4 in particular he didn't think were ever going to settle. Now, Prince Harry has made it clear he's not going to settle this case, so the judge said, well, if Prince Harry's case isn't going to settle, we may as well have a trial. Now, in one sense, it's hugely important, but of course for the other 3, it's no less important for them because of the huge impact that this activity has had on their lives.
Yeah, and as you were saying there, the reason that it's actually got to this trial is because there were some people like Prince Harry, Laura, who didn't want to settle. For him, it was a matter of principle.
Yeah, he was never going to settle. I think this is not about the money. This is about having everything we heard during the trial aired in public. He wanted this moment. He believes that great injustice has been carried out. He went further in that witness statement he gave, talking about the need to reform the British media. He felt that it had gone down the wrong path, that it was his almost right, if you want, to set things right. But it is a huge moment for him. And don't forget, this is one of his 3 actions he has against tabloid newspaper groups. So what happens today could have huge ramifications for the other 2 cases that are still outstanding, that are still going through the process. This one against Mirror Group has gone as far as trial. The other 2 haven't yet. But I think what happens here will have an impact on those others, without a doubt.
Could I just jump in on that point? Because I know them. I can tell Laura that she's right, because it's the senior lawyer at the Mail and the senior lawyer at the Sun were both attending the Harry trial. So both other newspaper groups are looking very carefully to see how this is going.
And the case, indeed all of the cases, have become synonymous with phone hacking. But this is a much broader issue than that, isn't it? It's about unlawful obtaining of information.
You're absolutely right. And in the trade, it's called UIG, unlawful information gathering. And there are all sorts of ways that it's alleged that this has been done. Blagging, various ways of obtaining documents that through lies or whatever. We live in supposedly in a protective circle of privacy. Now, quite how big that circle is and when it should be penetrated is difficult. But essentially what Prince Harry is saying is that I enjoyed a circle of privacy, and that was constantly and illegally invaded by the Mirror in all sorts of different ways.
All right. Well, we are waiting for Lord Justice Fancourt's judgment, which will be delivered this morning. In the meantime, let's take a look at what led up to this moment. The publisher of the Daily Mirror, the Sunday Mirror and Sunday People, was taken to court, as we've been hearing, by Prince Harry and a host of other celebrities who accused them of widespread unlawful activities between 1991 and 2011. Journalists and private investigators at the publisher are alleged to have hacked phones and obtained private details by deception, and that senior editors and executives were aware and approved of the action. MGN is contesting the claims, saying the accusations are not supported by evidence. It also argues some of the cases were simply brought too late. Prince Harry claims that he was targeted by MGN for 15 years and is seeking damages of around £440,000. The case saw him become the first British royal in 130 years to give evidence in court. The Duke of Sussex faced 8 hours of questioning over 2 days in his landmark court appearance. You are watching Sky News. We are here live at the High Court. We'll be bringing you that judgment as it's delivered here at the Royal Courts of Justice. Do stay with us.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list. That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet.
3, 2, 1. Make today your home for the holidays.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
You do have points or you have miles. Is now a good time to use them?
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
A very good morning and welcome back to the Royal Courts of Justice here in central London, where today, this morning, the Duke of Sussex will find out whether his legal action against Mirror Group newspapers has been successful. We're awaiting Mr. Justice Fancourt's judgment any moment. Joining me, though, to talk us through what we can expect this morning and what it means, indeed, for the Duke of Sussex, our royal correspondent Laura Bundock and also the media lawyer Jonathan Code. And hello again to you too. Laura, we saw Prince Harry's barrister arrive, David Sherborne. We don't expect that we're going to be seeing him today. What is the importance of what we're going to hear this morning to the Duke of Sussex?
It's hugely important, and without a doubt, he will be watching this from his home in California via the video link. We've often heard, haven't we, he's spoken about how tackling the British tabloid press and the methods they use to source their stories was going to be his life's work. He has made it a mission to try and hold them to account, to expose what he believes is the illegal behaviour, the illegal practices they were using to get those stories. A lot of the evidence is circumstantial. Mirror Group is saying there wasn't a single item of evidence you have. Harry says, well, we know that you've admitted phone hacking in the past, so it therefore follows that someone like me, a high-profile person, would surely have had that done to them. He said there is no other way that you could have produced these stories about me without using information that had been blagged, that had been obtained illegally, phone hacking and the likes. So it is a circumstantial case, but remember the bar is slightly lower because this is not a criminal case, it's a civil case. So it has to be on the balance of probabilities that the judge will make this determination. But it's taken him 7 months. The judge knows that what happens here is a huge moment for all phone hacking cases, and phone hacking has become a shorthand for all this kind of illegal behaviour. But it will be a big moment. It is a significant ruling. Harry won't be here in person, none of the other claimants here too, but it is a very, very significant day and will have big impacts, I think, on the other cases he is bringing today.
Yeah, well, let's bring you in on that, Jonathan. Other than it being the first of these to actually go to trial, the broader significance legally really speaks to matters of privacy, doesn't it? Fundamental human rights.
Well, it is. It does, but I think Laura's hit it on the nail. When the bigger issue, I think, is how the press is regulated. At the end of the Leveson inquiry, the only thing that really mattered was what was going to replace the Press Complaints Commission. Now, Harry is saying that at the moment the press essentially is a wild animal. Tony Blair called it feral, which I think would be also a word that Prince Harry would use. Now, if with this judgment and a series of other judgments, it's clear that the criminal activity of the newspapers is far wider than expected, but also, quite importantly, that they're still denying it, which is also an important issue, then it goes back to the question of would it be better if our press was not regulated entirely by themselves, but by something like Ofcom? Now, the press would rather be, taken away in chains and burnt alive than to be regulated by anything that looks remotely like Ofcom. But time and time again, despite their supposedly being regulated, this is what they get up to. And this will then, if Harry wins, will be yet another point of evidence that the regulatory system which we have in this country for the press doesn't work.
Yeah, big potential ramifications. And just to simplify it for the benefit of our viewers, Jonathan, what are we looking for in the judgment? Because it's not going to be a black and white, is it?
Well, it will be black and white in one sense, in that there will be a winner and a loser. But you're quite right in the sense that Harry could win, like in a football analogy, he could win, 7-0 or 1-0. Because there's been a whole series of allegations made of particular incidents and particular articles that have been generated by incidents. And the poor judge is going to have to try and pick his way through this and say, well, I'm with Harry on that, but I'm with the Mirror on that. And then there's the other free radical, which is the issue of limitation. Which ones have effectively been so late sued on that they can't be adjudicated by a judge because they're time barred. So there are these flying issues. So Mr. Justice Fancourt will have done his best. The other thing, the poor man will know not only that everyone and his dog will read his judgment, more particularly, he's likely to end up in the Court of Appeal or possibly in the Supreme Court. So he'll be particularly careful. So he's going to try and pick his way through this and do the best he can. And as Laura rightly said, a lot of it's circumstantial evidence. And that makes his job even more difficult because he's going to have to try and draw conclusions. There aren't the smoking gun, which ideally a claimant wants. And the newspapers say, well, there is only circumstantial evidence, but the court can still find that on balance of probabilities, rightly as Laura says, on balance, this activity took place.
OK, all right, thank you very much indeed. I know that you're staying with me throughout the morning while we await that judgment for Mr. Justice Fancourt. In the meantime, I'm joined now by the journalist and media commentator Nigel Pawley. Very good morning to you, Nigel. This couldn't be a bigger moment, could it, for Mirror Group newspapers?
Yeah, but I disagree with, I think it was Jonathan. He's a lawyer. There are winners in this. The winners over the last 20 years have been lawyers who have made millions from these cases. Now, the rights and wrongs of this are, we will find out whether Prince Harry, with circumstantial evidence, wins this case. There isn't a journalist in Fleet Street who didn't know that there was some sort of hacking. Let's be honest about it. But I must defend my profession a little bit. These cases are 20 years ago. Things have moved on. The problem was mobile phones were very new when this came out, and people, I think it was made illegal a couple of years before these cases came up. So it was a different world. A lot of the people who were working there no longer work in Fleet Street. Newspapers have changed. They're now clickbait. They now just try and chase headlines on Twitter or X. The days of having teams following Prince Harry and the royals around are very, very different. But they're still paying the price. And the Mirror Group could be in serious trouble here. They've already spent 150 million defending these cases. And if they lose today, they're making a few hundred people redundant just before Christmas, and newspapers across the country. The newspaper world is dying on its feet, sadly, the profession and the industry.
Yeah.
And this could become the death knell, actually, for that.
We understand, Nigel, that the judge's summary is being delivered as we speak. We'll bring you that as soon as we can. You were saying there that, you know, mobile phones were new, the technology was new, but this is broader than that, though, isn't it, Nigel?
Yeah,
this is about unlawful information gathering, and there are many different tactics used, not just phone hacking.
Yeah, private investigators. I mean, private investigators, again, are used by lawyers in court cases. Let's not make out that they're the sort of paragons of virtue. They use these. I know that. I know some of the private investigators they have used. Newspapers used them rather lazily originally to get addresses when they were in a hurry. When newspapers actually sent reporters to addresses, they would use them to find that out. Unfortunately, or allegedly, some newspapers went further than that and used them, whether they asked them to do it or whether the private investigators did it and provided with a package. That's something the judge will decide. But yes, private investigators and the dark arts, they used to call it, bin dipping, trying to get medical... I don't know any journalist who's ever dressed as a doctor, by the way, and I've been a journalist for many, many years, 40 years, but allegedly people used to go around hospitals and pose as doctors and things. Things have changed. If people did wrong, they need to be held to account. That's the basic argument, isn't it? Whoever they are, whether they're now a famous television presenter, whether they're an editor of a newspaper, or whether they were a lowly hack. And ironically, most of the people...
Yeah, I was just going to say, do you think the senior executives and board members have been held to account as they should have been?
I don't, because what I recall, and a lot of people I know were arrested 10, 15 years ago from different newspapers. Most of them actually were cleared, but these are on payments and various things to people. I always felt it was wrong because they were signed off by executives, and at the end of the day, if I took a check from the newspaper I worked at to someone, I was handing it over. It wasn't my money. It was signed off by an editor, an executive editor, a news editor. Those people, funnily enough, I don't recall any of them being held to account. I think one or two were in the dock. But if you're running a newspaper and illegal activities are going on, if you don't know about it, then you're not in charge of the newspaper. And if you do know about it, it's wrong. So you're either a very bad editor or you're an editor who hides things up. That's the simple answer to it. Editors know everything. Editors are very hands-on. They should be, anyway.
Nigel Pawley, thank you very much for speaking to us this morning on Sky News. Apologies if I was interrupting you there. I can't hear you very well. We've got the sounds of the helicopter above us there. We still have our royal correspondent, Laura Bundock, and media lawyer, Jonathan Code, here with me now. We understand, Laura, that the judge has started delivering his statement now. We don't yet know what is in it, but just remind us again the significance for Prince Harry. He is awaiting judgment on 30 33 articles, isn't it, that he says were published based on the unlawful gathering of his information.
That's right. 33 is a sample of a bigger pot of articles, but these articles range from articles about his late mother, articles about his ex-girlfriend Chelsea Davy, articles about injuries he sustained while at school, all of which he said caused him harm, caused him grievance, caused him distress. He said it caused and led to him feeling depressed, feeling paranoid, feeling like he couldn't trust anyone around him. He had no idea how these stories were ending up in the newspapers. And he is setting out now to prove that he believes and that Mirror Group newspapers were employing private investigators to act illegally, that they were hacking into his phone, his voicemails were being intercepted, that they were blagging, trying to get hold of his private information, his medical records, credit card, all this kind of thing he says was going on, that it was habitual, that it was widespread. And in Court 30 behind us, a different court to where the trial took place, Mr. Justice Fancourt is reading his judgment, his summary judgment. He has had to pick through all the evidence that we have heard, and he has had to make big decisions about whether or not he believes Harry or whether or not he believes Mirror Group.
Yeah, and it's taken him months, hasn't it, to get to this point. And as you were saying to me earlier, Jonathan, Mr. Justice Fancourt knows that the details of this judgment are going to be pored over meticulously. Prince Harry waiting for judgment on 33 articles. What would success for Prince Harry, do you think, look like in legal terms?
Well, he can win or lose on any particular one of the articles. The problem the Mirror has, in one sense, Harry wins if he wins for one. Of course, the way it'll be presented, I fear, in the press, who tend to look after their own, is if Harry only wins one, I suspect there'll be lots of jumping down and whooping, well, it was only one, and it was all a waste of court's time and everything else like that. But I don't think Prince Harry will see it that way, because, as we discussed earlier, this is a man on a mission. If the main problem, if he's only recorded a win on one or two, is probably going to be on the issue of cost, because then there'll be an almighty argument between both sides as if he's partially won, well, how much of his costs should we get? So that is going to be something which arguments get quite heated about the costs quite often, and perhaps less so with Harry, but with others, that, you know, this may be a big financial issue for him. I think there's one other thing to say. Almost certainly Harry himself knows, because what normally happens is that the legal teams on both sides will get a copy of the judgment perhaps 3 or 4 days before. So my guess is that Harry has been told which way that the case has gone. He'll want to see it read out in court. My guess is that he found out perhaps middle of the week. The judgment is sent out with the judge to fact check and, you know, for typos and all that kind of thing. So most times both sides will know before the judge actually sits down and reads it which way he's decided.
And what are the ramifications for the other claimants who were not called on to give evidence in that 7-week trial in the summer, should this go against the newspapers today?
Well, there's a sort of momentum which builds up. The Mirror has to make important decisions. I mean, the amount of money that this has cost them just in their own legal fees will be astronomical. So every time they go in front of a judge and fight something, the damages will be X, the costs will be Y, and Y will be a lot bigger than X. So if there is a sense on the part of the Mirror Group that time and time again they're going to lose, then they're going to be more likely to settle cases in the future.
All right, Jonathan, thank you very much indeed. Jonathan Code, our royal correspondent, Laura Bundock, with me all morning while we await the judgment from Mr. Justice Fancourt. A reminder that Prince Harry's case was one of 4 test cases that was heard by the High Court earlier this year. The Duke of Sussex says that Mirror Group journalists used unlawful methods, including hacking and blagging, as it's known in the trade, to gather information about him. Michael Lavelle, who plays Kevin Webster in Coronation Street, told the High Court that stories printed about him had made him extremely paranoid, as he wondered where the paper had got the information from. And the former Coronation Street actress, Nikki Sanderson, said that she thought that friends, colleagues and members of the public had been selling stories about her. Well, in court, MGN apologised for paying private investigators to get information, but says that her claim relating to more than 30 articles had been brought too late. And Fiona Whiteman, who is the ex-wife of the comedian Paul Whitehouse, says that she suffered press intrusion while she was being treated for ovarian cancer. MGN has admitted paying a blagger to try to get her medical records, but it says that her case has also been brought too late. Well, let's bring back in Laura Bundock, our royal correspondent. Hello, Laura. People have accused Prince Harry of almost having a personal vendetta against the press, but particularly as well Piers Morgan.
Yes, and Piers Morgan is a name that came up in Harry's witness statement. It is a name we know, a very well-known name, isn't it? But I think Harry has argued that Piers Morgan singled out him and Meghan, that he was bullying them with his language, that he went way further than was acceptable when it came to how he spoke about them. And Harry believes that Piers Morgan is among those who knew what was going on when it came to allegations of phone hacking and blagging. Not only that they were authorising it, and they were at times hiding it. This is something strongly denied by Piers Morgan, but it really is personal. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if, because Piers Morgan's name has come up, because Piers Morgan himself did not appear to give evidence here, he was not a witness, that his name is not mentioned. I'd be surprised if it doesn't get a mention in the judgment. Which way, we don't know, but I'm sure the judge will have something to say about that. And it has this huge implication, doesn't it? Because you have these very, very senior executives, all of whom have been named in this case, who have never come forward and said, we knew this was going on. There's never been they've acknowledged that phone hacking happened, but not that these senior people knew about it. So if that is found to have been the case, and you might have people who under oath have said it didn't take place, well, where does that leave everything? Because that's when we start to look at, well, do the police get involved, for example? But for Harry, this is a very, very personal case.
And Jonathan, in terms of corporate governance, this could be very significant, couldn't it? Because Laura's saying there, the senior executives are saying, well, what the private investigators were doing, or some very junior journalists were doing, we didn't know about. This could change all of that.
Well, I think it could, but I have to say, I think most of us regard that as pretty implausible. I'm put in mind of the wonderful Hugh Grant quotation where he said during the course of the Leveson inquiry, well, when it comes to Rebecca Brooks, there are only two possibilities. Either she knew about what was going on, criminal activity in her newspaper, or she's the worst journalist in the world because she didn't know what was going on in her own newspaper. And I think to some extent, this goes for the senior executives in Mirror. I mean, in practical terms, I find it hard to believe. I've been engaged in the media and dealing with the print press for 30 years. I find it very hard to believe that newspaper executives could be running a title where this kind of serial activity goes on and they don't know what's going on. I really struggle to believe that.
So if liability is pinned on people who have hitherto denied any involvement in it, what is the follow-on from that?
Well, there are a number of possible, quite serious possibilities. One is that the government may go back to the evidence that was given to the Leveson inquiry and say, well, you know, you gave this evidence on oath, now doesn't look like it was entirely true. But the other possibility is if there has been criminal activity on a sort of corporate scale, well, A, the corporation could face charges, and B, senior members, senior personnel of the corporation could face criminal charges. That would be really a can of worms opened up.
OK, apologies for interrupting you there. We are getting some of the headlines coming out from Mr Justice Fancourt's judgment being delivered as we speak, Laura, in which it finds extensive phone hacking by Mirror Group newspapers from 2006 to 2011, even to some extent during the Leveson inquiry into media standards. That is according to the High Court Judge, Mr Justice Fancourt, in the statement that he is delivering now. pretty significant, isn't it?
It certainly is. I mean, the Leveson inquiry was looking exactly at this, and yet while this was taking place, the phone hacking, the blagging was continuing. The judge is having to look at this period which he believes phone hacking and blagging was taking place. He was having to consider how long it was going on for. Was it taking place earlier than that? It was a bit, he's decided, but it was particularly going on and widespread from 1996. So you'll have to look at who those executives were, who those editors were at that time, and draw conclusions as to how much they would have known about it at that point.
And as a broad statement, that will be the sort of thing which the Duke of Sussex will feel vindicates all of his efforts.
Yeah, without a doubt, because he has set out to prove that it was taking place, that if it was as widespread, then why wouldn't he, as the subject of so many column inches at the point, have been targeted by this kind of activity, because they knew that having him in their papers sold stories. So why wouldn't they go to whatever lengths they could to source stories and use, as it seems to be alleged, whatever means they could to get those stories.
And Jonathan, we're also understanding as well, as far as the knowledge of the board is concerned, the only, Mr. Justice Fancourt has said, the only directors who knew before 2011 of phone hacking were Paul Vickers and Sly Bailey. The board as a whole were not informed. Bailey and Vickers didn't tell the board. It was concealed from the board, Parliament, the public and the Leveson inquiry.
Well, that's still pretty senior. I mean, Sly Bailey, you know, is pretty near the top. So, OK, so the board as a whole didn't know, but, you know, someone on the board clearly has. But I want to go back to that overall finding. Based on what Harry has set out to achieve, the first finding that there was this serial phone hacking during this time, even during the Leveson inquiry, I mean, that is mind-boggling. He'll feel that whatever else comes in the judgment, it was well worth the effort. So, you know, it started out, I think, with a big win for Harry.
And in terms of the Mirror Group newspapers, the next stage for them will be an appeal, would you expect?
Well, they may well. I mean, they may feel they have to. It's the Court of Appeal has the jurisdiction to overturn a first instance judge, but this is a very experienced judge. He heard the evidence. He had plenty of opportunity to think about it. My guess is that the Court of Appeal will be reluctant to say, well, you know, despite the fact Mr. Justice Fancourt actually heard Prince Harry, you know, had the opportunities to check the evidence against what he said. This is what the Mirror would now have to do. If they want to appeal, first of all, they have to apply to Mr. Justice Fancourt for permission to appeal. Now, on the whole, judges will normally say no. They'll say, no, if you want permission to appeal, you have to go to the Court of Appeal. So the first stage they would have to do is get permission from the Court of Appeal to appeal. Only if that is granted will they get the appeal. So it's actually not an easy road to get their judgment appealed.
And Laura, I know you've been monitoring further detail of that judgment while I've been speaking to Jonathan there. I don't know whether you can bring us any more detail on it.
So you remember there are 4 claimants involved, Prince Harry the most prominent, but Nikki Sanderson, the actress, and Fiona Whiteman, the ex-wife of Paul Whitehouse, have both had their claims barred. The time has expired. They've run out of time to bring their claims. It was thought that might be the case because there is a set period, and we know that Prince Harry, that Michael Lavelle got their claims in before that period, but the other 2, it was looking less likely. So their claims over the articles written about them will not be heard, that it's expired. But don't forget, they are still part of the generic case, the broader questions the judge will be part of. So in a way, they won't win on those articles, but they could win on the generic case.
And at the moment, we're just getting the top headlines, aren't we, from this? We don't know about the detail in terms of the number of articles that Prince Harry's team had put forward.
Yeah, there were 33 articles in total, and they were selected, regarding Prince Harry, they were selected from a much bigger sample.
Nearly 140.
Yeah, well over that covered a big range, a period of time of his life, big events in his life, all of which he says were either written using information that had been got through phone hacking or blagging private investigators, doing dodgy checks on him, acting illegally. That's what he claims. Mirror Group have always said, no, we didn't do that with you. We've done it on other people, yes, hands up, but not when it came to Prince Harry. You don't have a single piece of evidence when it comes to that, and it is very circumstantial with Harry's claims on these articles. He says it's because they were using burner phones, and they were covering their tracks. It's made it very hard for him to find the evidence. But we will find out very soon, of those 33 articles, whether or not the judge believes Prince Harry that he was hacked into, that he was the victim of blagging as well.
And Jonathan, just stepping back for a moment. The judge finds extensive phone hacking by Mirror Group newspapers over a period 2006 to 2011, even to some extent, and I saw you flinch when I read this out initially, during the Leveson inquiry itself.
It is extraordinary. I mean, the temerity, the hubris of a newspaper during the course of the Leveson inquiry still to carry on the activity which is the subject of the trial, even for me, who's, very old and warty in dealing with the media, that still did make me a sharp intake of breath.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We are understanding that as far as the Duke of Sussex's case goes, proved in part, he managed to prove in part that 15 out of 33 of those articles were the product of phone hacking or other unlawful information gathering. His phone was probably only hacked to a modest extent, carefully controlled. However, it did happen between 2003 and 2009. Now, the Duke of Sussex was criticised, wasn't he, a lot, notably by the newspapers for not producing sufficient evidence to show that his phone was hacked. They claimed it was just an assumption by him. Well, that doesn't appear to have been the judgment of Mr. Justice Fancourt.
Well, there was always an unreasonable assertion. I mean, these guys weren't fools. They were essentially like the equivalent of industrial saboteurs, industrial spies. So they went around their job very carefully, and they covered their tracks very carefully. So I think the judge will always have been sympathetic to Prince Harry. So, well, how was he going to know this? Where is he going to get the smoking gun? But that number, that proportion of articles makes it clear that in any substantial sense he has won.
I was just going to bring you in on that, Laura. You've been speaking to his legal team. 15 out of 33, on the face of it, less than half. But will his team view that as a success?
I think they certainly will, because even one of those cases would have proved that the Mirror were wrong when they said we didn't do this. And clearly the judges found that for 15 out of the 33 articles that were discussed, they were the product of unlawful information gathering. Perhaps not to the extent that Harry thought, and perhaps it wasn't the case that his phone was constantly being hacked, but it did happen, and the judge has made it clear he believes it happened between 2003 and 2009. We've been told now that the damages Harry receives will be modest. The directors turned a blind eye and positively concealed it, and I think the total sum of damages to Harry at the moment, I think, will be around the 140,000 mark. But as we've been saying, it's
not about the money.
It's not about the money. It really hasn't been about the money. This case will have cost millions for all, but it was about having the moment, having the chance to have this aired, and proving that he was a victim of phone hacking and blagging, and that's what he has done. Not for all 33 articles, but for 15 of those, so nearly half. He has won. It will be a victory, I think, for his team.
Will he donate those damages to one of his various charities, do you think?
We don't know yet, but that's been the suggestion, isn't it? As I say, it's not about the money. He doesn't need this money. He has a lot of charitable causes, lots connected with the military. There is an assumption that the money will go there. He will be listening in right now, hearing what's happening, and probably making these decisions as it goes along. But I think, the money Harry gets is sort of a byproduct of a much bigger thing here, that he wanted to take on the tabloids. He believes that their actions affected every part of his life, caused him huge distress, paranoia, depression, caused the breakdown of relationships, not just personal ones, but family ones as well, such as the impact, and continued to do so. His relationship with Meghan, they felt forced out of the country. So I think there will be a big sense of vindication from him. finding out today that 15 out of those 33 articles were the product of illegal behaviour when it came to sourcing stories.
We're getting a bit more detail, and this with regards Michael Turner, otherwise known as Michael Lavelle, Coronation Street actor. 4 articles out of 27 were due to hacking, unlawful information gathering, £31,650 in damages, including aggravated damages as well. What's your take on that,
Well,
Jonathan?
bless him. He'll be hugely relieved. I mean, it's a very long battle. I mean, I've acted for a whole load of celebrity clients. I mean, taking on a tabloid newspaper is not for the faint-hearted. You know, I have been personally threatened by newspapers, let alone clients. So he's battled his way through. It's not a huge sum of money that he'll recover in damages. He'll get, hopefully, most of his costs back. But again, I suspect, you know, a lot of it, his feeling, certainly when I've acted for clients in this way, is that they've made their point. They've stood up against, you know, Goliath in the form of David, and they've put the stone in the forehead, and they've won. So 31,000 in terms of how much some of these claimants have got is a relatively modest sum of money. But my guess is that he'll go away thinking it was worth the effort.
Can I take you back to part of Mr. Justice Fancourt's judgment as regards the Duke of Sussex, in which he says that he's entitled to a further sum because the directors knew, they turned a blind eye and positively concealed it. That's pretty significant.
Yes, and that's an aggravating factor, as we call it. I mean, again, as we've agreed, the money's not going to be a big thing, and I'm quite sure that it'll be given away for charity. But here, again, this is exactly what Harry wanted to establish. You and I, we can go back to the one rogue reporter, remember, at the beginning of the news world, one rogue reporter, and eventually it was shown that was nonsense. And we're in the same ground again. And gradually it's been moved up the sort of editorial and social scale. Harry has found that right from to the top, maybe not the whole of the ball, but right to the top, that newspaper conspired to rob him and his family of their privacy. That is a monumental success on his part. We go back to one point about the damages. You'll interrupt me if something else comes up. The only significance may be that in the run-up to this trial, I'm guessing that Harry will have been offered very large sums of money to settle. Now, once the damages are awarded, if the offers were higher than that, then the newspaper can put the letter in front of the judge, say, well, on such and such a date, we offered him, say, 250,000. He got less. So from the date of that offer to
otherwise
the trial...
known as the quantum, isn't it?
With the quantum, old-fashioned Latin term. But we made an offer, say, 3 months ago to settle at a higher level. So for those 3 months, not only should Prince Harry not get his costs, but he should pay our costs. So there may be a bigger significance than the modest sum, than just that sum itself. It may have an impact on where the costs go as well.
OK, well, we understand that the judgment has been delivered in full now. David Sherborne, KC, Harry's representative, is on his feet addressing the judge. Laura, in terms of the Duke of Sussex, this isn't the end of the road for him, is it? This is one of several cases that he is pursuing. He will feel emboldened by this judgment.
He will. I mean, let's just recap on what's happened to Harry. He has won and proved that he was a victim of phone hacking and blagging in 15 out of those 33 articles, and he has been awarded £140,600 as a result of that. In part because directors knew about it, turned a blind eye and positively concealed it. He will see particularly that part as a huge victory, because this is one of the 3 cases he's taking on. So we've had the Mirror Group. This is now finished. He is also taking on News Group, the publishers of The Sun and the defunct News of the World, and he's taking on associated publishers of, among other titles, the Daily Mail. Now, we know in the case when it comes to The Sun, he's not allowed to bring in phone hacking. The time ran out of that, but that was about 1/5 of